Naruto has made friends. Good news, they get along splendidly. Bad news, they are not from his world. Good news, he will be able to meet them soon. Naruto exclaimed, in the hidden leaf village, the atmosphere is rife with intrigue. I cannot endure another moment. I must set sail. I aspire to become the king of the pirates. Years later, when the Otsutsuki clan arrives in the ninja realm, boldness indeed, kneel before me. Standing before you is Uzumaki, sovereign of the seven seas, Grand Admiral of the Navy, king of the celestial dragons, ruler of the ninja world, and leader of the five nations. Naruto, Emperor Naruto, King of Kings. Chapter 1. Good news, I have made friends. In the hidden leaf village, at Ichiraka Ramen, a boy with golden hair clad in an orange jacket stood motionless at the entrance, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. The enticing aroma wafting from within made his mouth water uncontrollably, while his stomach emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Glancing down at his meager wallet, Naruto let out a silent sigh. There were several days until the next welfare payment would be distributed, although he longed for the delectable Ichiraku ramen. If he did not exercise restraint, he would soon be left with nothing but the biting winds of the northwest. Never mind, I shall return home. If I recall correctly, there is still a bit of bread and milk in the refrigerator. He mused as he made his way homeward. On the streets, a barrage of disdainful glances directed toward him felt like daggers. How is that little brat still alive? He shouldn't have ventured out today. Ugh, what bad luck. I wonder what Lord Hokage is thinking. Keeping this monster in the village, it's only a matter of time before something terrible happens. People whispered and cursed, some hurriedly pulling their children away as if they had encountered a plague. Naruto walked on with a blank expression, having long since grown accustomed to this treatment. Yet, when he inadvertently caught sight of peers being led away by their parents, a profound sense of melancholy washed over him. Ever since he could remember, he had been devoid of any family, living alone in a cramped apartment. With a heavy heart, he averted his envious gaze and unconsciously quickened his pace. Upon returning home, he hastily attended to his affairs. Lying on the floor, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind wandering into daydreams of a future filled with companions. Time passed, and soon Naruto felt sleepiness overcome him, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst a whirl of thoughts. In the pirate world, East Blue, Goa Kingdom, at a junkyard, within a dilapidated wooden shack, a boy tied up and suspended in midair, wearing a straw hat, faced a group of menacing pirates. The leader, a burly man devoid of eyebrows, adorned with tattoos, emanated an intimidating aura. You little brat, how dare you set your sights on the treasures of me? Burgess, quickly reveal where the treasure is hidden. Faced with the pirate's fierce questioning, Luffy defiantly held his head high. Let me go, I won't say a word. Burgess snorted, raising a massive hammer above his head, preparing to strike Luffy with a menacing force. Wood splintered, and the shack shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. As the dust settled, Luffy remained unfazed. Futile. I've told you, I am a rubber man, having consumed the gum-gum fruit. A rubber man? A devil fruit user? Burgess furrowed his brow, instructing his underlings, go fetch my gauntlets. Soon, a pair of metallic spiked gauntlets was presented before him. Listen well, you little brat. Burgess sneered as he donned the gauntlets. Your friend Ace has stolen a significant sum from our pirate crew. Since you know where the money is hidden, it would be wise to tell me. Otherwise, no. Luffy's resolve remained unshaken. Though he had only recently met Ace and Sabo, he regarded them as friends and would not betray them. Burgess, losing his patience, swung a powerful punch forward, creating a deafening whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Ah! A scream echoed, and blood splattered. Burgess, with his bloodied gauntlet raised, stared expressionlessly at Luffy. Brat, I ask you one last time, where's the money hidden? Pain and fear assaulted Luffy as his frail body trembled, tears streaming down his face. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge a single word. Just as Burgess was about to lose all patience, a thunderous crash resounded. The wooden walls on either side collapsed, and amidst the flying debris, two figures emerged. One donned a large black top hat and a blue suit, while the other bore freckles and an arrogant demeanor. Brandishing iron pipes, they charged into the room, knocking down a pirate. Luffy, we've come to rescue you. Upon seeing his friends, Luffy could no longer contain his tears. Sabo, Ace. In the ensuing chaos, the pirates regained their composure, shouting, it's these two little brats. Burgess scoffed, calmly extending his hand to seize the rushing ace. Since you've delivered yourselves to me, this makes things easier. Your friend has kept his silence, and I am quite vexed. The disparity in size and strength was glaringly apparent, and one could almost hear the creaking of pressure. Luffy's eyes widened in horror as he cried out, "Ace!" Ace's face contorted in pain. "I'll let go of me." Fortunately, Sabo seized the moment, leaping high from behind. He swung his iron pipe forcefully toward Burgess' head. The tremendous force made Burgess emit a cry of pain, causing him to loosen his grip. Without a glance at the escaping Ace, Burgess turned slowly, gripping his steel knife, his voice cold. You should understand the consequences of mocking an adult. Though his tone was calm, it was laced with menace. Simultaneously, the other 5 pirates closed in, brandishing sharp weapons, effectively cornering the 2 boys. The atmosphere grew tense. Sabo and Ace instinctively took a few steps back, exchanging worried glances and swallowing hard. Despite their skills, they were merely children of around 10 years old. The difference in numbers, equipment, and physical strength was staggering. Ace clenched his teeth. "There's no choice now, we fight." Sabo nodded solemnly, whispering, "Be careful, they all have knives." As the battle seemed imminent, a resounding crash echoed overhead. Amidst the falling debris, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on a pirate. The unfortunate soul was rendered unconscious on the spot. This unexpected turn of events captured everyone's attention, but a boy with golden hair stood up from the ground, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Ah? What is happening here?" Chapter 2. Naruto, you are amazing. After a brief moment of chaos, the surrounding crowd regained their composure. Burgess glanced at his dazed underling, his voice dark. Another reckless child has arrived? Naruto quickly surveyed the scene. Upon seeing the battered Luffy and the menacing pirates, he pieced together the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a tense shout rang out from behind. "Beware. These individuals are no mere thugs, they are murderous pirates. If you wish to stay alive, depart from this place swiftly." Naruto furrowed his brow, discreetly reaching for his pouch. "Though I'm unclear as to why I've suddenly found myself here, I cannot turn a blind eye now that I have encountered them." Despite being the perennial underachiever at the Ninja Academy, he had undergone several years of rigorous training. Ninjas are perilous professionals tasked with gathering intelligence, ensuring security, and executing assassinations among other activities. Upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, one must commence missions, inevitably confronting various battles, often against formidable foes. To be unable to handle a few petty thieves would be utterly humiliating. It would be better to abandon the path of a ninja altogether, let alone aspire to become Hokage. More importantly, the concern exhibited by these unfamiliar peers for his safety kindled a long-forgotten warmth within Naruto's heart. He raised his thumb, a confident smile gracing his face. "Rest assured, I shall handle this fellow. You all go and save the others. Brat, it seems you do not regard me at all." With a thunderous shout, Burgess swung his large blade down towards Naruto with great force. A fierce wind rushed towards him, accompanied by the startled cries of Ace and Sabo. "Danger! Quick dodge!" Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto produced a kunai from his pouch to block the strike. The kunai. How has it grown larger? Clang! With a sharp sound, sparks flew where the blade met the kunai. Under the weight of the blow, Naruto's kunai slipped from his grasp, forcing him to stagger back several steps, a blood streak erupting from his shoulder. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have sustained grievous injuries. What incredible strength in comparison. The sparring sessions at the Ninja Academy now seemed like child's play. Naruto's expression gradually turned grave. He understood that this was neither training nor an assessment. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Failing to land a hit, Burgess snorted disdainfully and swung his blade once more. Naruto, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength, promptly altered his strategy. As he evaded and maneuvered, he continuously drew shuriken from his pouch to harass his opponent. Though his aim was somewhat lacking, he still managed to create considerable annoyance for the pirate. Burgess had never encountered such a brazen tactic. After several exchanges, not only had he failed to subdue Naruto, but he had also sustained numerous injuries. TCH, what a troublesome brat. Observing Burgess, now disheveled and covered in dirt, the pirates gaped in astonishment. This man was a seasoned pirate, having stained his hands with countless lives. Who would have thought that such a desperate figure would struggle against a mere child? Wow, incredible. To dominate an opponent without any chance of retaliation. Who is this person? Ace and Sabo were utterly transfixed. After a brief moment of shock, they realized a rare opportunity and hurried towards Luffy. Bergamy, panting heavily, shouted in frustration at his crew. "Hey, what are you standing around for? Hurry and help. If we don't retrieve this money, we're all dead." The remaining pirates recognized the gravity of the situation, drawing their weapons to join the fray. 5 or 6 swords whirled through the air, converging upon Naruto, the space rapidly compressing until he found himself cornered against a wall. Ace's expression darkened. "This is bad. This guy is in danger. I must assist him." Sabo nodded. "Understood. I will take care of Luffy." Just as they prepared to act, boom! Without warning, a cloud of smoke erupted from Naruto's position, swiftly engulfing the entire room and obscuring everyone's vision. What is happening? Ace halted, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm, dragging him outward. "Run! The explosive tag is about to detonate." Explosive tag? What is that? Before he could finish his question, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated behind them. Ace turned in shock. The wooden cabin was instantly reduced to a shower of burning debris, scattering in the fierce blast. At the same time, Sabo had rescued Luffy, both of them propelled several meters by the shockwave. The 3 collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the distant flames, swallowing hard. "What just happened? Did we eliminate them? Was it your doing? Remarkable. How did you manage that?" Ace glanced at Luffy, exhaling softly. "Thank goodness for your intervention, otherwise it would have been exceedingly difficult for the 2 of us to handle their group." As they spoke, the 3 could not help but turn their gazes toward Naruto. Their eyes reflected both astonishment and admiration. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, the villagers either distanced themselves from him or hurled insults his way. Even at the Ninja Academy, he was regarded as the perennial underachiever. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Scratching the back of his head, he chuckled bashfully. "It's nothing, just made use of some ninja tools. Taking such an explosion heat in should have taken care of them, right?" Sabo, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "By the way, what is your name?" A radiant smile spread across Naruto's face. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. And you?" "I am Ace, and this is Sabo. That crybaby is Luffy." After a brief introduction, Ace remarked with a frown, "I've never seen you. Before you must not be from around here." Naruto nodded. "Indeed, I am a ninja from the village hidden in the leaves in the Land of Fire. I am uncertain as to why I have found myself here." "Village hidden in the leaves? Land of Fire?" Ace turned to Sabo. Sabo shook his head in confusion. Coming from a noble family and having read extensively, he had never heard of such a place. Noticing the expressions of the others, Naruto felt a twinge of puzzlement. In the ninja world, the Land of Fire is the strongest among the 5 great nations. There should be no reason for them to be unaware. However, being somewhat oblivious, he did not dwell on it further. Suddenly, Sabo seemed to realize something. "This is not good. We've caused too much commotion. Besides the city guards, the pirate crew will likely arrive here shortly." Chapter 3. Residing at Dayton's, the long-awaited happiness. Ace nodded. Indeed, their group was formidable and not to be trifled with. "We must leave this place quickly." Observing the retreating figures of the 3, Naruto hastily followed suit. The group navigated through heaps of refuse and soon entered a forest, stopping at a clearing. "All right, this should be safe." "Wah, I'm so scared. I thought I was going to die." Luffy sobbed uncontrollably, perched upon a large rock, his tears and snot flowing freely. The conversation was abruptly interrupted, and Ace grew increasingly irritated. "Will you ever cease that cacophony? How long must you cry? I despise cowards and whiners." "Thank you for saving me, Wa." Looking at the weeping Luffy, Ace frowned, his tone turning harsh. "By the way, why didn't you reveal anything? Those ruffians slaughtered women and children without a second thought." Luffy lowered his head, speaking in a small, aggrieved voice. "If I had said anything, I wouldn't be able to be your friend anymore." Upon hearing this, Ace's anger flared. "Wouldn't it be better to be friends than to perish? Why are you so keen on being my friend? Moreover, I have put you through so much suffering, yet you still chose to follow me here." After a lengthy silence, Luffy clenched his fists and declared loudly, "Because I have no one else to rely on. I can't return to the Windmill Village, and I loathe mountain bandits. If I weren't following you, I would be completely alone. Being alone is worse than pain." Ace fell silent. Naruto shuddered, an inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he could empathize deeply with Luffy's feelings and couldn't help but softly inquire, "What about your family?" I only have one grandfather who visits infrequently. He either tosses me into the mountains to fight with wild animals or throws me into the gorge waterfall. Naruto forced a smile. At least you have a grandfather. I have nothing. Ace shot a complex glance at Naruto. So you two have no kin? Naruto remained silent, seemingly lost in unpleasant memories. Ace sighed softly. The treasure of our pirate crew was pilfered by Sabo and me, yet you and Luffy were drawn into this mess. We will inevitably have to confront those marauders. Since you have nowhere to go, why not stay with us at Dayton's house? Dayton? She is the notorious mountain bandit leader nearby. Although she is known for her volatile and brutish nature, she should accept you. All right, fine. Morning. In the attic of Dayton's abode, a plump woman stared at the four little rascals sprawled on the floor, her mouth agape, her cigarette falling unnoticed. 1, 2. Ace, Luffy. How did 2 more appear? Luffy, bleary-eyed. Shut up. It's so noisy. You little rascal, where were you gallivanting last night? If something happened to you, your grandfather Garp, before Dayton could finish. Luffy flopped back down again. Ace sat up, rubbing his eyes. Dayton, is breakfast ready? Dayton instinctively replied. Breakfast isn't ready. Why did you bring back 2 more little brats? Dayton, this is Sabo and Naruto. They will be living here with us from now on. After speaking, he collapsed back to sleep. What? I am Naruto Uzumaki. I look forward to your guidance. This is not a daycare, you rascals. After a chaotic commotion, Dayton, cigarette in mouth, grumbled. You lot seem starved. Let's eat first. Naruto pointed at the aromatic roasted meat beside the fire, stammering. That. Can I also? Dayton snorted impatiently. If you stand there blabbering, soon there will be nothing left. When you're hungry later, don't come crying to me. I want to prepare anything special for you. Naruto gazed at the somewhat rotund, orange-haired woman with a cigarette, his eyes flickering. Gurgle, his stomach protested. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head, but now was not the time for modesty, and he quickly joined Luffy and the others in the frenzy for food. With remarkable agility, he soon snatched a large piece of roasted meat, barely caring about the heat as he bit into it. The texture was robust and the flavor exquisite, leaving him with grease dripping from his mouth. He vowed this was the most delectable food he had ever tasted, perhaps due to the previous day's turmoil. The 4 little rascals were indeed famished, scrambling to devour the roasted meat with great delight. The mountain bandits were left in shock. What on earth? Ace and Luffy I can understand, but why can that newcomer with yellow hair eat so much? He devoured 5 wild boars all on his own. At this rate, we can't possibly afford to keep them. Boss, do we really need to take in these 2 little brats? Dayton extinguished her cigarette, exasperated. What else can we do? Just abandon them outside. Besides, they've already stirred up trouble with those pirates. Ace and Luffy are one thing, but they were entrusted to her by Garp himself. She, a mere mountain bandit, cannot afford to provoke a Navy rear admiral. Sabo, having renounced his noble heritage, is a complete troublemaker. Who knows what kind of chaos he might incite without supervision. As for Naruto, he is all alone, living in a remote area unheard of by anyone. With a heavy sigh, Dayton turned, muttering reluctantly, well, whether it's 2 or 4, it's all the same. You, and that kid named Sabo, can also stay here from now on. Naruto watched Dayton's departing figure, feeling a twinge in his nose. This seemingly harsh woman possessed a kind heart. Though he had just arrived, he had already experienced a series of kindness from others. After a while, the 4 lay on the floor, contentedly patting their bellies. That was delicious. It was my first time tasting such exquisite roasted meat. Naruto sighed with satisfaction. Ever since he could remember, his meals had been nothing but bread or instant noodles. In his eyes, ramen was the pinnacle of culinary delights. As for roasted meat, it was far too expensive to even dream of. Now, being able to eat to his heart's content felt like paradise. Ace dismissed it. What is so great about this? There are far more delicious ingredients in the forest. If you possess strength, you'll never go hungry. Luffy's eyes sparkled, drool uncontrollably spilling forth. Really? Ace, take me hunting. I'm still not full. Chapter 4. What if I become a monster? The resolve to grow stronger take you hunting? Ace reclined with his legs crossed, casually picking at his teeth, letting out a light hum. Not a chance. I only acknowledge Naruto and Sabo's strength. You, crying baby, will only hinder us. Luffy immediately exploded in anger. You jerk. Have you ever been hit by a spiked fist? Besides, I'm only 7. When I turn 10 like you, I won't cry anymore. I'll be even stronger. Ace retorted. I didn't cry when I was 7, fool. Don't compare yourself to me. Moreover, Naruto is about your age, yet he can take down a group of pirates. Seeing this, Naruto quickly intervened. He finally understood why his shuriken felt larger. It was because he had shrunk. He had reverted to his 7-year-old self. Luffy is our companion. How can we abandon him? Let us bring him along. I'll take care of him. Ace snorted, reluctantly conceding. Fine, since Naruto insists, we'll take you along. But let me make it clear, if you cry, don't come looking for me. Damn it. Ace, who asked for your concern? Let us go hunting. An hour later, a bonfire was set up beside a lake deep within the forest. Ace, Sabo, and Naruto reveled in feasting upon a large fish measuring over 10 meters in length. Luffy lay nearby, gazing longingly at their meal, drooling profusely. Sensing Luffy's plight, Naruto compassionately offered him his portion. Luffy cheered and eagerly lunged for it, delighting in the taste. Thank you, big brother Naruto, he exclaimed. Ace, feeling a twinge of annoyance, turned away, muttering softly, don't spoil him too much, Naruto. This guy didn't lift a finger and even nearly drowned. If it weren't for your timely rescue. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I can always catch another one after we finish eating. Sabo, munching on the fish, grinned and remarked, with your strength, that's certainly no problem. The explosive tags are quite handy. Ace, while tending to the fire, agreed, but speaking of which, it's astonishing that you've recovered so well after such serious injuries yesterday. Suddenly, Sabo noticed something and stared incredulously at Naruto's shoulder, saying, wait. Has your injury completely healed? How did you manage that? You're practically a monster. Monster? Naruto's expression stiffened. Yet he could sense that, unlike the villagers of Konoha, there was no disdain in their words, only astonishment and admiration. After a moment of hesitation, he asked cautiously, if I am a monster, would you mind? Though he had only been in this place for a day, he felt an unprecedented sense of safety and happiness here. Not only was there someone willing to take him in, but he would no longer go hungry. Most importantly, no one despised him or regarded him as an outcast. He was treated as a companion. Deep down, Naruto fervently wished that Ace, Sabo, and Luffy would not fear or distance themselves from him because of this. However, to his surprise, Ace merely scoffed. What are you talking about? If we're discussing monsters, how could you possibly compare to this guy? He reached out and playfully tugged at Luffy's cheeks, stretching his small face into a comical shape, causing Naruto to stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Hey, Ace, stop messing with me. Luffy protested, wriggling in protest. Sabo's eyes lit up. Could this be a devil fruit ability? No wonder you can't swim. I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. I can stretch my body freely. Naruto curiously inquired, rubber? That is so amazing. But wait, how does that relate to not being able to swim? That's because once you consume a devil fruit, you gain incredible powers, but you also become a landlubber. Ace explained as he released Luffy and clapped his hands together. You see, Naruto, your situation isn't even comparable. In this world, only the strong can dictate their own fate. One day, I will prove myself and make my name resonate throughout the seas. When that time comes, who cares if others call me a monster? Why should I concern myself with their opinions? But I would never eat a devil fruit. That would be foolish, Ace added. Luffy immediately interjected. How dare you underestimate me? I have plenty of unbeatable techniques. You, who can't even catch a fish, shouldn't be talking so big. Naruto silently clenched his fists. Ace's words resonated deeply within him, bringing forth memories of his unpleasant past in Konoha. If I possessed the strength of the Hokage, those villagers would never dare to look down upon me. Ultimately, I am merely a weakling, hence I am bullied by others. Ace was right. Only the strong can master their own destinies. While Naruto contemplated, the other two ceased their playful banter. Luffy, seated on the ground, excitedly shared his thoughts with Sabo. I thought of a new move yesterday, Gum Gum Balloon. I can bounce back cannonballs. Really? Show me. Sabo urged eagerly. All right. I'll let you and Naruto see it this time. Ace, don't you dare peek. Naruto stood up, interjecting their conversation. Ace, Sabo, do you know where we can find more formidable beasts? I want to bring back more prey. It'll be good training. His intention was not solely for himself. Having been kindly taken in by the Dayton family, he felt he should contribute in any way he could. Sabo pondered for a moment and replied, there are indeed quite a few powerful creatures in this forest. Even I and Ace wouldn't dare venture too deep. Are you sure you want to? Naruto smiled. What? Are you scared? His words ignited Ace's competitive spirit. Scared? Don't be ridiculous. Let us see who can catch more prey. Luffy, not to be outdone, raised his fist. Perfect. I'll try out my new move too. As the sun set, The four of them returned home, their bodies weary. Upon seeing the mountain of hunted prey at the doorstep, the Dayton family erupted in exclamations of astonishment, particularly when they learned that Naruto had single-handedly taken down 5 wild boars. The expressions of all the bandits, including Dayton, shifted dramatically. Ace and Sabo appeared somewhat disgruntled and went upstairs to sleep without even eating. A night passed in silence. The next day, before dawn, Naruto was awakened from his slumber. Ace and Sabo had already dressed and were eagerly anticipating the hunting competition. They returned laden with spoils just before nightfall. A week later, Dayton, cigarette in mouth, leaned against the door, watching the four return, unable to suppress a sigh. "Hey, you little rascals, can't you settle down a bit? Bringing back so much prey every day, we can't possibly eat it all. However," he added, "but you three always come back covered in injuries. Just look at Naruto." Naruto scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Ace dropped the wild boar he had been carrying heavily onto the ground, somewhat defiantly saying, "I admit I'm not his match in hunting beasts, but that doesn't mean Sabo and I are weaker than Naruto." Panting heavily, Sabo chimed in, "Exactly. This guy recovers from any injury in less than half a day. It's simply outrageous. Naruto, how about we raid the junkyard tomorrow? What do you think?" Chapter 5, Battle and Growth. So this is my strength. Time flew by, and a year passed before anyone noticed. In the kingdom of Goya, deep within the Galbo mountain range, in a clearing of the forest, Ace challenged, "Let us have a spar, shall we?" "No way. You're too weak." "How infuriating. Don't underestimate me." Ace crossed his arms, appearing unfazed. "I'm not interested. Luffy, if I recall correctly, we've sparred 50 times, and you've never won once. Fighting you is a complete waste of time." Faced with this reality, Luffy found it hard to refute and sulkily puffed out his cheeks. Naruto patted Luffy on the shoulder, comforting him. "Don't be disheartened, Luffy. Although you're not our match right now, you're different from us. You're a devil fruit user, capable of stretching your body freely. If you develop that ability well, you'll possess an unparalleled advantage in battle." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Right. I just thought of a new move. Gum Gum Pistol. My punches will have the same power as bullets." Hearing this, Naruto became intrigued. Over the past year, in addition to battling the forest beasts, they frequently sought out trouble with bullies in nearby towns. With daily combat and their exceptional fighting talents, all four of them experienced rapid growth and strength. Not only did they subdue the beasts of the Galbo Mountains, but they also dealt with the thugs and gangs at the junkyard. During this time, Naruto encountered a type of weapon called firearms. "Really? It seems your devil fruit ability is truly remarkable. At this rate, you might one day surpass us. Luffy, I shall accompany you in developing this new technique." Luffy made a playful face at Ace. "You scoundrel. Ace, Naruto is the best." Sabo, standing nearby, couldn't resist dousing the excitement with cold water. "Luffy, your last invention. The rubber balloon claimed it could withstand cannon fire, yet it bounced uncontrollably and ended up in the lake, devoured by a crocodile. Instead of battling with us, you should focus on your training." Luffy immediately retorted, "It's your fault for treating me like a ball, kicking me into the lake." Ignoring Luffy's outburst, Sabo turned his keen gaze towards Naruto, eager to challenge him. "Naruto, let us spar. I have devised a method to defeat you." Ace, displeased, interjected, "Hey, Sabo." I initiated the challenge first. Without allowing Sabo a chance to argue, he dashed towards Naruto with a pipe in hand, closing the distance of several meters in an instant, and struck down towards Naruto's head. The impact caused Naruto to explode into 2 severed branches. Naruto has been eliminated." Sabo shrugged. "It's not that simple. He used a substitution technique, you fool." Nevertheless, his ninja skills have become increasingly refined. No matter how many times one witnesses ninja techniques, they remain astonishing, alas. We are not ninjas and cannot learn them. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto reappeared from the nearby bushes, brushing off the debris, and helplessly remarked, "Hey, you are truly merciless." Ace, unfazed, wore a serious expression. "Stop spouting nonsense. Fighting you requires my utmost effort. But are you really planning to fight me barehanded?" Naruto nodded lightly. "Using kunai might accidentally injure you, which would be troublesome." Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. "Humph, you underestimate me." The two locked eyes from a distance of several meters, their fighting spirit escalating. Without warning, they suddenly moved. Shadows intertwined in the open space, and the sounds of their clashes echoed continuously. Luffy widened his eyes, straining to catch sight of the two, momentarily rendered speechless. Sabo couldn't help but exclaim, "Naruto has grown stronger. Luffy, do you remember? In the beginning, he could only rely on various ninja tools to keep up with us. In terms of physical combat, he was no match. Yet now, he has unknowingly caught up with us, and perhaps even surpassed us. Luffy swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. Naruto was of a similar age to him. When they first met, he was only slightly stronger. As a user of the rubber fruit, Luffy was exceptionally resilient, while Naruto possessed an extraordinary recovery ability. Initially, the two naturally became punching bags for Ace and Sabo. Little did he expect that Naruto would far surpass him and become so strong. Time passed, and the battle approached its climax. With a powerful punch, Ace fell heavily to the ground, unable to move, seemingly at his limit. Damn it, to think you would use the shadow clone technique at such a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Naruto was also panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Sabo approached, incredulously patting Naruto's shoulder. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he ran over. Naruto, you were amazing. You actually defeated Ace. Ace wore an expression of unwillingness. Damn it, I was careless this time. I will not lose again. The gazes of everyone around made Naruto's heart swell with mixed emotions. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he was regarded as a hopeless underachiever. No one wanted to talk to him, nor befriend him. In practice sessions, classmates felt humiliated to be grouped with him. While adults' disdain and insults could be ignored, the alienation from peers deeply wounded a child's self-esteem. Even Irika-sensei, who was kind-hearted, occasionally looked at him with disappointment. Now, however, he could proudly defeat Ace. It was not that Ace's strength was lacking, on the contrary. Ace and Sabo could take down fearsome beasts like giant tigers and bears, and single-handedly defeat dozens of armed gangsters. Could I really become this strong? Naruto silently clenched his fists. From his perspective, even the strongest in his grade, Sasuke, could not match these two. Years of accumulated inferiority dissipated, leaving a sense of exhilaration that was indescribable. Thinking of Sasuke, Naruto shook his head in self-deprecation. Though he was uncertain how he ended up here, he now led a fulfilling and joyful life. Even if he discovered a way back, he could never return to Konoha. Naruto stepped forward, extending a hand to help Ace up from the ground, smiling. Since you lost this match, shouldn't you show some form of acknowledgement? Chapter 6. If you dare. Repeat that. Ace dusted off his clothes and let out a soft sigh. I can't do anything about you. Fine, let's head to the city. I will treat you all to a grand feast. Luffy beamed brightly. Fantastic. We're so tired of wild game. Ace, I'm going to feast on you this time. Sabo frowned, hesitating. To the city? But the Sapphire Pirates are still hunting for us, and we might encounter my family. Ace seemed to have a plan in mind. Don't worry. We just need to do some disguising. In the town center of the Goya Kingdom, a tall figure shrouded in a cloak stood at the entrance of the prestigious restaurant. Eiji, this is the place. The sound of Luffy slurping in anticipation emerged from within the cloak. Are we here? I'm starving. Don't worry, today, I will treat you to delicious ramen. Enough to your heart's content. Ramen? Ace looked up at the sign, a smile spreading across his face. You don't know? But once Naruto fell asleep while drooling and mumbling about Ichiraku ramen, I've remembered that ever since. This establishment is the finest in town, and I believe the taste rivals that of Ichiraku. A warmth filled Naruto's heart. You, this guy. The cloak concealed Sabo and Luffy's grumbling voices. Anything is fine. I just want to eat quickly. Entering the restaurant, they were greeted with, welcome, as the waitstaff bowed deeply. However, upon seeing their appearance, they wrinkled their noses in disdain. Wait, this is not a place for someone like you. Your cloak is filthy and reeks. You will disturb the other guests. Wrapped up so tightly, you look suspicious. Could you be a wanted criminal? Naruto whispered. Ace, should we change to another restaurant? I can forego the ramen. Ace clenched his fists. No way. I must let you have ramen today. Damn it, these guys look down on us. I will give them a good beating. Wait, don't act impulsively. Sabo quickly advised. Don't worry, I've got this. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the cloak. A hand emerged from the waist, producing a golden badge. I demand a private room. The waitstaff were taken aback. That badge is. A noble guest has arrived. It is our honor. I will prepare immediately. Guided by the staff, the four entered a private room. Thank you for waiting. Here are 4 servings of ramen. Please enjoy. After the server left, the four quickly emerged from the cloak. Sabo and Luffy's eyes gleamed as they gazed at the sumptuous ramen, saliva pooling. Is this ramen? It looks incredibly delicious. Naruto, too, wore a look of ecstasy. This flavor truly brings back memories. Ace chuckled with a mischievous grin. Come, eat up. Let us discover the flavor of the ramen that Naruto has been yearning for. The four of them slurped heartily, and within mere seconds, the bowls of ramen before them were devoured. Another round. Sabo quickly covered Luffy's mouth, clearing his throat and adopting a more mature tone. One more bowl of ramen for four, please. Yes, right away. Another serving. Certainly. Here it comes. After a feast. The bowls on the table were stacked high. The waitress, exhausted and panting, pushed open the door to the booth. For bowls of ramen, ready. Just as Naruto and Luffy were enjoying their meal, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang. A throng of people surged in. The waitress cried out, her voice trembling, "Manager, it was this customer." His hand suddenly stretched out over 10 meters and snatched the ramen right from my grasp. The manager's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't he had said that only nobles were in the booth? Why are there four little brats? Oh no, we've been exposed. Ace and Sabo gasped in alarm. In a flash, they rushed to the window, preparing to leap out. Wait. Naruto scratched his head, awkwardly muttering, "This is a misunderstanding. We will pay." Is it about the money? You little brats dare to impersonate nobles. That's a capital offense. Quickly call the guards. What? Run, Naruto. Sabo and the others exclaimed in panic, and without a moment's hesitation, they crashed through the window and leapt outside. Naruto glanced back, then at the intimidating staff in front of him, and forced a sheepish smile. I'm really sorry. With that, he jumped out of the window after them. Hey, you lot, wait. Before he could finish, Naruto felt the world spin around him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he bolted upright from the ground. The next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Gazing at the furniture and the layout of the room, he was momentarily stunned. Everything around him was achingly familiar. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't the apartment I used to live in?" The packaging of the bread and milk he had consumed earlier lay quietly on the table. What is going on? After a brief moment of daze, Naruto hurriedly pinched his own cheek. Ouch, that hurts. It's not a dream. I'm really back. He sank to the floor, murmuring in a daze. Why is this happening? Why have I suddenly returned here? Suddenly, a bewildering thought struck him. Could it be that the other world was the dream? Staring at his surroundings, he felt tears welling up but could not cry, and he wanted to shout but found no words. A torrent of unexplainable emotions surged within his chest. Lost in thought, Naruto wandered aimlessly down the street, the scenery still so familiar. At that moment, the last flicker of hope within him extinguished. Why? Why have I been brought back to Konoha? Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Dayton. Was everything in that other world merely an illusion? Unbeknownst to him, passers-by began to take notice. A boy with a bun hairstyle, dressed in a kimono, made a face and laughed. Look, a monster has appeared again. Just look at his expression. It's as if he has lost a loved one. Ha ha. An adult nearby scoffed. What foolishness. That kid is an orphan. His parents' graves are probably overgrown. The owner of a nearby restaurant emerged with a broom, looking exasperated. Get out of the way. Don't impede my business. Naruto gradually regained his senses, and as he noticed the disdainful gazes of the villagers and the incessant insults ringing in his ears, an inexplicable anger flared within him. Throughout the past year, Ace and Sabo had frequently brought him and Luffy to the junkyard, where they would engage in brawls with thugs and gangs. Although Naruto remained kind-hearted and never bullied others, he was no longer the same child who endured torment in silence, having been shaped by Ace and Sabo's influence. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on the boy with the bun hairstyle. If you have the courage, say that again. Chapter 7. A complete outburst. Unsettled Sarutobi Hiruzen, say that again if you dare. Under Naruto's ferocious gaze, the boy instinctively took a step back, nervously retracting his neck. A nearby bystander shouted, "Wait. What are you planning? Are you going to pull another prank? We've had enough of you. I warn you, don't get reckless." Exactly. Disappear from our sight. Scram. Monster. The boy seemed to gain confidence, hiding behind an adult and sticking his tongue out at Naruto. Haha, come at me if you can. I'll go fetch my father to deal with you, you monster without parents. Naruto's gaze sharpened further. The anxiety of being separated from his friends mingled with the anger of being insulted, erupting like a volcano he could no longer contain. You're asking for it. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had crossed a distance of several meters, standing directly before the boy, before the surrounding crowd could react. Naruto raised his leg and unleashed a powerful kick. The force of his blow, capable of shattering trees, created a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The boy who had been so boastful moments before was sent soaring, crashing into the wall and collapsing heavily into the restaurant. The entire street fell into a profound silence. Passers-by stood frozen, mouths agape, their minds seemingly halted. Under countless astonished gazes, Naruto swiftly departed the scene. In broad daylight, amidst the public's scrutiny, he bore no trace of fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Naruto raced towards his apartment. This power, this speed, it is the culmination of my training this past year. This means that the other world wasn't a dream. It truly exists. I must have a way back home, and it may very well be at my house. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, everyone, wait for me. I will find the way back. After a moment of stunned silence, the street erupted into chaos. What are you still doing? Quick, check on that boy. Oh no, he has broken 7 or 8 bones. That boy is really in trouble. Hurry, take him to the hospital. He seems to belong to the Shimura family. As they looked at the boy lying unconscious amidst the rubble, a flicker of fear seeped into the eyes of the onlookers. If that kick had been aimed at us, we would have met the same fate. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Isn't this kid still attending the ninja academy? How could he possess such terrifying strength? How outrageous. He only received a few insults, yet he retaliated with such ferocity. He is utterly inhumane. Truly a monster. Who knows if he'll go mad and turn against us. Indeed, such brutality cannot be tolerated. The Hokage must provide us with an explanation. Quickly, notify the Shimura family and the guards to handle this matter. Inside the Hokage office, a small, thin elderly man wearing a hat adorned with a fire symbol, holding a pipe, silently gazed out the window. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Behind him, an Umbu member wearing an animal mask knelt on the floor. Hokage-sama, that is the entirety of the events that transpired. The incident occurred unexpectedly, and my subordinates were utterly unprepared to prevent such an occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and spoke in a grave tone. Has Naruto exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Everything remains as usual, came the reply. Could it be that Naruto is influenced by the Nine Tails? Although there are always Umbu operatives covertly safeguarding Naruto, the existence of the Nine Tails holds substantial significance for Konoha. Consequently, the third Hokage occasionally employs crystal balls to utilize the telescopic technique to observe Naruto. Despite the mischief Naruto occasionally engages in to attract attention, it is clear to Hiruzen that the boy's true nature is not malicious. He has never harmed another. This instance of unprovoked violence is unprecedented. The Umbu hesitated, then cautiously suggested, Naruto's identity is unique, and the victim is from the Uchiha clan. The Elder Council may intervene in this matter. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned around. Though an elderly man, he emanated an astonishing aura. The Umbu were startled and quickly lowered their heads. Danzo, the Jinchuriki will never be entrusted to that man. It had been a long time since he last saw Naruto. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to pay him a visit. Accompanied by the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at Naruto's apartment. This is the place. An Umbu stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. After knocking for a considerable time without a response, the Umbu, feeling the weight of Hiruzen's gaze, began to perspire. I assure you, Naruto is at home, he said, pushing the door open with force. As Hiruzen stepped inside, he furrowed his brow at the sight before him. The furniture was strewn about, and the room was in utter disarray. Naruto lay on the floor, dismantling the boards, completely oblivious to the intrusion. Could it be that he has truly been affected by the Nine Tails? Hiruzen pondered, quietly puffing on his pipe, his doubts escalating. After a prolonged silence, seeing that Naruto showed no intention of rising, an Umbu could not help but step forward, sternly commanding, Naruto, the third Hokage is here. You must get up at once. Only then did Naruto snap back to reality, his face smeared with dirt. Hiruzen waved his hand, halting the reprimand. Naruto, I have heard about the incident. Why did you attack someone without provocation? Are you feeling unwell? A wave of irritation surged within Naruto, and he retorted, I am perfectly fine. In the past, he might have felt anxious about the third Hokage's arrival or felt remorse for his actions. However, now he only wished to find a way to return home. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy might be searching for him everywhere, and he did not want to worry his comrades. Amidst the swirling smoke, Hiruzen's calm voice broke through. Then why did you assault someone unprovoked? The victim has been taken to the hospital. Although his life was saved, he has suffered multiple fractures and will remain bedridden for years. What will you say to the victim and his family? Naruto abruptly ceased his actions. slowly turning to face the assembled individuals. His gaze swept over them, finally settling on Hiruzen. Their eyes locked, and the confusion and reproach reflected in the Hokage's gaze pierced Naruto's heart like a needle. The grievances and injustices he had endured over the years surged within him. Suppressing his fury, he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. An explanation? Honorable Third Hokage, may I ask who will provide me with an explanation? Chapter 8. You will regret this. I am the Hokage. Hey, brat, mind your attitude. The Umbu slowly moved closer, encircling Naruto. In truth, they could not genuinely act against him. They were merely playing the role of the antagonist to intimidate him. Although he was an important Jinchuriki for the village, to them, he was merely a child. What are you doing? Step back. Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded, then turned to Naruto, his tone softening. Do not worry, Naruto. I have not come to scold you. Is there some misunderstanding? If you are in distress, speak freely, and I shall ensure you receive justice. Had this been before, Naruto might have felt grateful and poured his heart out to the Hokage. However, over the past year, he had witnessed much and come to understand many truths. Learning one essential lesson: to truly know a person, one must observe their actions, not just their words. Take Aunt Dan, for instance. There were times when they would linger outside, returning home late into the night. Aunt Dan would lead the bandits, searching the mountains for them, often throughout the night. Each time, she would feign indifference, claiming she would no longer care for them, yet it happened just the same. To become independent, the four of them secretly constructed a hideout in the forest. Unable to rest easy, Aunt Dan would sneak over while they slept, only to fall victim to traps they had set. Rather than being angry, she took pride in their growth. On one occasion, when they found themselves in a brawl with gangsters, outnumbered and outmatched, Aunt Dan did not hesitate to rally the bandits to assist them. Such instances were countless. Yet here stood this elderly man. He was the Hokage, the supreme leader of a ninja village. Nothing that occurred in the village could elude his notice. Throughout the years, while he had endured insults and bullying from the villagers, this man had remained indifferent, and now he came pretending to offer consolation when trouble arose. With that thought, Naruto's voice grew somber as he pointed to the packaging on the table. You are the Hokage. Do you not know how I have lived these years? I subsist on subpar bread and nearly expired milk. I even have to ration a single bowl of ramen. And that would be acceptable, as I could barely survive. But why must the adults in this village treat me so? Not only do they insult me daily, but they also forbid others from playing with me. What have I done wrong? When they bullied me, you turned a blind eye, acting as if nothing occurred. Now that I have the ability to fight back, you come to chastise me? Was I born to be bullied? Why must it be so? The Umbu stood in stunned silence. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Before the third Hokage, who among the villagers did not show deference. Not even the villagers, the Umbu. The elite ninjas of the village, or even the Kage and daimyo from other villages would dare to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen with such indignation. Naruto, still just a 12-year-old boy, how could he be so audacious? The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. After venting his frustrations, Naruto retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. In that moment, he had no desire to remain in Konoha, longing only to return to Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Damn it, how can I get back? Naruto rummaged through his belongings, his actions increasingly aggressive, even dismantling the ceiling and floorboards. Hearing the sounds of destruction from within, Hiruzen contemplated silently. Have I indeed been too harsh on Naruto all these years? Lord Hokage, I will go capture that fellow, said the subordinate. Sarutobi shook his head slightly. After all, Naruto's parents had sacrificed their lives for the village, making immense contributions. As the child of a hero, Naruto deserves a certain level of respect and care. However, for the sake of Konoha's interests, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto is destined to lead a life unlike that of ordinary villagers. To prevent him from being covertly swayed by other clans or exploited by those with ulterior motives, Naruto cannot form friendships or connections with others. No matter what happens, Naruto must never face any unforeseen circumstances. It is possible that the young man from the Shimura clan spoke too harshly, causing him to lose composure. After all, he is just a hot-headed youngster. Such impulsiveness is quite normal. It is not a grave matter. Let Naruto calm down first. However, just to be safe, you four should remain here to protect him discreetly and investigate what has transpired. I hope the truth aligns with my thoughts. Understood. After issuing a simple command, Sarutobi returned to the Hokage office. As Hokage, he had numerous affairs to attend to. Upon opening the door, he found an elderly man, leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages, seated at his desk, seemingly waiting for some time. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly. Danzo, is it really appropriate for you to sit there? Danzo stood up leisurely. Naruto injured one of my clansmen, Hiruzen. The host of the Nine Tails is no longer under your control. He should be handed over to Root. Sarutobi interrupted Danzo in a calm tone. It was merely a misunderstanding. And moreover, it was instigated by your clan's younger generation. Danzo, instead of visiting me, perhaps you ought to discipline your own kin. Danzo slammed his cane heavily onto the floor. The host of the Nine Tails suddenly going berserk has not only unsettled my Shimura clan, but also caused unrest among the other clans. The entire village of Konoha is in turmoil. After so many years, there may be signs of the seal on Naruto weakening. For the safety of Konoha, I propose sending Naruto to the Root organization to reinforce the seal. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and replied unhurriedly, I have just seen Naruto. He is well and shows no signs of losing control. Additionally, I have increased the personnel for his supervision. Acquiring Naruto is your true intention. Isn't it, Danzo? Indeed. Hand Naruto over to me, and I will cultivate him into the perfect host. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. Just focus on your own duties. Naruto's affairs do not require your concern. The two locked eyes for a long moment, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Danzo gritted his teeth and finally managed to utter, You will regret this. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Danzo, Sarutobi replied, his presence as the village leader permeating the office. Danzo snorted coldly, a flash of discontent flickering in his eyes. It seems that only when I take action can Konoha regain its glory and dominate the ninja world. With a loud bang, Danzo slammed the door and left the office. Chapter 9. Graduation exams and Mizuki's visit in the early morning. Looking at the chaotic state of his home, Naruto sighed helplessly. After a night of turmoil, he still had no clue. Damn it, what must I do to enter another world? Will I never return? Suddenly, the sound of a clock chimed nearby. Time for class. Naruto sighed, stood up from the floor, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Regardless, life must go on. Since he could not find a way back at home, perhaps he could utilize ninjutsu to achieve it. If that fails, he could leave the village and travel the world. But the prerequisite for all this was possessing formidable strength. At the ninja school, in the corridor outside the classroom, Naruto's classmates, noticing his dark circles and lackluster demeanor, began to tease him as usual. Naruto, I heard you got into a fight on the street yesterday. What a rarity. You actually got into a fight? You must have been beaten badly. Don't forget, the graduation exam is next week. Instead of wasting time talking to this slacker, you should focus on studying. Yeah, this guy has failed twice already. He better watch out for bad luck. Ignoring their remarks, Naruto walked into the classroom and found a corner by the window to sit down. After a year of intense training, he had mastered transformation techniques, shadow clones, and replacement techniques to perfection. Even his shuriken throwing skills had significantly improved. No matter what the exam entailed, he could pass effortlessly. Soon, the class bell rang. Iruka-sensei approached the podium, passionately lecturing about something. After listening for a while, Naruto could not help but yawn, staring out the window in boredom. Indeed, compared to studying in class, hunting in the forest with Luffy and the others, or enjoying a feast in the city was far more interesting. Iruka sighed inwardly, no matter how many times he spoke. It seemed futile, and he was too weary to continue. At least staying in the classroom was better than skipping class to cause mischief. Days passed by, and in the Hokage office, a report was given. Lord Hokage, during this period, Naruto has been attending ninja school and hunting in the forest without any unusual behavior. Listening to the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi nodded silently. Understood, you may leave. Yes. After the Umbu departed, Sarutobi opened a drawer and retrieved a crystal ball. Within it, an image of Naruto sitting by a lake, cooking meat over a fire slowly emerged. Sarutobi frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He was not engaging in mischief as he usually did. What could have caused this sudden change in behavior? Has this child finally matured? A week later, the long-awaited graduation examination day at the ninja school arrived. Countless parents gathered outside the school, the atmosphere thick with tension. Inuzuka Hanako, pass. Wonderful. Hyuga Masaya, pass. Humph. That was too easy, a piece of cake. Naruto, it's your turn. Looking at Naruto, who was absent-mindedly gazing out the window, Iruka couldn't help but sigh. Get it together. This is the graduation exam. If you fail again, you'll be held back like before. Laughter erupted in the classroom. He can't even muster the courage to go on stage after all this time. It's obvious he lacks confidence. Do you remember the transformation technique he used last time? It was laughable. Why is this guy still here after failing 2 times? No matter how many times he takes the exam. He clearly has no talent for being a ninja. Irika-sensei, hurry up and distribute the headbands, and start the class divisions. Stop wasting time on this slacker. The laughter snapped Naruto back to reality, and he frowned, looking up at the podium. What are we testing on? Shadow clone technique. Naruto nodded. Stepping onto the stage amidst the mocking gazes, he casually formed a hand sign. Boom. After a puff of smoke, 2 identical Narutos appeared on the podium. Both Narutos lazily spoke in unison. How about it? Did I pass? The noisy classroom fell silent instantly. People gaped in disbelief at the stage. What incredible speed in forming hand signs. Their movements, expressions, and even tones are identical to the original. Which one is real and which one is fake? Impossible. How could Naruto execute such a perfect shadow clone technique? Has he been pretending all along? Irika's eyes widened as he stared at the Naruto before him, mirroring his own appearance, and he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of stupor, he finally regained his senses and stammered, I passed. Naruto nodded, casually dispelling his shadow clone. Ignoring the chattering classmates, he returned to his seat, propping his head on his hand as he continued to gaze out at the scenery outside. Although he had passed the long-awaited graduation exam and received astonished glances from Irika-sensei and his peers, Naruto's heart stirred not a single ripple. After all, the transformation technique was as simple to him as eating and drinking. As the school bell rang, Naruto left school with his headband in hand. The adults gathered at the entrance to pick up their children suddenly changed their expressions, the words they had intended to say stifled in their throats. Recently, the news of the injury to the Shimura family had spread throughout the Leaf Village. If they angered this monster, the consequences would be dire. The adults instinctively parted to make way. Observing Naruto's solitary departure, their faces reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Despite such actions, the village had imposed no punishment. The headband? Could it be that he had graduated as well? It was truly incomprehensible what the Hokage was thinking. It seemed that in any world, the strong were revered. Listening to the murmurs behind him, Naruto sighed silently and returned home. He opened the refrigerator and took out the leftover meat from his last hunt, preparing it with minimal effort. Just as he was about to eat, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a man with light blue hair dressed in a ninja vest. Naruto was somewhat surprised. Shinobi-sensei? Naruto, aren't you going to let me in for a moment? After all, I have taught you a few classes. I can be considered your teacher, right? Please come in. After a brief tidying up, Naruto poured a glass of water and handed it to his guest. They sat across from each other at the coffee table. Shinobi-sensei, I have graduated from the Ninja Academy. I know. I heard you did exceptionally well. Congratulations on your graduation. Thank you. Naruto nodded but inquired with some confusion. But why are you here today? Shinobi glanced around, leaned closer, and whispered, Do you wish to know why the villagers have treated you this way over the years? Do you desire to uncover who your parents are and what truly happened to them? Chapter 10. The sealed book in hand. Hope of return. Though Shinobi's voice was low, it thundered in Naruto's ears. His pupils constricted sharply, and he unconsciously tightened his grip, shattering the cup in his hand. He stood up abruptly. Shinobi seemed pleased with Naruto's reaction, leisurely sipping his water before continuing, Do not rush. I genuinely sympathize with your experiences over the years. Now that you are a true ninja, it is time for you to understand everything. Your lineage, all the questions in your heart, are documented in a scroll. Naruto's gaze shot up. A scroll? Indeed, the Book of Seals. It contains all the village secrets. However, I must warn you, acquiring it is not so simple. If discovered, it could lead to grave consequences, and do not mention that I told you. Naruto fell into contemplation. Having spent over a year in the Garbage Mountain, dealing daily with scoundrels and pirates, he was no longer the innocent child he once was. Besides, he wasn't foolish. Their acquaintance was tenuous at best, and Shinobi had no reason to take such risks to disclose these secrets. There was definitely something amiss. Shinobi-sensei, what benefit do you gain from this? Shinobi abruptly stood. Naruto, what do you mean? I sympathize with your plight. I genuinely wish to help you. Why should I trust you, teacher? Despite Shinobi's attempts to persuade him, Naruto remained unyielding, silently observing him. They exchanged a long, silent gaze. After a while, Shinobi sighed in resignation and stood. If you are not interested, then forget it. Consider that I never came here. Wait. Just as Shinobi was about to leave, Naruto suddenly called out, his voice low. Where is the book you mentioned? Late at night. Lying in bed to gather his strength, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, leaped out the window, and ran towards the Hokage's office. He soon arrived at the desk of the third Hokage. On the table lay a massive secret scroll. Looking at the words Book of Seals emblazoned on the cover, Naruto nodded slightly. This was it. The ease of it was quite unexpected. Calmly, Naruto opened the scroll and skimmed through it. Indeed, that shinobi fellow had been misleading him. However, he did not expect to uncover his lineage within such a book. He intended to study it to see if he could find a way back. Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Wait for me. Naruto's heart surged with warmth, and he quickly began to read carefully. Soon, his gaze was drawn to several prominent words. Multiple shadow clone technique. Was this an advanced version of the clone technique? Memories of today's ninja exam flooded back to him. Just as he was about to turn the page, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this technique that held his gaze captive. After all, it was a forbidden technique. It must possess unique attributes. Naruto, feeling apathetic, quietly noted this technique and continued to peruse the scroll. At this moment, he was eager to discover whether there existed a ninjutsu that could transport him back to another world. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly halted his actions. Wait. Space-time ninjutsu, flying thunder god? Naruto widened his eyes, meticulously reading the fine print on the scroll. Phrases like instantaneous movement and transport to quicken his breath. Could there truly be a ninjutsu for traversing space? If he learned this, could he return to Luffy and the others? A smile spread across Naruto's face. However, the techniques recorded within were far too profound. While he memorized everything, he struggled to grasp the principles behind them. It would be best to take it home and study it more thoroughly. Naruto closed the scroll, carefully secured it on his back, and as he stepped outside, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. A familiar figure stood on a tree branch with arms crossed. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Why should I give you what I obtained through my own efforts? Shinobi frowned. If I hadn't revealed its location, how could you have found it? Naruto scoffed dismissively. True enough, but why didn't you come to retrieve it yourself? Besides, the Book of Seals doesn't contain a single word related to my lineage. You are a fraud. A flicker of ruthless intent flashed across Shinobi's face. Had he not been concerned about causing a disturbance, he would not have wasted his breath. So you desperately wish to know your lineage? Very well, let me reveal the truth to you. After that incident, the village enacted a certain regulation. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. A regulation? Specifically, it is a rule that you, Uzumaki Naruto, must never learn the truth of your identity. Cut the nonsense. What is this regulation? It is strictly forbidden to disclose that your true form is the nine-tails fox that killed Irika's parents and devastated the village. What? In other words, your true identity is that of the nine-tails fox, the very creature responsible for the deaths of Irika's family and the destruction of the village. As he listened to Shinobi's account, Naruto was left dumbfounded, his fists clenched unconsciously. I am the nine-tails fox that slaughtered the villagers? And I am responsible for the death of Irika-sensei's family? This must be a joke. Though it was unfortunate, this was the reality. The village's ninjas were well aware of this matter. As he spoke, Shinobi leaped down from the tree and stood before Naruto. Now that you know everything, are you satisfied? Hand over the scroll quickly, he demanded, his gaze shifting nervously around, his demeanor betraying a sense of agitation. Time had already been delayed far too long. If this continued, unforeseen consequences were inevitable. Naruto inhaled deeply and spoke with a calm yet firm voice. How can anyone be certain of your words? I intend to meet the third Hokage and seek clarification directly. Instantly, Mizuki's expression darkened. You just stole the forbidden scroll, and now you wish to see the third Hokage? Are you a fool? Fine, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Leave the scroll and go wherever you please. Naruto let out a cold laugh. From the very beginning, you have deceived me, attempting to exploit me. Do you really think you can obtain it? I'm afraid that's a futile dream, Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki advanced step by step, his gaze growing colder. You little brat. Do you wish to die? Chapter 11. Confrontation with the third Hokage. Am I the hero of Konoha? Suddenly, the forest echoed with countless voices of Naruto. Mizuki-sensei, today's graduation exam is the shadow clone technique. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, I would appreciate your guidance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto clones emerged from the grass and trees, appearing in every direction, numbering in the hundreds. Mizuki's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily stumbled back, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. This is the multi-shadow clone technique? A high-level ninjutsu that creates clones identical to the original? How is this possible? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at the crystal ball. Witnessing the scene of countless Narutos pummeling Mizuki, unable to suppress a sigh of astonishment. He has mastered the multi-shadow clone technique so quickly, and in such numbers. Seated beside him, Danzo's eyes flickered. It's not surprising. After all, he inherited Minato's talents, bearing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I reiterate, if he is placed in my care, I will train him to become the most powerful and obedient weapon. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. Naruto's affairs are not your concern. Humph, I shall await that day, Danzo replied with a hint of skepticism. Half an hour later, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Naruto suddenly burst through the office door, slamming the scroll onto the desk. Hiruzen, pipe in hand, spoke calmly. Naruto, this is the Forbidden Scroll. It contains all of Konoha's forbidden techniques and is classified information. Handle it with care. Naruto fixed his gaze on the third Hokage. Why do the villagers see me as the Nine Tails? Naruto, you misunderstand. Hiruzen shook his head. Many years ago, a monstrous Nine Tails attacked the village, causing tremendous casualties. However, with collective effort, we managed to suppress the beast, sealing it within your body. You are not the Nine Tails. You are the vessel that seals it, the hero of Konoha. Hero? Is this the treatment a hero receives? Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. After that incident, I immediately issued a gag order, forbidding the villagers from discussing the matter. Yet for reasons unknown, the rumor that you are the Nine Tails spread quietly, misleading many ignorant villagers. Naruto retorted coldly. If that is the case, why didn't you as Hokage clarify things for everyone? Isn't it a matter of a few words? I don't expect to become a hero in their eyes, but I also do not wish to live amidst slander and hatred. Faced with Naruto's inquiries, Hiruzen was left speechless, merely sighing quietly. Despite implementing various measures at the time, the villagers remained steadfast in their belief that Naruto was the Nine Tails. The events of that night had left an indelible scar on Konoha, and they needed a target for their hatred. Any attempt to forcibly change their minds would only escalate tensions and alter their perception of him, jeopardizing his standing in the village. Over the years, the legendary Sannin had departed, and the fourth Hokage had perished. The seemingly strongest village among the 5 great shinobi countries was not as robust as it appeared. Without Hiruzen's continued leadership, the fate of Konoha was uncertain. Though it felt unfair to Minato, everything was a necessary sacrifice for the village. Now, it was up to Naruto to change this narrative. Hiruzen hoped he would understand the burden he carried. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen finally spoke. Some matters are not yet ready to be disclosed to you. Regardless, I share this with you today to help alleviate your concerns. If you can become an exceptional ninja of Konoha, making extraordinary contributions to the village and earning everyone's recognition, the misunderstandings and animosity will naturally dissipate. Or will you choose to self-destruct and continue living as you have before? The future of who you become and the path you walk lies entirely in your hands. Remember, leaves grow towards the sun, Naruto. Once Naruto departed, Hiruzen remained silent, quietly smoking his pipe and exhaling clouds of smoke. In the shadows, where sunlight did not reach, Danzo's presence slowly emerged. You think you can convince Naruto with this so-called will of fire? Such a naive and childish thought. Without turning back, Hiruzen snorted dismissively. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of what you've been doing in secret to influence Naruto. Danzo narrowed his eyes, smirking. Yet you did nothing to stop it. Don't forget, you are the Hokage. Every move of Root cannot escape your gaze. I have stated before, the best way to handle a Jinchuriki is through control. Train him to be an emotionless weapon, solely focused on executing missions. Since you have failed, it is time for Root to take charge. Hiruzen's voice lowered, filled with urgency. Danzo, Root cannot approach Naruto. This is the Hokage's order. You. Danzo gritted his teeth, managing to utter, you will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo scoffed, a flash of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes before he stormed out of the office with a loud bang. Upon returning home, Naruto sat on his bed, reminiscing about the techniques he had memorized, attempting to perform a few hand seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. Could he truly reach any distance in an instant? Mastering it would grant him unparalleled advantages in battle. Even if he were to be overpowered, he could escape safely. If he could wield this technique proficiently, wouldn't he be invincible? However, after several attempts and grasping the operational principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, the excitement on his face vanished. This technique was not as he had envisioned. It could not traverse space at will. The user could only teleport to marked locations. If he wished to instantly move to the land of water, he must first place a mark there. The same applied if he desired to return to the kingdom of Goa in the East Sea. It was akin to losing a key at home, yet needing it to open the door, an insurmountable dilemma. Naruto flopped back onto his bed, sighing, with this limitation. I can't return at all. How infuriating. If only there were a jutsu that allowed me to traverse space freely. Chapter 12. Returning to the pirate world. The dreams of many. After much contemplation, Naruto found himself lacking any particularly good solutions. Yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, his gaze hardened as he clenched his fists. The world is vast, and one day, he would surely discover such a technique. However, he was currently a genin, and without a mission, he could not freely leave the village. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a rogue ninja. Moreover, with the nine tails sealed within him, the third Hokage would not permit such a departure. With these thoughts, Naruto felt an indescribable sense of grievance within his heart. He clearly possesses family ties, just like others, and is capable of living a happy life. Yet, his parents sacrificed themselves for the village, and he became the vessel that seals the fox spirit. Despite the immense sacrifices made, the villagers remain oblivious, mistakenly believing him to be the root cause of their plight. His once beloved grandfather has never clarified the reasons to anyone, and he cannot fathom how the higher-ups in Konoha could be unaware. Naruto is perplexed as to why these people would allow him to be misunderstood by the villagers. After a long night filled with emotional turmoil, he suddenly feels an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. In a familiar whirlwind, he loses consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he finds himself suspended in midair, with a cacophony of shouts and curses echoing behind him. How outrageous. This group of kids jumped off a building. Are they insane? The sudden turn of events leaves Naruto momentarily stunned, yet his instincts enable him to land safely. Naruto, are you alright? We've been waiting for you. Hearing that familiar voice sends a jolt through him, and he looks up sharply. Sabo, scratching his head with concern, gazes back at him. Beside him, Luffy wipes drool from the corner of his mouth, lamenting, "Darn it, I'm still hungry." Ace, arms crossed, retorts, "Humph, it's your fault for exposing your abilities. Let's South find another place next time." Naruto looks around, stunned, as several merchant ships quietly dock at the nearby port. The sailors' shouts, the crashing waves, and the cries of seagulls intertwine harmoniously. The radiant sunlight pours down, and the air is infused with the slightly briny scent unique to the sea. Time seems to stand still in that moment. Observing the three friends bantering as usual causes Naruto's eyes to well up. Words escape him. Sabo, feeling uneasy under Naruto's gaze, stammers, "What's wrong?" Ace frowns. "Did you hurt your foot when you jumped? That shouldn't be the case." As Naruto prepares to speak, a sudden chorus of shouts interrupts him. Those guys are catching up. Sabo urgently grabs Naruto's hand, exclaiming, "Don't just stand there, Naruto, let us get out of here." The four race down the street, drawing the attention of countless passersby. On the side of the road, a man in a top hat and lavish attire is drawn to the commotion. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaims, "Sabo, is that really you? Are you alive? Come home with me." The four stop in their tracks and turn to look. Ace narrows his eyes. "Hey, Sabo, he is calling for you." Luffy, puzzled, asks, "Who is he?" Upon recognizing the man, Sabo breaks into a cold sweat. "You must be mistaken. We're leaving." "Wait." The man stands firm, clenching his fists as he watches Naruto and the others retreat. Hours later, the four escape the town and enter a forest, arriving at the edge of a cliff. Gradually, Naruto regains his composure, realizing this is not a dream. Although he remains unclear about what transpired, he is genuinely back. Panting heavily, Ace turns to Sabo with a fierce glare. "Sabo, don't you have something to explain?" Naruto follows suit, crowding around him. "Spill it." Sabo leans against a tree, dripping with cold sweat. "What are you doing? I have nothing to hide from you." Luffy casts a skeptical glance. "Really?" Ace, arms crossed, retorts, "That's impossible. Hurry up." "Sabo, there can't be secrets between us." Naruto chuckles. "Sabo, that man seemed quite concerned about you. Who is he really?" Sabo turns his face away, muttering softly. "I told you, I'm not hiding anything. Before he can finish, Ace, Naruto, and Luffy seize his collar, shaking him vigorously. Sabo's eyes widen, and he pleads for mercy. Okay, I'll tell you. Actually, my parents are alive, and I didn't grow up at the end of a dead end. The person who called out to me today was my father. I'm sorry for lying to you. Luffy grins. He apologized, so let us forgive him. Ace turns away dissatisfied. Why did you come to this place if you're of noble birth? Sabo falls silent for a moment before quietly explaining. I ran away because I was fed up with the strict hierarchy among nobles and the oppressive lack of freedom. If I couldn't marry a royal, I was considered worthless. I studied day and night. If I didn't excel, my parents would argue incessantly. Even when I was stabbed by a royal child, my mother only blamed me. I know it sounds harsh, but even with parents, I felt utterly alone. The group falls into a contemplative silence. Rather than stay in that suffocating noble town, living a life prepared by others, I would rather forsake nobility. Sabo rises from the ground, his gaze resolute as he looks toward the vast sea. Naruto, Ace, Luffy. We must set sail. Leave this country behind, embrace freedom, and explore the world. I want to write about my adventures and share them with everyone. Learning navigation doesn't feel burdensome at all. Let us grow stronger and become pirates. Naruto, Ace, and Luffy share smiles. Ace steps to the cliff's edge, declaring loudly, I would do this even without your prompting. I will become a pirate, winning continuously and achieving the highest renown. That is proof of my existence. Even if the world rejects and despises me, I will become a great pirate and make them take notice. I will not shy away from anyone, nor will I be defeated. Even if they label me as frightening, I will ensure the world knows my name. Following Ace, Luffy joyfully runs to the cliff and shares his dreams with the horizon. Naruto watches this scene, momentarily lost in thought. Hey, Naruto, it's your turn. Chapter 13. The Four forge a bond. An unexpected visitor arrives. It is only when Ace's voice reaches his ears that Naruto snaps back to reality. The three gaze at him expectantly. I want to become Hokage, Naruto instinctively blurts out. However, midway through, his voice falters. In his heart, he had always believed that the Hokage was the strongest, revered, and loved by all, the most formidable person in the world. Yet, he finds it impossible to voice those words. Though he is oblivious to matters of power and interests, the third Hokage's actions can hardly be deemed exemplary. Deep down, Naruto does not wish to emulate someone like the third Hokage. Does becoming Hokage guarantee others' approval? What does it matter if others do not acknowledge him? Here, he feels no need to prove himself, as everyone already accepts him. Why should he demean himself by becoming someone he despises? Ace appears to grow impatient, urging, Hurry up and say it, Naruto. You wouldn't want to keep it from us, would you? Naruto quickly defends himself. How could I hide anything from you? Through the third Hokage, he finally understands why the villagers refer to him as the fox spirit and has returned to this world. The burdens that weighed heavily on his heart have vanished. Yet, without a clear goal, Naruto feels an emptiness within him. He gazes at the three friends before him, his tone growing somber. To be honest, I don't even know what I want to do in the future. Sabo sighs, exasperated. You're really something else. Fine. Just make sure to tell us when you figure it out. Luffy nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are brothers. Upon hearing the word brother, Ace's eyes brightened, as if a thought had crossed his mind. In the forest, the four of them gathered around a massive tree stump. Luffy curiously eyed the bottle in Ace's hand. Is this the alcohol stolen from Dayton? Did you all know? Ace uncorked the bottle and poured the drink into 4 small bowls before them, declaring, Drinking this oath of brotherhood makes us brothers. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Brothers? Really? Naruto's expression was complex. Brothers, huh? Ace continued pouring, after becoming pirates. We may not sail on the same ship. Let our bond be maintained through brotherhood. No matter where we are or what we do, this connection will never be severed. With smiles on their faces, Naruto, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy clinked their bowls together with enthusiasm. From this day forth, we are brothers. As they drank the oath, they envisioned their future. Naruto seemed to be affected as well. The grievances and anger he felt from the third Hokage faded away. Though he had only spent a week in Konoha, he felt like a misfit, as if time dragged on painfully. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, he sighed contentedly. This place is much better. Time flew by. Today, Dayton's family welcomed 2 long-awaited guests. A young lady wearing a flowery scarf and carrying a bamboo basket stood at the door. Excuse me, I've heard Luffy lives here. Marcy. Luffy sprinted out with a grin. Leaping into her embrace, then turning to the bespectacled man beside her. Village chief, you're here too? You look quite spry. It's been a while since I saw you return, so I was a bit worried and came to check on you. But I didn't expect you to be living with bandits. Dayton, with a cigarette in his mouth, grumbled. Hey, do you have a problem with that? Oh, I have quite a few. Hearing the commotion between Dayton and the village chief, Naruto, Ace, and Sabo emerged from the house. Luffy pointed at the three, chuckling. Marcy, these are my brothers. Is that so? It seems you're really happy here and have made 3 friends. Not friends, we are brothers. All right. Marcy ruffled Luffy's hair and pulled out a shirt with a star pattern from the basket. Here, I have a gift for you, a new outfit. Wow, that's wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Marcy turned to the trio hiding behind the door. You 3 come here too. I need to measure your sizes. Sabo joyfully ran over. Naruto and Ace appeared a bit shy. However, after some hesitation, they blushed and removed their shirts. As Marcy took their measurements, she couldn't help but tease. Though I heard you boys are troublemakers, I didn't expect you to be so well-behaved. Luffy and Sabo, noticing something amusing, laughed. Look, Ace is blushing. Can this guy be shy? Ace, his expression stiffening, grumbled. Damn it, I'll make you pay for this. Wow, look. Naruto is crying from being touched. Naruto quickly turned away, his voice barely audible. I am not crying. It's the first time someone made me new clothes. In the evening, everyone gathered around the dining table, their mouths watering at the sumptuous feast before them. Marcy smiled. I hope it suits your tastes. Amid cheers, the 4 children scrambled to grab food and stuff it into their mouths. Sister Marcy's cooking is better than the taverns in town. So delicious. As Naruto ate, he felt tears welling up again. Not only had she made him clothes, but she had also prepared such a lavish meal. It was the first time he had been treated this way in his life. Sabo, hailing from a noble background, couldn't help but express his amazement. Indeed, sailing is inseparable from delicious food. Once we set sail, we must find the best chef to be our companion. Sitting beside them, Ace leaned in. I will be the first to become a pirate. Your plans are impossible. Luffy, who was devouring his food, immediately protested, shouting, That's so unfair. I want to be the first pirate. Just as the 3 argued, a towering figure appeared behind Luffy without him realizing it. Dayton's family was already frightened out of their wits, speechless. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Gradually, Luffy and Ace seemed to sense something amiss and turned awkwardly to look behind them. Upon recognizing the visitor, both of them gaped in shock, saliva dripping from their mouths. See Cap. Garp clenched his fists, his expression darkening to the extreme. Are you still talking like this? Do you not understand that you will become Marines in the future? Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed as Luffy and Ace lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Dayton. Yes, Mr. Garp. Dayton quickly responded. However, the next moment, he was also knocked to the ground. Garp cast a grim look at Sabo. Kid, didn't you say you want to set sail and become a pirate? And you, the blonde-haired kid, do you also wish to follow in their footsteps? Naruto quickly stepped in front of Sabo. Who are you, and why are you hitting them? Humph. It's only right for a grandfather to discipline his grandson. Garp sized Naruto up. And you, who are you? Naruto stood his ground, staring into Garp's eyes, stating firmly, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I am the brother of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Chapter 14. Joining the Marines. Garp's test. Garp glanced at Luffy and Ace, scoffing lightly. Brothers, huh? So you wish to become pirates as well? I simply cannot comprehend why you would want to become pirates when joining the Marines is such a noble path. Luffy shouted defiantly, I will never become a Marine. I want to be a free pirate like Shanks. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Garp's forehead. Shanks, you've indeed been influenced by that guy? No way, you and Ace must become Marines. And you 2 little brats are the same. Garp's firm attitude made Naruto furrow his brow. Although he was merely an old man with graying hair, his imposing and robust physique was intimidating. Standing before him, Naruto felt an immense pressure, one that was so strong it made breathing difficult. In his life, Naruto had only felt a similar sensation from the 3rd Hokage. Swallowing hard, Naruto couldn't help but ask, the Marines? Garp's interest piqued at the mention of this topic, and he nodded eagerly. Of course, as my grandchild. You must join the Marines. The Marines are the strongest and most righteous organization on the seas, dedicated to combating pirates, ensuring the safety of the people, and maintaining peace in the world. Naruto pondered over this. In his understanding, the Marines were somewhat akin to the security forces of Konoha. Due to his association with Luffy and the others, he wasn't particularly interested in capturing pirates. However, if they were responsible for maintaining world peace, there must be many strong individuals within, like this man named Garp before him. Naruto was acutely aware that in any world, the weak would always be bullied. The series of events he had experienced recently, fighting with others, graduation exams, and battling with Mizuki, only reinforced this notion. In that moment, Naruto finally realized what he wanted to do. He wanted to grow stronger, strong enough that he would no longer be bullied, strong enough to protect those who were important to him. Naruto lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Garp. Will joining the Navy make me stronger? Garp was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response, but quickly regained his composure. Of course, our Navy not only offers a comprehensive training regimen, but also possesses abundant resources. How else could we cultivate a generation of exceptional recruits? How else could we eradicate all the pirates across the globe? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded decisively. All right, I want to join the Navy. Garp crossed his arms, pausing before offering his approval, scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe. If Naruto truly lacked the qualities to be a Navy officer, Garp, as his recommender, would lose face. Furthermore, his relationship with Ace and Luffy was already strained. If Naruto were to perish on the battlefield due to insufficient strength, the two would undoubtedly blame him. With these thoughts in mind, Garp's tone grew serious. This is no child's play. If you wish to become a Navy officer, then let me see your abilities and determination. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo stood by, astonished, and exclaimed, What? Naruto, you want to become a Navy officer? Wouldn't that make us enemies in the future? Come join us as pirates. Garp's eyes widened, and the anger that had just simmered down flared up once more. You brats, are you still not giving up? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Garp raised his fist and swung it down towards the four. Boom. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The entire Dayton's residence shook, on the verge of collapse. That hurts. Run. Amidst the billowing dust, Luffy cried out, clutching his head as he dashed outside, followed closely by Ace and Sabo. Naruto hurried after them, glancing at the bump on Luffy's head, and curiously asked, Luffy, aren't you made of rubber? Shouldn't punches be ineffective against you? I don't know what is going on. Grandpa's punches hurt the most. Just as Naruto was about to say more, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Garp had lifted a massive boulder, preparing to hurl it their way. Ace and Sabo glanced back and were instantly terrified. Hey, you're joking, right? That rock must weigh tons. Is this old man a monster? Run. The group quickened their pace as Garp, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, chased after them. The forest erupted with deafening roars. Trees fell one after another, and the birds and beasts scattered in fear. Typically, the four ruled this mountainous area, but this was their first experience of such utter chaos. Naruto turned to Ace beside him. Being chased like this is not our style. Shouldn't we try to fight back? After all, there are four of us. Sabo stammered. Fight back? Don't joke around. If that old man lands a punch, it could be fatal. Naruto pointed ahead. I remember there's a trap we set not far from here. Perhaps we could use it. Ace's eyes sharpened. All right, let's lead him there. If the old man falls for it, Luffy will distract him, and the three of us will launch a surprise attack. Why me? Because you can take the hits best. Damn it. This is a golden opportunity to defeat that old man. Don't you want to vent your frustrations? Fine, fine. 5 minutes later, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy lay on the ground, their heads bandaged and rolling their eyes. Naruto, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, looked up as Garp brushed off the dust and laughed heartily. Huh, you little brats think you can resist me? But you did work well together. You almost had me. As Garp spoke, his gaze shifted to Naruto, who had endured 5 defeats yet still stood. Kid, you've been knocked down 5 times by me, and you still managed to get back up? Give it up. Those little tricks of yours are impressive, but they won't defeat me. In this battle, Naruto had exerted all his strength, even employing the shadow clone technique. Yet, he could barely touch Garp. While Garp found Naruto's tenacity intriguing, he didn't think much of it. After all, he had spent his life battling pirates and encountered numerous devil fruit users. Compared to ninjutsu, Naruto's physical techniques caught Garp's attention. His movements were swift and precise, revealing a solid foundation. More importantly, his remarkable recovery speed was evident in mere moments. Naruto's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Undoubtedly, he was a rare talent for martial arts. Chapter 15. Bidding farewell and departing for Navy headquarters, the more Garp observed, the more pleased he became, secretly making up his mind. Hey kid, you've passed the assessment. I'm taking you to Marineford. Naruto blinked, confused. Marineford? That's right. I'm taking you to Navy headquarters to personally train you into an exceptional officer. At the port of Windmill Village, the golden rays of the setting sun glimmered upon the sea. A naval vessel lay quietly anchored at the shore. On the dock stood Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and the members of Dayton's bandits, watching the ship with reluctance. On the deck, Naruto leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on his friends, as if he wished to engrave their appearances in his memory forever. Set sail. The sailors pulled up the anchor and raised the sails as the ship began to move slowly. Garp's voice broke through the moment. Kid, aren't you going to say goodbye to them? You might not see them for a long time. Naruto withdrew his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. At this moment of parting, he had a multitude of words to express, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. It would be too sorrowful to linger on it, so perhaps it was best to part quietly. Naruto consoled himself silently, just as he was about to enter the cabin. Suddenly, Dayton's voice rang out. Naruto. He shivered, quickly turning back. Dayton, her eyes red, cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Make sure to eat on time. Sleep well, wear enough clothes, and don't get sick. And don't get into fights at the Navy base." And also, Naruto's heart trembled as he bit down on his lip, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. He quickly covered his face with his hands, nodding vigorously. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo stood on the dock, waving their arms desperately, tears in their eyes as they shouted, "Naruto, will we see you again?" This question pierced Naruto's heart like a needle. Over the past year, the four of them had hunted, eaten, slept, and trained together, sharing countless moments of joy. Struggling to maintain his composure, Naruto could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted with all his might, "We will definitely meet again. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, our bond will never break. Because we are brothers." After bidding farewell to everyone, Naruto returned to the cabin. The rolling waves and the discomforting motion made him, who had lived on land all his life, seasick on the very first day, causing him to vomit uncontrollably. This provided Garp with much amusement. Fortunately, Naruto's physical resilience allowed him to gradually adapt to the rocking motion after a week at sea. Through conversations with the other sailors, Naruto gained a basic understanding of this world, a realm dominated almost entirely by the ocean. The entire world is divided into 4 seas by the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The Navy headquarters is situated at the heart of the Grand Line. Here, ninjutsu is absent. The primary combat methods of the Navy consist of firearms and artillery. On the 3rd day of their voyage, the warship unexpectedly encountered a pirate crew. Naruto was fortunate to witness the might of the cannons, though not fired from their barrels, but rather hurled by Garp himself. Naruto visited Garp several times, eager to commence training, but was met with refusal. In Garp's words, he advised Naruto to cherish the remaining leisurely moments. To pass the time, Naruto practiced ninjutsu alone. During this period, he attempted the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times, but felt no trace of the mark he had left in his room. Days turned into weeks, and after 2 weeks at sea, they finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. The warship gently docked. "Kid, over there is the new recruit training camp. I have matters to attend to, so you'll report alone," Garp said, tossing a booklet to Naruto. Adjusting his dog hat, he disembarked the ship amidst a crowd of sailors. Naruto looked down at the cover, which bore the words Navy 6 Styles. After a quick glance, he tucked the booklet away and strode toward the recruit camp. As Garp's recommended candidate, Naruto was exempt from the new recruit assessment and registered as a Navy recruit on the spot. In the days that followed, Naruto led a life revolving between the training grounds and his dormitory. It was simple yet monotonous, yet fulfilling. On one hand, he longed to grow stronger, while on the other, he wished to avoid repeating his experiences at the Ninja Academy. From the very first day of training, he was exceptionally focused and diligent. In less than half a day, he completed all the training requirements, even voluntarily adding extra weight and practice. Such behavior drew whispers from instructors and fellow recruits alike. Despite his youthful appearance, Naruto's mentality rivaled that of an adult. He paid no heed to the gazes of others. His sole objective was to grow stronger. As time passed, 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Naruto not only grew taller, but also increased his lifting weight from an initial 50 pounds to an astonishing several thousand. His strength, speed, stamina, and overall physical attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. The recruits of his cohort began to regard him with a sense of numbness. their initial shock giving way to a collective nickname for him, the Monster. Naruto remained humble, occasionally offering guidance to others and even teaching a few bullies a lesson. Although he was the youngest in the camp, his formidable strength and optimistic personality unconsciously garnered him a large following, establishing him as the leader of the recruits. His experiences here were a stark contrast to those in Konoha. In the Navy headquarters, within the marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp were enjoying sunbae and tea. Engaged in casual conversation, their dialogue was interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Enter. The training camp instructor stepped into the office and saluted sharply. Noticing the visitor, Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly. If I remember correctly, this should be the training time for the recruits. What brings you here? Report, Marshal. I must inform you of a matter of great urgency. Uzumaki Naruto is entirely qualified for early graduation. Sengoku turned to Garp. Uzumaki Naruto? I recall you mentioning that name. Indeed, he asked the boy I brought back. Garp nodded, though his expression turned thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, he has only trained for 2 years and is merely 13 years old. Are you certain he can become a competent Navy officer? I've previously mentioned to you that I hold him to a higher standard. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, visibly displeased. 13? This is preposterous. The Navy has not yet fallen to the point of sending a child into battle. The instructor, feeling helpless, replied, but I have nothing left to teach Naruto. In fact, his strength far exceeds mine. Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances, both bewildered. Are you telling me that you, a major, cannot surpass a child? Garp asked incredulously. I've told you before, there's no special treatment for him just because he was recommended by me, the instructor replied with a wry smile. However, Naruto has already mastered the Navy's 6 styles. What? Sengoku sprang to his feet, astonished, and quickly asked for confirmation. After receiving a definitive answer, he stood frozen in disbelief. Garp, too, wore an expression of incredulity. Mastery of the 6 styles encompassed techniques that surpassed human limits in offense, defense, and mobility. Even a Navy colonel could not master all these techniques. Uzumaki Naruto, having trained for only 2 years, had mastered the 6 styles? What a joke. But what if it were true? After Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, the Navy had not seen such an exceptional recruit in a long time. With this thought, Garp felt restless. Abruptly rising and striding toward the door. At the recruit camp, on the training field, hundreds of recruits were lined up, running around the track. Their heavy breaths echoed as sweat soaked their uniforms. Yet, upon witnessing the figure in the center of the field silently lifting a massive stone lock, they were filled with renewed vigor. 9,981. 9,982. 1,000. Naruto gently lowered the several-ton stone lock, exhaling deeply. Good boy. You've made remarkable progress. Garp, what brings you here? Naruto asked, noticing Garp's approving nod as he regarded Naruto's muscular physique. I've heard you've mastered the Navy's 6 styles. Pretty much. Well then, let us have a sparring match. Naruto's eyes lit up. He was eager to test the fruits of his training over the last 2 years. The surrounding recruits had long ceased their running, stunned by the conversation. I can't believe it. Is that Garp, the legendary marine hero? They realized Naruto truly knew the esteemed figure. This is going to be an extraordinary battle. Garp cracked his knuckles. Kid, give it your all. Naruto nodded, his expression turning serious. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Oh, it seems you've mastered shave. Impressive, Garp remarked casually. In the blink of an eye, he turned and threw a punch, the force creating a shockwave that stirred the air violently. Naruto's expression shifted, and he quickly raised his arms in defense. Steel block. Yet in the following moment, he was sent flying several meters away. Garp nodded appreciatively. You've even grasped the advanced techniques of the 6 styles? Quite interesting. But now it's my turn. As his words fell, Garp propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth beneath him to collapse as he charged toward the descending Naruto like an arrow. However, Naruto did not fall. Instead, he defied gravity and walked through the air. The scene left the recruits in awe, as Naruto's expression grew increasingly solemn midair. Moments ago, the might of Garp's punch was nothing short of overwhelming. Despite promptly utilizing the iron block technique, my arms succumbed to numbness. How infuriating. This old man is as formidable as a beast. There is no alternative. I must resort to this technique. Rasengan. Naruto's legs unleashed a flurry of afterimages. Countless azure wind blades cascaded downwards, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Debris flew in all directions, striking those nearby. The spectators retreated in waves. distancing themselves to a kilometer away, their expressions a mix of astonishment and uncertainty as they observed the duel between the two. Half an hour later, the training ground had been utterly transformed, the surrounding dormitories and classrooms reduced to mere ruins. Naruto lay amidst the wreckage, laboriously raising his hand. I concede. Carp strode over with vigor, giving Naruto's shoulder a hearty pat. Well done, lad. You've truly mastered the Navy's 6 styles. I did not misjudge you. A smile graced Naruto's face. Receiving acknowledgement from Carp was a validation of the efforts he had invested over the past 2 years. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What was that punch all about? And why was I unable to land a single blow on you during our battle? Naruto had discreetly tested his capabilities. In the iron block state, even a direct hit from a cannon would inflict minimal harm. Yet Carp's punch had left his hands tingling and immobilized. The sheer force was astonishing. Moreover, Naruto had employed the Flying Thunder God technique for surprise attacks, yet Carp seemed to anticipate his moves with uncanny precision. Carp playfully tapped Naruto on the head, laughing heartily. Foolish boy, that is haki. Haki. Indeed, the armament haki acts as an invisible armor, enhancing both destructive and defensive capabilities, and allowing one to engage with users of natural abilities. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened. Although he did not fully grasp the implications of natural ability users, he had personally experienced the advantages of enhanced attack and defense, finding it remarkably practical. In addition to armament haki, there exists Kenbunshiko haki, which sharpens one's senses, enabling the detection of nearby life forms. Thus, even with his eyes closed, I can accurately predict your attacks. Naruto felt a swell of excitement. He had previously thought his growth had plateaued, yet there was this extraordinary ability to learn. Can I learn it? Of course. Anyone can master haki. Carp, please teach me haki. Carp nodded. Your growth has surpassed my expectations. With your current strength, it is indeed time for you to learn haki. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have taught you. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from a distance. Turning to look, a throng of people appeared at the entrance of the recruit camp. Carp, what are you up to? Upon seeing the newcomers, Carp chuckled sheepishly. Sengoku Tsuru, you all came? Besides Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru, several vice admirals, including Gecko Moria and Doberman, had also arrived. Sengoku surveyed the scene, scoffing. If you hadn't shown up, the entirety of Marineford would have been obliterated. What on earth happened? An enemy attack? Chapter 17. The Future Admiral? The Marine headquarters shakes. No enemy attack, just a friendly spar with this lad. The crowd then noticed Naruto standing behind Carp, their brows furrowing in disbelief. A vice admiral, a hero of the Navy, engaging in practice with a mere recruit? Sparring was one thing, but to demolish the entire recruit camp? Tsuru could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "He is still just a child. Is it necessary to go this hard? Rather than waste time here mentoring newcomers, you should head to the New World. I've heard that notorious pirates have recently emerged on the seas." Doberman and other vice admirals nodded in agreement. Such a fierce battle. The recruit camp is nearly destroyed. Vice Admiral Carp has indeed gone too far this time. Carp picked his nose, his gaze drifting toward Naruto. Don't look at me. It was mostly this kid's doing. What? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily thinking they had misheard. Sengoku's eyes lit up, uncertainly asking, could it be? Carp nodded earnestly. Indeed, as the instructor mentioned, Naruto has already mastered the 6 styles. At this revelation, the crowd gasped, directing incredulous looks at Naruto. Carp laughed heartily, clearly pleased with their reactions. Sengoku pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, it is unnecessary for Naruto to remain here wasting time. Typically, exceptional recruits like him are granted the rank of major upon graduation and assigned to significant positions in other divisions, much like Smoker and Tina a few years ago. However, there is a pressing concern. Naruto is far too young. At 13, he would be responsible for guarding an entire sea region. The high-ranking officers present quickly recognized this issue. Doberman stepped forward earnestly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, my fleet has a vacancy. Why not assign Naruto to my command? Vice Admiral Mouse interrupted with a frown. Wait. Mastering the 6 styles at such a young age is an extraordinary talent. This kid has immense potential and is destined to become a pillar of the Navy. Perhaps he should join my fleet and start as a deputy. Gecko Moria, cigar clenched between his teeth, pushed through the crowd. Only through trials can one become a true powerhouse. Naruto, come with me to the New World. Amidst the heated debate, Carp couldn't help but smile broadly. You little rascal, You've become quite the sought-after individual. My judgment was indeed astute. Naruto nodded stiffly, feeling overwhelmed. So many high-ranking Navy officials were clamoring to claim him. Their faces flushed from the fervor of debate. Frankly, he was taken aback. Nearby, hundreds of recruits cast envious glances in his direction, but none bore any resentment. They had witnessed the hard work and sweat Naruto had poured over the past 2 years. Amidst the ongoing dispute, Carp interjected, "Stop thinking about it. This kid was the first one I discovered. Are you trying to take my disciple?" The crowd froze. Carp continued, "Naruto has the potential to become an admiral, but it is still too early for him to set sail. Mastering the 6 styles is not enough. I must also teach him haki." The vice admirals exchanged complex glances. In the Navy, typically only those of their caliber wield such power. Sengoku shook his head, sighing, "Carp, I never expected you to hold this boy in such high regard. Since you have confidence in training Naruto to become an admiral, let him follow you. You really have brought me honor." As Carp watched the crowd depart, he patted Naruto's shoulder with vigor. From the moment they began speaking, the smile on his face had not faded, a sight he had longed for. It was a pity that Ace and Luffy were not present, though there was a tinge of regret, since Naruto was a sworn brother to the two. He naturally regarded him as a grandson. "All right, the bothersome crowd has left. Do you plan to rest first, or continue learning haki? These injuries are minor and will heal swiftly." Carp secretly nodded, growing fonder of the young man before him. "Let us start with armament haki. It is akin to an advanced version of iron block. You already have a foundation, so mastering it will not be difficult. The distinction lies in concentrating your entire essence upon a solid foundation, envisioning an ethereal, flowing energy enveloping your body. This force not only affects your own physique, but can also be imparted to external objects. Through relentless training, one can enhance both the quantity and intensity of armament haki, progressing from mere hardening to wrapping, flowing, and ultimately projecting outward, causing internal destruction. This concept is one that can only be understood intuitively. I have conveyed all that I can, and what remains must be comprehended through your own gradual insight." Naruto nodded gently, acknowledging his understanding of the principles behind armament haki. "What about observation haki?" he inquired. Carp produced a piece of black cloth from seemingly nowhere and handed it to him. "Blindfold yourself." Naruto, perplexed, accepted the cloth and tied it around his head. In the next instant, he was struck down by a powerful punch. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching the lump on his head, trembling in pain. Just as he was about to voice his protest, Carp's stern reprimand echoed in his ears. "Focus. Pay close attention to your surroundings. You are not to remove that blindfold until you can evade my attacks 100 times in succession, even while eating, sleeping, or using the restroom." Upon hearing this, Naruto quelled his complaints and quietly rose from the ground. "Bring it on." His anguished cries reverberated across the training field. The newly arrived soldiers halted in their tracks. "Sengoku, did I just hear the sound of a meteor fist?" Tsuru asked uncertainly, before Sengoku could respond. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted around them. The group whipped around to see the expansive training ground shrouded in smoke, flames soaring skyward, and remnants of destruction scattered everywhere. Carp showed no signs of halting. In mere moments, he had hurled over 100 cannonballs at Naruto. The tremendous noise even triggered a piercing alarm over Marineford. Everyone present, including Sengoku and Tsuru, stood in stunned disbelief. Has he gone mad? Is this how training begins? Accompanied by a blinding golden light, Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, standing protectively before Naruto, his gaze fixed on Carp, his expression grave. "Stop. Do you intend to kill Naruto? To personally eliminate a future Marine Admiral?" Chapter 18. Cultivating Observation Haki and the First Encounter with the Ninetales. In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Carp replied earnestly, "One cannot cultivate strength in a greenhouse. It is only in the face of life and death that one can fully unlock their potential. Rather than perish at the hands of pirates in the future, it is better to train with every ounce of effort now." Tsuru interjected, "Even so, Naruto deserves some time to adapt, doesn't he?" Sengoku, "Why not let Zifa be Naruto's instructor?" Covered in soot and grime, Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, his body marked with scorch marks. Though he could not see, he could deeply feel the concern emanating from those around him. Despite having never met before, they showed such care for the safety of this new recruit. These high-ranking individuals were far more genuine than the hypocritical third Hokage. A warmth blossomed within Naruto's heart, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He spoke with unwavering resolve. Tsuru, Sengoku, it's all right. I can endure. Sengoku's tone turned serious. You will die. Naruto laughed nonchalantly. It's better to die here than at the hands of my enemies in the future. If I cannot withstand this, it merely signifies that I am of such limited caliber, unworthy of becoming what you call an admiral. He bore no resentment towards Carp. Rather, he felt gratitude. Carp's harsh methods stemmed from his understanding of Naruto's formidable recovery abilities and his desire to push him to the brink of life and death, fully awakening his potential. For the sake of Naruto's growth, Carp disregarded the opinions of others, even if it meant bearing a tarnished reputation. Because he respected and understood Naruto, he was willing to invest his all. What grievances could Naruto possibly hold? Suffering a bit now was of little consequence. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and the entire Windmill Village. There were many things in this world he wished to protect. Mere training was insufficient. He yearned to grow even stronger. Time passed, and 5 hours later, Naruto transitioned from initial disarray to gradual adaptation, eventually reaching a state of tranquility, unperturbed by external influences. In the enveloping darkness, he perceived the silhouettes of Sengoku, Tsuru, Carp, and others, sensing their myriad emotions of concern, anxiety, and joy. A jolt of realization surged through him. The next attack was coming from the left. Observing as Naruto executed a swift maneuver to evade the cannonball, Tsuru's eyes widened as she turned to Sengoku. Was that merely coincidence? Sengoku shook his head slightly. The cannonballs Carp launched reached supersonic speeds. Evading them from that distance was nearly impossible. The only explanation was that Naruto had foreseen the impending attack. That's impossible, shouted a shocked Major Usopp. No genius could master observation haki in a single day. Nothing is impossible. Do you remember red-haired Shanks? The crowd fell silent. Bartholomew Kuma, the man who possessed innate observation haki, standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku nodded. There are indeed other instances. Some individuals are born with observation haki and require no training. Additionally, those with sensitive and meticulous minds hold a greater advantage in this regard. As the discussion continued, Carp suddenly ceased his actions. You little rascal. I didn't expect you to grasp it so quickly. Naruto finally found a moment to catch his breath, hardly able to contain his excitement. Is this what observation haki feels like? Grandpa Carp, I can finally sense your movements. Carp scoffed. Don't get too cocky, brat. Take this. Before Naruto could react, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. His bones felt as if they would shatter under the intense impact, and he could not suppress a groan of pain. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, a spiderweb of massive cracks spread outward, causing Marineford to tremble violently. Naruto was sent crashing deep into the ground, losing consciousness entirely. Time passed, and the sound of dripping water gradually roused Naruto from his stupor. He blinked open his eyes, bewildered by the immense iron door before him. Where am I? Am I dead? In the next moment, a chilling and terrifying aura emanated from beyond the door. In the darkness, a pair of red, glowing eyes appeared, instilling fear in his heart. Come closer, little one. Dazed, Naruto approached the iron door. A massive claw suddenly reached out from within, nearly capturing him. Startled, he stumbled back, just managing to catch a glimpse of the creature lurking within. You are the Nine-Tails fox sealed within me. Little brat. If it weren't for me lending you chakra, you would have already been defeated by that old man, the fox retorted. Naruto's tone turned icy. Don't expect me to be grateful, you foolish fox. Since you reside within me, you ought to provide chakra as rent. The fox chuckled derisively, little one. While it's true that if you die, I will perish as well, do you dare to threaten me? Such bravery is commendable. However, this is merely the beginning. I know you yearn for strength. If you tear down the seal on this door, I will grant you my full power. At that moment, defeating that old man will be effortless. What do you say? Naruto was utterly incredulous regarding the words of the other. Just as he was about to retort with a mocking comment, a familiar sensation of vertigo overwhelmed him, plunging him once more into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself reclining on a bed in that familiar room. Observing his surroundings, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Everything appeared just as it did when he departed. Even the alarm clock on the bedside table remained frozen at the moment of his leaving. It seemed he had returned to Konoha. Hastily, Naruto performed several hand signs. Yet he could not feel the flying thunder god mark left at the Navy headquarters. Although a hint of disappointment lingered, it was not accompanied by the initial dread he had felt. Based on his previous experiences, he knew he would eventually return to that world. In the next moment, Naruto sensed something amiss. His body felt inexplicably light. The injuries sustained during battle had miraculously vanished. He rushed into the bathroom. To his astonishment, he beheld his reflection, unchanged from 2 years prior. Startled, he exerted force with his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from the room. Upon reappearing on the rooftop, Naruto closed his eyes, allowing an invisible wave of mental energy to radiate outward in all directions. He clearly perceived the bustling pedestrians on the street, feeling the aura they emitted. Although his physical form remained as it was when he departed, it had inherited the training he underwent at the Navy headquarters. However, it seemed that the body from the other world had sustained severe injuries. He was uncertain of its condition. Murmuring to himself, Naruto began to replay the battle in his mind. Despite his age, that old man had proven remarkably strong. He wondered what terrifying prowess the admirals possessed. Regardless, he acknowledged that his own strength was still woefully inadequate. Chapter 19. Return to Konoha, establishment of Team 7 after spending 2 years in the Navy headquarters recruit camp. Naruto's days were consumed by training, eating, and sleeping. Whenever he paused, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He immediately resumed his usual high-intensity training. In Konoha, training ground number 3, a tall man and a small boy clad in green spandex approached him. Though they appeared somewhat peculiar, Naruto had seen them frequently in the training grounds over the past few days, so they were not entirely unfamiliar. The broad-shouldered man flashed a bright smile, giving a thumbs up. "I am Might Guy, and this is my disciple Lee." Naruto ceased his movements and nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, is there something you need?" "Naruto, I have observed your training for several days. Your intensity is remarkable. Is there an issue?" Lee asked earnestly. "I have never seen you train before. You must be a beginner. This approach won't yield results and may even injure you." Naruto shrugged. "Well, I've grown accustomed to it. There's no problem." But Lee began to protest, only to be interrupted by Guy. "Lee, although Naruto has just graduated from the Ninja Academy, his mastery of physical techniques far surpasses yours. As a renowned master of physical arts in Konoha, Guy could easily discern Naruto's foundation. The subtlety of his demeanor, movements, posture, and habits were the results of immense sweat and effort." Lee looked on in disbelief, stammering, "Teacher Guy, what are you saying?" He had no talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu and could only pursue the path of physical training. No one, aside from Guy, understood the sacrifices he had made for this. Yet, Guy's words filled him with an indescribable sense of defeat. Guy sighed softly. "Lee, as harsh as it sounds, there is no way around it. Naruto is a genius." Lee lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. "A genius like Niji?" Guy patted Lee on the shoulder. "When I am not around, you can seek Naruto's guidance." "Naruto, is that all right with you?" Naruto nonchalantly nodded. Training was always monotonous and tedious. Having someone to converse with would be a welcome change. Suddenly, Guy recalled something. "By the way, Naruto, who is your team leader?" "Team leader?" Naruto remembered that today was the day for class assignments. Since returning to Konoha, he had focused solely on training, completely forgetting about this matter. Noticing Naruto's hesitation, Guy inquired, "Naruto, are you not going to school?" "Such things are inconsequential." Lee, with a serious expression, interjected, "Team leaders are usually powerful jonin, like Teacher Guy. With a mentor's guidance, you can accumulate valuable experience and rapidly enhance your abilities. This is a rare opportunity. You must not take it lightly." "All right." As Naruto walked away, Guy couldn't help but sigh. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, listened to the report from the Umbu operative, furrowing his brow. Not only has he ceased his mischief, but he has also begun training before dawn and continued for several days. Based on my understanding of Naruto, something significant must have transpired. After a lengthy contemplation, Sarutobi finally spoke. "Summon Kakashi." "Yes." Moments later, there was a knock at the door. "Enter." A silver-haired man with his headband tilted to cover his right eye stepped into the office. "Third Hokage, you summon me?" Sarutobi opened the roster before him. "Kakashi, among this batch of graduates, there are 2 you need to mentor." "Who?" "Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Additionally, let us include Haruno Sakura to form a complete team." Kakashi rubbed his head, unable to suppress a wry smile. "One an Uchiha orphan, the other a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. This is quite the challenging task." Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke. "You have previously partnered with Uchiha Obito and have interacted with Itachi during your time in the Umbu. Teaching Sasuke should be manageable." As for Naruto, he is the child of your teacher, so I trust you with him. Recently, Naruto has undergone significant changes. You must guide him well. Understood. In the Ninja Academy, students gradually took their seats. Irika approached the podium with a stack of lists, preparing to announce the class assignments. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. What? Together with Naruto? The pink-haired girl beside him lowered her head in disappointment. However, upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's name at last, she leaped with joy. Am I teamed up with Sasuke? How wonderful. Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, disdainfully remarking, a three-person team? Just an encumbrance. The three awaited Kakashi's arrival for quite some time, and he finally arrived, appearing leisurely as always. He looked at the three before him and dully asked, now, let's start with self-introductions. Sakura tilted her head, pondering, what should I say for my introduction? Kakashi shrugged. Just share your likes, dislikes, future dreams, interests, that sort of thing. Let's begin with the teacher. I am Hitaki Kakashi. What I like and dislike is something I prefer not to disclose. Now it's your turn. Sasuke, resting his chin on his hands, replied expressionlessly, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have many dislikes and nothing I particularly like. My ambition is to revive my clan and personally eliminate that man. His cold tone drew glances of surprise from both Kakashi and Sakura. Now it's your turn. I am Haruno Sakura. What I like is. Sakura discreetly glanced at Sasuke beside her. Then, my interests and future dreams seemed to elude me. And Sakura's face flushed crimson as she let out a scream. Kakashi appeared utterly speechless. And then, what about that bothersome matter? Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura replied, Naruto. For a girl of her age, romance outweighs ninjutsu in significance. Kakashi silently scoffed at this thought before turning his gaze towards Naruto. It's your turn. Naruto lay sprawled on the steps, his hands cradling his head as he gazed at the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, who detested stale bread and milk. His goal? Perhaps to grow stronger. This lackadaisical demeanor coupled with his words seemed utterly dismissive. Grow stronger? Sasuke cast a contemplative glance at Naruto. Memories of their graduation assessment surfacing in his mind. Sakura, too, wore a puzzled expression. Throughout their time in the Ninja Academy, Naruto had persistently pursued her, yet recently, for reasons unknown, he seemed to have lost interest. Even after graduation, this remained unchanged. A tinge of disappointment washed over Sakura. However, compared to the mischievous Naruto of the past, his current demeanor appeared significantly more mature and composed. In stark contrast to the two, Kakashi furrowed his brows, his expression turning grave. From what he knew, Naruto was supposed to be an exuberant and boisterous child. Yet, now he seemed indifferent to everything. All right, the three of you possess vibrant and intriguing personalities. Remember to bring your ninja tools tomorrow, as we shall gather at the training ground at 5 in the morning for survival exercises. Chapter 20. The fierce battle with Kakashi and Sasuke's existential crisis the following day. At the Konoha training ground. Good morning, everyone. Sakura scowled at Kakashi, who had arrived late. Kakashi-sensei, you've finally graced us with your presence. We've been waiting since 5 o'clock until noon. It was because a black cat crossed my path. Well. Kakashi struggled to concoct a reasonable excuse and instead produced an alarm clock, placing it on a tree stump. All right, it's set for 12. Your task today is to snatch the bells from me. Those who fail to procure the bells within the allotted time will not only be ineligible for lunch, but will also be tied up to watch us eat. Sakura wore a distressed expression. So that's the reason we weren't allowed breakfast. Kakashi shook the bells in his hand. There are only 2 bells in total. So at least one of you will be tied to a stump, and due to failure, eliminated from the task. Meaning at least one of you will have to retake the Ninja Academy. Using shurikens is acceptable, but without the resolve to eliminate me. You want to be able to seize the bells. Now, prepare yourselves. The exercise begins. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke and Sakura's expression sharpened, swiftly vanishing from sight, while Naruto remained sprawled on the tree trunk, utterly unresponsive. Kakashi frowned slightly. For a ninja, the ability to conceal oneself and mask one's presence is essential. Naruto, didn't your teachers at the academy instruct you on this? Naruto replied nonchalantly, does hiding even matter? To pass this test, I will inevitably have to fight you. Furthermore, I have no interest in this test. With his apparent lack of enthusiasm, Kakashi pondered what could have transpired with Naruto. He chose not to rush into action, but rather to seize this opportunity to converse with him. Naruto, I've heard you excel at the shadow clone technique. Utilizing clones to shield your comrades might enable you to secure the bells. Yet, Naruto showed no intent to engage in conversation, instead resting with his hands behind his head, closing his eyes. Kakashi was about to say something more when he suddenly tilted his head slightly, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, vanishing into the distance. Are you launching a surprise attack while I converse with Naruto? Kakashi turned to look. Sasuke, having failed his ambush, was rapidly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball hurtled forth, engulfing Kakashi's figure in an instant. Did I take him down? Sasuke gazed anxiously at the flames before him. The next moment, a figure appeared behind him, seizing his wrist with great force. What? Before Sasuke could react, his arm was twisted and forcefully pressed to the ground. Kakashi sat atop Sasuke, twirling a kunai between his fingers. Is this all you can muster? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's face twisted in frustration. How infuriating. His speed was so overwhelming that I couldn't even react. Is this the strength of a jonin? Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's swift defeat, Sakura rushed out from the bushes, exclaiming in astonishment. Kakashi casually released Sasuke. It seems you still harbor some dissatisfaction. A friendly reminder. Without teamwork, you will not secure the bells. 2 hours later, Sasuke lay battered and exhausted, unable to lift a single finger. More than the physical fatigue, he felt the profound discomfort stemming from the vast disparity in strength. He knew it wouldn't be simple, but he never expected he wouldn't even land a hit on Kakashi. His handsome face was filled with deep-seated disappointment. Beside him, Sakura slumped on the ground, her delicate and pristine face smeared with dirt and sweat, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Observing the two in such a pitiful state, Kakashi shook his head in disappointment. You haven't grasped the essence of this test at all. It is designed to evaluate your teamwork in the face of insurmountable enemies and perilous situations. Sakura protested, but there are only 2 bells. No matter how we cooperate, someone will inevitably fail, right? Exactly, that is my intention. The reason for this setup is to identify those who can prioritize teamwork over their own interests, even in dire circumstances. Kakashi's tone turned cold. But what about you two? Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful jonin, you displayed no cooperation, only engaging in individual battles. As for you, Kakashi's gaze fell upon Naruto, who lay on the tree, feeling an indescribable sense of disappointment. Watching his comrades battle the enemy as if it had nothing to do with him was disheartening. While it is true that in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are deemed worthless, those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Sasuke and Sakura looked up at Naruto in the tree, falling into silence. Suddenly, Naruto furrowed his brow. He might overlook other criticisms, but the assertion that he did not value his comrades was intolerable. Though his time in that world was brief, the importance of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo in Naruto's heart overshadowed everything else. As Naruto leaped down from the tree, Kakashi squinted slightly. Has he finally regained some fighting spirit? It's a pity, though, you won't be able to seize the bells alone. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, shaking his head slightly. There was no need for cooperation with them. Sasuke's face flushed a deep crimson. How infuriating. He's just a bottom-tier ninja, yet dares to look down on me. Sakura, not one to remain silent, chimed in. Naruto, your words are excessive. You know Sasuke's strength, and it's only natural he can't defeat a jonin. Kakashi's tone grew stern. Do you believe yourself to be exceptionally strong? Strong enough to not require any comrades? Naruto shook his head. Don't get me wrong, I don't consider them my comrades. Chafe. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto vanished from his spot. Kakashi, who had been nonchalant, suddenly changed his expression. With no time to think, he swiftly raised his arm to shield himself. The next instant, an overwhelming force surged toward him. Kakashi grunted, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground as he staggered back for several meters, barely managing to halt his momentum. Cradling his arm, he cast a disbelieving gaze. What astonishing strength! Having successfully landed a strike, Naruto did not pursue further but stood rooted in place, extending his index finger. Flying finger bullet. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, and a profound sense of crisis surged within him. In the next instant, an invisible force erupted from Naruto's fingertips, swiftly severing the large tree behind him. Kakashi abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Naruto with uncertainty, beads of cold sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. Had he not evaded in the nick of time, he would have likely sustained severe injuries. Chapter 21. After fighting for a considerable duration, was it merely a shadow clone? What is this wind release? Without the need for hand seals, a single finger could unleash such power, rivaling that of high-level ninjutsu. Even though Kakashi, known as the copy ninja, could wield thousands of techniques, he found himself unable to discern the nature of Naruto's jutsu. Sakura, not far away, instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh with great intensity. Kakashi-sensei was being suppressed. How could this be? How could Naruto be so strong? Was this really the same underachiever from before? During the recent graduation examination, Naruto's performance had captured everyone's attention as he successfully graduated with a flawless shadow clone technique. This had left Sasuke, who was accustomed to being the top student, feeling unsettled. He had initially thought Naruto had merely trained hard on the shadow clone technique, but who could have imagined that he possessed such formidable strength? Naruto's gaze was fixed intently on Kakashi in the distance, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei, allow me to truly experience the might of a Konoha Jonin. Kakashi slowly exhaled, retrieving a kunai from his pouch, his tone turning serious. Give it your all, Naruto. In the next moment, both combatants suddenly sprang into action. The sound of kunai clashing resonated in the air, their movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. Sparks flew as Sakura stood transfixed, feeling as though she were in a dream. Sasuke opened his mouth, unable to produce a sound. The battle continued for half an hour, with no sign of a victor emerging. As the clash unfolded, Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. Although this was merely an assessment, and he had not utilized even half of his usual strength, defeating a typical Chunin should have been well within his capability. Yet, Naruto's taijutsu was astonishingly powerful. Even when successfully blocking, the force behind Naruto's strikes was difficult to endure. Most critically, it seemed as if Naruto could predict his movements. Kakashi, a seasoned warrior with extensive combat experience, found it perplexing that, despite engaging in over 100 exchanges within that half hour, he had not landed a single hit on his opponent. He felt a sense of incredulity, sensing something was amiss. However, considering Naruto was the child of his teacher, it was somewhat reasonable. With such an extraordinary combat awareness, combined with his formidable and unconventional taijutsu, how could he be merely a freshly graduated Chunin? He was more than qualified to become a Chunin, or even a special Jonin. After yet another clash, both fighters retreated several meters. Naruto spun the kunai in his hand and declared, Kakashi-sensei, if this is all the strength you possess, you are unworthy of being my teacher. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised himself. Jonin were the backbone of any ninja village. Even in Konoha, only a select few were qualified to attain such a rank. Yet here he was, able to exchange blows with the Jonin. After this encounter with Kakashi, Naruto suddenly realized how much stronger he had become without even noticing it. His efforts over the past 2 years had not been in vain. Naruto silently mused. For the past 2 years, he had been training alone, with only Kabuo as his practice partner. Unlike the one-sided beatings he had endured previously, this battle was perfectly matched in intensity, and he began to relish the thrill of combat. Had he been underestimated? Kakashi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Now that he had gauged his opponent's strength, there was no reason to hold back any longer. Next, I will unleash my full power. After the initial shock wore off, Sasuke and Sakura had become somewhat numb to the spectacle. Upon hearing their exchange, they struggled to swallow hard. Could Naruto's strength truly rival that of a Jonin? Suddenly, Sakura exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei has been hit. In disbelief, they watched as Kakashi, struck by the kunai, transformed into a wooden log. A substitution technique. Sasuke sighed in relief. Don't worry, a Jonin isn't so easily defeated. The battle was likely nearing its conclusion. Both of them focused intently on the scene, hardly daring to breathe. Kakashi reappeared behind Naruto, delivering a heavy chop to the back of his neck. However, contrary to their expectations, Naruto did not collapse. Instead, he transformed into smoke with a loud bang. Sakura was momentarily stunned. Was that also a substitution technique? How fast? When did he activate it? No. Sasuke suddenly stood up, his face contorted in shock. This isn't a substitution technique. It's the shadow clone technique. Sakura hurriedly interjected, shadow clone? If I remember correctly, a shadow clone disappears after being hit just once, right? In the next moment, she seemed to grasp something, stammering, could it be? Throughout this entire battle, Naruto was only hit at the very end? This is impossible. They were all too familiar with Kakashi's strength. Yet, Naruto had managed to engage a Konoha Jonin for such a prolonged period, only being struck once. Sakura and Sasuke were unable to comprehend it, feeling as though everything was unreal. Not far away, Kakashi stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat without his realizing it. Naruto had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, had never undertaken a mission, nor had he genuinely experienced real combat. It was inconceivable that he could possess such exaggerated battle experience. Rather than instinctive reactions, it seemed more like he had utilized some special method to see through Kakashi's actions. Wait, the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly, Kakashi had a revelation. The Uzumaki clan typically possessed exceptional sensory abilities, with the elite among them capable of mastering the vast-reaching sensory ninjutsu, Goddess Eye. This technique could effortlessly sense all chakra within a radius of several dozen kilometers, discerning the number, characteristics, locations, and movements of opponents. Was it possible that Naruto had even mastered this? Time passed, and the clear sound of a bell finally snapped him back to reality. Kakashi slowly turned to see Naruto, having taken the bell from his waist, preparing to leave. Kakashi's expression became exceedingly complex as he struggled to speak. Could it be that the one who gathered from the start was your shadow clone? This morning was just my training time, so I sent a clone to gather, Naruto replied, glancing back at Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura looked at him blankly, her heart racing as she felt an unfamiliar distance in his calm gaze. Sasuke lowered his head slightly, gritting his teeth. The underachiever he had once looked down upon had now become someone he had to look up to. Once the shadow clone vanished, all of its experiences and memories returned to Naruto, and he finally understood what had transpired. Observing the tense and anxious expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but chuckle. The threats of being unqualified and having to return to the Ninja Academy were merely bluffs intended to motivate them to give their all. I should have passed this assessment, right, Kakashi-sensei? Chapter 22. The Meaning of Companionship, the Transformation of Observation Haki. Kakashi mechanically nodded in agreement. Naruto casually tossed the bell aside and declared, I'm heading back now. You can continue assessing them. Rather than indulging in this childish game, he preferred to resume his training and mastery. Kakashi, suppressing his shock, spoke in a low yet firm tone. Wait, Naruto, do you intend to leave just like that? Are you really going to abandon your comrades? Naruto halted his steps. Abandon my comrades? Repeat that. I have yet to acknowledge those two as my allies. They are merely coincidentally grouped with me. Kakashi earnestly advised, you may feel this way now, but one day in the future, the three of you will undoubtedly become partners who support and rely on each other. Is that so? Perhaps, Naruto pondered, his thoughts drifting away. A casual word from a comrade could lead one to disregard the threats posed by enemies, venturing into town for a long-desired bowl of ramen. Even if captured and beaten to the brink of death, he would remain silent about his comrades' whereabouts. Regardless of the paths they might take, the bond among the three would never shatter. This is the essence of what it means to be a comrade in my heart. If I ever encounter an insurmountable foe, I will not flee, nor will I drag my comrades to their doom. With the intensity of his gaze, he declared, I would choose to cover their escape and remain behind alone. This is the reason I strive to become stronger. Kakashi stood in silence, while Sasuke and Sakura were equally subdued. Ignoring the others, Naruto moved to an open space, forming a hand seal and instantly vanishing from sight. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. He used the flying Raijin technique to teleport to the Hokage's office. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at Kakashi. Has the assessment concluded? How did those three perform? Kakashi gathered his thoughts and replied, Lord Third, to be candid, Naruto's situation is quite concerning. Hiruzen's heart sank, and he inquired gravely, what happened? Kakashi sighed. Despite being classmates in the Ninja Academy and now part of the same team, Naruto still does not regard Sasuke and Sakura as his comrades. His demeanor is exceedingly cold. Moreover, he seems indifferent to this assessment, preferring to repeat his grade and return to the Ninja Academy. How could this be? Hiruzen realized the gravity of the situation. It would be one thing if he merely clashed with Sasuke. However, it is well known that Naruto has a fondness for Sakura. Furthermore, he has always aspired to become Hokage. Now he willingly opts to relinquish his status as a genin and return to school. Refusing to be grouped with Sasuke and Sakura? The thought struck Hiruzen, and his tone grew serious. Could it be that those two are ostracizing Naruto? Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile. No, they are not bullying him. Rather, it is Naruto who looks down upon their abilities. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi continued, Naruto has already mastered the shadow clone technique and the flying Raijin technique. It seems he has also perused the sealing book. Hiruzen understood, but questioned where Naruto had acquired such peculiar, yet formidable ninjutsu. Even Kakashi felt somewhat challenged by it. What exactly is happening? After Kakashi recounted the details of the battle, Hiruzen could not help but express skepticism. Are you suggesting that Naruto's shadow clone possesses at least the strength of a Chunin? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed. Hiruzen, taken aback by the revelation, took a silent puff from his pipe, his brows furrowing deeper. Shave, moonstep, finger gun, gale foot. As the Hokage, now in his 70s, Sarutobi Hiruzen had experienced 2 great ninja wars and faced various enemies. He had never heard of such taijutsu. Kakashi hesitated. Could it be that someone from another village has clandestinely approached Naruto? After all, his transformation has been exceedingly significant in recent times. Both his strength and demeanor have dramatically changed. Even his penchant for pranks has vanished. It is implausible that nothing has occurred. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yet, the Umbu I dispatched to protect Naruto reported no unusual activities. We cannot rule out the possibility, he concluded. Regardless, the information we possess is too scant. Kakashi, we must remain vigilant regarding Naruto. You know well his importance to Konoha. Kakashi nodded. Rest assured. After all, Naruto is also the child of my mentor. As usual, before dawn broke, Naruto arrived early at Training Ground 3. His battle with Kakashi the previous day had yielded great insights and sparked a sudden idea in his mind. Given that the experiences and memories shared through shadow clones were interconnected, he could undoubtedly utilize them for training. Without hesitation, Naruto created 30 shadow clones, dividing them into 3 groups. He could have produced more, but he feared he might not withstand the backlash once the clones were dispelled. This was precisely why the shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden technique. One group practiced taijutsu, another focused on the training of armament haki, while the final group engaged in relentless assault against his original self to hone his observation haki. Naruto recalled what Garp had once told him. To enhance his sense of danger, the clones spared no effort, employing shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags, launching a fierce onslaught from the outset. Under the assault of 10 clones, Naruto's body quickly became marred with wounds. Yet, he remained undeterred, keeping his eyes closed, his focus intensifying. Only by maintaining composure could he activate his observation haki. Naruto held this principle firmly in his mind. If he could not manage such a degree of challenge, how could he face battles that would be 10-fold or 100-fold more perilous? Time passed gradually. As he fully unleashed his observation haki, Naruto faintly heard a crack, as if something had shattered. Unbeknownst to him, his chakra began to circulate spontaneously, merging with his observation haki. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Before he could react, an invisible wave of mental energy emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire training ground, extending outward until it reached the village. What on earth is happening? Naruto murmured. Within his perception, the rustling leaves in the gentle breeze, the birds soaring through the sky, the pedestrians on the streets of Konoha, and even the minuscule dust on Hokage Rock all became remarkably vivid, as though he were experiencing it firsthand. No movement escaped his keen awareness. In the next moment, Naruto abruptly turned his gaze toward a specific direction, his eyes narrowing with a terrifying intensity. 1, 2, 3, 4. For individuals donned in animal masks, are they Umbu? This means Konoha has been keeping tabs on me all along. Chapter 23, New Abilities. Heart domain hundreds of meters away from the training ground. For Umbu in the dense forest tensed up, their faces reflecting disbelief. They were elite Umbu directly under the Hokage's command. As protectors of the Jinchuriki, they were not novices, but rather seasoned operatives carefully selected for their expertise in stealth, aura concealment, and intelligence gathering. How could they have been discovered so easily? One Umbu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that guy has vanished." The others quickly looked around. The spot where Naruto had just stood was now completely empty. Damn it, did we lose him? The squad leader's expression tightened, but before he could react, a sudden deafening roar echoed in his ears. Damn it! The other 2 members of the Umbu also registered the threat and rushed over in an instant. There, one of their comrades lay beneath Naruto's foot, motionless, seemingly unconscious. Alarmed and furious, the 3 quickly drew their kunai. Could it be that the Jinchuriki had gone berserk? Enough of this chatter. Let's subdue this brat. At that moment, Naruto noticed them and a cold smirk spread across his face. Shunshin. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Before the Umbu could comprehend what had happened, a scream pierced the air. In that fleeting moment, another Umbu was sent crashing to the ground. How fast? When did that happen? The Umbu squad leader's pupils constricted, and he shouted urgently, "Retreat!" Yet no matter how the two attempted to hide, they could not escape Naruto's perception. In the blink of an eye, under the effects of Shunshin and Tsuki no Kaze, they were quickly caught and subjected to a brutal beating. If you dare to follow me again, next time I won't be so accommodating. Get lost. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi abruptly fell silent. They exchanged glances towards the office door, which was thrust open, revealing several disheveled Umbu members who stumbled in, supporting one another. Sarutobi surveyed them, his brow furrowing as he asked, "What happened? Was there a battle?" Suddenly recalling Kakashi's earlier speculation, he stood up with a grave expression. "Which village is the enemy from? What is Naruto's condition?" The squad leader bowed his head, shamefaced. "Hokage-sama, we did not encounter any enemies. For some reason, the Jinchuriki suddenly attacked us." Sarutobi's mind raced with confusion. While he found it hard to believe that Naruto could overpower four Umbu, he could accept it as a possibility. After all, the Umbu's duty was to protect Naruto, and they could not have truly fought to kill him. Even Kakashi had suffered at Naruto's hands. But how did Naruto detect these Umbu? Seeing the perplexed expression on Sarutobi's face, Kakashi suddenly recalled something and quickly explained, Hokage-sama, during the previous test, Naruto demonstrated a formidable sensory technique that allowed him to anticipate my attacks. I hadn't expected his sensory abilities to extend over such a distance, even detecting Umbu hundreds of meters away. Sarutobi silently puffed on his pipe, his brows knitting together in contemplation. Sensory techniques? As far as he knew, Naruto should only be proficient in the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. How had he suddenly acquired sensory abilities? Could it be that Naruto had intuitively grasped the capabilities of the Sage's Eye? Sarutobi shook his head inwardly, dismissing the thought. Although Naruto had rapidly mastered the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques, it was likely due to his lineage as the son of Minato Namikaze. The current Naruto would not be capable of inventing a technique on his own. Was it possible that someone from the Uzumaki clan had secretly interacted with Naruto? Sarutobi pondered for a long time without resolution, ultimately deciding to keep these thoughts to himself. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze back to the Umbu. Speaking in a low voice, "You did not provoke Naruto. Why did he suddenly attack you without cause?" The four Umbu exchanged glances, equally puzzled. Kakashi sighed softly. "I can venture a guess as to the reason. Over the years, Naruto has faced much injustice, leading to his dissatisfaction with the village. During the previous assessment, I may have spoken too harshly, and perhaps this triggered his outburst, causing him to vent his frustrations on the Umbu." Kakashi felt a pang of guilt. Naruto had grown up feeling ostracized, making it understandable that he struggled to comprehend the meaning of camaraderie. Yet, Kakashi had neglected to consider Naruto's upbringing, failing to acknowledge his feelings and instead adopting a condescending teacher's demeanor to instruct him. This only deepened Naruto's resentment toward the village and everything surrounding him. Meanwhile, in the Konoha training grounds, after driving away the Umbu with a few swift strikes, Naruto sat on the ground with his eyes closed, silently attuning himself to his surroundings. He was eager to understand what had transpired within him. Why had the range of his Kinbunchaku expanded so dramatically? Wait, it felt somewhat different from Kinbunchaku. Could it be due to the infusion of chakra? If so, it deserved a new name. How about Heart Domain? Naruto tentatively intensified his output, pushing it to the limits of his mental capacity. The range of his heart domain expanded accordingly, eventually encompassing an area several times larger than the village of Konoha. However, this came at a significant cost in terms of chakra consumption. Yet, if he reduced the range to a couple of 100 meters, the expenditure was negligible. As long as he wished, he could maintain it indefinitely. Not only had the range increased exponentially, but the heart domain also seemed to provide insights beyond mere Kinbunchaku, allowing him to perceive chakra colors, the strength of individuals, and even the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Soon, he activated Shunshin and Tsuki no Kaze, swiftly returning to the bustling commercial district of Konoha. Indeed, the heart domain not only predicted others' movements, but also detected chakra signatures, levels of power, and the emotional states of each individual. The area buzzed with activity, and Naruto's presence instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Yet through his enhanced perception, He discerned an overwhelming hostility radiating from the villagers. Although he had long been aware of their disdain, he had never felt it so acutely before. His mood sank. Despite his internal resolve to disregard the villagers' opinions, having grown up in Konoha and once yearning for their approval, it was not easy to let go. As he walked, Naruto suddenly halted, his gaze fixed ahead. An elderly man, wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, approached slowly. Naruto came to a standstill. His eyes locked onto the figure. The old man merely cast a glance in his direction before lowering his head and passing by. Naruto turned, silently watching the man's retreating form. Though they had never interacted, he felt an inexplicable aura of loathing and greed emanating from the man, as if he wished to devour him whole. The malice was striking, akin to a beacon in the darkness. While he could understand the loathing, after all, nearly everyone in Konoha shared such sentiments. What was the source of the greed? Did the old man harbor ulterior motives toward him? Instantly, Naruto's instincts heightened, prompting him to consider confronting the man for clarification. However, after a moment of hesitation, he dismissed the thought. Within the range of his heart domain, he detected at least 20 masked ninjas covertly guarding the old man. Some exhibited formidable chakra levels, likely on par with Jonin. Acting recklessly here was ill-advised. Could this old man be a significant figure in the village? Or perhaps the head of another clan? Naruto found himself perplexed, deciding to keep these observations to himself for the time being, intending to inquire further when the opportunity arose. After testing the capabilities of his heart domain, Naruto returned home. On the coffee table, he noticed a small note that had appeared at some point. Glancing at it briefly, he saw it contained the time and location for Team 7's gathering, along with the details of a mission from their client. It seemed that Sasuke and Sakura had passed the assessment as well. Kakashi, indeed, was merely trying to intimidate. Naruto shook his head and casually tossed the note into the garbage bin. He felt no inclination towards trivial tasks such as searching for lost pets. The thought of dealing with those individuals was far from appealing. However, he knew that if he neglected these assignments entirely, Kakashi or the third Hokage might appear to lecture him at any moment. Thus, he decided to send a shadow clone to handle the matter with minimal effort. In the following period, Team 7's missions primarily revolved around delivering items, locating lost pets, or serving as babysitters. As usual, Naruto arrived at training ground number 3 before dawn, dispatching a shadow clone to manage these tasks. The experiences relayed back to him upon the clone's dissolution provided him with unexpected insights. To his surprise, Kakashi had begun to show a peculiar concern for him, inquiring daily whether he had eaten and offering to treat him if he lacked funds. Beyond merely the essentials, Kakashi also frequently offered guidance on chakra training techniques. Feeling perplexed by this change, Naruto observed Kakashi closely. To his astonishment, he detected a profound sense of guilt emanating from him. This was indeed puzzling. Their acquaintance was still fresh, so what could possibly cause Kakashi to feel remorse towards him? Naruto found himself at a loss. Yet, there were many eccentric characters in Konoha. For instance, there was Lee, who was perpetually fervent and shouted about youth, and Sasuke, who wore a stern expression as if burdened by a deep-seated vendetta. Then there were Neji and Hinata of the Hyuga clan, one often muttering about fate, while the other would shyly observe him from a distance, blushing and fleeing before they could exchange more than a few words. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Kakashi inquired. Indeed, Kakashi. Here is a B-rank mission. Kakashi accepted the scroll from the third Hokage, scrutinizing it carefully. In contrast to C-rank missions, B-rank tasks began to involve some degree of danger, such as escorting confidential documents or providing protection for important figures. Safely escorting architect Dasna back to the Land of Waves. Kakashi furrowed his brow and glanced up at Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was a possibility of encountering ninjas from the Mist Village in the Land of Waves, making this mission potentially more complicated than it appeared. Is it too risky to bring Naruto along? Hiruzen pondered, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Although the mission site was near the water country, and risks certainly existed, given the current relations between the two nations, it was likely they would not act recklessly. Your team has been engaged in C-rank missions for quite some time. The Chunin exams are approaching. If you wish to participate, you will need a record of B-rank missions. Hiruzen stated. Kakashi replied solemnly, isn't it a bit premature for him to take part in the Chunin exams right after graduation? While Naruto possesses the strength, he is still a child. Shouldn't he mature a bit further? Hiruzen slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. This Chunin exam is different from previous ones. It is co-hosted with the Sand Village. Many ninjas from other villages, along with high-ranking officials and nobles from the Fire Country, will be present. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Rather than merely an exam, it seemed more like a military exhibition to showcase their strength to outsiders. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. According to intelligence from the Umbu, the Sand Village intends to send their Jinchuriki this time, so Naruto must be prepared for this Chunin exam. The Hidden Leaf Village serves as the military hub of the Fire Country. Besides the remuneration from completed missions, a significant portion of its financial support relies on the Fire Country's backing. The daimyo, as the ruler of a nation, holds the authority to appoint the Hokage. If Konoha, as the host, were to be outperformed by the Sand Village in this exam, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace to the daimyo. To maintain the Hokage's position, it is imperative to retain the daimyo's support at all costs. Hiruzen flicked the ash from his pipe and regarded Kakashi earnestly. This mission also presents an excellent opportunity to uncover any hidden agendas. Kakashi, ensure you investigate whether other ninja villages are covertly contacting Naruto. Kakashi nodded gravely, acknowledging the task. Once the mission details had been conveyed, Hiruzen's tone softened. By the way, how has Naruto been faring lately? He remains much the same, exhibiting no unusual behavior, Kakashi replied. Hiruzen continued to puff on his pipe, pondering. Perhaps the environment in Konoha feels stifling to him. Leaving the village might reveal his true nature. It would be beneficial for Naruto to witness the world beyond, to understand how fortunate he is to live in Konoha. Since the conclusion of the last Shinobi World War, various nations had signed ceasefire treaties. On the surface, the ninja world had entered a fragile period of peace. Yet, beneath this facade, conflicts continued to erupt in secrecy. Poverty, hunger, and death permeated every corner of the globe. The Fire Country stands as the mightiest nation, with Konoha as its strongest village. The lives of its inhabitants are characterized by peace and stability, enjoying favorable living conditions. When Naruto steps outside the village and witnesses those who are destitute and starving, or the orphans rendered homeless by war, he may very well alter his perception of the village. Fortunate? Kakashi silently sighed, nodding in agreement. Chapter 25. The Assault from Mist Ninjas. Mission escalation. The following day, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura convened at the gates of Konoha. A drunken man, clad in a straw hat and clutching a sake bottle, scrutinized the trio with disdain. What is this? Just a bunch of kids? Are they even real ninjas? They look so foolish, especially that short yellow-haired one. Sakura and Sasuke frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Naruto chuckled. Oh, are you referring to me? Despite the man's harsh words, Naruto felt no malice directed at him. After all, he was paying for their services, and it was natural to have high expectations regarding his safety. Having spent his entire life in Konoha, Naruto had never ventured beyond its borders. Previously, he might have thought little of it. However, he had spent 3 years in another world, traversing the kingdom of Goya and sailing on a naval vessel for half a month. Experiencing the vastness of the world for the first time, coupled with the monotony of his recent training, he was eager to seize this opportunity to explore beyond the village. The client's unkind remarks made Kakashi's heart tighten with concern, fearing Naruto might act out of line. He quickly shifted the conversation. Well, I trust you all have read the mission briefing. This is Mr. Dasna, the individual we are tasked with protecting, and our objective is to escort him safely to the Land of Waves. Dasna took a swig of his drink. I am an expert bridge builder. Until I return home to complete the construction of a cross-sea bridge, you must do everything in your power to ensure my safety. Kakashi reassured him, rest assured, with me, a Jonin, accompanying you, and he gestured towards Naruto. Do not underestimate him. His abilities are far greater than you might imagine. There will be no issues with a B-rank mission. Naruto furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the two. Kakashi's guilt seemed to intensify when discussing him. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Naruto chose not to elaborate, silently averting his gaze. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group departed from Konoha. Kakashi-sensei, are there ninjas in places other than Konoha? Naruto inquired. While most countries possess distinct cultures and customs, they generally have their own ninja villages and ninja forces, which serve as a country's military strength. However, there are exceptions. For instance, a small island nation like the Land of Waves does not necessitate the existence of ninjas. As they strolled along the main road, Kakashi took the opportunity to educate his companions about the 5 great nations and the various hidden villages. Suddenly, his voice trailed off as he furrowed his brow at the sight of 2 puddles ahead. After a moment of silent contemplation, He turned to look behind him. At that very moment, Naruto glanced over and calmly remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, leave one alive, one for each of us." Dasna appeared bewildered, unable to utter a word before two shadowy figures emerged from the puddles, launching chainsaws toward the group. The unexpected turn of events sent a shiver through Sakura and Sasuke. In the next instant, a muffled thud resonated in their ears. Without understanding what had transpired, the two assailants suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground, their eyes fixated with malice on Naruto. "You little brat, how could you see through our actions?" Naruto offered a faint smile under the cover of his mind's domain. He had detected their ambush from afar. However, he chose not to elaborate, merely retrieving two ropes from his backpack and instructing the stunned Sasuke and Sakura to bind the attackers. Kakashi, regaining his composure, shed his previous languid demeanor, adopting a serious expression. "You two are Chunin from the Mist Village, aren't you? You used water release techniques to ambush us on our path. Yet, with the recent streak of sunny weather, it is improbable for there to be puddles on the road. Your acting skills are woefully inadequate." Sasuke's expression sharpened. It was no surprise that their experienced teacher, Kakashi, could perceive the ruse. What astonished him was Naruto's equally keen observational prowess. If it weren't for Naruto and Kakashi's intervention, would he have been able to respond in time? Sakura trembled at the thought, her heart racing with fear. To think that mere moments after departing from Konoha, they would encounter a ninja's attack. The entire ordeal unfolded in less than a second. Kakashi and Naruto were indeed remarkably dependable. Kakashi glanced at the two bound mist ninjas before turning his attention back to Dasna. "So who is their target? Is it that uncle, or one of us ninjas?" Dasna's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, remaining silent in the face of Kakashi's inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi coldly addressed Dasna. "Your assignment is merely to ensure your protection from thieves or armed groups. If the enemy is another ninja, we will undoubtedly elevate this task to a higher rank. You seem to be concealing something, and deceptive task details can pose great trouble for us. Before we proceed, please tell us, who has commissioned them to assassinate you, and why? If the enemy's target was Dasna, that would suffice." Kakashi feared that other ninja villages might indeed have their sights set on Naruto. If that were the case, he would rather abandon the mission altogether. After a lengthy pause, Dasna slowly spoke. "As you have surmised, this task has long exceeded your original assignment. In truth, a terrifying individual has set their sights on my life." "Who?" "You should have heard of their name. The wealthy magnate of a shipping company, one named Kato." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "Kato?" He was rumored to be one of the world's wealthiest individuals. Indeed, on the surface, he is the grand owner of a shipping company. Yet behind the scenes, he colludes with thugs and ninjas to traffic drugs and other contraband. Approximately a year ago, he targeted the Land of Waves, using his wealth and violence to monopolize transportation and logistics on the island in an instant. For an island nation like the Land of Waves, controlling maritime transport equates to dominion over the entire country. This is also why I intend to construct a cross-sea bridge. Thus, Kato views me as a thorn in his side, commissioning ninjas to eliminate me. The reason for my secrecy is that the Land of Waves is too impoverished, and I cannot offer more money." After hearing Dasna's words, the group fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Naruto exhaled slowly, casting a hostile glance at the two mist ninjas. "The bridge this uncle wishes to build carries the hopes of the nation, and you would dare to assassinate him for the sake of money." One of the assailants scoffed, a disdainful smile creeping onto his face. "You little brat. What do you know? Accepting commissions and completing tasks is the ninja's code of survival." Naruto furrowed his brow and turned to Kakashi, his tone growing serious. "Would we in Konoha accept such a task?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, the words he had intended to speak caught in his throat. If truth be told, such tasks were not uncommon. For them, as long as a commission task did not infringe upon Konoha's interests or stance, it mattered not whether the individual was virtuous or villainous. Yet, he could not voice this sentiment. Naruto was already discontent with Konoha, were he to learn of such matters. The consequences could be dire. Chapter 26. The Truth Unveiled. Naruto's fury observing Kakashi's silence and sensing his unease, Naruto surmised the answer lingering in Kakashi's heart. Do the ninja villages accept any commission for the sake of profit, even if it involves assassinating the innocent for selfish gains? As he listened to Kakashi's increasingly cold tone, beads of sweat began to form on the latter's forehead. He realized that Naruto's favorable opinion of Konoha had plummeted to an all-time low. There was a high probability that a confrontation with Konoha's higher-ups would ensue, potentially leading to Naruto's defection from the village. If it came to that, the situation would become irreparable. Even the third Hokage might struggle to retain Naruto. Watching Kakashi remain silent and unresponsive, Naruto suddenly sensed something amiss. Although Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, he inadvertently exuded an air of tension and anxiety. What could be causing this man to feel so apprehensive? Naruto furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Kakashi closely. Suddenly, a revelation struck him like a lightning bolt. During this time, he had encountered an array of peculiar individuals and bewildering events. The third Hokage, the esteemed elder he had met on the street not long ago, and Kakashi, a genin and elite member of Konoha. The attitudes of these higher-ups towards him were exceedingly strange. They either showered him with flattering words to deceive and placate him, or gazed at him with a ravenous malice, accompanied by inexplicable feelings of guilt. Why? Why did these high-ranking individuals harbor such complex emotions towards him? The answer likely lay in the fact that his identity was far more than that of an orphan or simply the vessel containing the nine tails. There must be a significant issue at play. Naruto's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze firmly on Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, have you known about me all along? Not merely due to my connection to the nine tails, but because you are aware of my background and everything concerning me? His tone was unusually grave, even causing Sasuke to be taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Naruto so enraged. Naruto gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Who am I truly? Who are my parents? Hey, Naruto, how can you speak to Kakashi-sensei like that? Sakura rushed over, but before she could finish her sentence, Naruto shot her a glance that made her retreat, her legs trembling as she nearly stumbled. Kakashi's heart sank, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. He understood that Naruto was serious this time. After waiting in vain for a response, Naruto's impatience grew. You won't speak? If you remain silent, that guy will surely tell me. Activating his mind's domain, Naruto effortlessly delved into his inner world. The next moment, the scenery around him shifted dramatically. He found himself before the massive iron gate that held the Nine Tails captive. Nine Tails, come forth. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged. You little imp. I did not expect you to seek me out, the Nine Tails remarked. Speak, what is it you desire? Naruto stared fearlessly into the eyes of the beast. Since you are sealed within me, you must know my origins. Who am I? Who are my parents? The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback. Having assumed Naruto's visit was merely to siphon chakra, only to be confronted with such inquiries. After a brief pause, it erupted into raucous laughter. So, you wish to uncover your lineage? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Your mother is Uzumaki Kushina, the previous host of the Nine Tails. On the day of your birth, the seal was breached, and I was released. Your father, the fourth Hokage, sacrificed his life to seal me within you. Have those wretches concealed this from you all along? Ha ha. The sound of the Nine Tails' boisterous laughter filled the air. Yet, Naruto stood frozen, unable to process the revelations. His parents had dedicated everything to Konoha, even becoming vessels for the Nine Tails, while the village's higher-ups had shamelessly hidden the truth from him. For years, he had borne the villagers' disdain and resentment without cause. Was this the fate of a hero? He could not comprehend it. At that moment, rage consumed Naruto, eclipsing all else. Indeed, that is the expression. Go forth, unleash my power, and obliterate all that you see. In the next instant, Naruto's form was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of crimson chakra. Kapu, look what you have done. The entire island has been shattered. The voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku thundered above the marine headquarters. Rather than a training camp, it resembled a desolate ruin. As if an earthquake had struck, a gaping chasm appeared, cleaving through the very heart of the marine headquarters. Ruins and debris lay strewn about. Where are the medical teams? Why are you hesitating? Hurry, save Naruto, Uzumaki. Yes. Sengoku's eyes bore down on Carp with a murderous intensity. This young man had the potential to become a marine admiral. If anything were to befall Naruto, Carp would not be spared, regardless of their decades-long camaraderie. Carp stood bewildered, remorse etched across his face. He had been so impressed by Naruto's earlier performance, having mastered observation haki in such a short time, that he had inadvertently unleashed his most potent techniques. Rubbing the back of his head, Carp sheepishly remarked, well, based on what I know of Naruto, he shouldn't be so easily defeated. Crane shot him a sharp glare. How dare you say that? Hurry and assist him. Feeling the weight of his guilt, Carp quickly fell silent and leaped into the abyss. Sengoku wore a troubled expression, shaking his head at the anxious gazes around him. Even he was uncertain if he could withstand Carp's recent move. This was not a battle against the four emperors. Why take things so seriously? Prepare yourselves. Naruto's chances of survival are nearly non-existent. The onlookers nodded in solemn agreement. They, too, had witnessed the destructive force of Carp's strike. It was truly a pity. Such a remarkable newcomer had emerged. Sengoku sighed heavily, turning away in silence. Just as he prepared to depart, startled gasps erupted from the crowd. What a terrifying aura. Wait, what is that red monstrosity? Carp has been injured. In the next moment, a powerful, malevolent presence surged skyward, instantly enveloping Marineford. Sengoku spun around. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. From the unfathomable chasm, a massive dark red claw emerged. With a tremendous roar, Carp was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the ruins hundreds of meters away. Chapter 27. Naruto's Rampage. The power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. What? Carp has been sent flying. The expressions of vice admirals like Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Squirrel grew serious. Though they were all vice admirals of Marine headquarters, their strength was nowhere near Carp's level. Over the decades, countless notorious pirates had fallen to his iron fists. He was a top-tier powerhouse in the Navy, indeed, across the entire ocean. Even if the now 70-year-old Carp lacked his former peak prowess, it was unfathomable that a mere rookie could send him flying hundreds of meters. The thought felt surreal to them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a scarlet figure leaped from the chasm, radiating an aura of unrestrained ferocity. What kind of monster is this? Crane furrowed her brow deeply. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Despite his drastically altered appearance, it was unmistakably him. Now enveloped in the mantle of the tailed beast, Naruto's pupils swirled with crimson vortexes, gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, surrounded by erratic yet intensifying chakra currents, exuding a primal aura of destruction. As the Nine-Tails chakra surged uncontrollably, Naruto's form began to distort, muscles bulging, as crimson veins became visible beneath his skin, as if engulfed by flames of fury. Simultaneously, 3 red chakra tails began to sway behind him. Sengoku seemed to sense something, his expression darkening. Was it an illusion? Had all of Naruto's injuries healed? Crane couldn't help but speculate. Could it be due to the red energy enveloping him? Perhaps. Just then, laughter erupted from the ruins, Carp's voice ringing with buoyancy. Good lad. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily. Carp tore off his cape, adjusted his tie, and his aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, a deafening boom resounded. The force of his launch shattered the ground beneath him. He shot forth like an arrow, the violent winds whipping up dust and debris, striking with the force of a bullet. The Marines shielded their faces and retreated, gazing in awe at the spectacle before them. At his age, to possess such formidable physique. Though Carp held the rank of Vice Admiral, in terms of strength, he was not a shade weaker than an admiral. His unabashed fighting spirit captured Naruto's attention. In the next moment, 2 figures collided in the sky, their immense power colliding with a force that shook the very heavens. The air was filled with their afterimages, their fists clashing dozens of times each second, producing ear-piercing sonic booms. Waves of intense shockwaves radiated outward. The onlookers were transfixed, unable to utter a word in their tension. Yet, within less than a minute of their confrontation, Naruto plummeted towards the ground like a shooting star. Carp, dissatisfied, barked, Kid, what about the observation haki I just taught you? Why aren't you using it? Sengoku suddenly furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but rather that he was unable to focus. Only in a calm and concentrated state could one wield observation haki. Naruto's current condition appeared quite troubling. Before he could finish his thought, Naruto staggered upright from the ground, emanating an even more potent and brutal aura. Crane's pupils constricted, and she involuntarily gasped. Look, the number of tails is increasing. The crowd quickly turned their gaze, as the ground began to crack, and debris flew in all directions. Naruto crouched on all fours, moving like a beast as he let out continuous roars. His muscles bulged beneath his clothing, straining the fabric to its limits, while the surface of his skin revealed more pronounced and intricate patterns of the 9 tails, resembling flowing lava that radiated a searing light. His nails and teeth sharpened into deadly blades, and his entire form emanated explosive power, akin to that of a wild animal. The air around him became scorching due to the surging nine-tails chakra within him, warping and trembling with intensity. The three tails behind him transformed into four, and Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the injuries Naruto had sustained moments ago had vanished entirely. What astonishing regenerative abilities! Not only that, but his strength, speed, and overall physical prowess had undergone a qualitative enhancement. If my assumptions are correct, Naruto must be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. That is the only explanation. The nearby vice admirals shuddered at the revelation. A Zoan-type devil fruit is even rarer than a Logia-type. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sengoku's eyes as he felt invigorated. Uzumaki Naruto not only possessed extraordinary talent, but was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. The potential for his future achievements is limitless. He might even surpass the three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. Meanwhile, a throng of Navy soldiers hastened to the scene, and hundreds of cannons were rolled out, their ominous muzzles aimed at Naruto. Vice Admiral Stureberry jogged over and saluted vigorously. "Admiral Sengoku, the troops are ready. Please give the order." Sengoku pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "Immediately evacuate unrelated personnel and prepare to treat the injured. Their battle is far from over. Let us observe and see how far this young man can go." Understood. As the two engaged in combat, buildings and fortifications within a kilometer crumbled one after another. The intensity of the battle continued to escalate, with the winds generated by their punches and the shock waves from their collisions ravaging the skies above the island, like a natural disaster. Garp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening. The pain emanating from his body rekindled a long-lost fighting spirit. Ever since Roger's death, he could hardly recall the last time he felt such a thrill, this exhilarating sensation of facing a formidable opponent. His fist surged with impact. The overwhelming force of his punch, combined with the armament haki, formed a massive shockwave that slammed Naruto into the ground. The terrain within 100 meters instantly collapsed, and it felt as if the entire island trembled. As the dust began to settle, Naruto, having directly withstood the blow, rose once more as if unscathed. His gaze grew increasingly feral and frenzied, and the skin on his body began to peel away. Side effects? Sengoku sighed quietly and shouted at Garp, "Stop." Naruto seems to have lost his sanity, resembling a beast. No amount of training will help now. Garp frowned deeply. "I've heard that every devil fruit contains a demon. Could Naruto be influenced by this?" Sengoku shook his head slightly. "This condition resembles that of the failed awakenings of several Zoan-type users in Impel Down." Garp recognized the gravity of the situation. "What should we do now?" Sengoku's expression turned serious. "Regardless of the cause, we must make him stop immediately. If this continues, he may truly perish." At that moment, Naruto's skin was visibly peeling away at an alarming rate. In mere minutes, his body could completely collapse. There was no time to worry about whether he would turn into a frenzied beast. Garp couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. How difficult it was to subdue Naruto without causing him harm. Sengoku realized this too and tore off his justice cloak, standing shoulder to shoulder with Garp. The sight of this familiar scene sent a shudder through the vice admirals present. Chapter 28. Sengoku and Garp join forces. Marineford trembles since the death of Pirate King Roger. The legendary pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo charged alone into the Navy headquarters, single-handedly defeating all fleets. In a moment of crisis, Sengoku and Garp stepped forward, battling for 3 days and nights, reducing Marineford to ruins before finally subduing him. Little did they expect that now, they would join forces once again to suppress a rookie. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted on the battlefield, and Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha towering over 10 meters tall. His left palm radiated a circle of white light, poised for action. Just one glance instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Vice Admirals Gazebo and Squirrel swallowed hard. Was this the Zoan-type devil fruit form of Sengoku, the Buddha fruit? It seemed both of them were dead serious. Crane addressed the crowd, her tone gravely serious. "This is extremely dangerous. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Also, sound the alarm and notify everyone to evacuate the civilians on the island." The crowd cast incredulous glances. "Is this really necessary?" Crane shook her head slightly. "Regardless, we must prepare for the worst." Meanwhile, several thousand meters away from the battlefield, hundreds of rookie soldiers stood dumbfounded, their minds completely halted. In a hospital room of the Navy Medical Department, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. "Where am I? Wasn't I on a mission?" "Don't worry, kid. You'll be back on a mission soon, came a languid voice from outside the door. A man, towering 3 meters tall, clad in a yellow suit, and possessing a rather unsavory appearance, approached. With a sly grin, he scrutinized Naruto. The young man felt a flicker of recognition, but couldn't recall the name. Who are you? I am Borsellino. You can call me Kizaru. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. And he blurted out, You are Kizaru? The Admiral known as the strongest force of the Navy. Wait, so that means this is the Navy headquarters? Have I returned here? Kizaru sat down on a nearby sofa and gestured towards the window. You can still barely tell that it's the Navy headquarters. Still reveling in his joy, Naruto suddenly paused, bewildered, and approached the window to look outside. What he saw shocked him. The landscape was littered with ruins and debris. Even the iconic Navy building had been split in two. Naruto's expression tightened as he hurriedly asked, What is going on? Did we come under attack by pirates? And what did you mean by that earlier statement about soon being back on a mission? Kizaru smirked. This is the Navy headquarters. Attacking here would be suicidal. By the way, all of this is your doing. Don't tell me you don't remember a thing? Naruto pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. Kizaru leaned back, crossing his legs, and began to explain leisurely. Let me answer your first question. Just yesterday, Vice Admiral Garp fought you to teach you hockey. In the midst of the battle, you suddenly went berserk, and even the Admiral joined in to subdue you. Marineford was left in ruins as a result. You may be a rookie, but you're as strong as a monster. It's truly terrifying. As Kizaru spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. The evening prior, he had been reading the newspaper and enjoying tea, waiting for the end of his shift, unaware that the battle among the three had caused the Navy headquarters to collapse. As for your second question, I believe I need not elaborate further. Your prowess hardly resembles that of a novice. Not only could you ascend to the position of a base commander in a certain division, but you could also easily serve as a rear admiral at the naval headquarters. Admiral Sengoku is deeply troubled by this matter. Upon finishing his statement, Kizaru rose from the sofa and vanished in a flash of golden light. Naruto stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Though the other appeared somewhat unrefined, it was inconceivable that he would jest about such matters. This meant that the calamity truly was as the other had described. It was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Was the rampage instigated by the Nine Tails? Suddenly, Naruto recalled something, nervously swallowing hard. He was uncertain if there had been any casualties. Regardless, this was a grave predicament. The entire naval headquarters was on the brink of ruin, and he was likely to be sent to Justice Island for trial, subsequently imprisoned and impelled down. Being expelled from the Navy would be the most favorable outcome. Just as anxiety gnawed at Naruto's heart, the door to the sick room was forcefully swung open. A familiar figure strode in with purpose. Seeing the bandages wrapped around him, Naruto felt an indescribable pang of guilt. Grandpa Garp. Garp's gaze hardened, and he delivered a firm slap on Naruto's shoulder. What kind of look is that? It's merely a superficial injury. It's nothing to fret over. Sensing the unease in Naruto's eyes, Garp chuckled. This was my fault. I overexerted myself in testing your limits, which led to your rampage. As he spoke, Garp couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, giving Naruto's shoulder another reassuring pat. But I must say, you truly are remarkable. Back in my day, at your age, before he could finish, a group of individuals began to trickle in from outside. Garp, at your age, you were still doing menial tasks in the training camp. Sengoku, you rascal. Sengoku ignored Garp and turned to Naruto, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. You can already get up? Such astonishing recovery. Admiral Sengoku, rest easy, Naruto. Garp will take responsibility for this matter. Saru placed a basket of fruit on the bedside table, her kind smile radiating warmth. Naruto, for now, you need to focus on your recovery. Observing the three elderly figures before him, Naruto moved his lips, wishing to express something, yet the words eluded him. In the next moment, a throng of heads crowded in through the door. Naruto, everyone has come to see you. Hey, could you please make some room? Naruto, how's your health? Are you all right? No wonder you're the best. Now you've become a legend in the training camp. Naruto suddenly felt dazed. Back in Konoha, even when he acted dutifully, he would still draw endless reproaches. Yet now, having committed such a serious error, not only did they not blame him, but they were also concerned for his well-being. It felt as if something had lodged in his heart, his eyes growing misty and his vision blurring. All right, Naruto needs to rest. You all should leave for now. Sengoku waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. Garp crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. Naruto, what exactly happened during your rampage yesterday? though the inquiry seemed abrupt. It was of significant importance, and it would be best if you shared everything you know. Chapter 29. Did Naruto not consume a devil fruit? Is it a matter of bloodline? Listening to Garp's words, Naruto instinctively glanced into his heart's domain. There was no hatred nor disdain within that realm. He only sensed Garp's concern for him. Reflecting on Konoha, had such a calamity occurred, those people would have yearned to see him swiftly eliminated, wouldn't they? After spending 2 years here, he understood all too well what Marineford represented to the Navy. The chaos he had unleashed was tantamount to devastating half of Konoha. This was far graver than any of his previous pranks. Yet to his surprise, Grandpa Garp not only harbored no animosity, but was instead worried for him. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto looked at Garp and said, "Grandpa Garp, rest assured, I'm fine." He felt on the verge of tears. Not merely due to Garp's concern, but also for having discovered the truth yesterday. He learned of the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. His father was not only the fourth Hokage, but also the hero who saved all of Konoha. He was his son, the vessel of the Nine Tails. Yet, throughout his life, he had been treated this way. Garp, noticing Naruto's reddened eyes as he lowered his head, sighed. "Naruto, focus on resting. We shall take our leave and not disturb you further." With that, Sengoku dragged Garp out of the sick room. "Wait, let me finish asking my questions first." Given Sengoku's advanced age, he could naturally discern that Naruto was troubled. He sensed Naruto's profound sadness and knew he needed to allow him some time. However, hearing his old partner rambling incessantly beside him, Sengoku was infuriated and delivered a punch to Garp's head. "Can't you see that the child is not in high spirits?" Frustrated, Sengoku rubbed his fist, realizing that while Garp's fists were tough, so was his head. He knew his old companion well. Garp had always been carefree and optimistic, treating everything as trivial. Observing Garp's carefree demeanor, Sengoku sighed in resignation. "You've been too rough. It's likely that the child is reminded of some painful experiences." "You old fool. That's nonsense. A few years ago, I did the same to him in Windmill Village." Garp immediately retorted loudly upon hearing Sengoku's words. Bang! Sengoku delivered another punch to Garp's head. "For someone your age, can't you be a bit more mature?" Garp laughed heartily. "The child I raised wouldn't simply give up because of a minor setback. What have you raised him for?" "As if you've ever taken care of him in these past few years," Sengoku replied, somewhat speechless. "That doesn't matter." "Ha ha." Garp jovially turned to Naruto. "Hey, when did you sneak off and eat a devil fruit?" Based on the current information, Garp could only attribute Naruto's transformation to the power of a devil fruit. Unlike others, Garp was quite averse to the powers of devil fruits. As a righteous Navy officer, resolving evil with straightforward, unyielding fists was the proper approach. "Grandpa Garp, I did not consume a devil fruit. Not the power of a devil fruit." Sengoku and Garp's expressions darkened. At sea, aside from the devil fruits that could bestow immense power, there was only one other explanation: bloodline. The celestial dragons hold their elevated status above the world government precisely because they are descendants of the creators. The power of bloodlines often transcends human comprehension. Merely Naruto's emotions began to dwindle. He was already filled with guilt towards Garp and all his comrades at the naval headquarters. Had it not been for him, they would never have been harmed. His heart's domain remained open, allowing him to acutely sense the emotions of his naval comrades surrounding him. Unlike in the village, he now felt surrounded by concern and worry. In Konoha, he was a calamity. Everywhere he went, he faced disdain from the villagers. Even when he did something good, he would be mercilessly scorned by them. Yet he had done nothing wrong. His father was a hero who saved Konoha. Why? Why must he, as the son of a hero, live a life where he could only consume expired food? Naruto. Just as Garp was about to interrupt Naruto's thoughts, Sengoku pulled him out of the sick room. In the dim light of the hospital corridor, Sengoku sensed the deep sorrow emanating from Naruto. Realizing that it was prudent to refrain from disturbing him, the only exception was that fool beside him, who lacked the sensitivity to empathize with others. With a scowl, Sengoku seized Garp by the collar, exclaiming, "You were too rough, Garp." Garp chuckled. "That brat is still alive and kicking, isn't he?" "Sengoku, remember when the three of us trained at the Navy headquarters? We were often left battered and bruised. But this time, you have gone too far." Sengoku snatched a bag of sunbae hidden in Garp's cloak, reflecting on how fortunate Naruto was to possess a potent bloodline. Otherwise, he would have either succumbed or been bedridden for days. The unique bloodline of special races not only endowed unparalleled combat prowess and vitality, but also offered extraordinary recovery speed. often surpassing that of those who consumed zoan-type devil fruits. That child was now grappling with guilt over his misdeeds. After casting a furtive glance at Naruto through the window, Sengoku urged Garp away from the area. As Naruto gazed out at the distant sea, his heart gradually found solace. He was not the harbinger of doom for Konoha, but rather the son of a hero. His father, the fourth Hokage, had saved the entire village. He bore the dual identity of being his father's son and the vessel for the Nine Tails. Yet, throughout his life, he had been treated otherwise. Why? As night descended, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pristine hospital bed. Naruto remained seated, lost in memories of his life in Konoha. Had he not encountered Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Garp, and Sengoku, he feared he would never have known the warmth of familial bonds. The ninja world was indeed merciless. While staring at the ceiling, his gaze fell upon an old, yellowed newspaper that seemed to have been there for an eternity. He picked it up and glanced through it. The articles detailed trivial matters from a time of relative peace. Just as he was about to set it down, something caught his eye, jolting his heart. A photograph on the page depicted a familiar blue gentleman's hat floating on the surface of the sea. The accompanying text pierced his heart like a sharp blade. The celestial dragons had sunk Sabo's ship, leaving no trace of his body. Moreover, the garbage mountain they had once inhabited had been incinerated. The date on the newspaper struck him like a thunderbolt. It was from 2 years prior. Sabo was gone. Naruto could hardly comprehend the gravity of the news. Sabo had been swallowed by the celestial dragon's cannon fire at the moment of his departure, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Ace and Luffy must have been heartbroken upon hearing of Sabo's demise. Staring at the deep blue sea, Naruto clenched his fists. Could the powers he possessed truly protect those around him? If he were not by their side, what significance did his strength hold? His father, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, was a hero of Konoha and the fourth Hokage. His formidable strength left few in the ninja world able to rival him. Even the mighty Nine Tails had been sealed away. With such power, had he truly managed to safeguard his loved ones? He had been scorned by the villagers of Konoha and ridiculed by his peers at the Ninja Academy. Despite his esteemed reputation at the Navy headquarters, he had failed to protect Sabo as well. Could relentless strength truly safeguard his comrades? Naruto's conviction began to crumble. Ace, Luffy, Sabo, Dayton, Garp, and his friends from the Garbage Mountain had brought light to his darkest moments. Yet 2 years had altered everything. He yearned to return and see them again. Surely Ace and Luffy awaited their reunion. He stood resolutely and approached Garp. Grandpa Garp, I wish to return to Windmill Village. May I? He inquired. Back to Windmill Village? Garp scratched his head, puzzled. Is something urgent? Grandpa Garp, Sabo is dead, Naruto murmured, his head bowed. The moment he uttered those words, it felt as though his heart was being sliced by countless blades. Garp paused, taken aback. He knew Sabo, Naruto's sworn brother, but he had not anticipated such tragedy after years of absence. Chapter 30. Colonel Naruto returns to Windmill Village. Garp nodded and spoke gently. You've traveled quite a distance. It's time to go back and see. He recalled the mischievous boy he had met in Windmill Village, running amok with Luffy and Ace. In just 2 years, Naruto had transformed into one of the Navy headquarters' finest soldiers, capable of contending even with the vice admirals. I'll escort you back to the East Blue on this warship. As for other matters, I will handle them. For a soldier to leave the Navy headquarters, they required orders from above. Allowing Naruto to depart prematurely was a considerable risk for Garp, especially for a soldier with such immense potential. I suppose the commander of the Navy headquarters would be me. A deep voice echoed near Naruto and Garp. Sengoku, clad in a naval cloak, stepped onto the deck of the warship. Sengoku Naruto. Sengoku's expression was grave. Naruto, due to your exceptional performance at the Navy training camp, you are granted early graduation and awarded the rank of colonel. 2 naval soldiers emerged from behind Sengoku, one bearing a white naval uniform and a cloak symbolizing justice, while the other held a black naval sword. What? Garp stared in shock at Sengoku. You can't be serious. Naruto still has a long way to go before leaving the training camp. Sengoku shot Garp a stern glance. That kid possesses strength rivaling that of a vice admiral. Remaining in the training camp serves no purpose. But Naruto lacks combat experience against pirates. Sending him out to sea is too risky. Garp's concerns were palpable. Sengoku cleared his throat. Colonel Naruto, I hope you can bear the weight of the justice cloak behind you and become a capable naval soldier. Set sail. You must reach Windmill Village in the East Blue within a month and deal with the pirates in the vicinity. What? Windmill Village? Both Garp and Naruto were taken aback. Incredulous. Are you joking? A genius boy awarded the rank of colonel is being dispatched to the weakest sea, the East Blue? In an instant, Naruto grasped Sengoku's intentions. Windmill Village, Garp's hometown, had long been cleared of pirates. Sending him there was not a task, but rather a chance to offer him respite. Garp also comprehended Sengoku's reasoning. Feeling a rare flicker of doubt, the commander of the Navy headquarters was indeed formidable. Otherwise, perhaps he should also try his hand at being a commander for a few days. The warring states, perceiving Garp's intentions, could not help but snort, saying, "Hand over the position of Navy commander to you, and within half a month, you would surely turn the seas into chaos." Such a narrow-minded individual. Colonel Naruto. Can you accomplish the mission? Colonel Naruto, momentarily taken aback, immediately straightened his posture and took his unique equipment from the hands of two Navy soldiers. He replied solemnly, "I assure you, the mission will be accomplished. Set sail. I have prepared a warship specifically for you." Not far away in the port, a brand new Navy standard warship quietly floated on the sea. Vortex. Warring States revealed a faint smile and said, "Naruto, this is a vessel I expended considerable effort to procure from that old man Denjiki. May it, like you, become a pillar of our Navy headquarters. Hoist the sails. Set sail. Destination, East Sea, Windmill Village." Colonel Naruto, you are the genius of our Navy headquarters. It took substantial negotiation with Commander Warring States for me to be assigned to your warship. Colonel Naruto, I have heard you can spar with Vice Admiral Garp for hundreds of rounds. Since Naruto departed from the Navy headquarters aboard the Vortex, a group of Navy soldiers encircled him daily, expressing their admiration. Sitting in a deck chair on the warship, Naruto enjoyed the sea breeze and sunshine while sharing stories with his companions. The scene was warm and inviting. At least, during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village, no one had ever willingly engaged with Naruto, let alone in such a way as to be the center of attention. Colonel Naruto. Suddenly, a Navy soldier rushed into the dining hall, flustered, and said, "A Navy warship has appeared ahead, along with a pirate ship. They seem to be engaged in battle." Navy and pirates? Naruto immediately stood up. This was the first encounter with pirates daring to confront the Navy since his departure from the headquarters. Everyone immediately entered a state of readiness for battle. Not far from the Vortex, a colossal warship was embroiled in fierce combat, blood spilling freely upon its deck. Whitebeard too. An elder seated on the deck let out an anguished roar, his navy cloak tattered and scarred. Before him stood a towering man over 2 meters tall, wielding a naginata, with a golden-haired elderly woman perched on his shoulder. Once a Navy Admiral, Zephyr. "Bakine," he said with a smile, "you are indeed in a far more pitiful state compared to your younger self." Bakine. Zephyr, enduring the pain coursing through his body, rose unsteadily and said, "Do you wish to oppose the entire Navy?" "The Navy?" Bakine scoffed, "A mere bunch of good-for-nothings." "Zephyr, join us. It would be a waste for someone of your caliber to perish at the hands of my son. Join us, and become the ruler of the seas." Teacher Zephyr, a girl named Ain, who survived thanks to Whitebeard too, whispered, "You must survive. The Navy cannot afford to lose you." Upon hearing Ain's voice, Zephyr could no longer suppress the sorrow swelling within him, akin to a fountain bursting forth. The Navy soldiers aboard this warship were all carefully selected seeds of excellence. 2,000 new recruits had perished due to his own negligence at the hands of Whitebeard too. They were the future pillars of the Navy. Damn pirates. The black armor of Haki coiled around Zephyr's right arm. To hell with you. With Zephyr's roar, a powerful fist surged towards Whitebeard too. The dim-witted Whitebeard too raised his naginata to meet Zephyr's full-force strike. With a thunderous crash, the entire warship trembled under the collision of their forces, nearly shattering. Zephyr staggered back several steps, a sharp pain in his chest, and coughed up blood. In contrast, Whitebeard too only retreated a few steps. Chapter 31. Save Zephyr. Fierce battle with Whitebeard too. Teacher Zephyr. Ain could not contain her exclamation. Zephyr grasped the mast with his right hand and struggled to rise. He was not only the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, but also the mentor to many senior officers within the Navy. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. The current 3 admirals of the Navy had all undergone Zephyr's infamous training to some extent. Should Zephyr fall at the hands of Whitebeard too, it would undoubtedly be a seismic blow to the Navy headquarters. Zephyr, become a soldier under my command. In your current state, you stand no chance against my beloved son. Bakine extended another olive branch to Zephyr. Should he successfully recruit Zephyr, It would signify the establishment of a formidable fighting force in a short time. To perish here in the sea would be utterly meaningless. Meaningless. Zephyr's heart ached as he surveyed the scene, littered with the corpses of his students. They were destined for greater futures, yet now they lay buried here. As their teacher, how could Zephyr possibly abandon justice before their eyes? Yielding to the very foes who took their lives? Ain rushed before Zephyr, spreading her arms wide, using her frail form to shield him. Ain, Teacher Zephyr, I cannot bear to see you perish at the hands of pirates. Fool. Sensing Zephyr's resolve, Bakine lost his patience. This ambush had always been a desperate gamble. If he continued to stall with Zephyr, reinforcements from the Navy headquarters would surely arrive. At that point, with his foolish son, it would be difficult for him to escape alive. Kill him. My son. Yes, mother. The dim-witted Whitebeard, too, raised his Naginata high, infused with powerful haki, charging towards Ain. Colonel Naruto, 2 pirates and a few survivors have been spotted on the warship ahead. The lookout reported to Naruto, having observed through his telescope. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto decisively commanded, fire. Out of unwavering trust in Naruto, the group of Navy soldiers promptly launched dozens of cannonballs. Although the accuracy was slightly off, a few projectiles scattered around the warship nearby. The sound of explosions made Whitebeard too immediately abandon his offensive intentions. He swiftly crossed his Naginata before his chest. At this moment, Bakine also noticed the approaching vortex. Reinforcements from the Navy? Just a small warship. Zephyr. It seems my beloved son is about to slaughter you incompetent Navy. Where is Colonel Naruto? After the cannon fires ceased, everyone looked around and realized Naruto had vanished from the vortex. At that moment, Naruto was swiftly closing in on the ship where Zephyr and Whitebeard too were located. First, eliminate Zephyr, Bakine commanded. Whitebeard too, with resolute steps, raised his Naginata once more. The unintentional swing of the Grim Reaper's scythe summoned an aura of terror. Ain closed her eyes, her expression serene as she stood before Zephyr. Foolish child, as your teacher, how could I bear to see you perish before me? Zephyr summoned his last strength, turning his body to shield Ain in his embrace. In the next moment, a flash of light passed by. A series of sparks erupted as a pitch-black sword intercepted Whitebeard too's Naginata. Spear. A blue flash followed closely. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard too quickly withdrew his Naginata to block the blue flash. I made it. The cloak of justice slowly descended. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling at the despairing expressions of Zephyr and Ain. Who are you? Colonel Naruto Uzumaki of the Navy has arrived. Navy Colonel? Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head. Not to mention a mere Navy Colonel. Even if a Vice Admiral were to come, defeating Whitebeard too would be an impossible task. Only the 3 admirals, or those possessing Vice Admiral level strength, could repel Whitebeard too. However, the series of movements just displayed undeniably showcased remarkable combat prowess. Coupled with the boy's youthful visage, Zephyr was almost certain that this young lad was the naval prodigy he had heard about from Sengoku and Garp. How dare such a lowly Navy colonel provoke us? Bakine glared at Naruto with disdain. Slowly sheathing his black longsword, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled softly, saying, I'm not particularly adept at using swordsmanship against foes. Naruto, take Ain away. Zephyr said sternly. With your talent, you are destined to become a pillar of the Navy. However, with your current strength, battling Whitebeard too is utterly hopeless. Zephyr-sensei, your soldiers are all competent Navy warriors. Naruto removed the Navy cloak symbolizing justice and gently draped it over the corpse of a naval soldier. On his face was only determination to fight the enemy, devoid of any fear. This is my first time facing a great pirate head-on. How could I falter before the battle? Zephyr was about to dissuade Naruto from fleeing when the boy, wielding a kunai, charged at Whitebeard too. Too slow. Whitebeard too unemotionally swung his Naginata, cleaving Naruto in two. Are Navy colonels this reckless now? Bakine couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is he dead just like that? Zephyr and Ain looked on in shock at the bisected Naruto. A prodigious youth? Sengoku and Garp must be jesting with him. Just when everyone thought Naruto had perished at the hands of Whitebeard too, the bisected Naruto suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight. What? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a jet-black dagger hurtled towards Bakine's shoulder. Through the emotions sensed earlier, Naruto was almost certain that eliminating the seemingly inconspicuous Bakine was the only means to prevent Whitebeard too from continuing the fight. Mom. Sensing Naruto's attack, Whitebeard too had no time to swing his Naginata to fend off Naruto's strike and could only reach for the kunai with his bare hands. What incredible speed! Just centimeters away from Bakin, Whitebeard 2's right hand reached Naruto's wrist. Realizing this, Naruto immediately abandoned his offensive intent. He hurled the kunai, flipping in midair and landing beside Whitebeard 2, while the kunai was crushed in his grip. Boom. Chapter 32. Zifa's Guidance. East Blue. I have returned. 3 explosive tags were affixed to Whitebeard 2's right leg. With a low rumble, a series of explosions erupted from Whitebeard 2's leg. Terrifying flames engulfed both Whitebeard 2 and Bakin in an instant. Truly, this boy is hailed as a naval genius, Zifa remarked from the deck, unable to contain his admiration. Although Naruto was no match for Whitebeard 2 in direct combat, his exceptional combat skills had allowed him to inflict injuries on Whitebeard 2. Moreover, there was that inexplicable illusion. Could it be the power of a devil fruit? Damn it! Surviving the fiery explosion, Whitebeard 2 glared at Naruto with a grimace. This was the first time he had felt such intense pain. Son, kill him, kill him. Had Whitebeard 2 not timely intercepted Naruto's attack, Bakin might have already ascended to heaven. Despite his injured right leg, Whitebeard 2 raised his Naginata, attacking Naruto in an unusual stance. Haven't you tasted defeat yet? Naruto suddenly spun around, his right hand enveloped in haki, striking fiercely at Whitebeard 2. The two forces clashed in midair, sending Naruto flying like a kite with its string cut. Whitebeard 2, shocked, glanced at his hands. He had put forth his utmost strength in that strike. Why had he not felled the boy with a single blow? Life returned, releasing all the energy stored within. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a serious expression, Garp was indeed not mistaken. My current strength means nothing on the seas, let alone in protecting those dear to me. From the earlier exchange, Naruto had grasped the disparity in combat power between himself and Whitebeard 2. Thus, a change in strategy was imperative. Naruto, I will assist you. Enduring the pain, Zifa stood up. A brief respite had temporarily restored Zifa's combat prowess. Though only at 2 or 3/10 of his usual capability, he could still help Naruto gain an advantage with his timing. Zifa-sensei, please watch with ease. Taking a deep breath, Naruto patted his cheeks. Garp's and Sengoku's teachings surged through his mind. Garp focused on his tangible strength, while Sengoku taught him how to cleverly counter enemies. It was not unheard of to overcome the strong with the weak on the seas. Chafe, with a surge of power, Naruto appeared before Whitebeard 2 in the blink of an eye. Storm Leg, Finger Pistol. 2 powerful techniques from the Navy's 6 styles struck Whitebeard 2. The superhuman Whitebeard 2 showed no inclination to evade Naruto's assault. To him, it was merely child's play. All he desired was to end Naruto with a single stroke. Grasping Naruto's body, Whitebeard 2 swung his Naginata down once more. Danger! Zifa sensed Whitebeard 2's intentions and shouted a warning to Naruto. A smile crept across Naruto's face. You fell for it. With a loud bang, Naruto transformed into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. He evaded Whitebeard 2's attack. Still toying with me? Whitebeard 2 furiously turned around, swinging horizontally at Naruto. Naruto formed seals in the air. Multi-shadow clone technique. Thousands of Narutos surged from all directions towards Whitebeard 2. Finger Pistol. Storm Leg. Hockey-infused fists. A torrential downpour of attacks ensued. Even Whitebeard 2, with his formidable physique, could not help but break into a sweat. He had never encountered such a bizarre mode of assault before. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Zifa, watching from the sidelines, was left astounded. What sort of devil fruit had that boy consumed? A paramecia user? If those clones could reach the same strength as the original, wouldn't one person be equivalent to an entire navy? Even if not as powerful, possessing 50% of the original strength would still be terrifying. A monster. Whitebeard 2 was a monster. The Naruto before him was an even greater monster. No wonder Garp and Sengoku regarded Naruto as a treasure within the Navy. He had previously proposed taking Naruto to the New World for an exhilarating battle, only to be rebuffed by Sengoku. A fallen genius, before fully maturing, would be of no use. Bakin frowned, murmuring, son, retreat. With Naruto's arrival, they had already squandered considerable time. The Navy headquarters would likely have learned of Zifa's interception by now. After all, they were not far from the Navy headquarters. It is uncertain whether the support from the Navy headquarters is already within reach. Navy Colonel Uzumaki Naruto. Bakin coldly glared at Naruto and stated, You have disrupted my plans. My precious son, and I shall remember you. One day, we will meet again on the vast sea." With that, Bakine commanded Whitebeard II to leap back onto the pirate ship, fleeing into the distance. The battle had concluded. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. The previous fight had been perilous. He had never encountered such a formidable foe before. A slight misstep could have led to his demise at the hands of Whitebeard II. This was an experience he had never faced either in the Navy headquarters or in Konoha. "You are stronger than I was at your age," Zifa remarked, patting Naruto's shoulder with a sense of pride. Naruto smiled in response. "You flatter me, Zifa-sensei. I merely took advantage of the situation." Zifa shook his head, acknowledging that few in the Navy could match Naruto's prowess at such a young age. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were not capable of what Naruto had achieved at his age. They were all selected by Zifa from this batch of new Navy recruits, who could have become outstanding soldiers, with some even capable of rising to the rank of Rear Admiral or Admiral. Zifa gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless bodies around him. Had he been in his prime, such a tragedy would never have occurred. He felt a profound sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. Naruto surveyed the scattered corpses, gaining a deeper understanding of the pirates' brutality for the first time. The sea was indeed treacherous. Deep within, the yearning for strength grew more urgent. Clenching his fists, he recalled the sensation of clashing with Whitebeard II. His current power was simply insufficient to safeguard those around him. He had already lost Sabo. He could not afford to lose anyone else of significance. With a pained expression, Naruto lowered his head. Zifa gently patted his shoulder and said, "Such events occur every moment on the sea. Only by continuously growing stronger and eradicating evil pirates in their cradle can we restore peace to the ocean." Chapter 33. A Brief Respite. Arrival at Windmill Village. Whitebeard II was a formidable adversary. Zifa patted Naruto's shoulder and said gravely, "Do not lose heart. You are still far from becoming an independent force in the Navy." Naruto nodded, acknowledging that his battle with Whitebeard II had revealed numerous shortcomings. The application of haki, both Busoshoku and Kinbunshoku, and the lack of an aggressive approach were areas needing improvement. The 6 styles of the Navy were merely the most rudimentary expression of power within the Navy headquarters. "Zifa-sensei, we have finished handling our comrades' bodies," Ain reported. With the assistance of the crew of the Uzumaki, she quickly gathered the fallen Navy recruits who had perished at the hands of Whitebeard II, draping white cloth over their lifeless forms. Zifa sighed deeply, his gaze drifting toward the distant sea. Was it time to depart? With his current strength, could he still uphold the justice within him? "Zifa-sensei, it would be difficult for just you and I to navigate the warship back to the Navy headquarters. It would be better to accompany us to the nearby Navy base. At least there, we would be safer." Zifa nodded. His physical condition was dire. Should he encounter a notorious pirate again, he feared he might perish on the spot. "Naruto, who taught you to wield Busoshoku and Kinbunshoku haki?" Zifa inquired. "Generally, there are no courses on haki in Navy training camps. It was taught to me by Grandpa Garp." "Garp?" Zifa felt a headache coming on. Garp's mastery of the 2 haki styles was unparalleled in the Navy, especially his terrifying Busoshoku haki. However, that old fool was utterly inept at teaching others how to control haki. No wonder Naruto's usage of haki was so clumsy. "Naruto, in the coming days, let me instruct you on how to cultivate and apply haki." Hearing Zifa's words, Naruto's eyes lit up. The most pressing gap in his abilities was the practical application of the 2 haki styles. During his time at the Navy headquarters, he had heard tales of Zifa. Aside from the 3 admirals, most of the renowned rear admirals in the Navy were Zifa's disciples. With Zifa guiding him, Naruto's mastery of Busoshoku and Kinbunshoku haki would undoubtedly accelerate. With the aid of the crew of the Uzumaki, the warship, having endured the brutal slaughter of war, set sail once more across the unpredictable sea. Over the next 5 days, Zifa diligently imparted foundational knowledge about the 2 haki styles to Naruto, teaching him how to flexibly apply haki in combat against foes. Whenever Naruto strayed in his training, Zifa was quick to point out his mistakes. Time sped by amidst the intense training. The Uzumaki had now docked at a Navy base's port. "Zifa-sensei, I am immensely grateful for your guidance over these past few days," Naruto expressed humbly. Although the teaching period was brief, Naruto's understanding and application of the 2 haki styles had significantly improved. Zifa waved his hand as he disembarked from the Uzumaki. "Naruto, I look forward to the day when you sit in the position of Admiral, cleansing the sea of evil." As Zifa stepped off the Uzumaki, Ain followed closely behind. Stay by Naruto's side, Zifa said earnestly. Zifa-sensei, 2,000 Navy recruits died because of me. Now, I am merely a sinner of the Navy. There is no place for me in this sea. Only a place like Impel Down is suitable for me. You are still young. Do not waste your talent on an old man like me. From today onward, follow Naruto. One day, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force of his own. With resolute steps, Zifa walked alone toward the Navy base, resembling a wounded lone wolf in search of a path forward. A sense of melancholic heroism washed over everyone present. Naruto approached Ein and softly said, "Let us go together. Zifa-sensei needs some time alone." Ein turned and embraced Naruto, bursting into tears. Having endured the loss of comrades and the departure of a mentor, the pain within her was finally unleashed in that moment. Naruto gently patted Ein's shoulder, sharing the solitude that had always accompanied him during his time in Konoha. "Zifa-sensei, I will become the strongest Navy." His determined gaze fixed on the elderly figure not far away. Naruto made a resolution. Zifa not only taught Naruto how to wield the two hockey styles, but also helped him address the turmoil within his heart during their downtime. Strength and kinship. The Uzumaki slowly set sail, with their destination set for East Blue, Windmill Village. The journey across the sea was quite monotonous. Ever since encountering Whitebeard II, Naruto had only come across 2 weak pirate groups on this stretch of sea. After dealing with their leaders, Ein and the recruits engaged the pirates in battle to enhance their combat abilities. "Colonel Naruto, we have arrived," new recruit Chris announced as he opened the door to the training room, where Naruto was practicing. Upon hearing the news of the Uzumaki's arrival at Windmill Village, Naruto could no longer contain his joy and quickly made his way to the deck. The familiar sea breeze washed over him, cleansing his spirit. "Ein, I leave the next matters to you." Before Ein could respond, Naruto leaped down. "With the power of chakra, I raced swiftly across the sea. I have returned to Windmill Village." Within the village, several villagers were engaged in cheerful conversation. The village chief stood leisurely beside Makino's bar, basking in the warmth of the sun. A sudden gust of wind swept through, startling the chief from his brief respite. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the intruder, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Naruto? You little rascal, you're back? Hey, Grandpa Chief." After scanning Naruto from head to toe, noticing the emblematic Navy cloak of justice, the chief could not help but praise, "Indeed, you are a child of Windmill Village, destined for greatness." After exchanging a few words with the chief, Naruto stepped into Makino's bar. In the past, he, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy frequented this establishment, enjoying sweet beverages together. The bell chimed as he entered. Makino, diligently polishing a glass behind the counter, greeted softly, "Welcome." "Makino, it's me, Naruto." Makino covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Inside the tavern, Naruto sat cross-legged on a chair, attentively listening as Makino recounted tales of Ace and Luffy. Ace was still that grumpy little brat, and Luffy remained the same foolish boy. Albeit the absence of Sabo's presence was palpable, the two brothers had conjured up many amusing stories during their time in Windmill Village. Bidding farewell to Makino, Naruto embarked on a path that felt profoundly familiar. In the countryside, he listened to the joyous melodies of chirping birds, his heart brimming with myriad thoughts. The path was unchanged, still as he remembered it. Chapter 34. Reunion. A firm belief I have returned. Naruto silently declared within his heart. In the 2 years since his departure, Windmill Village had experienced many intriguing events. Though he had not been present, even listening to their stories filled Naruto with immense joy. At the end of the familiar path stood a peculiar wooden house, its exterior bearing clear signs of having been scorched by fire. Dayton's home. The memory of the hot-tempered Dadan chasing after him with a wooden stick brought a smile to Naruto's face. Arriving at the door of the wooden house, Naruto patted his cheeks. He had now become a Navy youth and could no longer afford to lose to Ace and Dadan. The Navy cloak fluttered gently in the breeze behind him. "Luffy, Ace, what trouble are you two up to now?" Dayton's booming voice echoed from within. "It's all Ace's idea." Luffy, with a swollen head, sat on the ground, pointing accusingly at the proud Ace standing beside him. "Idiot," Ace scolded softly, unable to suppress his annoyance at Luffy's quick betrayal. "I told you both, the town is dangerous lately. You must not cause trouble." Dayton's voice was stern. "Understood," Ace replied in a flat tone, his plump figure trembling in frustration. "Tonight, neither of you are allowed to eat." "Not allowed to eat?" Luffy began to cry. "It's Ace's fault. Isn't that because you sold me out?" Ace shot back. The sound of their bickering reached Naruto, who stood outside, feeling as if he had been transported back 2 years. Gently pushing open the door, he stepped into the warmth of home. With a clatter, a wooden stick fell to the floor as Dadan, shocked, stared at the figure that had burst into their home. Naruto, Daiden's heart, which had just settled, surged with excitement once more. She embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal, after being away for so long, you didn't even come to see us." "I'm fine, Aunt Dadan. I'm now a full-fledged Navy officer." "A Navy officer?" Dadan rubbed her eyes, finally noticing Naruto's Navy uniform. "You little brat, are you here to arrest us?" "Hee." Naruto chuckled sheepishly. "I'm one of you. Foolish boy. Ace, Luffy, look who's back." Just the old man returning, Ace's defiant voice echoed from the room. "Grandpa's back?" Luffy, recalling the power of his grandfather's fist, quickly covered his head, knowing it was a wise move. Naruto, Ace, stepping out of the room and seeing the familiar face, broke into a joyful expression. "You big idiot." Moving beside Naruto, he extended his right fist. In perfect unison, Naruto responded, their fists meeting in the air. Naruto's return alleviated the weight Ace had been carrying. "I'm sorry for being late," Naruto said, clenching his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. "Naruto." Luffy rushed out of the room, hugging Naruto tightly as he cried loudly. "Do you know about Sabo?" Sabo. Like Ace, Luffy buried his sorrow over Sabo's death deep within. Yet, upon seeing Naruto again, he could no longer hold back. "Sabo is gone." Luffy bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. Naruto, who thought he had already come to terms with Sabo's death, found himself shedding tears once more. "Why are my tears flowing?" Ace embraced Naruto's shoulders, whispering something softly in his ear. Nearby, Dadan watched the reunion of the three brothers with a warm heart. The vast sea was fraught with peril, but the bond among them, no, the bond among the four brothers, would never be eroded. "I will protect you all," Naruto silently vowed. In his heart, Ace, Luffy, and Dadan were irreplaceable. In the midst of Luffy's sobs, the three brothers, seemingly exhausted, embraced and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Naruto awoke, observing Ace and Luffy's carefree expressions, warming his heart. This was the very purpose of his return to Windmill Village. After such a long journey, it was time to rest for a while. Quietly leaving the room, he noticed a faint light emanating from a slightly ajar door. Naruto paused in surprise. Dadan was known to be quite frugal. After 9, she would never allow anyone to light a candle or lamp. Cautiously approaching the door, he saw Dadan mending a tattered piece of clothing, his very first outfit upon arriving in this world. "That foolish boy. How dare he wear a Navy uniform in front of me? I'll take that outfit from him tomorrow." Dadan spoke sternly, yet her eyes were filled with tenderness. "That foolish boy will surely be happy tomorrow." It turned out Dadan had secretly kept his old clothes. "No, I should buy him a new one in town. Now that he is a Navy officer, he should at least have a respectable outfit. I can't let his companions laugh at him. This old outfit cannot be discarded. I will surprise that foolish boy." Sitting on the floor, Naruto placed his hands over his mouth, stifling his sound. He had never been alone. Besides his parents, he had family who loved him dearly. "Ace, Luffy, Dadan, I will protect you all, even if it means standing against the world. To grow stronger, I must continually grow stronger. The world shall not take you from me. Sabo's fate will not befall you. Is someone out there?" Dadan set aside the line she was working on and opened the door. The corridor lay empty, devoid of any presence. After closing the door, she resumed mending Naruto's old clothes. The night was profoundly dark, yet sweetly serene. Ace dreamt of the four brothers embarking on an adventure across the ocean, sailing into the unknown. Luffy envisioned an endless feast of roasted meat. Dadan reminisced about the mischievous antics of the four brothers during their childhood. Despite her frustrations, her heart was always filled with joy. As for Naruto, his dreams were of a family reunion, his parents, whom he had never met, along with the four brothers, Grandpa Garp, Grandpa Sengoku, and Dadan, all gathered warmly around a campfire, sharing simple yet delectable food. Chapter 35, Strength Enhancement. Ace set sail the following morning. Dadan rose early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the three rascals, to welcome Naruto back from the Navy headquarters. She had risen at 3 in the morning and traveled to Windmill Village to procure a bounty of fresh ingredients. Coupled with the wild game Ace and Luffy had caught from the mountains, it was a feast fit for heroes. Today, Naruto donned a new outfit specially sent to him by Makino, seated at the dining table. "Naruto, could you perhaps persuade Ace and Luffy, both Sabo, who has passed, and Ace and Luffy harbor dreams of becoming pirates. Rather than pursuing piracy, they could choose to be Navy like you. At the very least, being in the Navy would ensure their safety under the protection of powerful forces. Upon hearing this, Naruto fell silent for a moment. The Navy headquarters was arguably the safest place upon these seas. If Ace and Luffy joined the Navy, the three brothers could remain together at all times. In that scenario, even if Ace or Luffy faced peril, he could swiftly come to their aid. However, the notion of becoming pirates made him shake his head as he consumed the vegetable porridge from the table. He had attempted to persuade Ace and Luffy to join the Navy on multiple occasions, but each time they had resolutely declined. To them, the Navy did not represent the ultimate freedom on these seas, contradicting the dreams shared by the two brothers. After breakfast, Naruto stepped outside Daiden's home. The signs of flames scorching the surroundings were starkly evident. Sitting cross-legged atop a bare rock, Naruto continuously recalled the days spent under Zephyr's tutelage. In a bid to enhance his offensive capabilities, Naruto endeavored to merge the Navy's 6 styles with the chakra within him. Ultimately, both the 6 styles and chakra stemmed from the intrinsic power residing within the human body. The Navy's 6 styles are specialized techniques developed by maximizing human potential: Shurgan, Arashiashi, Tekai, Jep, Soru, and Kamii. Among these, Shurgan and Arashiashi serve as offensive techniques, while Tekai represents the precursor to the armament hockey's hardening skill. Jep grants the ability to walk in midair. Soru resembles the body flicker technique Naruto had witnessed at the Ninja Academy. And Kamii allows one to evade attacks by altering their body shape. Chakra, hidden within the cells of the human body, can be extracted from the 130 trillion cells that comprise it. If Naruto could successfully merge the two, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Under Naruto's persistence, Kinbunchaku Haki transformed into a domain-like ability that could sense the emotions of nearby beings. What if he were to merge the Navy's 6 styles with chakra? After careful consideration, Naruto began to circulate his chakra, a blue energy floating above his right hand. Maintaining the flow of chakra, he focused part of his mind to execute Shurgan. A brilliant blue projectile shot forth towards the distant forest, snapping several trees in its wake. With chakra enhancing its power, Shurgan's effectiveness soared. Next came Jep and Soru. Along with Tekai, these two techniques displayed no significant improvement under the influence of chakra. Naruto furrowed his brow. Jep, when combined with chakra, bore similarities to walking on water and climbing walls. However, this fusion neither accelerated Jep's speed nor reduced its energy consumption. As for Soru and Tekai, they exhibited only marginal enhancements in speed and hardness, proving little assistance in actual combat. To Naruto's astonishment, Arashiashi's power surged even more than Shurgan's after merging with chakra. Among those skilled in the Navy's 6 styles, Shurgan's power typically eclipsed that of Arashiashi, and most preferred to develop even more formidable techniques based on Shurgan. Yet, chakra unexpectedly harmonized well with Arashiashi. With chakra's infusion, Arashiashi experienced substantial increases in both speed and destructive capability. One powerful kick shattered a rocky barrier into countless tiny fragments. Shurgan Firearm, Arashiashi Storm. This was the name of the technique Naruto had created by merging chakra with Shurgan and Arashiashi. As for the research on Jep, he remained at an impasse. Days later, Naruto reported to a nearby Navy base. Upon learning of his arrival, the personnel prepared a grand feast in his honor. After becoming the officer in charge of the base, he delegated most of the daily responsibilities to Wine and another Navy officer, Chris, becoming a hands-off manager. His spare time was dedicated to training on the surrounding islands, researching the fusion of the Navy's 6 styles, Haki, and Chakra, and returning to Windmill Village to engage Ace and Luffy in intense sparring. Under the tutelage of Garp and Zephyr, Naruto had surpassed both of them in martial arts. As they constantly clamored for adventure at sea, Naruto did not hold back in his training with Ace and Luffy. Under Naruto's rigorous training, both Ace and Luffy rapidly improved their martial skills, particularly Luffy, who continually explored combat techniques with his gum-gum fruit. 2 years later, the waters surrounding Windmill Village became the calmest in the East Blue. Under Naruto's relentless efforts, the surrounding mountain bandits and pirates were all confined within the Navy base's prison. One day, at the port of the island where Windmill Village was located, an old sailing ship drifted quietly on the sea. Ace, dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt, stood aboard the ship, with numerous supplies stacked behind him. "Naruto, leave the Navy and join me on my ship to become a pirate." Ace boldly extended the invitation to Naruto. Over the past 2 years, Naruto had yet to dissuade Ace and Luffy from their aspirations of piracy. No, Ace, Naruto softly declined. Shaking his head, he donned the navy cloak emblazoned with the word justice. Pirates cannot protect everyone. Seeing this, Ace ceased his insistence on Naruto. Each brother had their own destiny and dreams. Ace, Luffy ran over, exclaiming, 2 years from now, I will set sail. By then, I will have companions even stronger than you and Naruto. Ace and Naruto exchanged wry smiles, realizing that they were powerless against Luffy's determination. Take this. Naruto handed a piece of life paper to Ace. Naruto, what is this? It's a life paper. When you find yourself in danger, it will guide me to you. With that, Naruto leaped off the deck. Set sail. Somewhere out there on the sea, we will surely meet again. Chapter 36. Return to Hokage. Encountering Zabuza Captain Naruto. A mission has been assigned from the Navy headquarters. Chris, entrusted with an important task by Naruto, presented a confidential document stating that during this period in the East Sea, the Navy headquarters had scarcely assigned any missions to Naruto. Could it be that a notorious pirate has emerged in the East Sea? Upon opening the secret document, a flicker of astonishment crossed Naruto's mind. The objective of this mission was to investigate corruption within the Navy, and it extended beyond a single naval base. Naruto slapped his cheeks. The Navy was a symbol of justice upon the seas. It was utterly unforgivable to discover that there were vermin within its ranks. He reflected on his comrades at the Navy headquarters, who fought daily on the brink of life and death to uphold justice on the ocean. Which naval bases are nearby? Captain Naruto, the closest one is the 16th Naval Division. The 16th Division, is it? All aboard. Our destination is the 16th Division. Set sail. At the port, the village chief of Windmill Village and Makino stood by the shore with worried expressions. Behind them were the villagers of Windmill Village. Over the past 2 years, the villagers had received considerable assistance from Naruto. The Vortex ship was laden with gifts from the residents of Windmill Village, vegetables, fruits, meats, and various daily necessities. In the simple-hearted Windmill Village, these were the most representative tokens of their gratitude. Makino approached Naruto, gently caressing his cheek, and softly said, Naruto, please return safely. The Dayton family, secretly observing from the woods, wore expressions of deep concern. Boss, aren't we going to say goodbye to Naruto? Dayton replied tersely. We are mountain bandits, and Naruto is a member of the Navy. Do you wish to trouble him? Although Dayton spoke with frustration, deep down she hoped that both Ace and Naruto would return safely to Windmill Village. As they boarded the Vortex ship, Naruto and his companions gradually faded into the horizon of the sea. In his private quarters, Naruto changed out of his naval uniform into comfortable casual attire. Lying on the bed, he contemplated how to continue growing stronger. His thoughts gradually sank into the depths of the ocean. Closing his eyes, he succumbed to slumber. A wave of familiar dizziness washed over him. The next moment, Naruto opened his eyes to find everything around him had undergone a significant transformation. Kakashi stood not far from him, hesitating, struggling to meet his gaze. How annoying. Why am I back here again? The experiences in another world had made Naruto increasingly impatient with the trivial matters of Konoha. Hey, Naruto, how can you treat us like this? Sakura chided at the most inopportune moment. Naruto merely glanced at Sakura, indifferent to the members of Team 7. He leaped onto a tree, closing his eyes to meditate. Kakashi-sensei, why do I feel like Naruto has become a different person? Sakura reflected, her heart racing. He would never have looked at me like that back in the Ninja Academy. Kakashi sighed in relief as Naruto chose not to pursue inquiries about his origins any further. He watched Naruto's silhouette, a frown etching his brow. It seemed Naruto had begun to sense something amiss. Fortunately, he had not pressed further. As a disciple of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi was uncertain how to broach such matters with Naruto. Once the truth was unveiled, how would he face Naruto and explain everything in the village? Currently, various factions within Konoha were intermingling. If Naruto, the Jinchuriki, encountered problems, it would be a substantial blow to the village. The power of the tailed beasts was akin to nuclear weapons in the ninja world. Regarding certain answers, Kakashi could only choose to conceal them, leaving it for the 3rd Hokage to determine upon their return to Konoha. Kakashi sighed, feeling a sense of suffocation within. In truth, he felt considerable guilt towards Naruto. However, for the sake of the village, he could only watch helplessly as his teacher's son faced various injustices in Konoha. Sakura, Sasuke, you two should rest as well. We still have tasks to complete ahead. Kakashi leaped onto a tall tree. Sakura and Sasuke found suitable spots to close their eyes and rest. Unexpectedly, they encountered Konoha ninjas in the Land of Waves. Accompanied by a low voice, a thick mist slowly enveloped the 4 members of Team 7. Lying beneath the tree, Naruto entered his mindscape. 2 unfamiliar chakras emerged not far away. Enemies. Simultaneously, Kakashi also sensed the presence of foes. Sheathing his love paradise, Kakashi assumed a serious stance. Kakashi Hatake? A voice from within the mist, tinged with surprise, emerged. A ninja, his face wrapped in white bandages, appeared before all members of Team 7. A massive sword strapped to his back. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's expression turned solemn. The adversary before them was one of the elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. A member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielder of the decapitating sword, known as the Demon. Unlike Konoha, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist underwent a bloody selection process to earn their titles. Encountering Zabuza here was certainly ominous. Naruto, however, was unconcerned. Having suddenly returned to the world of Hokage, he was already in a foul mood. The appearance of Zabuza and Haku became the perfect targets for him to vent his frustrations, especially with the overt malice emanating from the two. With a stern expression, Naruto rose to his feet. Since they were foes of Uncle Bridge, defeating them would pose no issue. With a powerful thrust of his right leg, Naruto propelled himself like a cannonball towards Zabuza. Naruto. Kakashi immediately called out, "Stop. You are not his opponent." Huh, an amusing little brat. In Zabuza's eyes, Naruto was merely a child who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, at best a lowly genin. Seeking death, Zabuza raised his decapitating sword and swung it fiercely at Naruto. Armament haki enveloped Naruto's right hand, clashing with the decapitating sword in a direct confrontation. This was disastrous. Witnessing Naruto's reckless charge, Kakashi's heart sank. He immediately prepared to remove his eye patch and utilize the power of the Sharingan to rescue Naruto from Zabuza's grasp. Just as everyone anticipated that Naruto's right hand would be severed by the decapitating sword, a shocking scene unfolded. Chapter 37. Defeating Zabuza, Kakashi's astonishment clang. The sound of metal striking metal resounded. The decapitating sword failed to even break Naruto's skin. Gatling gun. A powerful blue energy bullet erupted from Naruto's left hand. At such a close distance, Zabuza had no time to react. The bullet pierced through Zabuza's shoulder, blood gushing forth. This detestable brat. Taking a step back, Zabuza created distance between himself and Naruto. Sakura, who had been observing, covered her mouth in shock. When did Naruto become this strong? Meanwhile, Sasuke's eyes glimmered with determination. He needed to acquire formidable power to exact revenge on that man. In the realm of the Ninja Academy, even the most formidable skills honed to perfection struggle to surpass that man. Yet, within Naruto, Sasuke glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Kakashi approached Naruto's side. His demeanor serious as he cautioned, "Naruto, our adversary is a Nin from the Mist Village. Exercise extreme caution, do not act rashly. Your current task is to remain hidden. As for the enemy, leave him to me." The mist thickened, enveloping Kakashi and Naruto, obscuring their sight. "You little brat are the first of my subordinates to survive my decapitating blade." Zabuza's voice, ghostly and chilling, echoed in their ears. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon surged forth, cleaving through the mist, aimed directly at Naruto. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Without hesitation, Kakashi formed hand seals, erecting an earthen wall that shielded both himself and Naruto. Naturally, the wall bore Kakashi's signature ingenuity. Foolish child. As a competent ninja, engaging in battle without ascertaining the enemy's information is sheer folly. Kakashi glanced back at Naruto, who remained unresponsive, only to find no trace of him. Amidst the fog, Naruto darted through the trees with agility. While other ninjas would be disoriented by the mist, Naruto thrived. His heightened senses allowed him to pinpoint Zabuza and Haku's positions with ease. Wounded, Zabuza stood by a brook, regaining his strength, while Haku's eyes were filled with concern. "Zabuza-sama, your body. Continue to maintain the mist," Zabuza commanded, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes wild with frenzy. In the next instant, he melded into the mist. Hidden mist technique. Silent killing technique. These two infamous jutsu had led many to their demise at Zabuza's hands. The hidden mist technique obscured the enemy's vision, while the silent killing technique eliminated all sound and scent, allowing for a lethal strike. Prepare to meet your end. Zabuza emerged from the mist, swinging his sword towards Naruto's head. Predictably, the blade cleaved through, severing Naruto in two. Was it that simple? Zabuza's icy gaze remained fixed on the corpse he had just created. He had anticipated Naruto would withstand several exchanges. He did not expect a single blow to be fatal. As Zabuza let down his guard, Naruto vanished, transforming into a puff of white smoke. A clone? This is bad. By the time Zabuza comprehended the situation, Naruto's assault had already struck him. There were no embellishments of jutsu, merely raw strength. The force sent Zabuza hurtling through the air, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Lying on the ground, battered and bruised, Zabuza felt several ribs crack under the impact of Naruto's blow. Naruto had significantly enhanced his taijutsu prowess. Brat! Zabuza roared in fury. In response, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Zabuza's face, rendering him unconscious. As for Zabuza's underling, Naruto apprehended him in the blink of an eye. The mist gradually dissipated as Naruto presented Zabuza and Haku before Kakashi. I have no time for distractions, he declared, before returning to the trees to meditate, leaving Kakashi and his companions in stunned silence. Observing the battered Zabuza, Kakashi could not help but swallow hard. In under 15 minutes, he had vanquished the notorious Zabuza Momochi, a feat even he could not claim. Naruto's strength had escalated at an astonishing rate, defeating a ninja that even Kakashi regarded with utmost seriousness. Sakura gazed at Naruto, disbelief etched on her face, while Sasuke, amidst his shock, felt a surge of determination to strengthen himself. Naruto had grown exponentially, leaving Sasuke feeling left behind. Should he continue on this path, the hope of vengeance would slip further from his grasp. After a brief respite, Team 7 set forth once more. Although Naruto feigned indifference toward Kakashi and the others, he remained deeply invested in the matter concerning Tazuna. Throughout their journey, he diligently sought information about the Kato Company from Tazuna. A day later, Team 7 successfully escorted Tazuna to his destination. To express his gratitude, Tazuna prepared an elaborate dinner for Naruto and his team. Following the meal, they returned to their accommodations to rest. Once night enveloped the land, Naruto stealthily made his way to the Kato Company's location. A sensational report emerged. The Maritime Company, renowned for its immense wealth in the land of waves, had been obliterated overnight. Its owner, Kato, was missing. Upon hearing this news, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Naruto. He pondered, recalling the previous night when he sensed Naruto's absence from their lodgings. It seemed evident that Naruto was the one who had dismantled the Maritime Company. Kakashi's furrowed brow began to ease. Though Naruto held a poor impression of Konohagakure, he remained a good-hearted child, unwilling to tolerate the wicked. Once they completed this mission and returned to the village, Kakashi intended to discuss Naruto's circumstances with the third Hokage. Naruto's discontent with the village was evident. If the third Hokage could address this matter effectively, it would benefit both the village and Naruto. With their mission accomplished, Team 7 rested for a day in the land of waves before embarking on their journey back to Konoha. Throughout the return, there was little communication among the members of Team 7. Upon arriving in Konoha, just as Kakashi prepared to commend Naruto and his companions, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and vanished in an instant. Watching Naruto disappear, Kakashi sighed. Another use of the flying thunder god technique? Meanwhile, Naruto reclined on a rooftop, gazing quietly at the sky above, as a wave of solitude washed over him. Chapter 38. Zabuza and Haku, preparing for the Nin exams in Konoha, at the prison. The warden exclaimed with a smile, "What brings Lord Kakashi to our humble prison?" Kakashi, with a stern expression, handed over Zabuza and Haku to the warden, stating, "Confine them in the most secure area." The warden's face displayed shock as he regarded Kakashi and Zabuza. The infamous Zabuza Momochi had been apprehended by Kakashi. After departing the prison, Kakashi made his way directly to the Hokage's office in Konoha. Upon knocking on the door, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, looked up from his papers, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, Kakashi, you've arrived. How was your first mission with Naruto and the others? Exhausting, I presume?" In the eyes of Hiruzen, the members of Team 7 were all problem children, especially Naruto and Sasuke. One a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the other a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Among all the elite Nin, only Kakashi could be their teacher. Kakashi let out a sigh. "Well, this mission, while requiring little effort on my part. However, during the execution of the mission, Naruto's peculiar behavior inflicted considerable psychological pressure on Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Kakashi and stated, "Kakashi, I hope you can keep a close watch on Naruto." Kakashi nodded and replied, "Lord Third, I have come to report the specifics of this mission." "Oh." The task assigned to Team 7 was merely an ordinary escort mission. "I did not anticipate that you would come to report to me personally," Sarutobi remarked. "Speak." He prepared 2 cups of tea, handing one to Kakashi before continuing in a solemn tone. Subsequently, Kakashi recounted everything that had transpired during the mission in detail. "What? You say Naruto has already perceived the anomalies regarding his heritage? He even defeated an elite Jonin? Kakashi, you cannot be jesting," Sarutobi exclaimed, astonished. "Naruto is merely a newly graduated genin. Even if he possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, defeating an elite Jonin is utterly preposterous. Lord Third, I witnessed it with my own eyes. After battling that elite Jonin, Naruto prevailed in just 3 minutes, sustaining no injuries. It was a flawless victory." Sarutobi placed his cup of hot tea down, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Kakashi. The news brought back by Kakashi was indeed shocking, raising concerns about Naruto's burgeoning strength and his inquiries regarding his heritage. Sarutobi's expression darkened. Who could have divulged Naruto's lineage to him? It was unforgivable to undermine Naruto's relationship with the village in such a manner. "Lord Third, I believe we should explain the situation to Naruto." "Explain?" Sarutobi shook his head. "Now is not the ideal moment to enlighten Naruto. Once he learns that he is the son of the 4th Hokage, who knows what actions he might take? Moreover, the villagers' perception of Naruto has become deeply ingrained. Changing their views will not be an overnight endeavor. With the Chunin exams approaching, the host of the tailed beast from Sunagakure has already arrived in Konoha, and it is nearly certain he will participate in these exams. Only another Jinchuriki can defeat a Jinchuriki. Thus, Naruto must not encounter any issues. With so many daimyo watching, Konoha cannot afford to lose to Sunagakure." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi waved his hand. "Kakashi, I am already aware of Naruto's situation. I will find a way to address it. For now, we must focus on the Chunin exams." Kakashi opened his mouth to speak further, but was silenced by a glance from Sarutobi. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Danzo, who had been eavesdropping next door, pushed open the door. "Hiruzen, have you considered the consequences if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki encounters issues? Hand Naruto over to me. There is still a chance for resolution. Only the root can fully control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Sarutobi snorted coldly. "Danzo, Naruto has not completely severed ties with the village. I will make the decisions regarding him. Remember, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen," Danzo retorted, leaving the Hokage's office after failing to sway Sarutobi. Sarutobi gazed at Konoha below, his expression growing resolute. Could Naruto possess the strength to defeat a Jonin? His burgeoning power could serve Konoha well in the upcoming Chunin exams, providing an excellent opportunity to showcase the village's prowess before the daimyo. As for revealing Naruto's lineage, that could wait. Naruto is a good child. He would not mind. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto did not relent in his training. He diligently honed his Busashoka haki, Kenbunshika haki, physical techniques, and ninjutsu to enhance his physical prowess. He sought out his previous training partners, Gai-sensei and Lee, to inquire about improving his taijutsu. This duo was renowned for their physical combat skills in Konoha, especially Gai, who was known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. Might Gai and Lee readily accepted Naruto into their training regimen, as they were also preparing for the Chunin exams. Together, the three embarked on an intense, grueling training regimen. After some time, Might Gai, brimming with admiration, could not help but praise Naruto. "Naruto, your progress in taijutsu is remarkably swift." Lee, standing beside him, displayed a look of respect. Despite his own diligent training, he found himself left in Naruto's wake. Contemplating this, Lee wiped the sweat from his brow and hesitantly spoke. "Gai-sensei, the Chunin exams are only a few days away." Might Gai clapped Lee on the shoulder, flashing a broad smile and giving him a thumbs up. "Lee, one must not leave any regrets in youth. Go forth and train diligently alongside Naruto. You both shall pass the Chunin exams and become qualified Chunin." Empowered by Might Gai's encouragement, Lee reignited his determination and rejoined the training. Watching Naruto and Lee sweat under the sunset, Might Gai felt a swell of pride. Chapter 39. The Chunin exam. Gaara makes his appearance. Time flew by, and the Chunin exams arrived. This event was jointly hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure, boasting a scale far surpassing previous competitions. On the morning of the exams, after finishing breakfast, Naruto leisurely made his way to the classroom, where many ninjas were already seated, both from Konoha and other villages. His teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, had saved a seat for him. However, Naruto disregarded their complex expressions and walked directly to Lee. Lee, taken aback, kept glancing toward Team 7, his face slightly flushed. Naruto, aren't you going to sit next to Sakura? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter where I sit. He had little interest in the so-called Chunin exams, having been signed up by Kakashi without his consent. If not for the persistent urging of his brow-banded teacher, he might have skipped the event altogether, deeming it a waste of his training time. Not long after sitting down, a surge of chakra collided with his mental domain. Turning to look, he saw a girl with long red hair, adorned with the grass village headband. At that moment, she also looked over, clearly sensing Naruto's presence. Naruto paused, pondering the identity of this red-haired girl. Her chakra evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before he could speculate further, an intense killing intent surged into his mental domain from behind. Frowning, he glanced up to see a red-haired boy not far ahead, his youth evident. A large character was etched on his forehead, and he bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, with a massive gourd strapped to his back. From the moment Naruto laid eyes on him, he felt an unprecedented aura of brutality and hatred emanating from the boy. The profound animosity was unlike anything he had ever encountered, as if he wished to eradicate the world itself. Naruto had never seen anyone exude such overwhelming negative emotions. As he scrutinized Gaara, the latter seemed to sense his gaze, suddenly turning to meet his eyes with a chilling smile. This familiar sensation, for some reason, Naruto felt an uncanny connection to this individual. This sense of familiarity reminded him of the Nine Tails within him. Could there be a connection between them? The sequence of revelations piqued Naruto's interest. It appeared that Kakashi had not been mistaken. This Chunin exam promised many surprises. However, no time was given for contemplation, as a group of individuals entered the classroom. Leading them was a tall man clad in a cloak, his face marred by scars. I am the chief examiner for this session, Ibiki Marino. With his arrival, an instant silence enveloped the room. Upon entering, he briefly elucidated the rules. This was a written examination comprising 10 questions, with a scoring system that penalized incorrect answers by 1 point. After stating the rules, Ibiki's gaze sharpened as he reiterated sternly, "Do not even think of resorting to base methods of cheating. I expect you to behave like true ninjas." Naruto, having experienced many years in another world and interacted with various pirates and navy officers, could easily discern the underlying meaning of Ibiki's words. Essentially, he implied that cheating was permissible, but it should be conducted with the finesse of a ninja. Nonetheless, Naruto had little interest in the exam. Passing or failing held no significance for him. Even upon grasping the examiner's insinuation, he chose to disregard it. When the papers were distributed, Naruto barely glanced at them. Instead, he was more intrigued by a recent discovery, closing his eyes to extend his senses and observe the two individuals nearby. As the examination progressed, many remaining in the classroom began to comprehend the implications of Ibiki's words and resorted to all manner of subterfuge to cheat. Yet Naruto remained unchanged, eyes closed, not once lifting his pen, as if he had surrendered to the examination. His demeanor elicited furrowed brows from several onlookers. The proctor, along with the hidden Umbu, monitored the situation closely. Perhaps the most anxious were Sasuke and Sakura, who, observing Naruto's lackadaisical attitude, felt a surge of frustration. Given that this exam required teamwork, Naruto's indifference seemed to jeopardize their chances. What a slacker! Sakura glared at Naruto, her irritation palpable. Being late is one thing, but to give up on the exam entirely. It appears that both Sasuke and I might lose our qualifications because of him. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, reaching the 45-minute mark. Suddenly, Ibiki, who had been silent, spoke up. "Well, I trust you have completed the first 9 questions. Now, let us reveal the 10th question." "Oh, has the real test arrived?" Naruto opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the podium. "Before announcing the 10th question, I must pose a query. You have 2 choices regarding this question. First, you may choose to continue with the exam. However, if you answer incorrectly, your previous scores will be nullified, and you will be barred from future examinations. Second, you may opt to forfeit this examination, allowing you to return next year." Upon Ibiki's conclusion, a wave of commotion swept through the classroom. What nonsense is this? Such a rule is utterly unfair. The disgruntled murmurs prompted a chilling smile from Ibiki. If there are any dissenters, you are welcome to exit now." The room fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances. "Now, tell me your decision," Ibiki declared, his gaze fixed on Naruto, eager to discern his choice. His disdain for the boy's nonchalant attitude toward the Chunin exam was palpable. To his surprise, the blonde-haired youth remained unfazed, chuckling softly, shaking his head, and once again closing his eyes. Ibiki's expression darkened, his tone growing more serious. "Your response affects your two teammates. If you answer incorrectly, they too will lose their qualifications." Yet Naruto continued to ignore the warning. Witnessing Naruto's demeanor left Ibiki momentarily astonished. Did he truly remain indifferent at this level? Had he quickly discerned the true purpose of this examination? Ibiki couldn't help but admire Naruto's keen perception. After a long moment of silence, he took a deep breath and turned his attention to the other students in the room. "Those choosing to forfeit, please raise your hands. After recording your numbers, you may leave." As Ibiki's words settled in, several individuals succumbed to the pressure, raising their hands to forfeit the exam and slowly making their way outside. Chapter 40. Has Naruto abandoned the exam? As more than half the participants exited, Ibiki's cold gaze swept across the classroom. The remaining genin, however, displayed resolute expressions, unafraid of his scrutiny. Clearly, they were determined to persevere in this examination. A smirk played on Ibiki's lips. This year's genin were surprisingly commendable. His gaze ultimately settled on Naruto, who appeared to be in a meditative state in the corner. "Congratulations to those who remain. You have successfully passed the first exam." After a brief moment of silence, the classroom erupted in astonished voices, incredulous at the announcement. "Huh, just as I suspected." Naruto shook his head. "It's all just a trick." In the next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed the examination room. With the first round concluded, he had other matters to investigate. Just as Naruto vanished, a shadowy figure shattered the window, entering the examination hall. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened intently as an Umbu ninja stood before his desk, recounting the recent events. So, Naruto Uzumaki spent the entire exam with his eyes closed, submitting a blank paper. Moreover, during the second exam, he left the venue, seemingly intending to forfeit. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in shock, his voice quickening with urgency. "Yes, Lord Third. After the first exam concluded, the Jinchuriki flew away, and we currently do not know his whereabouts." Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply as he listened to the Umbu's report. He set down his pipe, his expression grave. "How could this happen? Before this Chunin exam, I assured the Daime of the Land of Fire that Konoha would shine brightly in this event, overshadowing the Wind Country. Now, Naruto's attitude suggests he does not wish to participate in the Chunin evaluation. He cannot forfeit." After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen realized he needed to speak with Naruto. He rapped his fingers on the table, and in an instant, 4 Umbu members appeared in the Hokage's office. "You 4, swiftly search the village for Naruto's whereabouts, and ensure that he comes to see me." "Yes. And inform Akatsuki to postpone the start time of the second exam." Hiruzen's expression was resolute, his tone brooking no argument. "Tell her that Naruto must participate in this Chunin exam." The Umbu member shuddered at the command, recognizing the third Hokage's anger. Without further delay, he hurried toward the Forest of Death, where Akatsuki had already led the candidates. Soon, only Hiruzen remained in the office. He stood by the window, gazing down at the village, taking slow drags from his pipe. "Naruto, I hope you do not let me down." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Chunin exam registration office, Naruto sifted through a thick stack of papers, the registration forms he had just acquired. Found it. Even now, Naruto couldn't suppress his astonishment. The individuals he encountered at the exam were indeed extraordinary. Gaara, from Sunagakure, host of the tailed beast Shikaku, extremely dangerous. The red-haired youth, bearing a gourd upon his back, turned out to be just like him, a monster sealed with a tailed beast. He never anticipated that there existed another soul in this world who shared a similar fate. Reflecting upon the myriad moments he had endured in Konoha over the years, he suddenly felt a flicker of empathy towards the boy named Gaara. And then there was another girl with red hair. Naruto continued to sift through the documents in his hands. Uzumaki Kurui, from the village hidden in the grass. The moment he saw the name Uzumaki, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder her chakra carried an inexplicable familiarity. Uzumaki, could she be a relative in this world? Suddenly, memories of his earlier observations during the examination resurfaced, and his expression darkened. The attitude of those 2 grass ninjas towards her had been exceedingly hostile. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, a figure clad in black with a rabbit mask materialized before him. He recognized it as a member of the Umbu, a specialized unit directly under the Hokage. With an icy demeanor, the Umbu addressed him. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me to the Hokage's office at once. The third Hokage has summoned you. In the Hokage's office, Naruto inquired impatiently, what does he want with me? He regarded the elderly man before him with a lack of respect. You brat, show some respect. This is the Hokage. The assistant, unable to tolerate Naruto's attitude, admonished him sharply. It's fine. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved dismissively. Once the assistant had exited, he turned his gaze to Naruto, smiling gently. Naruto, how have you been lately? Is your allowance sufficient? Naruto furrowed his brow at the suddenly benevolent old man. What was this old fool up to? Why the sudden concern for his well-being? He scoffed inwardly, recalling how the third had ignored him for years. Now, out of the blue, he was showing interest. Get to the point, Naruto said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the third smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy. He observed Naruto, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Lately, he had sensed an increasingly intense hostility from Naruto. In the past, despite the pranks, Naruto had always respected him, referring to him as Grandpa Hokage. Now, their relationship had deteriorated to the point where they felt more like adversaries than acquaintances. Sarutobi found the situation rather troublesome. But he took a deep breath and forced a smile. This was all for the village. Naruto, what do you think about being a ninja? Naruto was taken aback, a cold laugh echoing in his heart. He suspected that the reason for this summons was related to the Chunin exams. Shaking his head, he replied, there's nothing honorable about it. Sarutobi's expression darkened further. Since the Uchiha massacre, the village's strength had diminished significantly. Other ninja villages were eyeing Konoha hungrily, and even the daimyo of the Land of Fire had expressed discontent towards the village. His plan was to showcase Konoha's might during the Chunin exams to intimidate those coveting the village and gain the daimyo's approval. If Naruto continued to act recklessly and abandoned the exam, Konoha's performance would surely be overshadowed by Tsunagakure, placing the village in an even more precarious position. Naruto's response only exacerbated Sarutobi's frustrations. The third took a moment to compose himself before continuing. Naruto, you may not fully grasp the significance of becoming an excellent ninja. As ninjas, we are tasked not only with protecting our village, but also with bringing it honor. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of such lofty ideals. Honor? Protecting the village? He recalled his grandfather, Garp, who, despite declaring that Luffy and Ace should only become Marines, would unleash his fists mercilessly when they expressed a desire to be pirates. Yet Garp never resorted to grandiose justifications to force them to relinquish their dreams of becoming great pirates, even though he was a marine hero draped in righteousness. With this thought, Naruto's disdain for Sarutobi deepened. Konoha has never regarded me as anything but a nuisance. Why should I protect it or fight for its honor? Sarutobi frowned, realizing that Naruto's misunderstanding of Konoha had reached a troubling depth. It was evident that a change in approach was necessary. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi understood that the conversation ahead was crucial, not only for Konoha's future, but also for Naruto's destiny. Naruto, Sarutobi began slowly. I know you have a deep desire to become stronger. Kakashi has informed me that this is your goal. Naruto furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He didn't comprehend why the old man had suddenly brought this up. Sarutobi produced 2 scrolls from his desk and placed them on the table. Here are 2 scrolls. One contains the advanced jutsu, Rasengan, and the other is a training method for chakra nature transformation. Either one will greatly enhance your strength. As long as you return to participate in the Chunin exams, these scrolls will be yours. Naruto was taken aback. The desire to grow stronger had never waned within him. Ever since Sabo's departure, his greatest wish had been to acquire the power to protect everyone. He had been contemplating ways to enhance his abilities, whether through merging chakra with the Marine's 6 powers or training in hockey. Yet, despite his efforts, he had seen little improvement. Moreover, he felt his current offensive capabilities were too limited. The Marine's 6 powers and shadow clones excelled against weaker opponents, but against true powerhouses, they were far from sufficient. Recalling the helplessness he felt when facing Whitebeard too, he thought that with stronger offensive techniques, he could have left a mark on him, and Zifa-sensei would not have felt such regret. The allure of the 2 scrolls Sarutobi presented was undeniable, yet Naruto did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he regarded Sarutobi with silence. He indeed yearned to grow stronger, But he also harbored grievances towards Konoha, particularly towards Sarutobi, with whom he felt no fondness. Why the sudden kindness? Naruto couldn't help but inquire. Seeing Naruto appear more amenable, Sarutobi sighed with relief. Naruto, I understand your grievances towards the village. However, as ninjas, it is our duty to protect it. This upcoming Chunin exam is not only about your personal future, it is also crucial for the fate of Konoha. Naruto scoffed internally. Forget it. I'm not interested in protecting the village. However, outwardly, he softened his expression, taking the scrolls with a neutral demeanor. I understand. At the entrance to the Forest of Death, surrounded by countless iron nets and towering trees that exuded a solemn, yet daunting aura, Naruto felt as though he had returned to the woods outside Dawn's house, a sensation both familiar and comforting. Memories of days spent hunting and playing with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo flooded his mind. The faces of his friends vividly appeared, causing a smile to break across Naruto's face, easing his tension considerably. After grasping the rules, Naruto ventured directly into the forest. The objective was to gather 2 scrolls, the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and reach the tower within the Forest of Death within the stipulated time. Each team would possess 1 scroll, necessitating the theft of another team's scroll to qualify for entry into the tower. Standing outside the Forest of Death, Naruto inhaled deeply. Though he had promised the third to return for the exam, it did not imply he would exert his utmost effort. First things first, I need to find my teammates, he muttered to himself, expanding his senses. Naruto's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon discovering that Sasuke and Sakura were situated not far from the entrance, seemingly entangled in trouble. At that moment, Sasuke bore numerous wounds and had several tears in his clothing, swaying unsteadily as if he could scarcely maintain his footing. Yet, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Sakura, his right hand gripping a shuriken, his gaze fixed warily on the opposing ninja. Before him stood a ninja from the grass village, whose grotesquely elongated tongue hung down, emanating a malevolent aura akin to that of a venomous serpent. Naruto furrowed his brow, certain that this individual had not been in the classroom moments prior. Moreover, the magnitude of chakra he radiated was astonishing, clearly surpassing that of a mere genin. The presence of this foe instilled a sense of trepidation within Naruto. This adversary was formidable indeed. As he hastened toward them, he continued to assess the unfolding battle with acute focus. Witnessing Sasuke's injuries in his valiant attempt to shield Sakura stirred an unfamiliar feeling within Naruto. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a resemblance to Ace, who once stood resolutely with an iron pipe between him and Luffy. This lad certainly values his comrades. Meanwhile, Sasuke endured excruciating pain. Maintaining his vigilant stance, he had exerted all his strength against an opponent who was even more formidable than Zabuza, a threat he could scarcely confront alone. Gritting his teeth, he cursed his misfortune. If only Naruto were here. The grass ninja suddenly flicked his long tongue, licking his lips, his elongated slit pupils glimmering with satisfaction as they scrutinized Sasuke. Indeed, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, so adept at wielding the Sharingan at such a young age. This brings me great delight. His sticky gaze made Sasuke feel utterly uncomfortable. With a heavy sigh, Sasuke realized they could no longer afford to remain at a stalemate. They could very well perish here before Naruto arrived. Sakura, give him the scroll. Sasuke sheathed his shuriken and shouted at the grass ninja, we no longer want the scroll. Let us go. Sakura, taken aback, looked on in astonishment. Heh, if I kill you, the scroll will be mine. The grass ninja suddenly grinned menacingly, his neck grotesquely elongating as he lunged toward Sasuke. In the next moment, a golden-haired youth appeared before Sasuke, delivering a powerful kick that sent the grass ninja's head flying back at a speed surpassing that of its initial approach, crashing into a nearby tree with a tremendous impact. Chapter 42, Team 7 and Orochimaru. Naruto, you finally arrived. Please help Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Naruto's sudden appearance. Despite her previous reservations toward him, there was no denying Naruto's strength. After all, even Zabuza, a seasoned genin, had fallen easily to his prowess. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Sasuke's taut nerves relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground. With Naruto here, their safety was assured. Just as he began to feel relieved, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to warn, Naruto, do not underestimate him just because he is a genin. He is exceptionally strong. Naruto glanced back at Sasuke, observing the multitude of wounds that adorned his body, a sight far clearer than any mental projection. It reminded him of the time he and Luffy had emerged from the Bergerac pirates, battered and bruised. Reflecting on the grass ninja's earlier decision to abandon the scroll for the sake of his comrade, Naruto found himself appreciating such loyalty in a teammate. With a smile, he gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Well done. Rest easy now. Then, his demeanor hardened as he turned to face the adversary. You dare to injure my teammate? I will not let you off lightly. Teammate. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, recalling Naruto's words when Team 7 was first formed. I do not yet consider them my comrades. They are merely teammates assigned to my group. But now what had changed? Before he could voice his query, the grass ninja interrupted. Quite impressive. It seems Konoha has hidden quite a number of talented individuals. With a crack, the grass ninja pulled his head back, his face darkening as he glared at the trio of Team 7. Upon seeing his face, Sakura gasped in horror. Who are you? The grass ninja's facial skin had torn away, sagging grotesquely, revealing another pale visage beneath. He ripped off the tattered layer of skin, exposing a ghastly white face. You must have heard of my name. I am Orochimaru. With his yellow hair, Naruto's fist struck like lightning toward Orochimaru's nape. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Naruto's speed. However, Orochimaru was quick to react, contorting his body into an uncanny arc just as Naruto's fist was about to connect, narrowly evading the blow. An interesting body flicker technique. Orochimaru licked his lips. Unperturbed, Naruto employed the technique again, appearing before Orochimaru to deliver a fierce kick to his abdomen. Orochimaru swiftly dodged the attack while forming hand seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Countless snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, slithering toward Naruto. With a disdainful grunt, Naruto brought his hands together. Moonwalk. His body soared into the air, effortlessly evading the serpentine onslaught. Orochimaru squinted, astonished. While there existed various ninjutsu in the ninja world, the ability to fly was exceedingly rare. He had never heard of any technique from Konoha that granted flight, and he couldn't help but admire it. How intriguing. Without uttering a word, Naruto executed a turn in midair, raising his right leg high. Storm leg. A sharp slicing kick shot forth from Naruto's foot, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, finding himself beleaguered by Naruto's relentless assault. Yet, he was a moment too late. Naruto's strike grazed his left arm, causing blood to gush forth. Cough, cough. Quite impressive. Orochimaru clutched his wound, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. This isn't ninjutsu, is it? To deliver such force using merely your legs is remarkable. Orochimaru formed hand seals once more. Summoning technique. In an instant, a massive white serpent materialized from a burst of smoke, lunging directly at Naruto. Sasuke, seated nearby, strained to observe the clash between the two. Even with his Sharingan activated, the details of their battle remained obscured to him. He was utterly overwhelmed by their speed and power. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed something amiss and swiftly rolled away from his position. Just as he did so, Orochimaru erupted from the ground below. Body flicker. But instead of encountering Sasuke, he was met with Naruto's fist. Even underground, Orochimaru's figure was astonishingly agile, evading the strike and repositioning himself behind Naruto. Your perception is quite remarkable. Orochimaru returned to the giant serpent's side, licking his lips. I can't deceive you at all. Naruto chuckled lightly. From the very beginning, your eyes have been fixated on Sasuke. You're not here for the scroll at all. Sasuke is your true target. Orochimaru's laughter rang out, sinister and chilling. So, you are that demon fox brat. Do you wish to know who your father is? I suppose the third Hokage never mentioned it to you. Are you curious about this secret? Demon fox, father. The mere mention of these words darkened Naruto's expression. Body flicker. Storm leg. Boom. Orochimaru's figure was replaced by a wooden post as Naruto's sharp kick cleaved through it effortlessly. Have I riled you? Using the same technique again? You won't catch me off guard a second time. Orochimaru's voice echoed ominously from above. Is that so? Naruto's figure vanished from sight. Even Orochimaru could not perceive his movements. Orochimaru's heart raced with alarm. This was not a mere body flicker technique, but rather the wind style, gale palm. In the next instant, Naruto's voice echoed from behind him. A fierce chakra-infused slash grazed Orochimaru's back, striking him directly. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Naruto's unexpected prowess. He had no time to react. Countless slashes descended upon him like a torrential storm, shattering the trees surrounding him. With a cough of blood, Orochimaru was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a great tree. As the dust settled, he lay on the ground, his body marred by deep cuts, his neck nearly severed, and his left hand and right foot missing. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. Naruto, coldly observing him, prepared to deliver the final blow when Orochimaru suddenly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. How intriguing! I never imagined Konoha concealed such a monster, he exclaimed. And in an instant, his form transformed into a swarm of small snakes, scattering and vanishing. Naruto furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, but Orochimaru's presence eluded him entirely. Had he truly escaped? At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura, who had been rendered speechless by the spectacle, regained their composure. Naruto, how did you do that? Sasuke asked in shock. Sakura, equally exhilarated, stammered, incredible. When did you become this strong? Turning to his teammates, Naruto replied nonchalantly, that is of little consequence. What matters is that we must swiftly locate the scroll to pass this exam. Chapter 43. Hair that shines like the sun. Our first enemy was so formidable. What can we expect from those who follow? Sakura expressed her concerns to Sasuke. Having sustained severe injuries in his battle with Orochimaru, Sasuke was grateful for Naruto's timely intervention. The consequences could have been dire. If they acted hastily now and encountered even stronger foes, what would they do? Leave it to me. You two rest here, Naruto declared, closing his eyes as he expanded his mind's eye. Instantly, the entirety of the Death Forest unfolded within his perception. Ah, fortune smiles upon us, Naruto remarked, surprised as he approached the spot where Orochimaru had transformed into snakes. Among a pile of torn fabric, he unearthed a scroll. Although it was severely damaged, the characters inscribed upon it remained legible. It was undoubtedly a scroll of the earth. Is this it? Naruto exclaimed, waving the scroll towards Sasuke and Sakura. Looks like we needn't search any longer. Suddenly, a clash of chakra and the minds, I sent a wave of familiarity coursing through Naruto. His brow furrowed in contemplation. On the other side of the Death Forest, two ninjas from the grass village, battered and bloodied from a recent skirmish, cowered behind a massive tree. You worthless fool. Because of you, they snatched our scroll. You're nothing but a dead weight. What use are you in this Chunin exam? They vented their frustrations onto a red-haired girl beside them. Your recovery ability is remarkable. Why did you flee? If you had allowed him to strike you, they would have surely fallen into our trap. One of the grass ninjas berated her. The girl, skilled in sensory and healing techniques but ill-equipped for direct confrontation, could only defend herself, her arms wrapped protectively around her body. What could I have done? If that had struck me, I would have died. You useless waste. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and heal us. One grass ninja snapped, seizing the girl, Vortex Karen, and forcibly pulling her arms away. Her sleeves rolled up to reveal numerous deep bite marks on her arms. Disgusting, the grass ninja scoffed, then opened his mouth, biting down on her arm. Blood flowed, and the injuries on his body healed at a visible rate. The other grass ninja joined in, viciously biting Karen's arm as well, causing a pained expression to flicker across her face. Once they had fully recuperated, Karen swiftly withdrew her arm, lowering her sleeve to shield it. Ugh, that's revolting. Your arm must have been bitten by countless others. Besides your healing abilities, what else are you good for? If we fail this Chunin exam, be prepared for the consequences when we return. We still have a chance, but we must obtain both the Earth and Heaven scrolls. In the upcoming battles, you must fulfill your role as bait. Do you understand, waste? The two grass ninjas stood, rejuvenated, their chakra surging within them. One of them kicked Karen, ordering, "What are you still lying around for? Get up." In a flash of golden light, a figure, not particularly tall, appeared before them. The trio was taken aback. This guy is fast. What do you want? The two grass ninjas froze in place, too intimidated to move. The speed of this newcomer surpassed their ability to perceive, clearly beyond their capacity to handle. Before long, Sakura and Sasuke arrived, having not strayed far from the earlier confrontation. Sakura glanced at the red-haired Karen and questioned, Naruto, are you here for this girl? Girl? Is she who you mean? Karen looked up at the figure blocking her, her eyes filled with confusion. Her gaze traveled upward until it landed on the unmistakable golden locks. Ah, you are the one who used the Kagaya's Byakugan to spy on me during the exam, Karen exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Cough, cough. Naruto coughed awkwardly, catching the strange looks from Sakura and Sasuke. He quickly shifted the topic. So, this ability is called Kagaya's Byakugan? You may be part of the same clan as me. A sense of deja vu washed over him, solidifying his suspicions. With a smile, he extended his hand. I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Clan? Uzumaki. But you don't have red hair. Karen began to protest, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden alarm. Watch out behind you. At that moment, the two grass ninjas sprang into action. Humph. This little blonde dares to leave his back exposed to the enemy? I'll teach you a lesson today, one that you won't learn in school. With their kunai drawn, one aimed for Naruto's back, while the other targeted his neck, exulting, die. But as their kunai struck Naruto's body, a resounding clang echoed. Armored color. Naruto turned calmly, his skin shimmering with a dark glow. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Piercing strike. He had witnessed the entire scenario through his mind's eye. Dare to treat my clansman so disrespectfully. Fury etched upon his face, his voice turned ominous. Shave. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Then, a thud resounded as one grass ninja was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive tree dozens of meters away. The force of impact splintered the tree, and blood erupted from the ninja's mouth. You scoundrel, I will fight you to the end. Another grass ninja witnessed the instant defeat of his comrade and was consumed by rage. As chakra surged within him, he prepared to launch an attack. But Naruto suddenly appeared before him. Finger gun. His finger thrust forth like a lance, piercing the chest of the grass ninja. Pooh! The ninja widened his eyes in disbelief, slowly collapsing to the ground. In just 2 exchanges, Naruto had incapacitated 2 grass ninjas. Vortex Karen gazed at the golden-haired boy before her, waves of emotion crashing within her. She felt an inexplicable sense of closeness towards him, despite the evident danger he posed. With remarkable ease, Naruto dispatched the 2 troublesome foes. Turning to Karen, he smiled and asked, what about the red? Karen, feeling a surge of nervousness, bit her lip and replied, the red hair. The Vortex clan is known for their red hair. She pointed to Naruto's head, but yours is golden. Chapter 44. This is what he deserves. Naruto paused, realization dawning upon him. Is that so? I never knew. It was the first time he learned that the hair of the Vortex clan should be red. He regarded Karen with gentle eyes and smiled. My hair is the same color as my father's. My mother's hair should have been red. As Naruto bent down to assist Karen, he noticed her wounds were beginning to heal. Indeed, like him, she possessed a formidable recovery ability. How did you end up in the village hidden in the grass? Are there other clan members? Karen's eyes dimmed. The Vortex clan has been annihilated. The Vortex clan, masters of powerful sealing techniques, had long been seen as a thorn in the side by other nations. During wartime, many countries secretly launched assaults on the land of the Vortex to maintain strategic balance and prevent adversarial nations from acquiring their powerful sealing techniques. In a single night, the land of the Vortex vanished without a trace. My mother and I ended up in the village hidden in the grass after our homeland's destruction. But the grass village exploited us for our lineage. My mother was bitten to death. She raised her arm, causing Sakura to gasp in horror at the rows of deep bite marks covering her entire arm. What kind of torment had this red-haired girl endured? Naruto's expression darkened. Was this how the village hidden in the grass treated his kin? These brutes. If I fail my mission, I will be punished when I return to the village hidden in the grass. Beaten and cast out, I will have nowhere to go. Karen pressed her lips together, falling silent. Naruto heard her softly sobbing, and his heart ached for her. He stepped forward, slowly extending his hand. From now on, follow me. Huh? Karen looked up, her eyes blinking in surprise. Before her stood the earnest gaze of the golden-haired boy. Those blue eyes were gentler than anyone she had ever encountered. You are my kin, and I will protect you. Really? You would take me in? Can I stay by your side? Karen's eyes widened in astonishment. Naruto gazed at her red hair, his eyes misting with emotion. Was her mother's hair the same? Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly to Karen. I mean what I say. As long as I am in Konoha, I will not let you suffer any harm. Tears welled in Karen's eyes. No one had ever spoken to her like that before. For the first time, she felt a sense of belonging. She rubbed her eyes and smiled, her warmth akin to the gentle spring breeze. All right, I will hold you to your word. I look forward to your guidance, Naruto-kun. Please take care of me, Karen. Naruto replied with a tender smile. Sakura and Sasuke were witnessing this gentler side of Naruto for the first time. Remembering his previous icy demeanor towards Kakashi, they were taken aback. Protecting his kin? Sasuke clenched his fists in silent envy, recalling the tragic fate of his own clan. If only he could become as strong as Naruto. He might seek vengeance against that man. After his brief interaction with Karen, Naruto felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Perhaps it was their shared bloodline that fostered such a profound connection. This feeling of kinship brought him immense comfort, prompting him to take her directly back to Konoha. As for the fate of the two grass ninjas, Naruto paid them no mind, leaving them to fend for themselves. Compared to Konoha, the village hidden in the grass was merely a small ninja village, hardly warranting concern. Karen was merely a ninja discarded by the grass village. Thus, her presence in Konoha posed no significant issue. Moreover, Naruto was confident that the third Hokage would be more than willing to resolve this matter for him. As members of Team 7, both Sakura and Sasuke expressed their sympathy for Karen's tragic past. Sakura stepped forward, offering her support to help Karen walk. After leaving the Forest of Death, the scroll competition concluded swiftly. Having previously obtained Orochimaru's Earth Book, Team 7 successfully passed with ease. Upon exiting the Forest of Death, Naruto gazed solemnly at the distant Hokage Tower, contemplating his future plans. Through the events of the morning, he had come to understand two crucial truths. First, he, Uzumaki Naruto, was undeniably an important figure for Konoha. Therefore, taking in someone like Karen was a trivial matter that could be entrusted to the third Hokage. He had no need to be polite with Konoha or the third Hokage. Such treatment was his due as the son of a hero. Second, if he wished to enhance his strength quickly, remaining in Konoha was undoubtedly the best choice. Even among the 5 great nations, Konoha remained the largest ninja village. Boasting the most resources, the scrolls the third Hokage casually provided contained high-level ninjutsu and methods for training chakra nature transformation. Turning against the third Hokage and Konoha was clearly unwise. To secure a better future, he needed to continue residing in Konoha. After all, as the son of the fourth Hokage, such privileges were rightfully his. He closed his eyes, savoring the cool breeze that brushed against his face. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow at the report from the Umbu monitoring Naruto during the Chunin exams. Naruto fought with Orochimaru, and it hasn't concluded yet? What is going on? Orochimaru had once been his most promising student. He knew his abilities all too well. How had Naruto managed to grow to this extent right under his nose? And what was Orochimaru's true intention in returning? Did he covet the Jinchuriki? Hokage-sama, the intelligence indicates that the Jinchuriki's power has grown to unimaginable levels. If this continues, we may need to impose restrictions or surveillance on the Jinchuriki. Outside the Hokage Tower, a shadowy figure wearing a cat mask lingered at the window. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling around his weathered face. With a sigh, he remarked, "For now, let's hold off on that. Continue monitoring. We must keep track of Naruto's movements, including who he associates with. Report to me meticulously. Oh, and the female ninja he brought back should be monitored as well. Although she is an orphan of the Vortex clan, we currently have too little information. We cannot rule out the possibility that she is a spy sent from another village. Exercise caution, observe from a distance, and ensure Naruto does not discover you." Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadowy figure vanished from sight. In the Hokage office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained, enveloped in a profound silence. "Minato, seeing your son grow into such a figure, you must feel an immense sense of pride. However, I hope he holds no ill will against Konoha. Many matters, even with him as Hokage, are beyond his control. Furthermore, Orochimaru's image flashed through his mind like a venomous serpent, causing Sarutobi's expression to darken. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently thrust open from the outside, revealing a figure with a bandaged right eye, exuding an intimidating presence as he strode in. It seemed a confrontation with Sarutobi was imminent. "Hiruzen, I demand an explanation." Chapter 45. Gathering for cohabitation inside the Hokage building. The office was thick with tension following a heated dispute. "You will regret this." Danzo's voice was laced with fury as he slammed the door shut with a resounding crash. Sarutobi stood alone by the window, gazing into the distant, shadowy realm known as the Forest of Death, letting out a deep sigh. "Minato, oh Minato, you have left me with quite the dilemma," he murmured, his heart heavy with concern. Currently, it was merely Danzo, but if Naruto continued down this path, Sarutobi feared he would be unable to protect Naruto in his old age. Was he truly to hand Naruto over to Danzo? Sarutobi wrestled with his thoughts for a long while before shaking his head and slowly returning to his desk. He retrieved an ancient scroll from the depths of his drawer, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. It appeared he would have to summon him back. Whether it be Naruto or Orochimaru, as long as he was present, everything would be different. As the scroll unfurled, 3 wild and unrestrained characters were inscribed upon it. Jiraiya. Due to Naruto's influence, Team 7 successfully navigated the trials of the Forest of Death in merely half a day. With 4.5 days remaining until the conclusion of the second exam, they could return home to rest, just as Naruto anticipated. Konoha's higher-ups indeed placed great importance on him. When he presented his requests to the third Hokage, Konoha swiftly resolved the issue regarding Karen's affiliation without further inquiry. With the third's nod, the formalities were completed with remarkable speed. In under half an hour, Karen officially became a member of Konoha Village. Once arrangements were settled, Naruto brought Karen back to his residence in Konoha. As the lights flickered on in the dimly lit room, a dilapidated little house came into view. Instant noodles boxes and expired yogurt were carelessly strewn about, causing him a twinge of embarrassment. "It's a bit messy, but let us make do," Naruto began, only for Karen to bend down and pick up the discarded noodle box. "It's all right. I've lived in worse conditions than this. This place is quite fine," she said as she squatted down, rolling up her sleeves and beginning to tidy up. The resident of this house must feel very lonely, as it hardly feels like home. As Karen cleaned, a pang of heartache inexplicably washed over her. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. He could see Karen's sympathy for him. Yet, Naruto wished to convey that he did not require pity. In that world, Grandpa Garp, Luffy, Ace, and the folks from Windmill Village, as well as his comrades in the Navy, had always been his family. Yet in this world, he had become a solitary figure. The stigma of the demon fox would forever haunt him. He knew that a few pairs of eyes were always watching him from a few hundred meters away. His nose tinged with emotion as he gazed at Karen's back, lost in thought. For days passed swiftly, and soon it was time to conclude the second exam. Naruto returned to the examination venue with Karen, discovering that this time, far more genin had passed the exam compared to previous years. When the third exam officially commenced, many dignitaries would be present, including high-ranking officials from Sunagakure, as well as the feudal lords of the Wind and Fire countries. To prevent the competition from dragging on excessively, Konoha and Sunagakure agreed to hold a preliminary round before the third exam to filter out the truly qualified genin. This preliminary round was an individual competition, allowing for withdrawals without affecting other team members. Team 7 participated fully, with no one choosing to forfeit. Although Sasuke had sustained some injuries in the Forest of Death, thanks to Naruto, he had emerged 4 days early, giving him ample time to recover. By the time the preliminaries began, he was nearly back to full strength. Sasuke's opponent was an unfamiliar Konoha genin, and upon a glance, Naruto assessed his abilities as average. Sasuke was renowned as a brilliant talent at the academy, among the top in strength among genin. Coupled with the assistance of his Sharingan, he easily triumphed over his opponent. To Sakura's surprise, she found herself in a stalemate with Ino. Although she had initially been at a disadvantage, she managed to awaken her skills in time to achieve a draw. Soon, it was Naruto's turn, and his opponent was Inuzuka Kiba, who entered the arena accompanied by his canine partner. With Naruto's current strength, victory came effortlessly. Activating his haki, Kiba's attacks could hardly breach his defenses. This year's Chunin exams garnered considerable attention due to the high quality of the battles, attracting numerous feudal lords and spies from various hidden villages. Time passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the final match. Naruto was particularly intrigued, as one participant was Gaara, a monster he had previously investigated, who, like him, harbored a tailed beast within. The other was Rock Lee, a passionate disciple of Guy, who, along with his teacher, had imparted much wisdom to Naruto in the way of taijutsu. Lee had long been Naruto's sparring partner, and their joint efforts had significantly accelerated Naruto's taijutsu development. Naruto was well aware of Lee's capabilities, although he currently far surpassed Lee in this cohort of candidates. Lee was undoubtedly among the elite. However, the true measure of Gaara's strength remained uncertain. As the match commenced, it proved to be exceptionally intense. The audience held their breath, fully engrossed in every movement on the battlefield. They understood that this was not merely an examination, but also an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of their respective villages. Gaara's power was astonishing. The sand in his possession served both as a lethal weapon and a sturdy armor. Lee unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, shedding his weights and entering the 8 gates, his speed reaching its zenith, momentarily overwhelming Gaara. However, Naruto could perceive that Gaara had enveloped himself in sand, forming a thick armor that absorbed most of the assaults. Even when Lee executed his strongest technique, the reverse lotus, Gaara deftly countered every strike. Naruto realized that Lee was reaching his limits. His body could no longer endure the battle. As expected, Gaara's sand swiftly caught up to the exhausted Lee, binding his limbs tightly. Sand coffin. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the arena, accompanied by Lee's anguished cries. Yet, Naruto furrowed his brow, aware that the chakra fluctuations on the field had not subsided. If anything, they had intensified. The sand continued to move. In the next moment, the arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand, forcefully descending upon Lee. Having already secured victory, was Gaara truly intent on delivering a fatal blow? Without regard for the exam's regulations, Naruto sprang into action. Chafe. With a thunderous roar, the yellow sand scattered as two figures positioned themselves protectively before Lee. Teacher Guy seemed taken aback by Naruto's sudden intervention. Naruto, you. Naruto cast a cold, piercing gaze at Gaara on the ground. The exam has concluded. Leave. Chapter 46. Konoha practice class. Unexpectedly, Gaara appeared to be greatly affected, clutching his head in hysteria. Yet, after a brief moment, he retreated as if nothing had transpired, leaving Naruto bewildered, pondering Gaara's solitary figure as he exited. The matches concluded swiftly, and the next step was for the victors to draw lots to determine their opponents for the third exam. Before the drawing commenced, Naruto sensed that the third Hokage had a compelling reason for insisting on his participation in the Chunin exams, to showcase the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village. This time, the Chunin exams were teeming with talented individuals, including many exceptional youths from the next generation. The third would not permit anyone to overshadow the village on its own turf. As Naruto glanced at the box of lots, he caught sight of the kindly third, who was smiling at him with affection. When he drew a lot, it turned out that his opponent was Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. It seemed that Gaara was indeed the reason he had to take this challenge. They were both Jinchuriki, and it was inevitable that they would compete against each other. Naruto felt as if he were an animal in a circus, being observed by onlookers. It was an uncomfortable sensation. However, he had no choice at present. His strength had not yet reached the point where he could fully control his own destiny. Despite the tumult surrounding the Chunin exams, the preliminaries had officially concluded, granting Naruto and his companions a month of respite to prepare for the formal third exam. Everyone understood the significance of this exam. Carrying milk and bread, Naruto visited the hospital with Karen to see Lee, who had not yet regained consciousness. His body wrapped in bandages, lying on the hospital bed. Naruto's expression turned somber at the sight of Lee's injuries. If it were merely a matter of their confrontation in the exam, Naruto could accept that Lee had been harmed. Naruto himself was a fiercely competitive individual. He certainly would not have wanted anyone to interfere in their duel. Yet, to strike with such malice when victory was assured was something he could not overlook. After visiting Lee, Naruto resumed his daily training. He retrieved the scroll the third had provided him. For Naruto, enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. He needed to grow stronger. Whether in the Hidden Leaf Village or in another world, there were many formidable beings out there. The Rasengan and the analysis of chakra nature transformation were pivotal. One was an advanced ninjutsu devoid of seals, while the other was crucial for mastering elemental techniques. After perusing the scroll, Naruto couldn't help but admire the effort the third had expended to enable his participation in the Chunin exams. Under normal circumstances, such techniques would be beyond the reach of a mere genin, although not as precious as the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. They were indeed practical for Naruto's current quest to augment his abilities. At this juncture, Naruto's prowess primarily lay in taijutsu, particularly in the 6 styles and the dual-color haki. His ninjutsu repertoire was limited to the most basic transformation technique, leaving numerous gaps in his mastery of elemental techniques. He also lacked significant attacks and area of effect capabilities, which had cost him in prior battles. The Rasengan could effectively address the deficiencies in his ninjutsu. If he could also master chakra nature transformation and integrate it into his existing combat framework, he believed his strength would experience a substantial enhancement. With this thought, Naruto's eagerness to learn surged. He meticulously studied the Rasengan scroll, impatient to begin his practice. He concentrated his chakra in his hand, swiftly forming a chakra sphere devoid of attributes. This was merely the first step of the Rasengan. Next, he needed to achieve irregular flow and compression to induce rotation in the chakra sphere. The potency of the technique lay in the intensity of that flow and compression. In time, he could even combine it with other ninjutsu and elemental techniques. However, it was still early for Naruto. Meanwhile, Karen patiently accompanied Naruto, observing him as he ran, performed push-ups, and honed his physique. She felt a kinship with him that stemmed from their shared bloodline, akin to family. Although Naruto did not mind being watched while training, having grown accustomed to an audience during his training in the Navy, he couldn't shake the feeling that Karen, at her tender age, should engage in more delightful, youthful pursuits. One day, instead of training, Naruto took Karen to find Sakura, asking her for a favor. Sakura was taken aback upon receiving Naruto's message. Could it be that the formidable Naruto required her assistance? Upon arriving at the designated location and plainly stating his intentions, Sakura was astonished. "You want me to introduce some friends to Karen?" Naruto chuckled softly. "Yes. Karen is still a young girl. I feel like she's wasting her time always training with me." Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such tenderness from Naruto. Karen, who had just woken up, was puzzled as to why Naruto had not taken her to the training ground. Hearing this proposal, her eyes glistened with emotion. No one had ever treated her so kindly before. Grabbing Naruto's hand, her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, I'm fine with it. I enjoy watching you train." Naruto shook his head and solemnly addressed Sakura. "Please, Sakura." Sakura readily agreed to Naruto's request, quickly summoning several girls of similar age. Ino and the others arrived promptly. After Sakura recounted Karen's story, the girls were moved to tears and welcomed Karen into their group. To them, Karen was a new member of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Who would have thought you had such a tragic background?" "Naruto, you're quite the considerate gentleman," they remarked. "Karen, welcome to our Hidden Leaf Village. Rest assured, you are safe here." Surrounded by such warmth and enthusiasm for the first time, Karen felt somewhat flustered, particularly as the girl with white eyes kept gazing at her, which felt rather strange. Is that the Byakugan of the Hidden Leaf? She wondered. However, a peculiar sour scent wafted through the air, leaving her puzzled. Naruto silently turned away, hands in his pockets, striding towards the training ground. The girls behind him were animatedly discussing plans to take Karen out to explore the village. With his keen perception, he didn't need to look back to know what was unfolding behind him. This was part of his training method, to integrate his observation skills into everyday life as naturally as eating and breathing. Although maintaining his haki was exhausting, this approach undoubtedly elevated his capabilities. Sensing the warmth and caring words surrounding Karen, Naruto noticed her gradually smiling. A faint smile crept onto his lips. This was more akin to the demeanor of a girl in her teens. It seemed that perhaps only certain aspects of the Hidden Leaf Village had grown stagnant. That evening, upon Karen's return, she appeared notably more cheerful. Satisfied, Naruto drifted off to sleep. The next day, awakening to the sight of his familiar justice cloak, he beamed with delight. A beautiful day had begun. Chapter 47, The Navy? The secret mission of the 17th Division? It seemed he had returned to Luffy's side. The long-missed scent of salt and freshness filled the air. It must be said that Naruto was becoming increasingly adept at switching between the two worlds. With a wave of his right hand, the cloak followed suit, draping over him, exuding an air of righteousness. As he stepped out of the lounge, a flash of blue hair caught his eye. It was Ain approaching. "Ah, Ain," Naruto greeted with a nod. Ain opened her folder and began to report. "Colonel Naruto, good morning. We are just one day's journey away from the Navy's 16th Division. Please instruct us on the upcoming arrangements." Upon hearing the words, Naruto pondered for a brief moment before commanding, "First, arrange the rotation of the patrol team. Additionally, as we are nearing the 16th Division, I hope to arrive by tomorrow evening. Please adjust the speed accordingly. Our mission is to investigate the inner workings of the Navy. Nighttime is when they are most lax and the optimal moment to uncover the truth." I nodded in understanding. After breakfast, having discussed the ship's affairs and navigation plans with Ain, Naruto returned to his quarters. In his mind, he recalled the figures of Orochimaru and Whitebeard too. Regardless of who they were, each posed a formidable challenge. It was imperative to enhance his strength without delay. If he could elevate his abilities further, he would ensure that they would not escape easily. Naruto focused his energy, gradually forming a blue chakra sphere in his hand. He incessantly compressed it, controlling its rotation, feeling the power of the Rasengan rise steadily. After days of diligent practice, Naruto had mastered the Rasengan, able to unleash it with ease. However, he found himself dissatisfied with its potency. Now that he had perfected the 6 forms, combined with the chakra-infused Gale Foot, its power was hardly inferior to the Rasengan. Relying solely on the Rasengan offered limited growth. To advance further, he would likely need to delve into the variations of chakra properties. Yet, this technique was far more complex than the Rasengan and fraught with challenges. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. Stepping out of his room, he noticed that dusk was approaching. The damp, salty sea breeze brushed against him, carrying a faint whiff of fish, a scent foreign to the village of Konoha. What was that? Naruto suddenly spotted a small boat on the distant sea. Captain Naruto, that is a fishing vessel, a soldier promptly explained, noting that they had already identified the boat. A fishing vessel? How could it venture so far into these waters? Naruto furrowed his brow. The soldiers, upon hearing this, also sensed something amiss. Typically, fishing boats operate in coastal waters, sufficient to procure ample food. Venturing into the open ocean is fraught with dangers, including encounters with sea kings. That boat could be a disguise for pirates. Pursue it, Naruto ordered. Disguising as merchant or fishing vessels to conceal their true nature was a common tactic among pirates. Change course. The soldiers sprang into action, steering the warship towards the fishing boat. Sensing the approach of the warship, the fishing boat began to accelerate. However, its speed was no match for that of the warship. Although naval vessels sacrificed speed for combat prowess, they were still significantly faster than ordinary boats. Fire. Upon entering the attack range, Naruto commanded. Boom, boom. The cannonballs shot forth like meteors, raining around the small fishing boat. While they did not strike directly, they forced the fishing boat to slow down in evasive maneuvers. Numerous cannonballs fell along its path, compelling the fishing vessel to swerve repeatedly, just as capture seemed imminent. A white flag suddenly rose from the fishing boat, signaling surrender. Ceasefire. Naruto gestured. Since they had surrendered, there was no need for further aggression. Upon boarding, Naruto observed a dozen individuals crouched on the ground, trembling. Upon seeing Naruto's naval uniform, a glimmer of despair flashed in their eyes, evidently betraying their guilt. Search. The Navy swiftly moved into action. The soldiers emerged from the cabin with a plethora of weapons and equipment, even uncovering several chests filled with gold and jewels. We found it. The cabin is packed with weapons, and there are chests filled with treasures. Ein seethed with anger. Clearly convinced that these individuals were the masterminds behind the robbery of the Navy, each one stained with blood. Is that so? Naruto squinted as he scrutinized the so-called pirates crouching on the ground. No, we are not pirates. We are Navy personnel. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. We were ordered by Captain Mouse to execute a secret mission. They all protested in unison. Captain Mouse? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Ein quickly elaborated. Captain Mouse is the commander of the 16th Division, named so for his resemblance to a mouse. He has a fondness for cheese. It is a tradition in the Navy to use animals as code names for commanders. What mission are you executing? Naruto pressed the Navy personnel from the 16th Division. However, upon hearing his question, the sailors exchanged glances, none willing to respond. I now have reason to suspect that you are pirates in disguise. All of you are to be detained. Naruto refrained from resorting to violence, as he lacked evidence. Captain Naruto, those treasures are worth approximately 1 billion berries. If these truly belong to Captain Mouse, then... Ein leaned closer to Naruto, whispering, that means he is implicated. Naruto slowly nodded. The Navy headquarters had been receiving complaints about the 16th Division, yet lacked concrete evidence. However, these treasures alone could not serve as proof. For Captain Mouse could easily deny ownership. Ein frowned, stating, to capture evidence of Captain Mouse's embezzlement, this is insufficient. The 16th Division was situated on an unassuming island, surrounded by numerous neighboring islands, including the famous Cocoa West Village, known for its abundant oranges. The location of the 16th Division was chosen for its convenience, allowing for protection of the surrounding ports and islands, while providing a secure maritime zone for the residents. Once any hint of pirate activity was detected, they could swiftly strike and capture them all. As night fell, the entire base remained brightly lit. Captain Mouse lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, surrounded by bottles of alcohol and large wedges of cheese. Indeed, beer paired with cheese was the epitome of earthly delights. His gaze was hazy, with traces of cheese lingering at the corners of his mouth. The remote location of the 16th Division, far from Navy headquarters, along with the East Sea's reputation as the weakest ocean, had rendered it largely overlooked. The higher-ups seldom inquired about affairs here, life was akin to paradise. Although recently, Captain Mouse had heard rumors of an impending investigation from above, he had already made preparations. He had discreetly arranged for his amassed wealth to be smuggled out, ensuring no one would notice. Even if superiors truly sent someone to investigate, he was confident he could manage it. However, at that moment, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 48. It matters not. I shall take action. Who goes there? Who are you? Captain Mouse exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. Unfortunately, he fumbled and the pistol clattered to the ground, unable to even steady his weapon. Is this fellow truly part of the Navy? And what of the security within the base? Was there no one on patrol? Is this the state of the 16th Division? Naruto questioned, his disappointment in the division palpable. Indeed, arriving at night had proven to be the right decision. The 16th Division was utterly abysmal. The entire base languished in a drunken stupor, indulging in alcohol each night. His warship had docked on the shore without anyone noticing. Even he and Ein had made their way in unimpeded. They likely assumed their naval attire provided them immunity. What if someone other than himself had arrived, perhaps a pirate? The consequences would be dire. Though I know not who you are, it seems you are a captain as well. What gives you the right to question me? Captain Mouse stood, adjusting his attire, though he still exuded a rather unsavory aura. A hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes as he regarded Naruto. After all, Naruto appeared remarkably youthful, yet had already attained the rank of captain. Meanwhile, he was 36, with little prospect for advancement. It seemed he would forever look up to Naruto, a notion that irked him greatly. This was his only chance to stand on equal footing with Naruto. I am Captain Naruto, dispatched by Navy headquarters to oversee inspections of the 16th Division, Naruto declared, revealing his identity. An inspection. At the mention of this, Captain Mouse's entire demeanor shifted. So, he was sent from Navy headquarters. The area under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division was typically quite peaceful. Captain Mouse felt a swell of indignation within. How infuriating. Before me stands this fellow named Naruto, likely a recent graduate, merely a rookie. He must be the offspring of some influential figure to ascend to the rank of colonel so swiftly, seeking to gild himself in the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. Gilding aside, he dares to seek trouble with me, aiming to use me as a stepping stone to climb the ranks of the Navy? Such dreams are folly. You could never fathom that a terrifying presence lurks here. Now, explain why your subordinates have been surreptitiously moving vast amounts of treasure away. What? Colonel Mouse is dumbfounded, unable to believe this matter has come to light. No, Naruto must not remain alive, or else my troubles will escalate. According to their testimonies, it seems they were acting on your orders, Ein added. In an instant, cold sweat poured from Colonel Mouse. His drunkenness evaporated. That was my little treasury. How did these rascals discover it? I don't know what you're talking about. I never issued such an order, Colonel Mouse vehemently denied. You don't know? If that's the case, those ruffians must be pirates in disguise. Meanwhile, Naruto observed Colonel Mouse, sensing the palpable fear emanating from him. This man was utterly terrified. Yet, beneath that fear lay a deep-seated resentment and unabashed murderous intent. Let us conclude for today. Arrange for us to have rooms to rest. Tomorrow, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter, Naruto proclaimed. We have excellent accommodations at our base. Allow me to have someone escort you. Colonel Mouse said, as if granted a reprieve. I was somewhat perplexed. She too noticed Colonel Mouse's agitation, his forehead slick with sweat. Perhaps a little pressure would reveal what this man was concealing. Why wait until tomorrow? Allow Colonel Mouse time to react. It was not until they settled into the base's quarters that Ein voiced her concerns. Do not fret. He will reveal his own inconsistencies. Naruto replied, reclining leisurely on the bed. In truth, he had activated his mind domain, monitoring every movement within the base. Are you already so impatient? A slight smile graced Naruto's lips. At the harbor, a small boat discreetly departed. With reluctant eyes, Colonel Mouse cast a final glance at the Navy base. Naruto, you will perish in the East Blue. After Colonel Mouse's departure, Naruto gathered all the Navy personnel from Division 16, publicly declaring Colonel Mouse's crimes and asserting that he was there to investigate him. I believe you have all been coerced by Colonel Mouse into actions you did not wish to take. Now, if you step forward to expose him, you will be absolved of guilt, Naruto addressed them. Within Division 16, many held a strong sense of justice. Previously silenced by Colonel Mouse's oppression, they now found their voices with Naruto's arrival. One by one, they rose to denounce Colonel Mouse, exposing all his transgressions. In Division 16, Colonel Mouse had indeed wielded unchecked power, with no semblance of justice. What shocked both Naruto and Ain the most was the revelation that Colonel Mouse had colluded with a pirate crew, the Dragon Pirates, comprising mostly fishmen and a few humans. The Dragon Pirates controlled over 20 surrounding villages, enforcing a tyrannical rule. In the process, countless villagers opposing them had been slain. And where was the Navy? Did they remain utterly inactive? Ain felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Such a horrifying incident transpired here, and the Navy did nothing? Upon hearing Ain's question, the attending Navy personnel fell silent. After a long pause, some began to speak. We do not wish for this, but the Dragon Pirates are simply too formidable. Colonel Mouse did not call for reinforcements. Fighting the Dragon Pirates with just our numbers would be tantamount to suicide, the sailors lamented. Upon hearing this, Ain was incensed. Does the strength of pirates justify the Navy's retreat? Instructor Zephyr taught them that in the face of evil, even at the cost of their lives, they must battle their enemies. Moreover, these individuals were not merely evading. Colonel Mouse had even conspired with the pirates. Had the residents lived under such conditions all this time? Ain trembled with rage. It matters not. I shall resolve all of this. At that moment, a hand rested on Ain's shoulder. She turned to see Naruto's resolute visage. A wave of reassurance washed over her. For reasons unknown, Naruto's presence provided a sense of comfort. This young man radiated a greater sense of justice than she. Reminiscent of Zephyr. Instructor Zephyr, you were right. Colonel Naruto is a person worth following. Where can we find the Dragon Pirates? In Kokasia Village. Chapter 49. Abundant Treasures. Kokasia Village, prior to the onset of the Great Pirate Era, was known for its barren land, with residents barely able to fill their stomachs. However, since Roger was executed by the Navy in Logue Town, his dying shout resonated. Want my treasure? If you desire it, seek it. I have placed all the world's riches there. Thus began the pursuit of the Pirate King's treasure, heralding a new era. Amidst the tidal wave of this era, Kokasia Village unexpectedly found its opportunity. Owing to its unique specialty, oranges. The oranges of Kokasia Village were of exceptional quality, deemed the finest in the entire East Blue. Previously, people had little interest in this sour fruit until the cause of scurvy was discovered, enlightening them to the value of oranges. Rich in vitamins, they effectively prevented the onset of scurvy. The arrival of the Great Pirate Era accelerated the demand for oranges, and the inhabitants of the Sicilian islands began to lead prosperous lives. The price of oranges steadily climbed. However, such prosperity was short-lived. Soon, pirates emerged, casting their covetous eyes upon this land. The Dragon Pirates. If only those scoundrels did not exist. On the shoreline, Nami sat forlornly, hugging her knees. She reminisced about the days before the Dragon Pirates' reign. They had completely taken over, becoming an unshakable nightmare for her. She longed for Belmere. Nami felt only regret, reflecting on why she had once enjoyed arguing with Belmere. She had once uttered words of not wanting to be adopted, thinking life would be better if a wealthy person took her in. Looking back now, those days were her happiest. Money? Fear not, Belmere. I will rescue everyone, Nami murmured. Once I gather 100 million berries, I can buy the village from the Dragon Pirates, and then I can protect everyone. What ship is that? Nami stood up, gazing into the distance. In her line of sight appeared a naval vessel. By its specifications, it must be at least of the rank of a captain. Nami's eyes widened. She had seen such vessels before. But why would a captain be here? Could it be to confront the Dragon Pirates? Impossible. The Navy and pirates are all in cahoots. They are a band of rogues colluding together. After Belmere was killed, Nami had reported the Dragon Pirates to the Navy, only to find that the local Navy did not dispatch a fleet to capture them. Instead, she swiftly reported her findings directly to the vile dragon. That time, she was beaten nearly to death. Had it not been for the dragon's interest in Nami's navigational talents and his desire to have her fulfill a pact, she might not have survived. From that day forth, Nami ceased to trust the Navy. Surely, there must be an abundance of treasures aboard the ship of a Navy admiral, one of even greater rank than that foul rat. As the Navy warship drew closer, Nami's heart raced. Although merely 16, she had already matured into a skilled thief. She had stealthily infiltrated many vessels, not only merchant ships, but also pirate ships and Navy warships. While fear sometimes gripped her, she was resolute in her quest to amass 100 million berries, for there were those she wished to protect in her village. Nami descended the cliff, heading towards the port. This was Kokayashi Village. There were over 20 such villages, all under the tyrannical rule of the Dragon Pirate crew. Naruto stood on the deck, his expression grim. This was not an area beyond the Navy's jurisdiction. This was the East Blue, home to the Navy's 16th branch. The occurrence of such events was nothing short of a scandal for the Navy. Perhaps this was merely the tip of the iceberg, with countless similar incidents yet to be uncovered. He recalled the days at Navy headquarters, surrounded by righteous individuals. During that time, Naruto felt joyous, having found comrades who shared his ideals, and he took pride in his identity as a Navy officer. But now, his fists clenched tightly. It seemed there were many degenerates within the Navy. These parasites, sucking the lifeblood from the common folk, must be dealt with. Sir, we have docked. Shall we disembark now? Ein approached to inquire. Just as Naruto prepared to respond, he furrowed his brow, a smirk escaping his lips. It appeared someone could no longer contain their impatience. Ein, stay vigilant. Everyone, remain on standby. Naruto sneered. The audacity of those daring enough to board the ship at this moment was remarkable. What a disappointment. This room is empty. Nami had opened several rooms in succession, yet found nothing. How peculiar. These should be the officers' quarters. Why was there nothing to be found? A sense of disappointment washed over her. Had she risked so much only to come away empty-handed? Just as she opened the next door, she froze. In the corner of the room, a dazzling array of treasures sparkled. Large gemstones, swords adorned with jewels, silver platters, and the gold she cherished most, a golden scepter and golden bracelets. Among several treasure chests lay a pile of gleaming coins. The value of these treasures must surely amount to 1 billion berries. Nami felt her heart race. She had never encountered such riches before. The bounty was so vast that even taking a mere tenth would suffice to fulfill her goal of 100 million berries, allowing her to purchase freedom for her village from the dragon. Her eyes gleamed with the prospect of wealth, transforming into symbols of currency. She rolled up her sleeves, eager to gather the treasure, knowing she could not carry it all at once. She would have to return multiple times. In her excitement, Nami had forgotten she was aboard a Navy ship and was oblivious to the figure standing behind her. Have you left something in my room? The voice struck like thunder, causing Nami to shudder. This was bad. Entranced by the treasures, she had failed to notice her surroundings. Let me explain. Nami forced a smile and turned to face the speaker, contemplating how to deceive him. Countless individuals had fallen for her ruse before, but upon seeing him, her tension eased. He was a young man with blonde hair, likely around her age, perhaps a deckhand on the ship. Wait. Nami's expression changed slightly. Why was this boy dressed in a captain's uniform? It was impossible. A captain at such a young age? Yet, he had just explicitly stated that this was his room. I am. Nami's eyes darted, searching for an excuse to escape. Chapter 50, Liberation of Kokoyashi Village, tonight. Hey, you're not a thief, are you? Naruto raised an eyebrow. And if I am a thief? Nami retorted, undeterred, scrutinizing him with suspicion. You're just a kid. How could you possibly be a captain? Humph. Impersonating a Navy officer is a serious crime. Nami smirked slyly. I see now. You're here to steal treasure too. Since we have a common goal, I want to be polite. My name is Nami. For a moment, she nearly fell for his feigned composure. This boy was audacious, daring to impersonate a captain. Naruto was taken aback, surprised to be mistaken for a thief, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing. I discovered these treasures first. Let us split it 90-10. Or I'll expose your impersonation of a Navy officer. Nami narrowed her eyes and immediately proposed her terms. 90-10? Naruto was momentarily stunned. Of course. I found it first. Sharing a portion with you is generous enough. Now, help me carry it away. Nami urged. This is truly my room. I am Naruto Uzumaki, captain of the ship named Uzumaki. You are under arrest. Naruto shook his head, delivering his verdict with utmost seriousness. He had initially thought it was a mission from Captain Rat to sabotage them, only to discover it was merely a thief. Nami stood dumbfounded, realizing that this young man was not jesting. His demeanor truly reflected that of a Navy captain. Damn it! Nami cursed inwardly. How could she possibly be caught so easily? She lunged towards the door, attempting to make a sudden escape. However, as she neared the exit, Naruto stood firm in her way, an unyielding wall. Nami collided with him and fell to the ground. Those who commit crimes must face punishment. Don't even think about escaping, Naruto stated resolutely. If one commits a mistake, they must be punished? And what of you Navy officers? Have you faced any punishment? Nami seethed, her face contorted with rage. At her words, Naruto paused, his expression softening considerably. Are you a villager from Kokoyashi? That's right. I am from that village, Nami declared, not concealing her identity. For 10 years, our village has suffered under the tyranny of pirates. You Navy officers not only failed to protect us from the pirates, but colluded with them, oppressing us further. Haven't you committed crimes? Nami's words flowed like a barrage, each statement resonating with power and conviction. She continued her accusations, unveiling the horrifying events that had transpired on this land. The dragon pirate crew's exploitation of the villagers was nothing short of inhumane. To survive here, one had to pay exorbitant protection fees, 100,000 berries for an adult, 50,000 for a child. Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, had only saved a little over 100,000 berries, enough to protect her two daughters, Nami and Nojiko. Tragically, she was brutally murdered by the dragon. The blood-soaked money ultimately fell into the hands of the dragon pirate crew and Captain Rat. You claim this is your room? Then where did all these treasures come from? The value here must be around 700 to 800 million berries. Nami scoffed, growing more animated as she spoke, seemingly pouring out years of pent-up grievances and injustices all at once. Could the naval salary truly afford you such treasures at your age? Your corruption surpasses that of the foulest rat. What right do you have to accuse me of wrongdoing? Observing Naruto fall into silence, Nami felt a surge of satisfaction within her, believing her words had struck a nerve, leaving him speechless. Since earlier, she had noticed Naruto's expression darkening, yet she bore no regrets, for these were her heartfelt sentiments. A genuine naval officer could not possibly possess such wealth. Nami pondered that if it were not for that despicable rat and the dragon pirates colluding, they would not have been reduced to their current plight. However, just as she anticipated that Naruto would be incensed by her remarks, he remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. You may leave. With that, he even stepped aside, allowing her passage. Nami was taken aback. She had not expected Naruto to let her go. Could her words have moved him? Surely not. With so much treasure in his room, he must be as greedy as they come. Nevertheless, seizing this rare opportunity, Nami did not hesitate and left the room. At that moment, she noticed another strikingly beautiful woman with blue hair in the corridor, her expression equally complex. Yet Nami paid little heed, focused solely on her desire to depart. Wait, Naruto's voice called from behind. Nami's heart skipped a beat as she halted, turning to regard him warily. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? I knew it. You naval officers are just as untrustworthy as pirates. Naruto took a deep breath and replied slowly. The treasures in this room do not belong to me. They are the ill-gotten gains of Captain Mouse. Furthermore, I assure you, the dragon pirates and their nefarious empire will meet their end tonight. Captain Mouse will receive his just deserts as well. As he spoke, Naruto locked his gaze with Nami's, solemnly declaring, Kokoyashi village and the surrounding islands will be liberated tonight. Nami scoffed, turning her head away dismissively. You speak more sweetly than a song. Naruto chose not to engage further, instead instructing Ein, escort her off the ship and ensure she reaches the shore safely. Understood, Captain Naruto. Ein replied, promptly leading Nami away from the vessel. As he watched them depart, Naruto's expression grew increasingly somber. He could not fathom that the local villagers had endured such brutal exploitation. He understood that Nami would not easily trust him, having suffered too much and lost faith in the Navy long ago. Once trust is shattered, rebuilding it demands immense effort and time. Throughout Kokoyashi village, many likely shared Nami's sentiments. They awaited true salvation, anticipating a figure capable of dismantling the status quo and instigating change. Nami followed Ein off the ship, glancing back at the going merry. At the golden-haired youth at the bow, a complex torrent of emotions surged within her. Was this young naval officer truly different from the others? Could he genuinely save Kokoyashi village? She shook her head, her heart heavy with doubt. The dragon pirates were formidable, and with a naval captain as their ally. How could Naruto possibly contend with them? Moreover, even if he vanquished the dragon and Captain Mouse, what then? It would merely replace one oppressor with another. Nami chuckled bitterly to herself. She had utterly lost faith in the Navy. In her most desperate moments, they had failed to rescue her, and now it was even less likely. If that man was not dealt with, her fate was sealed. She would inevitably drag others down with her. Captain Mouse pleaded pitifully, despite being a formidable naval officer, standing before merely a pirate. Yet, he found himself powerless and could only implore the man before him for assistance. A bounty of 20 million berries on the fishman, dragon, once a cadre of the former Sun Pirates, now the captain of the Dragon Pirates. Haha, look at that. A naval captain has come to seek our aid. Ha ha. Dragon erupted in his signature laughter, radiant and boisterous. The surrounding fishermen officers joined in, their laughter grating on Captain Mouse's nerves. He realized he was being belittled, dragging the entire Navy into disgrace. Chapter 51 Equality? Humanity is unworthy. Humph. The naval headquarters has sent someone to investigate the East Sea. Captain Mouse continued, his expression darkening. If the headquarters learns of what transpired here, you won't escape unscathed. However, Dragon merely sneered, huh? Whether they are from the naval headquarters or any other riffraff, none shall destroy my empire. Dragon was ambitious, planning to establish a dominion over humanity centered around Kokoyashi village. He had long schemed for this plan and would not permit anyone to thwart it. You agree? Captain Mouse gazed at Dragon in surprise, secretly relieved. He understood that with Dragon on his side, his position was secure. If he were to fall from power, I would find myself in a predicament as well, Dragon said with a cold smirk, seemingly mocking Captain Mouse's anxieties. Upon hearing this, Captain Mouse finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with Dragon's assistance, many of his troubles would be resolved. Boss, a naval ship has docked. An underling rushed in to report. Humph, it must be that brat Naruto. He's certainly come to deal with me. Captain Mouse gritted his teeth, certainty etched on his face. Yet, he did not care why this young captain had come. His sole objective was to incite a conflict between Naruto and Dragon. As long as Dragon took action, he could use the opportunity to eliminate Naruto effortlessly. Then he could report to his superiors, claiming that Captain Naruto had been dispatched by a band of passing pirates, leaving no evidence to trace back to him. Haha, I never expected to be underestimated. Dragon chuckled, rising with a wave of his hand, ruffling Captain Mouse's hair. To Dragon's enormous hand, Captain Mouse's head appeared as a mere toy. All of you, gather everyone. Let us head to the harbor. Dragon commanded loudly. His core officers were primarily fishmen, yet many humans had also joined them, enabling them to easily conquer over 20 villages. Meanwhile, Naruto led over 100 individuals, marching resolutely towards the lair of the dragon pirates. Along the way, he observed the villagers of Kokoyashi, noting that upon seeing the navy, fear would wash over their faces, and they would quietly retreat, seeking to distance themselves. This sight deeply troubled Naruto. It was clear the navy was not welcomed here. Ein, witnessing this scene, frowned, already envisioning the navy's tarnished reputation in this place. The villagers here seem quite emaciated, Naruto remarked, spotting several gaunt villagers. One of the officers from Division 16 immediately explained. Kokoyashi village is currently in dire poverty. Many are going hungry. The only food they can consume is the oranges they cultivate themselves. All their savings must be surrendered to Dragon, and any misstep could endanger their lives. Hearing this, Naruto felt a heavy weight in his heart. All this evil had festered under the Navy's protection. Just then, a group approached, led by Dragon and his cohorts. The two parties encountered each other unexpectedly on the road. It was the Dragon Pirates. The naval soldiers swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at these formidable foes. Many of them, however, were witnessing a fishman for the first time, and their towering stature and fearsome appearance left them in shock. Some of the more timid soldiers even trembled at the sight. That's the dragon. That's him. Colonel Mouse exclaimed, pointing at Naruto with a smug expression. Upon seeing Naruto, Dragon could not help but laugh. That little brat? Is there truly no one left at the Navy headquarters to send? Ha! He could hardly believe that the one feared by Colonel Mouse was merely a child. The surrounding fishmen also relaxed their guard, with Shirohachi even sheathing his already drawn sword. They did not perceive this little brat Naruto as a threat at all. In the face of the Navy's firearms, they were utterly unafraid. The muskets stationed in the East Blue were of the lowest quality, possessing weak firepower and poor accuracy. These weapons could hardly inflict any harm upon them. Are you the dragon? Naruto scrutinized Dragon. In terms of appearance, Dragon indeed looked ferocious, standing at 2 meters 6. With azure skin and a long nose adorned with sharp teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. Clearly, for Dragon, that was not merely a nose, it was his weapon. Brat, I am the dragon. Are you already terrified? You must have never seen our noble fishmen before. Dragon sneered. In his perception, fishmen were inherently superior to humans, overpowering them in strength and every other aspect. Therefore, it was only natural for humans to be subjugated by fishmen. He had come to the East Blue to rule over its inhabitants. He took lives without a second thought, viewing human lives as insignificant. To him, such behavior was entirely normal. Having witnessed countless weak fishmen and merfolk being tormented and abused during his childhood in Fishman Street, he believed that if humans could oppress them back then, they were entitled to retaliate. Such was the nature of the world. However, Naruto was not incensed by Dragon's arrogance. Instead, he calmly stated, "No, you are not noble. You are equal beings like us." During his time at the Navy headquarters, he had heard about the history of fishmen and merfolk. Long ago, humans regarded them as monsters, filled with fear and misunderstanding due to their distinct appearances and ability to communicate with fish. Consequently, in earlier times, fishmen were even incorrectly classified as fish rather than sentient beings, suffering persecution and mass slaughter across the globe. It was not until 200 years ago that the world government established diplomatic relations with Fishman Island, allowing it to become a member state of the world government, which alleviated some of the dire circumstances. Naruto empathized with the plight of the fishmen because, in Konoha, he too had been seen as a monster, enduring insults and indifference throughout his life. However, this did not justify Dragon's vengeance against humanity, especially against the innocent villagers of the East Blue. Equality? Ha ha ha. You, a human, dare to speak of equality to us? How utterly ridiculous. Dragon laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. In the next moment, his eyes reddened, and he roared loudly, "You are not worthy to utter that word. Humans delight in treating other races as their slaves, collaring them and caging them for trade. At that time, you did not speak of equality. Tiger freed over 4,000 slaves of various races in Mariewa. Over 4,000. And now you come to speak to me of equality? In my world, equality? Humans are unworthy." Chapter 52. Go, deal with this guy. Dragon had witnessed humanity's ugliest face firsthand. There was no race more despicable than humans in this world. He scoffed inwardly, oppressing these innocent villagers for the sake of profit, staining his hands with blood, taking countless lives. But so what? Compared to the crimes committed by humanity, my sins are but a drop in the ocean. The Navy's relentless pursuit is merely because of my identity as a fishman. Naruto furrowed his brow. He sensed an overwhelming hatred emanating from Dragon, a sentiment he had only encountered twice in Konoha. Once was from that enigmatic old man, flanked by over 20 masked ninja guards. The other was Gaara, both harboring profound hatred. However, while Gaara's hatred was directed at everyone, Dragon's was solely aimed at humanity. He held both contempt and loathing for humans. And there must be some hidden story behind it. The tattoo on your chest. Were you once a member of the Sun Pirates? Ain's keen eyes had noticed the tattoo on Dragon's chest from the very beginning. It was a pattern of a blazing sun. The Sun Pirates? Naruto asked, puzzled. Ain quickly explained. The Sun Pirates were founded by the Fishman Explorer Tiger, composed entirely of merfolk and fishmen. They bore a red sun emblem on their bodies to conceal the mark of the celestial dragons. The mark of the celestial dragons? Indeed. It is the mark given to slaves by the celestial dragons. Once captured, a slave is branded with this indelible mark. Any nation that discovers someone bearing the mark of the celestial dragons must capture them and return them to the celestial dragons for punishment. Ain's tone conveyed a sense of heaviness and helplessness. Tiger had once ventured alone onto the Red Line, single-handedly rescuing thousands of slaves of various races. Subsequently, he founded the Sun Pirates. Many members had once been imprisoned, bearing the humiliating mark of slavery. To alleviate the pain caused by these brands, Tiger meticulously designed the sun emblem. It was not merely a pattern. It served as a protective disguise, cleverly covering the past humiliations of those slaves, allowing everyone to fight side by side as equals. This tradition continues to this day, with every new member tattooing this emblem on their body as a symbol of freedom. Listening to Ain's account, Naruto suddenly comprehended. Even though Dragon himself may never have been a slave, he undoubtedly witnessed the tragic fates of countless slaves during his time with the Sun Pirates. This hatred now surged like a volcano, threatening to consume everything. Brat, you need not know so much. You will die here today. Dragon's voice was as cold as ice, as if addressing a corpse. You should surrender. I do not wish for your subordinates to sacrifice themselves due to the hatred you incite. Naruto's face was a canvas of complexity. He felt sympathy for the plight of some fishmen. He understood that each person's fate was shaped by countless coincidences. Nevertheless, this could not justify Dragon's oppression of the villagers. These innocent villagers should not bear the wrath and oppression of Dragon. Ha! Listen to this brat, suggesting we surrender. How utterly naive. Do you know who we are? We are the Dragon Pirates. Today, all of you shall perish here. The fishmen of the dragon pirates laughed boisterously, showing utter disdain for the navy. Their eyes filled with mockery and unwavering battle spirit. After all, they had been rampaging for years, and no one had ever dared to resist them. Even the navy had to cooperate with them. Now, this inexperienced boy expected them to surrender? What a joke. Dragon, get rid of this brat. Colonel Mouse excitedly waved his arms, as if already envisioning the moment Naruto would fall. As long as Naruto perishes, he can conceal everything. However, the piercing gazes of the surrounding navy were like daggers, filled with fury as they glared at Colonel Mouse. They longed to tear this disgrace of the navy into shreds. How had such a shameful figure emerged from the East Blue's 16th branch? Sensing this wrath, Colonel Mouse cowered behind the fishmen, too terrified to utter another word. How dare this inferior human demand our surrender? We, the fishmen, are a noble race that surpasses humanity. Kruby, go and deal with this fellow, the dragon scoffed, disdainfully issuing the command. In his eyes, Naruto was not worthy. Furthermore, according to Colonel Mouse's description, Naruto was merely a petty character who had climbed the ranks through connections. How could he possibly possess strength to rival that of a colonel? As his words fell, a strangely shaped fishman leaped forth, sporting wing-like fins on his arms. Dressed in a kimono and wooden clogs, he assumed a karate stance before Naruto. Kruby, Fishman Karate, level 40. Watch as I snap your neck, he declared. If you lose, you will face punishment, the dragon's voice echoed from behind. Kruby felt a wave of dread wash over him. To be defeated by a human would signify his status as a lowly creature. This was a battle he would stake his life on. Oh, Kruby lunged at Naruto, determined not to lose. Fishman Karate, thousand-tile punch. He unleashed his full strength, his fist slicing through the air with tremendous force, as if it could tear the very atmosphere apart. Yet, Naruto remained as steady as a mountain, his feet planted firmly, with only his chest slightly inflating. Iron block. Crack. A crisp sound resonated. Accompanied by Kruby's anguished scream, his arm audibly fractured. What? 6 styles? The dragon's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing Naruto's technique. This was an ultimate skill reserved for the most elite Navy soldiers. The Naruto before him was not a mere connection-driven figure. He was formidable. Shaking his head, Naruto sighed, realizing that reason would not suffice. Dragon pirate crew, charge forward and eliminate these Navy scum. The dragon waved his hand, issuing the order to attack. Xiaoba, the first to charge, brandished several blades, with others following suit, displaying their weapons in a desperate stance. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals at lightning speed, instantly creating dozens of identical clones on the battlefield, leaving the dragon pirate crew utterly astonished. What is happening? A devil fruit ability? Be careful. These clones seem to possess combat prowess. Xiaoba was the first fishman to fall, knocked unconscious by a punch from Naruto's clone. The rest met a similar fate. Naruto alone was more than sufficient to handle this battle without any assistance from other Navy members. Damn humans! How dare they wield the power of the devil? The dragon was visibly shaken. He despised the devil fruits the most. Once humans consumed such things, they would gain extraordinary abilities. Although fishmen could also partake, they would lose their ability to swim, becoming landbound. Thus, throughout history, very few fishmen chose to consume the devil fruits. Rasengan. At that moment, the dragon heard a deafening voice behind him. Chapter 53. Naruto, you are unworthy to judge me. The dragon whipped around, only to find Naruto silently standing at his back. When did he get behind me? The dragon's mind raced. This had to be Naruto's true form, most likely using one of the 6 styles, shave. However, what puzzled the dragon was that Naruto was gripping a strange, swirling mass of energy in his hand. What kind of technique is this? A variant of the 6 styles? Or something else entirely? The dragon had never encountered such a method, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. Brat, don't even think about defeating me. Fishman puncture fist. The dragon roared, launching a powerful punch. As a noble fishman, superior to humans, how could he be bested by this brat? The Rasengan collided with his fist with a thunderous crash. The outcome was evident. The dragon was forcefully sent flying, his heart pounding in disbelief. He never imagined that this move would possess such incredible power, not only repelling his punch, but also inflicting severe damage upon his body. A sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, as if it were being torn apart. His internal organs were compromised. Had he not been a fishman, he might have already perished. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the dragon collapsed, his body lifeless, blood staining the corners of his mouth. The members of the dragon pirate crew stood agape at this scene. They could hardly believe that their captain had been so easily defeated. The battle had just begun, yet their leader had already lost his fighting capability. How could this be possible? He was the dragon, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Unable to withstand even a single blow? What kind of terrifying beings had the Navy sent? With their captain utterly defeated, the human pirates scattered like frightened dogs. They were a rabble, having followed the dragon for the sake of their own recklessness, and now, with their leader's fall, their courage had evaporated, causing them to flee in all directions. However, the core members of the fisherman race refused to flee. They vowed to resist to the death, yet the tide of battle had turned irreversibly. Aine and her companions had joined the fray, ensuring that not only would the fishmen face their reckoning, but the fleeing humans were also apprehended, capturing them all. They would all pay a heavy price for their transgressions. And this fellow, he is nothing short of a disgrace to the Navy, a shame upon humanity. A clone of Naruto effortlessly dragged Colonel Mouse over. Colonel Mouse rolled his eyes. He had not been defeated by Naruto, but had merely fainted from fear. He never expected that the dragon, whom he had always dreaded, would be so easily vanquished before Naruto. Not far from the battlefield, Nami hid behind a grove of orange trees, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding events. The dragon has truly been defeated. Nami covered her mouth, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. She had never imagined that the one who had once filled her with despair, the dragon, could be so effortlessly subdued by this young officer named Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. I can't believe he is so powerful. He appears even younger than I am. Nami was taken aback, tears cascading down her cheeks. Could it be that the suffering of Cocoa Village would finally come to an end from this day forth? Would everyone be free from the dragon's exploitation and oppression? Belmer. Nami stifled a sob, holding back her tears, as they continued to well up in her eyes. She had not dared to hope for revenge. She only wished to save Cocoa Village first, never anticipating that what she longed for would be so effortlessly resolved by Naruto. She realized that Naruto had not deceived her. Belmer, you must be happy in heaven. Nojiko, Nojiko, Nami exclaimed, rushing into the depths of the orange grove, her home. She could hardly wait to share this wonderful news with Nojiko. She knew that Nojiko would surely be overwhelmed with joy. What's wrong? What happened? Nojiko, hearing Nami's call, stepped out of her home, her face etched with concern. Like Nami, she sported short hair, but hers was blue, adorned with blue tattoos on her shoulders and collarbone. To comfort Nami, who bore the tattoo branded by the dragon pirate crew, Nojiko had chosen to bear the same tattoo. Despite her casual flip-flops, Nojiko stood a head taller than Nami. The dragon has been defeated. Nami suddenly threw herself into Nojiko's embrace, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would still find it hard to believe that it was true. Really? What exactly is happening? Noki was equally astonished. She had never anticipated such a day would arrive. A new naval officer had appeared. Nami recounted the events in fragments. Would this new Marine colonel, Naruto Uzumaki, bring peace to the village? Noki firmly committed this name to memory. Who knows? All Marines are the same. That fellow is quite greedy, and his ship is rumored to conceal treasures worth billions. Nami pursed her lips and slowly shook her head. The wounds inflicted by the previous 16th branch were too deep. She still believed that both Marines and pirates were cut from the same cloth, likely just a different oppressor taking the stage. The only one among the Marines who could be considered virtuous was Belmer. Originally a Marine, she had abandoned her identity after encountering Nami and Noki on the battlefield and chose to adopt them. As for the other Marines, they were merely a bunch of bullies who preyed on the weak. Even though this Naruto had captured the dragon and Colonel Mouse, it did not prove he was a good Marine. Not necessarily. Noki gently patted Nami's head, harboring a glimmer of hope for the future. In the square of Cocoa Village, members of the dragon pirate crew were bound tightly, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Below, a throng of villagers gazed on with complex emotions etched on their faces. The dragon slowly regained consciousness, disbelief swirling in his eyes. How could he, the most noble of the fishmen, have been defeated by a lowly human brat? This was inconceivable. Yet, the evidence lay before him, and the dragon had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat. Nevertheless, his expression remained icy, though he had lost this time. He would never concede easily. One day, he would rise again and prove his strength to the world, in stark contrast to the dragon's indifference. The expressions of the other fishmen were exceedingly grim. They were all too aware of the fate that befell those captured by humans. Growing up in Fishman Street, they had witnessed countless brutal scenes and understood the ruthless tactics of the Marines. Having committed such acts in the East Blue, the Marines would not let them off lightly. Among the many pirates, one stood out as particularly out of place, Colonel Mouse. He too was bound and mingled with the other pirates. "You scoundrels! What right do you have to capture me?" Colonel Mouse bellowed. "You're just a mere Colonel Brat. I will report this to higher-ups. I was coerced by the dragon. You have no right to judge me." He attempted to persuade the Marines from the 16th branch surrounding him to release him. "I have not wronged the Marines. I have not betrayed justice." However, a few Marines from the 16th branch approached and struck Colonel Mouse hard across the face. "Scum, do you still wish to make excuses?" Chapter 54. Justice cannot be absent or delayed. You have brought disgrace upon the Marines. Humph, a person like you is unworthy of wearing the Marine uniform. Gazing at the furious Marines around him, Colonel Mouse finally wilted. He understood he had been completely abandoned. The Marines of the 16th branch had long endured oppression from Colonel Mouse. All the benefits had gone to him, while the burdens were shouldered by everyone else. Villagers from over 20 villages under the dragon's control would whisper and curse whenever they saw a Marine. Colonel Mouse was indifferent, but these soldiers still cared about their reputation. The villagers of Cocoa Village were also summoned to the square. Although the dragon had been captured, they remained apprehensive. The shadows he cast in their hearts could not dissipate in just a few days. Even with the dragon tied up, they felt fear, as if a savage hound. No matter how thick the chains that bound it, still instilled dread. Naruto publicly announced the dragon's crimes and vowed that these individuals would face the punishment they deserved. The gathered populace etched Naruto's name into their memory. Days later, a fleet from Marine headquarters arrived to apprehend the dragon and Colonel Mouse. Ein had compiled their crimes into a report and submitted it. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone bug in the office of the colonel of the 16th branch suddenly rang. "Hello. This is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto answered the call, which had now become his temporary office. However, he was somewhat troubled by the persistent smell of cheese in the office. "Naruto, you made quite a stir on your first mission. Impressive." The cheerful laughter of Sengoku came through the phone, mixed with Garp's booming voice. "Naruto, well done. Show those pirates a thing or two." "Ha ha. Garp, stop hogging the microphone." Sengoku and Garp were evidently pleased with Naruto's actions. Who could have imagined that Naruto would prove himself on his very first mission? Within the Marine headquarters, there was some dissatisfaction regarding his swift promotion to colonel. Some voiced opinions against Sengoku, arguing that he was too lenient with Naruto, even arranging a warship for him. Was it merely because Naruto was brought in by Garp that he could enjoy such high treatment? Now, Naruto had shattered these doubts through his actions. He not only exposed the scoundrels of the 16th branch, but also captured the notorious pirate dragon, who had a bounty of 20 million berries. This was indeed his first official mission. Achieving this much was already commendable. The Marines here have become so depraved that they've forgotten what justice is, Naruto stated solemnly. Yet, deep down, he was not truly pleased. This operation had revealed the darker side of the Marines to him. What would happen when those who were supposed to uphold justice stood on the side of evil? Cocoa Village was the answer. "You speak the truth." So we discussed and decided to inject some fresh energy into the 16th branch. "Naruto, from now on, you will be the temporary commander of the 16th branch." Sengoku issued the order. As the closest colonel, it was the most fitting choice to have him manage temporarily. "Understood. I will take on this responsibility," Naruto replied resolutely. "This is indeed a mess. Thank you for your hard work." Sengoku expressed a hint of regret. After all, this was not a desirable assignment. The East Blue had always been overlooked, with virtually no paths for promotion. Few Marines were willing to go to the East Blue. They preferred the more perilous Grand Line, or even the New World. That was where challenges lay, where one could eliminate stronger, more vicious pirates. This was the motivation for most to become Marines, chasing fame and fortune. Yet, few pondered the two significant words behind it: duty. After all, I too hail from the East Blue. Naruto reminisced about his first arrival in this world. The time spent with Luffy and the others had allowed him to feel the warmth of the world, which was not solely filled with cold disdain. He had experienced carefree days and, for the first time, the feelings of family and brotherhood. Rather than being from Konoha, he felt the East Blue was more like his true home. "If any trouble arises, remember to contact me," Sengoku concluded before hanging up. Popping a piece of senbei into his mouth. "Naruto, the next steps are up to you. 2 months later, Nami still sat by the coastline, her gaze traversing the waves towards the distant horizon. The difference was that the tattoo on her left shoulder had changed. The design of oranges and a windmill now symbolized the pride of Cocoa Village. "Here it comes again," she murmured softly as the ship, the Uzumaki, reappeared at the end of the coastline. At the harbor, the villagers had already gathered, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the warship. During this period, naval ships made frequent visits, delivering a substantial amount of supplies to the villagers. Not only Cocoa Village, but also over 20 other settlements previously oppressed by the evil dragon pirates received assistance. Nami understood that these provisions came from Naruto's ship, as well as from the assets seized from the evil dragon pirates. These items rightfully belonged to their village. However, aside from Naruto, who would be willing to return them? There would be no second person. After the Navy defeated the pirates, those treasures became their spoils of war. Even though they had once belonged to the robbed populace, the Navy seldom returned anything easily. Yet, after observing for a time, Nami was convinced that Naruto was unlike any other. She recalled his hair, radiant like the dawn breaking over the horizon, shattering the darkness. However, this did not imply that she would trust all members of the Navy. She was acutely aware that individuals like Naruto were likely rare gems within the Navy. Today, she was on the verge of making a significant decision. At the port, Naruto watched as his naval subordinates busily unloaded various supplies. Food was but a small portion. The majority consisted of production tools and daily necessities, items desperately needed by Cocoa Village. The money earned by the villagers had all been extorted as protection fees, rendering them hesitant even to purchase a single piece of clothing. "They will be grateful to you," Ain said sincerely, standing beside Naruto. Witnessing the joyful faces of the villagers, she once again felt the profound significance of being part of the Navy, to uphold justice and protect the vulnerable. Indeed, people do not forget easily. They will not erase their past suffering for mere trifles, Naruto replied slowly. He too had not forgotten his previous struggles. Even though he was now recognized in Konoha and the third Hokage's attitude had shifted, the villagers likely felt the same way. Ain was taken aback. She sensed that despite Naruto's youth, he had undoubtedly endured much. All the scum of the sea that caused such suffering must be captured. Naruto's expression grew increasingly grim. He abruptly turned around, his large hand waving, his cloak of justice billowing. "Ain, assemble the crew. Prepare to set sail. It is time to thoroughly cleanse these waters. Justice cannot be absent or delayed." Chapter 55. Upon sighting the golden flash of the Navy, one can immediately change course. When Nami hurried to the port, she discovered that the spiraling wave had already set sail. She was too late. Nami stood despondently on the dock, internally chiding herself as she gazed at the departing naval vessel. If only she had remained here. Next time, she would ensure she personally handed the supplies to Naruto. The surrounding villagers also stared in the direction of the vanishing spiraling wave, filled with emotion. They are off to eliminate pirates again. Since Colonel Naruto arrived here, these waters have been much calmer. Indeed, it has been a long time since anyone was reported to have been robbed by pirates. The villagers felt that Naruto was extraordinary. They had witnessed his actions and committed them to memory. Never had anyone treated them with such sincerity. And the arrival of these supplies and tools had significantly eased their lives. The shadow cast by the evil dragon seemed to be gradually dissipating. Listening to the villagers' praises of Naruto, a wave of warmth surged within Nami. She tightly pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes. We will meet again. Months later, at sea, two ships sped through the waters. One was the spiraling wave, and the other flew a conspicuous skull flag, clearly a pirate ship. Naruto stood at the bow of the spiraling wave, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on the distant pirate vessel. At that moment, Ain approached him respectfully, reporting, "Commander Naruto, we have confirmed that it is the Deck pirate crew. Their captain, Deck, has a bounty of 10 million for crimes of slaughter and piracy at the port." Upon hearing Ain's report, Naruto's expression darkened instantly. "Catch up to them. We cannot allow such pirates to pollute the seas." With Naruto's command, the spiraling wave accelerated once more, swiftly closing the distance to the pirate ship. The pirates of the Deck crew finally sensed something amiss and, upon looking back, were nearly propelled off the deck in fright. The spiraling wave? It's the spiraling wave. Turn around, immediately. Captain Deck's complexion changed dramatically. He swallowed hard, involuntarily conjuring the image of a golden-haired youth in his mind. That ghostly figure, as swift as lightning. The newly recruited pirates were bewildered, having never seen their captain so flustered by the Navy's reputation. However, the seasoned pirates began to tremble, their eyes filled with terror. The golden flash. That golden flash has come. Quick, turn around. The captain has ordered that upon sighting the golden flash of the Navy, we can immediately change course without punishment. The pirates lamented, believing their luck had plummeted. They had merely passed through this sea and never anticipated encountering this harbinger of doom. You scum who oppress the common folk, you are now under arrest. Naruto declared from the deck, snorting coldly. Estimating the distance was sufficient, he activated the 6 styles. Moonwalk. He stomped down hard, causing the very air to shatter beneath him. Before the pirates' astonished eyes, a golden flash suddenly appeared. Simultaneously, screams erupted one after another. The pirates fell to the ground, unable to resist amidst the continuous flashes of gold. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Indeed, it is the golden flash. I told you we should not pass this way. The navigator crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The other pirates were in utter disarray. Captain Deck, what should we do? We can't even see him. The pirates pleaded desperately for their captain's guidance. Fire. Shoot towards the golden light. Captain Deck had already hidden aside, clearly unwilling to surrender. Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic gunfire erupted. Naruto's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Gale steps, accompanied by a few howls, sharp gusts of wind surged forward, causing the pirates to hastily drop to the ground to evade the sudden attack. The majority of pirates chose to leap overboard to escape. Yet, some resolved to fight to the last. Bastard, take that guy down. Brothers, let's go. If we don't fight now, we are all done for. The golden flash showed no mercy to pirates. Deck rallied his men, suppressing his fear as he swung his weapon toward Naruto. However, Naruto's figure vanished once more, leaving no trace. Shave. In an instant, Naruto's silhouette appeared before him like a flash of lightning. His fist, infused with haki, struck down heavily upon Deck's head. A large bump formed on Deck's skull, and he fell to the ground, stiff as a board. This move was one he had experienced countless times himself. Carp's iron fist. Your captain has fallen. Surrender. Naruto looked down at Deck, his eyes filled with disdain. What a useless fool. This level of strength does not even compare to half of the evil dragons. With such a bounty, one can only imagine how many commoners they have oppressed. Bang. The bow of the spiraling wave crashed into the pirate ship. The prepared Navy personnel swiftly placed planks between the two vessels, charging forward with roars. With the captain already subdued, the ensuing battle became remarkably effortless. Soon, all the fleeing pirates were apprehended. As expected of Commander Naruto, he resolved it in an instant. Fighting alongside Commander Naruto is truly a breeze. This fellow is indeed a notorious criminal with a bounty of 10 million. The Navy personnel exclaimed with excitement. Besides the Navy originally brought by Naruto, there were also many soldiers from the 16th Division present. After a period of rigorous training under Naruto's guidance, they had shed their previous laxity and transformed into capable warriors. However, despite successfully capturing yet another pirate crew, Naruto's expression bore no trace of joy. It seemed as if the pirates of this vast sea were in endless pursuit. As he gazed towards the distant horizon, a wave of emotion surged within him. In the brief span of mere months, the waters surrounding the 16th Division's base had miraculously become serene, with the shadows of pirates vanishing without a trace. A piece of news that struck fear into the hearts of all pirates spread like wildfire. In these waters, there emerged an individual of terrifying strength, his radiant golden hair shining like the dawn, making all darkness cower in fear. For those pirates who wished to avoid capture, their only option was to steer clear. However, on this day, the Vortex ship unexpectedly spotted a pirate flag upon the sea, a flag crudely made, with a crooked skull emblem that appeared rather amateurish. The pirate vessel turned out to be a rudimentary fishing boat that had been repurposed, yet the few teenagers aboard were brimming with excitement, each holding a drink as if celebrating some grand occasion. From this day forth, the treasure-seeking pirate crew is officially established. Cheers to our dreams. Let us set sail in search of the legendary treasure, the treasure of the Pirate King. It turned out these youths were villagers from a nearby settlement who, inspired by the legendary tales of Pirate King Roger, were fervently determined to become pirates themselves, freely sailing the seas in pursuit of the mythical treasure. Moreover, Roger himself hailed from the East Blue, born in Lowtown, where he was also executed. As fellow East Blue inhabitants, They naturally aspired to carve their own names into history. Yet, as they celebrated, a naval ship suddenly appeared on the horizon. The Navy. Quick, run. Oh no. We won't be captured by the Navy the moment we set sail. Will we? At this moment, standing on the naval ship, Naruto couldn't help but smile wryly. He initially thought some reckless individuals had come, only to realize they were just a group of newcomers. Beside him, Ein curiously inquired, "Are you still the same as before?" "Indeed. Let me take a look," he replied. Moonstep. With a leap, he vanished from the deck of the naval ship, only to reappear firmly on the little fishing boat. The boat was already cramped, and Naruto's presence made it even more congested. The newcomers huddled at the other end of the boat, trembling in fear. Only one brave lad, gathering his courage, stood protectively behind his companions, raising a stick towards Naruto. "Are you the captain here?" Naruto surveyed the small fishing boat, his gaze finally landing on the boy. "That's right. If you're going to capture someone, take me. They have nothing to do with it." The boy's trembling hands gripped the stick tightly, his eyes fearfully fixed on Naruto's dazzling golden hair. Despite his quaking legs, he did not retreat an inch. Chapter 56. Greatness needs no words in truth. Naruto had encountered many such rookie pirates before. They were merely setting sail without committing any crimes, and certainly not wanted. At their core, they sought dreams, freedom, and the camaraderie of adventure. These were the reasons they embarked on their journey. However, during the years of Colonel Mouse's reign over the 16th Division, countless individuals had developed a disdain and fear of the Navy. You don't even have an orange on your ship. This prolonged situation could lead to scurvy. Also, you don't carry a map. What if you go the wrong way? Being lost in this vast ocean and dying of thirst is no pleasant experience. Most critically, your vessel is pitifully small. A sea king could swallow it in one bite. Naruto shook his head. Next time, aim for a larger ship. This one isn't fit for conquering the seas. The boys were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was he suddenly imparting knowledge about navigation? Every piece of advice was so practical, addressing matters they had never contemplated amid their fervor. But how could this be? The Navy teaching pirates? Such a notion was unheard of. Could it really be that esteemed individual? Wait here, I'll send you some supplies. Maps, food, and oranges from Kokushiya village. The finest in the East Blue. Go forth and pursue your dreams upon the sea. But should you dare to oppress the weak or plunder innocent lives, you know I will find you, right? Naruto's gaze turned icy in an instant, reminiscent of a winter's chill, causing the boys to shiver involuntarily. They understood the gravity of his words. Should they stray from the righteous path, this esteemed individual would show no mercy. Before long, a small boat descended from the naval ship, laden with supplies, leaving the group of boys momentarily bewildered. They had anticipated an unfortunate fate, yet the Navy showed them no hostility whatsoever. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that had they not encountered this esteemed individual, they likely would have met a dire end, becoming mere remains in the belly of a sea king. Was this truly acceptable? Helping them? On the deck, Ain approached Naruto's side, her expression filled with concern. Indeed, these pirates were but dreamers. Yet, they had chosen the path of piracy. If word got out, it could jeopardize Naruto's future prospects. The earlier boy stirred memories within Naruto, evoking images of Ace and Luffy that lingered in his mind. He shook his head, turned, and smiled. Don't worry. These kids are unlikely to abandon the sea or their dreams. Ain watched this scene, her heart fluttering. Teacher Zephyr, you truly did not misjudge him. Commander Naruto is a paragon of justice in the Navy. Greatness needs no words. At the 16th Division base, as the Vortex ship returned, Ain's keen eyes caught sight of something unusual on the shore. A small boat lay quietly anchored. We have guests, she mused inwardly. At the port stood a tall girl with orange hair, silently waiting. Isn't that Nami? Ain recognized her well. Later, she learned from the villagers that Nami was, in fact, a member of the Arlong pirates, a remnant that had evaded punishment. Such individuals were not uncommon. The day Naruto defeated Arlong, many of his crew members scattered across various villages. Subsequent comprehensive capture operations ensued. However, the world is often intricately complex. Insiders revealed that Nami's adoptive mother had fallen victim to the Arlong pirates' cruelty. She harbored a deep-seated grudge against them. In truth, Nami had been coerced into joining the pirate crew due to Arlong's desire for her extraordinary cartographic skills. Arlong aspired to establish a fisherman empire, and Nami was the key to realizing that ambition. Under Arlong's threat, Nami had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, her entire village would face utter devastation. This truth was known to few, as many still viewed Nami as Arlong's accomplice, casting her in a negative light. "Hello, it's been a while." Ain cheerfully waved after disembarking. Nami was taken aback, surprised that Ain remembered her. "Hello, may I ask if Colonel Naruto is here?" Nami inquired eagerly. During this period, she had been searching for Naruto, traversing multiple villages, yet each time she narrowly missed him. Naruto was either capturing pirates or en route to do so. Thus, she directly arrived at the island where the naval branch was located, waiting for an opportunity. This time, she should be able to meet Naruto, right? Colonel Naruto had gone to a nearby uninhabited island for training, claiming that he would not disturb anyone there. Ain explained that he might not return for a while. Upon hearing this, Nami's face involuntarily flickered with disappointment. She had not anticipated missing another chance to meet Naruto. What's wrong? Is there trouble in Kokoyashi village again? Ain keenly sensed Nami's emotions. No, it's nothing. Nami quickly waved her hand. In fact, she had come this time to apologize to Naruto. Recalling their first meeting, where she had misunderstood Naruto and spoken harshly to him, Nami still felt deep remorse. At that time, she had mistakenly believed Naruto was a greedy treasure-hunting scoundrel of the Navy and had lambasted him, not knowing that he not only spared her, but also let her go. Now, Nami understood that Naruto was not greedy. The treasures found in his room were likely confiscated loot. Just thinking about that moment made her feel so ashamed that she wished to curl up and hide. There were things Nami wanted to say to Naruto face to face. After all, if she were to apologize, it had to be sincere and in person. Is that so? Then come in and rest for a while. Rowing alone must be exhausting. Ain smiled gently, inviting Nami into the base. The distance from Kokoyashi village to here was indeed considerable. As soon as she stepped into the lounge, Nami's gaze was firmly captivated by a map hanging on the wall. It was a chart of the jurisdictional waters of the East Blue's 16th branch. At a glance, she noticed something was amiss. "This map has some inaccuracies," Nami stated frankly. Ain sighed, helplessly responding, "Indeed, we are also troubled by it. That scoundrel Colonel Mouse only cares about profit and exploitation, completely neglecting other matters. How can justice be upheld with such erroneous nautical charts?" Mentioning this made Ain furious. The 16th branch under Colonel Mouse's management was a chaotic mess. The military discipline was lax, and the weaponry was deplorable, most having been privately sold off to the black market by Colonel Mouse for personal gain. Even more infuriating, the nautical charts were riddled with errors. It was particularly challenging to find someone capable of charting the seas, as such talents were rare. Nautical charts differed from land maps. It was not sufficient to merely denote distances. The critical aspect was accurately marking the direction of ocean currents and winds, as well as identifying hazardous areas. A mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. I can help you correct this nautical chart. Chapter 57. The goal is the grand line. You can draw nautical charts? Ain exclaimed, suddenly recalling that she had almost forgotten this detail. Nami was targeted by the evil dragon precisely because of her skill in charting the seas, which forced her to comply with their demands. "I know this sea area very well. It's certainly better than what's on the wall." Nami nodded enthusiastically, finally having a chance to assist Naruto. Ain's eyes sparkled as she clasped her hands together. "Then I entrust this to you." The last time their nautical chart was inaccurate, their ship had wandered into an unknown channel, encountering turbulent undercurrents that nearly caused it to sink. Had it not been for Commander Naruto's intervention, the vortex would have been lost. However, creating nautical charts was time-consuming and laborious. There were areas she had not visited, which would require exploration to accurately chart. Nami scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was not a small undertaking and could not be completed in just a day or two. "No worries. You can board our warship and accompany us. We need to patrol anyway, and if we can finalize the chart along the way, that would be perfect." Ain thought this was not an issue. Regarding compensation, Ain was contemplating how much to offer, as navigators were scarce talents, and underpricing would be inappropriate. "No need. You helped us drive away that scoundrel, the evil dragon. If I accept payment, Noki would scold me to no end." Nami stuck out her tongue and waved her hands repeatedly. She dared not accept money, especially since creating nautical charts had been her dream since childhood. Coming from a poor family, she had been particularly interested in nautical charts and becoming a navigator. Unable to afford books to study, she had even resorted to stealing books from the bookstore. When caught by the village's resident officer, Aiken, Belmere had scolded her harshly. However, from that day on, Belmere began to support her dreams. Unfortunately, That was the year the evil dragon arrived. Now, assisting Naruto in creating nautical charts was not only a way to repay his kindness, but also an excellent opportunity for her to hone her skills. While Naruto trained, he also combated pirates and criminals. The area near the 16th branch had become a forbidden zone for pirates. Those various pirates regarded this sea area as a place they absolutely could not tread. As a result, Naruto found himself with a bit of free time. Time flew, and over 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On a deserted island near the 16th branch, Naruto was busy training. 9,998. 9,999. Commander Naruto. There's news from the naval headquarters. Ain rushed over, holding a document high in her hand. Hearing this, Naruto casually waved his hand, tossing aside a massive stone hundreds of meters high, akin to a small mountain. Boom. With a tremendous sound, the ground shook. Ain stumbled, nearly falling over. Heavens! It felt like experiencing an earthquake. Naruto gently exhaled a breath of stale air, took out a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and turned back with a smile, asking, "Has Grandpa Sengoku sent news again?" 2 years had passed, and Naruto's body had gradually matured. Ain stared at Naruto's muscular physique, momentarily entranced. Commander Naruto's physique is truly remarkable. After wiping off his sweat, Naruto noticed Ain still frozen in place and curiously asked, "Ain, what's the matter?" With a flushed face, Ain lowered her head. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Admiral Sengoku has sent an appointment letter and transfer order. Your accomplishments at the 16th branch have spread throughout the naval headquarters. Admiral Sengoku is very pleased with your achievements and has promoted you to the rank of Brigadier General. Moreover, he and Vice Admiral Tsuru believe you should not remain in the East Blue, but instead proceed to the Grand Line. The location has already been determined. Brigadier General Naruto, we must prepare to depart." Naruto put away the towel and gazed into the distance. The Grand Line, huh? At night, the East Blue 16th branch was ablaze with lights. However, it was entirely different from the time of Colonel Mouse. Back then, the base was unprotected at night, with not a single patrolling soldier in sight. But now, sentries were stationed outside, and the soldiers were well trained. In an office, Nami was focused on drawing the nautical chart. Now, she was no longer that young girl. Her figure and height had grown significantly, embodying a captivating and curvaceous elegance. "It's getting late. You should rest early." Ain entered, carrying 2 cups of hot tea, placing one in front of Nami. "It's almost complete. The nautical chart of the East Blue 16th branch is nearing completion." Nami continued to draw the chart, not raising her head. Ain, accustomed to this, did not urge her, but instead began to savor her tea. About an hour later, Nami finally lifted her head. The tea had cooled considerably, but she still picked it up and drank it in one go. The taste of orange tea is simply delightful. Nami stretched, feeling instantly relieved. She stood up and affixed the enormous nautical chart to the wall. This chart was more detailed than the previous one, with not only geographical locations clearly marked, but also the directions of many air currents. Some areas were even indicated with different colored dashed lines representing navigational routes for different seasons. "You've truly worked hard these past few years. Without you, this nautical chart would have been impossible to complete. You've been a tremendous help." Ain exclaimed sincerely. There's no need to thank me for the orange tea." Nami chuckled, fully embracing Ain as her sister figure. "With this experience, I might just become a competent navigator myself." Ain, bemused, replied, "You mustn't forget. It was you who sent me the oranges." In truth, she held back a thought. Nami had already proven herself an exceptional navigator, surpassing anyone Ain had ever encountered. Suddenly, Ain recalled something and inquired, "Nami, have you spoken to Captain Naruto about that matter?" Nami paused, her expression dimming as she shook her head. Not yet. Ain was aware that Nami had frequently visited the naval base, seemingly with something important to discuss with Captain Naruto. However, for reasons unknown, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Chapter 58, Naruto's Pirate Brother? Nami's countenance was a tapestry of emotions, marked by a blend of disappointment and resignation. Over the past 2 years, she had visited the base often, yet Captain Naruto was perpetually occupied, making their encounters rare. Several prime opportunities had slipped through her fingers, leaving her feeling defeated. "You've had quite the streak of bad luck," Ain conceded with a sigh. Captain Naruto had even made a point to stay behind on several occasions. Wishing to personally express his gratitude for the navigational charts Nami had created, which had greatly aided the Navy. Yet, each time, unforeseen circumstances thwarted their meeting. Be it urgent missions or Nami's own unavailability, not to mention one instance where treacherous weather intervened. Ah well, there will be other chances. Nami remained undeterred, convinced that when they next met, she would seize the moment to apologize and share all the sentiments she had long kept to herself. Ain's lips twitched in contemplation. She pondered whether to inform Nami about the impending transfer of Captain Naruto. Ultimately, she decided against it, reasoning that it was an internal naval matter. It would be best for Captain Naruto to convey his farewell personally. Days later, in Koko Village, Nami returned from a trip to a neighboring town where she had bought clothes, not only for herself and Noki, but also a special piece for Ain. Despite Ain's usual military attire, she was indeed a beauty and would surely appreciate the lovely garments. Nami had an eye for fashion, always knowing how to select the most flattering outfits, including those for Noki, who often relegated them to her closet in favor of more casual wear. As Nami approached the bustling port, she noticed an unusually large crowd. Even Noki, who typically remained indoors, was present. "Noki, what is going on?" she called out. "Nami, Captain Naruto has left," Noki sighed, hands on her hips, exuding a sense of helplessness. She understood that Nami had been making frequent visits to the naval base, yearning for an encounter with Naruto. Yet, just as Naruto finally arrived in Koko Village, Nami had been absent. "Well, I suppose there's always next time," Nami remarked, bemused by the irony. Who could have anticipated her trip to the neighboring town would coincide with Naruto's visit? There won't be a next time. Captain Naruto has been reassigned. A new colonel has already taken over at the 16th Division. Noki shook her head. "What?" Nami's shopping bag clattered to the ground as disbelief washed over her. "Naruto has been transferred." The news seemed abrupt. He had come specifically to say goodbye, yet she was nowhere to be found. "Quick! You can still catch a glimpse of the spiraling ship's departure," Noki urged, her expression turning urgent. Upon hearing this, Nami dashed through the throng, racing to the dock's forefront. Indeed, the spiraling ship was fading into the distance, accelerating away. The villagers lamented. How could Colonel Naruto leave so soon? I had hoped he would always protect us. Alas, a naval officer as formidable as Naruto could hardly remain in such a small place. The residents reminisced about all that Naruto had done for Koko Village, recognizing that without him, their current prosperity would not exist. "Don't be disheartened, Nami," Noki reassured, placing a hand on Nami's shoulder. "What?" Nami snapped back to reality. "Naruto asked me to relay a message to you." Noki attempted to mimic Naruto's bright smile. "The sea is vast. We shall meet again one day." Such an unusual display from the typically aloof Noki was notable, but she had done her utmost. "The sea is vast. We will meet again," Nami echoed, nodding resolutely. Her determination solidified. Days later, Nami returned to the naval base, navigating it as effortlessly as one would their own home. Although Naruto and Ain were no longer present, she was well acquainted with the other officers. Today, she had come at the villagers' behest to deliver oranges to the Navy, arriving early in the morning. As she stepped into the base, her attention was immediately captured by a triangular sailboat at the port. The vessel boasted a charming ram's head at its bow, yet its hull was armed with four conspicuous cannons. What stunned her most was the Jolly Roger flying from its mast, a pirate ship. How dare they approach the 16th Division? Nami gasped, astonished. Just as Naruto departed, pirates had the audacity to invade. At that moment, a peculiar figure adorned with a distinctive straw hat and a red vest leaped from the ship, sprinting toward the naval base while shouting, "Naruto! Naruto! Come quickly! I found two amazing crew members." "Lucci, what are you doing?" A long-nosed man on the ship shouted, panic evident as he covered his face, his eyes wide. "Get back here. This is the naval base. We are pirates." Another individual with green hair scoffed. "What are you afraid of? They're just the Navy. I could slice them all down." Nami stared, incredulous, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before her. Pirates had come directly to the naval base seeking Naruto? And they threatened the Navy? What on earth was happening? She hurried toward the base, her heart racing, just as something even more astounding occurred. A figure clad in a colonel's uniform approached her, speaking calmly. "Nami, no need to panic. While this individual may appear suspicious, he is actually Naruto's brother. No. Now he should be referred to as Brigadier General Naruto's brother." This man was Chris, the newly appointed colonel of the 16th Division. Formerly a member of the spiraling ship's crew, now promoted. He had accompanied Naruto to Windmill Village and thus recognized Luffy. Chris approached Luffy with a cheerful demeanor. Patting him on the shoulder, "Luffy, it's been a while. Have you set sail too?" Captain Naruto has been reassigned. He is no longer at the 16th Division. A pirate? Nami was taken aback further. Naruto had a brother who was a pirate? In her mind, Naruto stood in stark opposition to most pirates, having captured countless pirate crews over the past 2 years. Yet, the realization that he had a brother among their ranks was utterly unfathomable. But if he was Naruto's brother, surely he must possess a good heart. Regrettably, Naruto was no longer present. Nami sighed, her tone tinged with wistfulness. While her words were directed at Luffy, they echoed her own sentiments. To her surprise, Luffy grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. Hee, it's all good. We will definitely meet again on the ocean because we are brothers. He placed a hand on his straw hat, gazing determinedly towards the sea. Haha, when that time comes, I'll show him just how incredible my crew is. Naruto will be amazed. Hee. Chapter 59. What a wonderful name. Ein, have we arrived at the Grand Line? Naruto rubbed his bleary eyes, and amidst the haze, he caught sight of a flash of vibrant red hair. Naruto-kun, who is Ain? The soft, delicate voice of Karen reached him, her fingers nervously fidgeting, and a faint blush painted her cheeks due to her anxiety. I'm sorry. Naruto scratched his messy golden hair, still dazed from a dream. By the way, Karen, you don't look well. Are you feeling sick? Should I take you to the Konoha hospital? No, I'm fine. Karen quickly waved her hands, her eyes flickering. Breakfast is ready, Naruto-kun. I'll go tidy up in the kitchen. With that, she darted out of Naruto's room like a startled rabbit. The name he had called in his dream, Ain. How infuriating. It sounded distinctly feminine. There was no girl named Ain in Sakura's circle. Who could it be? After freshening up, Naruto made his way to the dining area, where Karen had returned to her usual self, though a subtle hint of worry lingered in her gaze. On the table, rice balls and fried eggs were neatly arranged. Simple, yet exquisite, a far cry from instant noodles and expired milk, akin to a lavish feast. Despite the lavish provisions he enjoyed as a newly appointed Rear Admiral in the Navy, he had not forgotten the days of instant noodles in Konoha. While instant noodles were not unpleasant, the solitude of eating without a soul to converse with was disheartening. Shaking his head as if to dispel certain memories, he grinned and sat at the table. Karen, thank you. It's wonderful to have you at home. Home. Karen's cheeks flushed a deeper hue upon hearing this. If you like it, Naruto-kun, I will work even harder at cooking. Noticing something amiss in Karen's demeanor, Naruto reached out to touch her forehead, then his own. You're not running a fever, he observed, puzzled. Yet, Karen had already transformed into a flustered steam spirit. Outside Konoha, perched on a large tree, Naruto sat leisurely, foregoing physical training. His physique had evolved significantly, rendering ordinary weight training ineffective. Years spent on that deserted island in the East Sea had pushed both his hockey and physical skills to a plateau. To break through, he required more rigorous challenges. Now back in Konoha, Naruto resolved to focus on the transformation of chakra, his Achilles heel that he could not afford to underestimate. He was determined to grow strong enough to protect everyone. Thus, he could not neglect ninjutsu. With a calm mind, he began his practice, opening his right hand as chakra compressed and swirled within his palm. In an instant, a Rasengan materialized, noticeably larger than when he had left Konoha. However, the key lay in the transformation of the chakra's nature. If he could comprehend this, he believed he could elevate his mastery of the Rasengan to another level. Otherwise, the technique felt rather lackluster compared to a full-strength punch. Continuing his training, Naruto sought to infuse wind attribute chakra into the Rasengan, searching for a combat style that suited him best. By the time he regained awareness, night had fallen. It was time to return home. He gracefully leaped down from the treetop, heading back toward Konoha. Upon reaching his doorstep, the aroma of dinner wafted through the air. While not overwhelmingly fragrant, it possessed a comforting warmth, a reminder that someone awaited his return. I'm back. Naruto placed his shoes neatly at the entrance and stepped inside. Welcome back. You must be tired from training, Naruto-kun, Karen greeted, wielding a spatula and donning an apron, smiling as she turned to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Karen served the meal, inviting Naruto to enjoy dinner. Although the spread was modest, only tofu, a few dried fish, and a steaming bowl of miso soup, Naruto, as he lifted the rice bowl and took a few bites, exclaimed, delicious. You did very well. Even for Naruto, such praise was effortless. Karen, however, was taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. Really? Yet, in the next moment, her complexion suddenly reddened as she hesitantly asked, Naruto-kun, about that ain you mentioned this morning, just then. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a formidable presence approaching his door from the corridor, exuding an oppressive aura rivaling that of Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. When had Konoha acquired such a powerful individual? What's wrong? Karen inquired, her red eyes blinking in confusion. Someone else coming, Naruto replied gravely. Instructing her in a hushed tone, Karen, if things turn dire, escape through the window immediately. While she nodded on the surface, internally, she resolved, I want to run away. Wherever Naruto-kun is, I will be there too. At that moment, Naruto felt the presence halt at his door. Outside, a white-haired man with a broad grin swaggered towards Naruto's door. He was tall, with the kanji for oil emblazoned on his forehead protector. Long white hair cascading to his waist, and red markings beneath his eyes. Dressed in a crimson robe over a brown outfit. The most conspicuous feature was the large scroll slung across his back. The familiar corridor evoked a sense of nostalgia, conjuring images of a golden-haired prodigy in his mind. Not bad, the old man actually left this room for Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed sharply. Karen quickly drew a kunai, ready to protect Naruto. Karen, just do as I say, he reassured, gently pressing on her shoulder before striding towards the door. As he opened it, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The white-haired man, now striking an exaggerated pose, was laughing heartily, his boisterous voice resonating through the air. I am Jiraiya of Mount Mayaboku. Strangely enough, he stood atop an enormous orange toad. However, the moment the door swung fully open, Jiraiya froze. His eyes landing on the familiar golden hair and bright blue eyes that shone like the sun. The room's layout mirrored a cherished memory. Most strikingly, a red-haired girl in an apron was glaring at him with fierce vigilance. In that instant, Jiraiya felt as though he had traversed 12 years of time, transported back to that sunlit afternoon. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with confusion, observing the strange posture of the white-haired man, who seemed lost mid-sentence. His emotions swirling in a complex manner that left Naruto astonished. This was the most intense emotional turmoil he had encountered since mastering the mind domain. Yet, Naruto could sense no malice from the man before him. Thus, with a smile, Naruto inquired, Sir, who are you looking for? Captivated by Naruto's smile, Jiraiya became momentarily dazed, as if seeing the silhouette of the past. I've decided, for my soon-to-be-born child. I'd like to name them after the protagonist of this book. May I borrow the name? He remarked, it's a splendid name. Watching Jiraiya's stumbling figure as he departed, Naruto closed the door and returned to the room. What's wrong? Karen approached with concern. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Just a strange old man, but he doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. Chapter 60. Did they realize their mistakes? No, they have come to know fear. I wonder how Lee is doing. He should be recovering by now. Carrying fresh milk and bread, Naruto strode purposefully toward the hospital. The last time he visited, Lee had remained unconscious. Hopefully, this time would bring good news. Reflecting on the days spent training alongside Lee, those pure, spirited times seemed rather splendid. As Naruto approached the hospital, a frown creased his brow, and his expression abruptly shifted. A surge of violent, hatred-laden energy pierced his heart, intertwining with a murderous intent, a visceral loathing that seemed indiscriminate towards the world. This unique aura had etched itself into Naruto's memory the first time he encountered it. Disastrous. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the milk and bread in his hands, transforming into a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, the hospital room erupted with a fierce wind. Before Lee's hospital bed, Gaara's eyes blazed crimson with a rising tide of killing intent. The sand from his gourd swarmed over Lee's body like a legion of ants, ensconcing him entirely. Lee, still unconscious, bore a pained and tormented expression. Loser, I shall end you. Gaara's visage twisted in a grotesque snarl. Their previous confrontation hadn't extinguished his life. Now, surely, no one here would intervene. Die. One claw-like hand, as fierce as a beast, lunged towards Lee's neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In the next heartbeat, a flash of gold interposed itself before Lee. Naruto seethed with rage. Bang! A fist struck Gaara's face with tremendous force. The speed so astounding that the sand surrounding Gaara had no time to form a defense before being sent hurtling back against the hospital wall. I told you, the exam is over. Naruto's countenance was stern, his brows furrowed, eyes blazing as they bore down on Gaara, whose expression was teetering on madness. How fast, once again? It's you. Gaara's pupils constricted as he clutched his injured face, sand cascading from his cheek as he glared at Naruto. That astonishing speed eluded his comprehension. Once more, just like that day, pain surged within Gaara's heart, and he grasped his head tightly, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. He could have easily killed this proud fool. But Naruto and another ninja had shielded him. The man who resembled Lee, and this one, why were they protecting a failure? Words of lofty ideals tumbled from their lips, a mockery to his ears. The power of hatred is the power of killing intent. The power of killing intent is the power of revenge. To slay those weaker than me, filled with hatred. Why? Why? I simply want his life. Why do you stop me? Gaara's hands pressed against his head. His expression contorted in agony as he glared furiously at Naruto. The memories of that day resurfaced, haunting him. The death of his mother, being viewed as a monster, facing discrimination, fear, and hostility. At that time, his body felt no pain, but his heart ached nonetheless. Yet, because of Yashimaru's presence, he endured this torment, until that fateful night. Why? Gaara could not comprehend. Those words cut like blades. It was your father who ordered me to kill you. From the very beginning, he loathed you, despising the monster who took your sister's life. Your sister did not wish to bear you. She died bearing a curse. She gave you the name Gaara, hoping you would become a Shura, loving only yourself, harboring her resentment, existing in this village forever. You have never been loved. Yashimaru's dying words echoed ceaselessly in his mind, electrifying his nerves. Gaara's eyes reddened, spiraling into madness. His mind felt pierced by 1,000 needles, sending waves of pain coursing through him. The sand within his gourd seemed to resonate with his anguish and fury, spilling forth uncontrollably. No one loves me. My reason for living is to fight for myself. I exist to kill everyone but myself. Gaara struggled to rise, gathering the yellow sand, charging like a sandstorm towards Naruto and Lee's hospital bed. Get a grip. Naruto's brow furrowed. He was astonished to see his own reflection in this creature. He easily evaded Gaara's attack, delivering another punishing blow that sent Gaara crashing down. Observing Gaara's frantic demeanor, Naruto recalled the information he had gathered about him. Gaara, from Sunagakure, host to the tailed beast Shikaku, a being of extreme danger. Just because one harbors a monster within, does it warrant being treated like one? Does enduring discrimination and disdain compel one to become a ruthless killer? Naruto reflected on his own similar origins and experiences, feeling a pang of sympathy. He sighed, refraining from further assaulting Gaara. Why do I stop you? Do you wish to know? Then follow me. Gaara struggled to suppress his murderous impulses, gradually regaining some clarity. He glanced at Lee lying in the bed, then back to Naruto's retreating figure, curiosity overcoming him. He stepped onto the glass-littered windowsill and leaped after him. The two navigated the streets of Konoha, where the villagers cast scornful and hateful glances at Naruto, their gazes like arrows, their ears filled with vile words, as if they sought to engulf him. Did you hear that monster is participating in the Chunin exams? What is the Hokage thinking? Such an individual should have been expelled from the village long ago. How could he be allowed to become a ninja? However, these whispers held no sting for Naruto. He had forged enough bonds of friendship, ties, and even familial love to render the villagers' opinions irrelevant. Is this guy similar to me? Gaara, keenly aware of the malicious stares directed at Naruto, scrutinized the figure before him, brow furrowed. These glances and whispers mirrored his own childhood experiences. He had opted for violence as a response. Inflicting terror upon these fools was the best way to assert his existence. Hey, why don't you kill these people? Prove your existence. Gaara crossed his arms, quickening his pace to catch up with Naruto. You should kill them. Fight for your existence. When these fools began to tremble, it wasn't because they recognized their errors, but because they knew fear. Naruto ignored Gaara, silently moving forward, leading him out of Konoha and into the surrounding woods. Chapter 90. The Darkness of the Ninja World. Danzo emerges disastrous. Sasuke realized, knowing he had endured up to this moment solely through the enhancement of his haki on his physical prowess. Yet now, his stamina was nearly depleted, and further use of haki would be exceedingly difficult. The assault before him was one he could not withstand. Damn it, am I truly at a loss? Rasengan. With a furious shout, the Rasengan surged forth, spinning with astonishing speed, akin to an unstoppable tempest. It collided with Ginkaku's arrow, resulting in a violent clash in the air. The arrow disintegrated in an instant, while the Rasengan retained its ferocity, continuing its trajectory toward the nearest target. MY was taken aback. hastily retreating to avoid the imminent danger. The Rasengan ultimately struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Witnessing this spectacle, a myriad of complex emotions flickered across Sasuke's face. Saved once again. Damn it. Tomorrow's training will double. Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed, his voice tinged with barely perceptible urgency. Sure enough, in the next moment, Naruto appeared beside him like a specter. It seems I arrived just in time, Naruto spoke, his tone laced with anger. He had anticipated that Sasuke would still be diligently training at this hour, yet he had not foreseen that Orochimaru's subordinates would dare to disrupt once more. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. As the largest ninja village, Konoha's barriers and defensive measures should undoubtedly be the most sophisticated. How could outsiders penetrate so easily? The failure to detect them not once, but twice, is indeed perplexing. Either these individuals are well-informed and circumvented the village's watchful eyes, or there are traitors within who deliberately allowed their passage. Frustration boiled within Gaitamaru, his teeth clenched in anger. The others regarded Naruto with wary eyes, acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Prior to their arrival, Kabuto had specifically cautioned them to proceed with caution. What should they do now? Retreat? Zokujin whispered anxiously. Naruto's sudden appearance had cast a shadow over their mission. Gaitamaru's brow furrowed, his mind torn. For Orochimaru, they would willingly lay down their lives. Sasuke was so near, yet so far. Damn it, no one leaves here today? In an instant, Naruto vanished, his form dissipating like a wraith. Even Gaitamaru's eye failed to catch his movement. He is right behind you, Mayu exclaimed in alarm. Gaitamaru was taken aback, hastily turning, but it was too late. Naruto's fingertips shimmered with the aura of armed haki as he called out, "Finger gun!" An irresistible force surged forth, shattering Gaitamaru's shoulder, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll, unconscious and stripped of his cursed seal, reduced to a pitiful state. How is this possible? The other three were left in shock. They had witnessed such techniques from Sasuke before, yet the speed and power Naruto exhibited were on an entirely different plane. Sasuke's astonishment deepened. He had known that Naruto had been tempering his strength during training, but now he truly grasped the vast chasm that separated them. Compared to Naruto, his six paths felt like mere gymnastics, his haki akin to juggling. This was an unfathomable echelon. Damn it, my training regimen will triple. Shave. Gale foot, Sasuke murmured, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Naruto delivered a powerful flying kick, unleashing a cutting wave that surged toward Jiraiya like a tiger descending a mountain. Jiraiya roared, slamming his hands into the ground. Earth style, earth return. Instantly, the earth churned, and a massive stone slab erupted to shield him. However, the cutting wave sliced through the stone as if it were tofu, striking Jiraiya with brutal force. He collapsed to the ground in agony. Almost immediately, Naruto appeared beside him like a specter. Jiraiya, Zokujin and Mayu gasped, their hearts racing. With a resounding crash, Naruto's fist, imbued with overwhelming power, sent Jiraiya flying, his massive frame crashing through trees before finally coming to a halt, unconscious. Are there just you two or three left? No matter, come at me together. Naruto's form shifted again, darting through the trees like a tempest, leaving his enemies bewildered. Zokujin, Rajan, and Mayu backed against each other, nervously scanning their surroundings for any sign of Naruto's vulnerability. However, Naruto granted them no opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he elbowed Zokujin, embedding him into the earth, immobile. Mayu was similarly struck, sent rolling hundreds of meters away like a ball, unconscious. The entire exchange transpired in mere moments. A fleeting flash of violence. Sasuke stood agape, utterly transfixed, unable to close his mouth, as if witnessing a heart-stopping performance. Before he could process the shock, Naruto approached, his brow furrowed. The fact that these individuals sought you indicates your situation is perilous. Naruto recalled Sasuke's previous encounter with an attack. He had not anticipated their relentless pursuit. This will not happen again. Whoever comes next, I will defeat them. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes burning with defiance. Naruto, I will catch up to you. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder, shaking his head gravely. Their repeated incursions suggest they may have acquired intelligence on you, a premeditated act. My intelligence? Sasuke, astute as always, furrowed his brow in contemplation before realization dawned. Are you suggesting that someone in the village has leaked my information? A jolt of alarm surged through Sasuke. Could there be a traitor in Konoha? I have investigated. Naruto's words were cut short as he turned his gaze to a distant point, sensing a multitude approaching. Root ninjas. And that bandaged old man is also here. Naruto, what's happening? Sasuke quickly consumed a soldier pill, following Naruto's line of sight. Be careful. That guy is coming. Before Naruto could finish, several root ninjas encircled them. They did not advance, but instead positioned themselves to block any escape, brandishing kunai and assuming combat stances. What is going on? Why are the village ninjas treating us as enemies? Sasuke's eyes widened. At that moment, an elderly figure, his head and right eye wrapped in bandages, approached slowly. Naruto, who is this man? Sasuke's Sharingan bore down on the approaching figure, though his identity remained unclear. Sasuke was certain this individual was anything but benign. Danzo. Naruto's tone turned icy. Everything indeed pointed back to this old man. Has Orochimaru been reduced to this level? Unable to deal with a mere Uchiha brat despite receiving such significant assistance? Danzo cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled sound ninjas, his eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 91. The Eye on the Arm. The Truth of the Night of Annihilation. Sasuke, be wary of that old man. His name is Danzo, the leader of Root, and he likely knows the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Naruto's gaze was fixated on Danzo, unwavering. What? Sasuke was once again taken aback, a storm of emotions surging within him. Could it be that the downfall of the Uchiha clan harbored deeper secrets? How could that be? He had witnessed Itachi standing amidst their kin, blade dripping with blood. What further hidden truths could there be? Danzo, then, you are the traitor colluding with Orochimaru, aren't you? Naruto sneered. To curse Orochimaru in my presence, do you no longer regard others with any measure of respect? For you two wicked brats, knowing the truth is irrelevant. I will lead you onto the righteous path, and your mission will be to become obedient weapons. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Vacuum wave. With a thunderous shout, several spinning vacuum orbs hurtled toward Naruto. Shave. In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight. The vacuum orbs detonated upon impact with the ground, sending dust flying. Danzo scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Naruto until a piercing sound sliced through the air above him. He looked up sharply to see Naruto hovering in the air. Gale foot. The sudden attack was razor-sharp. This time, the cutting wave was intertwined with armed haki, rendering it even more lethal and destructive. Would release. Violent gun tree. Danzo hastily activated his ninjutsu, transforming his arm into a massive tree to shield himself. However, when the haki-infused cutting wave collided with the tree, Danzo was still pushed back by the tremendous force. I never anticipated that dealing with a Jinchuriki would be this troublesome. All of this is due to the failure of that Knight's plan. I could not take control of the Nine Tails. It is all a mess left by Hiruzen. Danzo's expression darkened, a brutal aura beginning to manifest. Evidently, Naruto's power exceeded his expectations. He was momentarily taken aback, causing his assault to falter. What? The plan from that night? Mastering the Nine Tails? What is happening? Your physical prowess is beyond my imagination. Is it the power of the Nine Tails? Or Danzo narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with greed. Regardless, after tonight, it will all be mine. Danzo, what transpired the night I was born? Naruto stared intently at him. A mere Jinchuriki thinks he can extract information from me? Danzo scoffed, beginning to unravel the bindings on his right arm. However, it wouldn't hurt to enlighten you. That night, a mysterious figure donned a mask appeared. If it weren't for his sudden interruption, my plans would not have been thwarted. Damn that third Hokage. The masked man directly led to the death of your parents, allowing Hiruzen to reclaim the position of Hokage and disrupting all my subsequent plans. The Nine Tails was meant to become Konoha's ultimate weapon, developed by Root, not squandered by a brat like you. Uzumaki Naruto, I offer you two choices. Kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, or I shall extract the tailed beast and replace the Jinchuriki. Hearing these words, Naruto felt an overwhelming shock. Indeed, everything was far more complicated than it appeared. Who is the mysterious masked man? Does Danzo not know either? However, what Naruto did not expect was that Danzo, in his monologue, had unwound the bandages from his right arm. There, from his palm to his wrist, was a grotesque array of eyes, a sight both bizarre and repugnant. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run through him. These eyes, they were all Sharingan. Where did you acquire these eyes? Sasuke's voice brimmed with fury. Feeling as though his body was about to ignite with rage, his reason teetering on the brink of annihilation. The last time he felt such wrath was upon discovering Itachi had killed their parents. Danzo paid no heed to Sasuke's anger, his eyelids remaining unmoved. Bastard! Sasuke roared, charging towards Danzo, only to be intercepted by Naruto. Calm down, Sasuke. What we must do now is uncover the truth, Naruto whispered urgently. Sasuke inhaled deeply, yet his inner fury remained unabated. This may not be real. It could be some illusion or disguise, Naruto cautioned, attempting to keep Sasuke composed. After all, these eyes were simply too extravagant. Of course, this statement held deeper significance. Naruto had discerned that Danzo no longer regarded him and Sasuke as living beings. Perhaps he could extract the truth of that fateful night from him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's emotions cooled slightly. Nevertheless, Danzo sneered, though the Uchiha clan is malevolent. The value of the Sharingan is undeniable. How could I waste such treasures? To transplant these eyes, I sought Orochimaru, utilizing his techniques to meld Hashirama's cells into my arm, rendering it a perfect vessel for the Sharingan. What did you just say? Sasuke clenched his teeth, realizing that among these eyes were those belonging to his parents. After their deaths, they were subjected to such indignity, their eyes plucked away. The reason is simple. Your Uchiha clan intended to incite rebellion and posed a threat to the village. Why should we hesitate against a band of renegades? These eyes represent the final contribution your clan could make to Konoha. It is their honor. Fear not. Your eyes will also be well collected. Danzo gazed at the Sharingan on his arm. For years, he had kept these eyes wrapped in bandages, seldom revealing them. Now, the moment had finally arrived for them to serve their purpose. This is impossible. Sasuke could hardly believe Danzo's words. The Uchiha clan rebelling? This man before him must be spouting nonsense. If the target was indeed the Uchiha clan, why had Sasuke survived? Naruto understood well that Konoha never hesitated when dealing with rogue ninjas. There was, of course, a reason. Itachi made a choice. He was fiercely loyal to Konoha. He was willing to sacrifice his clan's lives for the peace of the village and for Sasuke's survival. Uchiha Sasuke, if Itachi were here, he would willingly offer his own eyes and then commit suicide. Choose wisely, to be a true Konoha ninja or an evil Uchiha brat. In some measure, Danzo believed Itachi to be the true ninja. Those who live in the shadows, considering the greater good of Konoha, are what a ninja should aspire to be. Chapter 92. Konoha bathed in sunlight, roots buried deep underground. Sasuke's complexion turned ashen, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. The beliefs he had clung to for so long crumbled in an instant. For many years, only hatred for Itachi resided in Sasuke's heart. That very hatred serving as his sustenance, propelling him to endure, all for the day he could defeat Itachi. Yet now he was struck with the revelation that Itachi had cared most for him. To ensure his survival and the peace of Konoha, Itachi bore an unspeakable burden. Why would Itachi? It's impossible. Sasuke's voice cracked and trembled, his fingers digging deeply into his palm. All of his beliefs, all of his hatred, had, in that moment, become a mere jest. He staggered back, ultimately collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. In this moment, Sasuke's spirit shattered completely. The so-called evil Uchiha brat was but a child, collapsing without a fight under the weight of mere words. Danzo, witnessing this, smirked coldly before shifting his gaze to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, do you wish to know about your past as well? For instance, the truth of the Night of the Nine Tails. What truly transpired that evening? Naruto's brow furrowed, desperate for answers. However, Danzo did not respond. Instead, he launched a fierce assault upon Naruto. A tempest roared forth, bringing with it countless sharp wind blades. Yet these attacks could not touch Naruto. In the next instant, Naruto appeared behind Danzo. Alarm bells rang in Danzo's mind as he hastily turned, but it was too late. A powerful punch struck him from behind, nearly piercing his body. Blood spewed from Danzo's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Only then did he realize he had gravely underestimated Naruto's strength. Tell me what you know. Naruto clenched his fist, refraining from pursuing his advantage. There were too many questions he needed to ask Danzo. He could not allow this man to perish so easily. To Naruto's astonishment, Danzo vanished like a specter, reappearing several meters away, unscathed. Even the blood on the ground inexplicably evaporated. Your attacks are futile against me, Danzo uttered nonchalantly, his expression one of disdain. Genjutsu? Or some ocular technique? Naruto's brow furrowed in confusion. He was certain he had struck down a tangible foe, the sensation of his punch all too real. What shocked Naruto further was that he found himself unable to move, strange pattern markings rapidly spreading across his body. What kind of sealing technique is this? Could it have been triggered when I struck Danzo? Ultimately, you are still too immature. Even with power, a child like you cannot control it. Danzo advanced toward Naruto, kunai glinting coldly in his hand, clearly intending to end Naruto's life. With the cells of the first Hokage and a handful of Sharingan, he felt confident in his ability to dominate all. Is that so? Danzo, you know nothing of power. Naruto's gaze turned icy. His body enveloped in the aura of armed haki, causing the pattern markings to vanish in an instant. How can this be? My cursed seal of binding. Tuanzong instinctively took a step back, unable to comprehend the means by which Naruto had managed to break his ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared before him, lightly tapping his fingertips against Tuanzang's throat. Finger poke. Tuanzang's neck suddenly snapped, and his body crashed heavily against the tree behind him. Yet, before long, this aged figure bizarrely reappeared beside him. Although unsure of the ninjutsu employed, he was certain it came at a cost. The eyes on his arm appeared to have closed two of them. Initially, Naruto had not noticed, but he soon became aware of the change in Tuanzang's arm, where two Sharingan had already shut. Damn! A serious expression surfaced on Tuanzang's face. He had not anticipated that his Izanagi would be discerned so swiftly. This was one of the Uchiha clan's unique ultimate ocular techniques, capable of altering unfavorable events into favorable ones for a limited time, effectively reshaping reality even in death. However, within the Uchiha family, it was classified as a forbidden technique, for its use would result in the blindness of the Sharingan employed. Don't just stand there, attack together. Tuanzong barked sharply. Upon receiving the command, several members of the root immediately charged forth. Some rushed toward Naruto, while the remaining two targeted Sasuke. Sasuke remained knelt on the ground, oblivious to the impending assault. However, Naruto had already appeared beside him. And not just him. Each member of the root was confronted by a shadow clone of Naruto. To their astonishment, these clones exhibited formidable combat prowess, adept at executing various physical techniques. They were utterly outmatched. At last, they understood why Tuanzong had been compelled to resort to such desperate measures. The power of the Jinchuriki was terrifyingly formidable. Next came the third round. Naruto's real body fixed its piercing gaze upon Tuanzong. The ensuing attacks were as relentless as a torrential storm, offering Tuanzong no respite. Yet, Naruto quickly discerned that within a span of 1 minute, regardless of how many times he killed Tuanzong, only one of the Sharingan on Tuanzang's arm would close. Clearly, the activation time of this ninjutsu was 1 minute. During this fleeting moment, Tuanzong was frantically seeking Naruto's weakness. However, to his shock, the power residing within Naruto was unlike any elemental technique he had ever known. It was a mysterious force he had never before encountered. What further bewildered Tuanzong was that no matter the defensive measures he employed, he could not withstand Naruto's assault. Conversely, Naruto was able to unravel all of his ninjutsu effortlessly. At this point, the root members had long been subdued by Naruto, rendered immobile. As Tuanzong watched the last of the Sharingan on his arm slowly close, a wave of despair surged within him. He realized that if he continued to confront Naruto head-on, there was no chance of survival. In the final moments of his Izanagi's effectiveness, Tuanzong inexplicably resurrected beside a distraught Sasuke. Grabbing Sasuke, he pulled him in front of himself, pressing a kunai firmly against Sasuke's throat. Tuanzong! Naruto exclaimed in utter disbelief, never having anticipated such a move. Release Sasuke. Do not engage in futile struggles. Divulge what you know. I do not fear death. But for Konoha, I cannot die yet. Tuanzong gasped, justifying himself. By any means necessary, I must survive. I am the only one capable of transforming the shinobi world. Tuanzong panted heavily, his stamina and chakra long depleted. Had the timing not been perfect, he would not have been able to approach Sasuke at all. I see your so-called sacrifice is not for the village, but merely a means for everyone to sacrifice for your personal gain. Naruto coldly questioned. On the night of the Nine Tails, you did not intervene, instead hindering the Uchiha's efforts. When Orochimaru attacked the village, you also refrained from action, instead orchestrating a diversion for my master. Where does your sacrifice truly lie? Chapter 93. The root should be properly buried, resting in peace. Child, you wouldn't understand. You are merely a Jinchuriki, Tuanzong retorted. You see only the sunlit Konoha, while I am the root buried deep underground. Without me eliminating those potential threats, how could Konoha be so stable and prosperous? Everything I have done is for Konoha. Now, it is my turn to become Hokage. The more Tuanzong spoke, the more agitated he became, to the point that the kunai's tip pressed against Sasuke's skin. Sasuke, in a daze, felt the pain, and his gaze gradually cleared. Become Hokage? You are unworthy, Naruto declared sternly. His chest heaved violently, muscles brimming with an invisible power, the might of conqueror's haki. Tuanzong felt an unseeable shockwave wash over him. His face paling instantly, eyes filled with disbelief and terror. It was as if he had lost his very soul, collapsing to the ground, dazed, with the kunai slipping from his grasp. In the next moment, Naruto's fist was close at hand. This time, Tuanzong could not revive. Tuanzong was utterly finished. From the mouths of the remaining root members, Naruto learned of the headquarters location. It turned out that Tuanzong had planted a curse mark known as the tongue curse severance seal within them. Once uttering words related to specific matters, they would become paralyzed and immobile. All members of the root had been afflicted by this curse mark. To mention Tuanzong would trigger it. Now that Tuanzong was dead, these curse marks vanished into thin air. Sasuke, wake up. Naruto shook Sasuke's shoulder, but Sasuke remained unresponsive, merely gazing blankly at Naruto with confusion in his eyes. If that is the case, I must resort to this. Naruto raised his hand once more and delivered several sharp slaps to Sasuke. After employing a mental restoration technique, Sasuke's cheeks swelled, and he finally regained consciousness. Tuanzong, Sasuke murmured, observing Tuanzang's corpse and the tightly shut Sharingan. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. You need to contact the village and apprehend those sound ninjas. Naruto glanced at the lifeless sound ninjas on the ground, pondering whether he had been too harsh or if they were simply weak. What about you? Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. I still have many things to clarify. I must first visit the root headquarters. Naruto resolutely fixed his gaze in a direction, having made his decision. Konoha Village, root base. At this moment, the base was filled with the majority of root members, who immediately assumed combat stances upon seeing the Jinchuriki Naruto appear. Give it up, Tuanzong is dead. Naruto coldly surveyed them. What? Lord Tuanzong? This is impossible. How could Tuanzong? The root members were aghast, struggling to comprehend. Your seal should have been lifted. This cannot be false. Naruto shook his head, his tone unwavering. The root members exchanged glances, soon realizing that the tongue curse severance seal had indeed vanished without a trace. Some whispered about Tuanzang's demise, yet they felt no signs of paralysis. Now, you face two paths. Naruto seated himself in Tuanzang's customary chair, his gaze sharp. One is to be eliminated as remnants of Tuanzong. The other is to reveal everything you know, perhaps allowing you to continue living as ninjas of Konoha. For reasons unknown, the root members sensed an intense pressure emanating from Naruto. A few, upon hearing of Tuanzang's death, seemed to lose their will to live, choosing to take their own lives as if their souls had departed. However, the majority still believed they belonged to Konoha, and even with Tuanzang's death, they were willing to continue serving the village. Thus, they willingly divulged everything they knew. However, what disheartened Naruto was that regarding the Knight of the Nine Tails, they only possessed the information about the mysterious masked man, primarily due to Danzo's special order for investigation. As for other details, they were merely reiterations of what was already known. Danzo had not only refrained from aiding during the Night of the Nine Tails, but had also forbidden the Uchiha clan from leaving their compound. Moreover, the members of the root organization knew little about the Uchiha clan's massacre night. They were only involved in the recovery of the Sharingan. Nevertheless, Naruto unexpectedly stumbled upon an old tale. Following the chaos of the Nine Tails, Danzo had once assembled a team of 10, aiming to assassinate the third Hokage. But the plot eventually failed. The third Hokage subsequently disbanded the root organization due to their brutal methods and their belief in the principle of better to kill than to let go, eradicating all threats both within and outside the village. After the disbandment, many members transitioned to the Umbu, but still remained loyal to Danzo in private. Later, with the support of Mito and Koharu, the root organization was able to be re-established. However, this information bore no direct relation to the Knight of the Nine Tails. Disappointed, Naruto departed from the root. As for the future of the root, that was a matter for Konoha. When Naruto informed Sasuke of his inability to uncover useful information, Sasuke appeared unusually despondent. For a long time, hatred had been his driving force for survival, yet now it suddenly lacked direction. Should he cast all the blame onto Itachi? According to Danzo, Itachi had taken such drastic measures for the sake of the village, exterminating his entire clan. Had Itachi not intervened, Danzo would have acted, and none of the Uchiha clan would have escaped. Hatred for Danzo? He was dead, and even the third Hokage had perished. From the village's perspective, any means taken against rogue ninjas were justified. It could be said that, in the current context, Sasuke felt a stronger sense of belonging to Konoha than Naruto did. Sasuke, I will uncover the truth about whether the Uchiha clan rebelled back then. Yet, regardless of the outcome, that was no justification for Itachi's actions. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder, thinking of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. He was not a qualified older brother and should bear the necessary consequences. Thank you, Naruto. Sasuke managed to force a smile. Naruto harbored numerous questions regarding the Nine-Tails incident, yet he still considered Sasuke's feelings. In comparison, he felt too immature. He fell short in every aspect. As for the remaining aftermath, naturally, it would be handled by the newly appointed Hokage, Tsunade. She would likely be overwhelmed in the days to come. Returning home, Naruto sat cross-legged in his room. He recalled another individual who had experienced the events firsthand and might possess some knowledge. Closing his eyes, Naruto once again entered that familiar space. Nine-Tails. In the sealed space within Naruto, behind the iron gate, darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, two crimson points of light gradually blossomed, revealing a pair of red, malevolent eyes in Naruto's field of vision. Speak, what business do you have with me? Before finishing his words, the colossal silhouette of the Nine-Tails flickered behind the crimson sealing barrier. What transpired on the night you were sealed? Naruto asked, his gaze fixed intently on the Nine-Tails. Humph, you disturb me for such a trivial matter? The Nine-Tails scoffed, but then shifted its tone. However, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. That night, the Nine-Tails recounted slowly. Only on the night when the Jinchuriki gives birth does the sealing power weaken. A masked, mysterious figure appeared, triggering the Nine-Tails rampage. Even Sarutobi Buwako, while assisting Kushina in childbirth, unfortunately met with tragedy. Sarutobi Buwako, the third Hokage's wife, Naruto murmured, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. Regardless, the family of the third Hokage had sacrificed much for Konoha. The true mastermind behind it all was likely that mysterious masked man. The Nine-Tails' voice dipped, seemingly lost in recollection. Little is known about him. All that is certain is that his right eye is a Sharingan. The weight of the Nine-Tails' words revealed a rare gravity. Having experienced the torment of being controlled by the Sharingan, it wished to never endure such a fate again. The Nine-Tails harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Sharingan and held a considerable fear of it. Masked man, Sharingan. Naruto's heart trembled. Could this be related to the Uchiha clan? After a portion of Danzo's affairs was made public, it created a significant stir. Mito and Koharu continually criticized Danzo during meetings. They had intended for him to serve as a guardian of Konoha, but he had instead become a treacherous poison. They established a consistent policy to continue promoting the will of fire, taking the third Hokage as a model. It appeared that these two individuals had shifted all the blame onto Danzo. Nevertheless, Naruto chose not to concern himself with the matter, nor did he wish to. On the rooftop, Naruto and Jiraiya overlooked the entirety of Konoha. This time, it was not for the purpose of gathering material. Both wore serious expressions. The masked man indeed remained enigmatic. The ninja world had little information and no relevant whereabouts on him. A tiger-striped mask, Sharingan, possessing space-time ninjutsu. After jotting down all the useful information, Jiraiya promised Naruto that he would inform him immediately upon discovering anything. With his years of travels across various nations, Jiraiya had accumulated considerable insight into intelligence gathering. He also reminded Naruto not to rush, but to take things slowly. Afterward, he asked Naruto when he would accompany him to train. Right now is fine, but I must bring Karen along. Naruto did not wish to leave Karen alone in the village. She had only recently arrived in Konoha, and the Akatsuki organization was clearly well informed about her situation. Karen could very well become their target. Together with Jiraiya, they ranked among the top combat powers in Konoha. If the two left, and the Akatsuki attacked, Naruto doubted that Tsunade could withstand them. No problem, young lovebirds in the prime of their romance. I understand, Jiraiya chuckled, crossing his arms and nodding sagely. Naruto scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, half comprehending. In a dimly lit chamber, candle flames flickered, casting shadows on Orochimaru's pale, distorted face. He sat cross-legged on a bed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling in agony. accompanied by chilling cries that sent shivers down one's spine. That damn brat, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's curses echoed, brimming with boundless hatred. Kabuto hesitated at the door for a moment before finally summoning the courage to step inside. Lord Orochimaru, the mission failed. The 4 of them have been captured. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke respectfully in a low voice. I thought it would be easy to intimidate Sasuke with the strength displayed in the Cursed Seal's second state. I never anticipated losing both the mission and my subordinates. Orochimaru's body stiffened, and then he trembled even more violently. What did you say? A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and before Kabuto could respond, he spat. They've all been caught. His voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out with a sense of powerlessness. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Kabuto realized they were in an unprecedented predicament. Lord Orochimaru, perhaps we can let Kimimaro take action. Kabuto paused deliberately, seemingly awaiting Orochimaru's reaction. However, Orochimaru shook his head, his tone heavy, having already lost 4 subordinates. We cannot afford to risk Kimimaro. With that monster, Uzumaki Naruto, around, sending anyone else would be futile. Even if I were to intervene personally, I cannot guarantee victory. The only option now is to seek other alternatives. A profound pain surged through his soul once more, and after catching his breath, Orochimaru continued, prepare for it. We will discuss Sasuke later. Yes, Kabuto responded and slowly exited the room. Perverted sage, have we not arrived yet after all this time? Naruto, carrying his bundle, wore an expression of helplessness. Miyamu Mountain, often referred to as the Lost Mountain, is a place that is utterly inaccessible without knowledge of its secret paths. As Xianglin had not forged a contract with the Toad, she could not conveniently employ the reverse summoning technique to arrive directly. In recent days, they wandered through the labyrinthine mountains, sometimes struggling to discern their bearings. Were it not for Jiraiya's confident demeanor, Naruto would have doubted whether they had lost their way. Naruto-kun, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a moment? Xianglin cast a concerned glance at him. How could that kid be tired? He.s. just worried you might be. Jiraiya strolled ahead at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of tranquility. Don't worry about me, Naruto-kun. It's wonderful to be out with you, Xianglin said, her fingers fidgeting, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. The latter part of her thoughts remained unspoken, merely a wistful fantasy in her mind, as visions of dresses and wedding gowns nearly overwhelmed her. Xianglin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiraiya-sensei, should we take a break? Noticing Xianglin's unusual behavior, Naruto called out to Jiraiya, who was leading the way. Xianglin hastily shook her head in denial. After continuing for a short while, Jiraiya suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We've arrived. This is Miyamu Mountain. Naruto surveyed his surroundings and found the terrain peculiar, with bizarre flora abounding. And the faint sound of toad croaks echoed in the air. What you are about to learn is called Senjutsu. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Senjutsu? Naruto inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Indeed, once you master Senjutsu, you will be able to enter Sage Mode. Jiraiya began to elaborate. By absorbing a certain amount of natural energy, one can create Senjutsu Chakra. With Senjutsu Chakra within, one can enter Sage Mode, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu will see an exponential increase in power. However, places suitable for cultivating Sage Mode are exceedingly rare. They must be rich in natural energy. Furthermore, it requires immense talent and unwavering determination. During this period, one might even face mortal peril. Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, Naruto's form abruptly transformed. Unique shadows appeared around his eyes, and he emanated an overwhelming aura, as though natural energy radiated from within him. Is that so? Chapter 95. The Delicacies of Miyamu Mountain. How is this possible? Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out, filled with disbelief. He had never witnessed anyone capable of entering Sage Mode in such a brief span. Even he, after years of training at Miyamu Mountain under the careful tutelage of the Toad Sage, had only barely grasped Senjutsu. It's just that I had a sudden insight. And then bam, I just used it. Naruto scratched his head in explanation. Perhaps it was due to his heightened sensitivity to the energy fluctuations around him. In this place overflowing with natural energy, he had sensed the difference long ago. What he lacked was theoretical knowledge. Once Jiraiya explained the principles of Senjutsu, Naruto immediately understood. It seems I must revise my teaching plan. Your comprehension is exceptionally high. I'm at a loss for how to instruct you. Jiraiya chuckled wryly. Witnessing Naruto's extraordinary talent brought him immense joy, yet it also posed a challenge. He had intended to gradually introduce the concepts of senjutsu to Naruto, but now the latter was already capable of comfortably entering Sage Mode. Moreover, Naruto's Sage Mode differed entirely from his own. Jiraiya's Sage Mode had a flaw. Each time he entered it, he required a considerable amount of time to gather senjutsu chakra, during which he could not separate his hands, and he would exhibit certain toad-like traits. This was due to Jiraiya applying toad oil on himself to hasten the gathering of natural energy. However, Naruto's Sage Mode bore no trace of toad characteristics. It was the epitome of perfection. I need to consult the Toad Sage, Jiraiya murmured. The Toad Sage? Xianglin questioned, puzzled. Oh, you haven't met him yet. He resides atop this mountain. Jiraiya realized he hadn't introduced this esteemed toad to Naruto and Xianglin. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, Naruto and Xianglin could hardly believe the sight before them. There sat a gigantic toad, entirely orange, with bright yellow eyes, adorned with a string of prayer beads around its neck and a doctoral cap atop its head. It reclined on a throne, resembling a deity being worshipped. Beside it lay a wine bottle, already opened, with only a third of its contents remaining. They had encountered numerous toads on their journey, but this one was evidently extraordinary. Who goes there? The Toad Sage intoned, his expression stern, his voice deep. Perverted sage, didn't you say you were well acquainted with him? He doesn't seem to recognize you, Naruto remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Jiraiya had boasted about his close relationship with the toads along the way. That rascal always plays coy. Is it amusing? Jiraiya sighed, glancing at the Toad Sage. Haha, the little brat you brought this time is quite amusing, the Toad Sage said, his expression softening. Yes, we need to discuss something. Naruto, please demonstrate Sage Mode, Jiraiya instructed. As Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto immediately began gathering energy, and in the blink of an eye, he entered Sage Mode. Upon witnessing this, not only did the Toad Sage straighten his posture, but the surrounding elders of the toads, including Shinzua, also widened their eyes in astonishment. Perfect Sage Mode? How is this possible? In my long life, I have never seen a human achieve such a feat. The Toad Sage exclaimed. This boy possesses extraordinary talent. As the toads regarded Naruto once more, their previous disdain vanished, replaced by newfound respect. I understand your doubts. His cultivation is indeed correct. One might even say this is the true method of training, the Toad Sage said, taking a leisurely sip of his wine. The true method of training? Jiraiya momentarily struggled to comprehend. The Toad Sage continued to elucidate. Applying toad oil during cultivation is merely taking a shortcut, relying on external forces. True cultivation should depend entirely on one's innate abilities, allowing the natural energy to coalesce more purely. However, correspondingly, it is far more perilous. A moment's inattention could result in being turned to stone. The Toad Sage spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xianglin felt a shiver run down her spine and could not help but interject. Naruto-kun, please don't take such risks again. Yes, I'll be more careful, Naruto replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, he realized he had acted recklessly, attempting something without fully understanding Jiraiya's warnings, causing Xianglin to worry. All right, our esteemed guest from afar. Let us first indulge in our culinary delights before discussing other matters, Shinzua interjected suddenly. Culinary delights? What kind of food? Naruto's curiosity was piqued at once. Having grown up alongside Luffy and the others, food had always been a matter of seizing it, and Naruto, being a glutton, was particularly excited. Our special ramen is exceedingly popular. Ramen? Excellent. Let us go try it. Naruto exclaimed in delight. Naruto-kun, you still love ramen just as much, Xianglin remarked with a smile. As Naruto and his companions departed the room, Jiraiya remained behind, his expression grave as he turned to the Toad Sage. Did you see Naruto's dream? Jiraiya asked, his voice low and serious. The Toad Sage nodded slightly. He possessed the ability to foresee the future. However, this ability did not manifest as direct visions, but rather glimpses of future fragments through dreams. Indeed, what did you see? Jiraiya's excitement surged. Golden light. Beyond that, I could see nothing else. The Toad Sage shook his head. What does this mean? Jiraiya's face contorted in confusion. I am uncertain. Such circumstances have never graced my existence. The future of this youth may have surpassed the limits of my perception. The tone of the Toad Sage revealed an unusual perplexity. Go on, eat. Do not hold back. This is exquisite cuisine. The enthusiastic toad ant beckoned. Naruto gazed at the bowl of ramen before him, feeling as though he were preparing for battle. Setting aside the fact that the ramen resembled indescribable worm-like entities, the layer of toppings made from various insects sent shivers down his spine. Naruto, just a glance at this dish has turned your face pale. Clearly, even you are daunted by this so-called delicacy. Who would have imagined that this was deemed top-tier cuisine? By the way, where is that lecherous sage? Why has he not arrived yet? Naruto glanced around, realizing that Jiraiya had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he fled upon learning what was on the menu? How infuriating. Perhaps he has matters to discuss with the sage. Let us eat first. Do indulge. Naruto, for I am reluctant to share these delights with him. Daisaku had already begun to devour his meal heartily. The toad ant watched Naruto with expectant eyes. Swallowing hard, Naruto mustered his courage and picked up a noodle, half of a locust clinging to it. Here goes. Chapter 96, Toad Bunta. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto rubbed his stomach, feeling tumultuous waves within. Memories of the insect feast resurfaced in his mind, leaving him to ponder whether such cuisine was too avant-garde for humanity. Burping, he suddenly realized that the taste was not entirely unpleasant. Perhaps the sage of Jiraiya truly possessed culinary talent. Enough reminiscing, it is time to train. Jiraiya scratched his head, pondering if such fare was truly fit for human consumption. Naruto's palate was rather peculiar. Little did he know, the culinary treasures of the sea were boundless. And Naruto had sampled many more extravagant dishes. While he had mastered the sage mode, refining his sage techniques still required rigorous training. He needed to integrate them into his ninjutsu. Jiraiya, initially intending to take pleasure in Naruto's discomfort, recalled his own first experience here, where he too had been warmly welcomed, leaving him with a green face. However, he was surprised to find that Naruto seemed to be gradually accepting it. Karen, meanwhile, clutched her stomach furiously. Since Naruto had eaten, she refused to lag behind. Though she had initially appeared quite graceful while eating, her face now bore a green hue, rendering her quite disheveled. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Naruto and Jiraiya commence their training, Karen began her own practice as well. Diamond Lock. This was a secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, possessing boundless power, capable of binding and defending. Only the Uzumaki clan, endowed with their innate vast chakra, could wield this technique. Karen was determined not to be a burden. She understood well that Naruto had brought her here solely to protect her from harm. During the Akatsuki's recent assault, although she was at home, she had learned of the entire ordeal from Sakura and the others. Naruto had allowed the enemy to exploit the bizarre black flames, resulting in their escape. Determined to change, she sought to strengthen herself during this period. She began guiding the flow of chakra within her body, attempting to simulate the preliminary form of the diamond lock. The process was exceedingly arduous, requiring meticulous chakra control and absolute mastery over her body. Failures and attempts intertwined, yet Karen never faltered. Though she could not match Naruto, she did not wish to be left behind and become a burden. Jiraiya's gaze rested upon Naruto, who was diligently training, filled with pride. Within just a few days, Naruto had grasped the essence of sage techniques remarkably well. Jiraiya's conviction grew stronger. Naruto was undoubtedly the destined child who could alter the fate of the ninja world. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to recall something and spoke. By the way, Naruto, you may encounter numerous formidable foes in the future. Having an ally is always advantageous. An ally? Naruto paused, halting his actions, looking at Jiraiya in confusion. I shall bestow upon you the summoning technique. Once mastered, you can form a contract with a summoning beast, gaining a capable assistant in battle. Jiraiya explained, a thought he had harbored for some time, waiting for the right moment. Is your summoning beast a toad, perchance? Naruto teased. Haha, one can indeed form contracts with multiple summoning beasts. Though my summoning beasts are all toads, they hail from Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya proclaimed with pride. Watch closely. Naruto. As chakra surged within him, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. With his words, the ground trembled violently as a deep red toad materialized before them. This toad had a peculiar shape, resembling a massive gourd. What is it? Why have you summoned me again? We only just met today? The gourd toad grumbled in dissatisfaction. Apologies. I am currently teaching Naruto the summoning technique, Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. I see. Let me observe what this little brat can summon, the gourd toad said, curiosity evident in its gaze. The summoning technique required the practitioner to establish a blood contract with the summoning beast, prompting Jiraiya to produce a scroll for Naruto to sign. Completing the blood pact, the gourd toad lounged nearby, observing lazily. Eager to try his hand, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands against the ground. Instantly, a colossal creature appeared. This giant toad, clenching a massive pipe in its mouth, was wrapped in bandages, with a short sword tucked at its side, exuding an aura of fierce authority. Could it be Toad Bunta? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Naruto to summon Toad Bunta on his first attempt. If used skillfully, this creature could even contend with a tailed beast. Oh, is it not Jiraiya? Did this little brat summon me? Toad Bunta squinted, sizing up Naruto. You possess the purest sage chakra. This makes sense. Your talent surpasses Jiraiya's by far. Nodding in approval, Toad Bunta expressed his admiration. Jiraiya was astounded, his mouth agape. Huh. He accepted Naruto so easily? I thought it would take a commotion. He recalled the arduous effort he had exerted to gain Bunta's approval in the past. This little brat is different from you. Toad Bunta chuckled, appearing quite satisfied. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Toad Bunta. Why did I not see you at Mount Myaboku a few days ago? Naruto leaped onto Bunta's head, who did not seem to mind the boy's rudeness. I have been in seclusion, Bunta replied. If you had not summoned me, I would not have bothered to move. That's all right. You will have plenty of opportunities to stretch your legs in the future. When I need assistance, I will certainly call upon you, Naruto said with a grin. Toad Bunta, Konoha Village. The sign of Ichiraku Ramen remained prominent. The figures of Naruto and Karen appeared, both wearing relaxed expressions. Phew, that was close. I almost had to endure another insect feast, Karen said, patting her chest, still shaken. The hospitality of the toad ant was a bit too much for her. Just the sight of her made her legs weak. Each time, she had to rely on Naruto to whisk her back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique for a warm bowl of Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto, the ramen here truly tastes the best. Karen beamed at Naruto, who was already on his third bowl, while she had finished hers. Though the toads had shown them great warmth, Naruto's heart belonged to Ichiraku Ramen. After all, in those days, no establishment would cater to his business, except for Uncle Yile. The flavor of Naruto's childhood can only be found in this shop. Well, I think I shall indulge in some barbecue next time, alongside Gaara. Naruto nodded, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of the other two fellows. The village of Konohagakure has enjoyed a period of tranquility for some time now. Since he and Karen departed, the Akatsuki organization has not launched another attack. Perhaps it is due to their ignorance of the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. It is likely that they will only act again when they are fully prepared. Chapter 97. The Blind Swordsman. Truly a fortunate sight, time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 2 years have swiftly passed. In Sunagakure, sunlight bathes the streets. Look, it is Lord Kazekage. His gaze is truly gentle. Ever since Lord Kazekage began to protect our village, we have not witnessed any battles for a long time. Gaara strolled along the streets, the villagers' praises resonating in his ears. An involuntary smile crept upon his face. This was the significance of succeeding his father and becoming the 5th Kazekage. To fight for the village and to protect those dear to him is the unwavering path he has chosen. However, it has been over 2 months since Naruto last visited. Gaara couldn't help but reminisce about the aroma of barbecue, a unique flavor that symbolized their friendship. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak of the heavenly fire appeared quietly at the entrance of Sunagakure. In the first half of the Grand Line, on Palu Island. Spiral Shuriken. Naruto leapt into the air with a powerful shout. Immediately, a sphere glowing with a blue light shot forth, striking the pirate captain wielding a large blade. The pirate was instantly thrown off balance, propelled by the force, and ultimately plummeted into the sea. Surrender, pirates. Naruto's piercing gaze swept over each pirate aboard the ship. They had barely arrived in the new world, only to be vanquished so swiftly. The pirates, filled with resentment, could only reluctantly lay down their weapons in the face of Naruto's astonishing combat prowess. Before long, the whirlpool ship drew near, and a plank was lowered onto the deck of the pirate vessel. The pirates were captured one by one, including the captain who had fallen into the water. Sir, are you all right? An approached Naruto with a concerned expression. She noticed that Naruto had been acting strangely these past few days, ever since leaving Alabasta. He had taken to lingering on the deck, gazing out at the sea, allowing the ocean breeze to caress his face, returning to his room only late at night. Of course, I am fine. At last, I have encountered a group of pirates. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. This time, He had spent a considerable amount of time in the world of Hokage, missing the days of being a Navy officer, particularly the sensation of the salty sea breeze against his skin. The headquarters has called again, urging you to return for your commendation. Ein sighed softly. Over the past few days, the phone had rung 5 or 6 times. Naruto maintained a calm demeanor. Tell them that I am currently occupied with the eradication of pirates and have no time to return. He understood that the summons back to headquarters was merely a result of the events in Alabasta. They wished to promote him as the hero who saved the nation. Yet, Naruto was well aware that such accolades were not his doing. He would never accept unwarranted praise. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone, glaring at the leisurely Carp, who was sipping tea. Carp remained silent in response. Sengoku, too, was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Carp asked, "Where did you put your senbei?" Hearing this, Sengoku's anger flared. "Carp, I am discussing serious matters here." Carp, however, continued to dig into his nose, appearing utterly unconcerned. "If he doesn't come back, then he doesn't come back. It's not a big deal. It's all your fault. Look at the people you've raised. Ace and Luffy have both become pirates. After finally bringing back Naruto, he turns out to be just as stubborn as you." Sengoku rebuked, harboring high hopes for Naruto. He had intended to cultivate him as a cornerstone of the Navy, perhaps even a future admiral or fleet admiral. For this reason, he had arranged for Naruto to train in the weaker East Blue, hoping he would flourish. However, Naruto's temperament mirrored that of Carp, refusing even to attend the Navy's commendation ceremony. "What's wrong with that? What is wrong with being like me? Am I not a Navy officer?" Carp chuckled, relishing the situation. His eyes filled with anticipation for Naruto. Sengoku sighed heavily, his expression grave. "What I worry about is whether he will cause any significant trouble. After all, there have been plenty of precedents. I cannot help but be concerned. That is Naruto's choice. We must surely trust him." Carp took a hearty sip of tea, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. On Palu Island, at the Mischief Cat Tavern, a sly laughter echoed through the air. "Hee hee. This time I have the highest hand," a rogue announced triumphantly. "Uncle, you have lost again. My hand is the greatest." At the table, several ruffians chuckled maliciously. The onlookers wore expressions of disdain, for the one playing cards with these ruffians was a blind man. A scar shaped like a crescent moon extended over his eyes. His tall figure clad in a light purple kimono with a black and purple obi. Beside him lay a cane sword, serving the dual purpose of combat and guidance. "Is that so?" The uncle furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion, evidently doubting the outcome of this gambling round. A young man beside the uncle could no longer contain himself. He had witnessed these ruffians deceiving the uncle from the very start. Clearly, the uncle had the highest hand. Yet they insisted on claiming victory, and this had happened several times. The uncle's chips were dwindling. "Hey, what do you think you were doing?" One ruffian stood up, brandishing a knife against the young man's neck. "And nothing," the young man stammered, fear evident in his expression, no longer daring to speak up. He understood why there were so many people in the tavern, yet no one dared to intervene. Everyone was afraid of these thugs. "Go on, uncle. You haven't finished losing yet," another ruffian chuckled. "Very well, let us continue." The uncle reluctantly tossed a few chips toward his opponent, and the next round of gambling commenced. However, before the cards could be fully dealt, a panicked voice rang out from outside. "This is bad. The celestial dragons have arrived. We're doomed. Run. It's too late. Kneel down quickly." In an instant, the tavern descended into chaos. Upon hearing the commotion, the patrons turned pale. Even the small-time ruffians trembled. Everyone knew that the celestial dragons were not to be trifled with. They were the aristocrats of the world, above all others. Wherever the celestial dragons went, they could pillage property and people at will, as long as it pleased them. Now, the patrons of the tavern could only hope that the celestial dragons would not take an interest in this place, praying that they would not set foot here. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. "This woman is quite pleasant. Take her away as my slave." The speaker was a hideously unattractive man dressed in a feathered coat and wearing a bubble helmet, a celestial dragon. Instead of riding a horse, he sat atop a fishman, whose eyes were vacant and whose body bore the marks of whips. Before the celestial dragon knelt a couple, the husband mustering the courage to raise his head. Trembling as he spoke, "Celestial dragon, please, this is my wife. I beg you, do not take her away. How dare you, you filthy commoner, to command me?" The celestial dragon roared in fury. "Kill him." One of the men in black immediately drew a gun. The surrounding civilians were paralyzed with fear, daring not to move. as it seemed the man was about to meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, a deep voice began to recite, "To be blind to the world is indeed a fortune. There are far too many filthy and despicable beings in this realm." Chapter 98. The Wrath of the Celestial Dragons. The uncle ambled leisurely to the tavern window, and all present were left speechless, seemingly foreseeing the grim fate that awaited him. "Uncle, uncle, quickly kneel down. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke the wrath of the celestial dragons here. Who will remind that blind man? He is oblivious." A palpable chaos enveloped the bar. Even those ruffians, typically brazen and domineering, were filled with regret. How could they have agreed to gamble with this blind elder? Now, due to his presence, they might face utter destruction. Yet, none dared to act recklessly. The elder, unfazed by the surrounding clamor, slowly drew forth his sword staff. The blade glimmered with a chilling light. This sword bore a formidable name, Gambler's Fire Line. It was a supreme weapon forged by the 12 craftsmen. In the blink of an eye, the elder sheathed the sword as if nothing had transpired. However, outside the bar, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A dozen meteors plummeted from the sky, striking the street like divine retribution. This is dire. Meteors. How could this be? What brings meteors here? Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? Quickly, protect Lord Elliot. The figures in black were consumed by terror, crowding around the celestial dragon. They understood that should the celestial dragon sustain even the slightest harm, death would be their fate. Elliot himself cowered, trembling in fear. Fortunately, the meteors did not strike them directly, but rather impacted the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Cursed be it, why are there meteors? Where is everyone? When the celestial dragon looked up, his face was a mask of astonishment. The surrounding residents fled in panic. Even the woman and her husband he had noticed earlier had vanished, seemingly swept away in the tide of escape. Find that user, and that couple. Spare not a single one. Elliot bellowed, his anger blazing like an uncontrollable fire. That fellow is lurking in the shadows, poised to strike again. Our best choice now is to retreat, suggested a quaking figure in black. I will not listen. Kill everyone on the island. Be they commoners or that user who attacked me. Elliot's demeanor resembled that of a petulant child. The figures in black exchanged troubled glances. The shops surrounding them were numerous. Searching would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The user could have blended into the crowd or be hiding in one of the shops. If they acted separately, how could they ensure the safety of the celestial dragon? Look, a warship is docking. We can seek their assistance. At that moment, one of the figures in black noticed the activity at the port. A warship approached slowly, its flag fluttering, displaying the insignia of a brigadier general. Brothers of the Navy, disembark quickly. This is an order from Lord Elliot. Help us eliminate these wretches. Several figures in black rushed to the warship, shouting loudly. On the deck, Naruto felt a shadow pass over him at those words. Lord Elliot? The term celestial dragon conjured memories he wished to forget. The visage of Sabo flashed in his mind, darkening his expression. Once, his brother had met a tragic end at the hands of the celestial dragons. He had merely intended to restock supplies on this island. Since departing from Alabasta, this was another stop in his voyage. Along the Grand Line, each resupply was a rare opportunity, for one could never predict what dangers lay ahead. Yet, he had never anticipated encountering the celestial dragons here. While at Navy headquarters, Naruto had received an education about the celestial dragons. He understood they were the world's aristocrats, wielding the privilege to govern the world government. Their direct force, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, bore the crucial responsibility of protecting them, enjoying immense power and status. The celestial dragons held such high regard that they could command the world government, compelling even the fleet admiral to bow before them. However, Naruto had never witnessed a celestial dragon in person until now, and he could truly grasp the reality of all the rumors. The celestial dragons viewed themselves as superior, considering themselves descendants of creators, believing themselves divine. They could perceive others as slaves, killing and trading them at will. Wretches? Is this truly the rationale for the celestial dragon slaughter? Naruto, using his keen perception, sensed the pervasive fear that shrouded the streets around him. It was an unparalleled terror he had never witnessed, akin to a beast facing its nemesis. With no thought of resistance remaining, only a few harbored a flicker of anger, yet they lacked the courage to act. Among these trembling residents, one presence stood out, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura, with emotions swirling tumultuously. Particularly evident was his disdain. Yet, These fearful inhabitants were to be sentenced to death by the mere utterance of a celestial dragon? Such power transcended even the five Kage, or even the daimyo. For how long had the populace endured under the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons? Naruto could not fathom. Upon witnessing the arrival of the navy, Elliot became even more exhilarated, his laughter growing increasingly boisterous. "Behold, the navy has arrived," he proclaimed loudly. "How dare you wretches defy my command? This is the price of disrespecting the divine. You shall all perish, especially that user." Yet, Elliot's expression soon soured. He noticed the navy brigadier had not disembarked. He yelled at Naruto, "Hurry and act. What are you dawdling for? I am none other than Lord Elliot." Inside the bar, a figure leaned against the wall, brow furrowed tightly. He had never envisioned the celestial dragons could be so deranged as to seek the slaughter of the entire street's residents. He had merely acted against those figures in black, causing no harm to the celestial dragons, merely scaring them away. Yet, the celestial dragons perceived this as an affront to them. Worse still, the navy had arrived. The figure had previously thought there were few bodyguards near the celestial dragons. For their safety, they would likely choose to retreat. But now the situation had escalated, and his actions could very well bring calamity upon these residents. He sensed the powerful aura of the brigadier. He was no ordinary foe. Should conflict arise with the navy, it could invite even greater disaster. Possibly even the demon-slaying order. If that were to occur, the entire island would be reduced to ashes. This was far from his intention. Dread washed over him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that his single action would trigger such severe consequences. Should he have chosen to turn a blind eye, allowing innocent lives to perish before him? The concealed residents, witnessing this scene, revealed expressions of despair. The arrival of the navy signified to them that both the world government and the navy were mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Their doom was at hand. Moreover, the warship was colossal, undoubtedly brimming with personnel. The brigadier was a figure they would seldom encounter. "Lord Elliot, they have captured the couple." At that moment, the figures in black dragged forth a man and woman. It was the couple who had fled moments earlier. Chapter 99. Has the navy reached its end? Or have they grown weary of living? The couple was roughly thrown before Lord Elliot, having hidden in a corner. They had not anticipated being captured by the figures in black. "Lord Elliot, I willingly embrace death, but please spare my wife." The man knelt, his voice trembling and hoarse. At this moment, he no longer hoped for his own survival, only praying for his wife's safety. "My dear, I shall never part from you." The woman sobbed beside him, tears streaming down her face. Elliot approached the man, stepping down from the fishman, then suddenly stomped on the man's fingers with tremendous force. "Aya!" The excruciating pain in his fingers elicited a series of anguished cries. Yet, in the next moment, Elliot's fists rained down like a tempest. "Wretches are but wretches. Elliot." The Holy One bellowed in rage. "How dare you defy me and attempt to flee? I am a descendant of the gods, you despicable rabble." The man could only cower on the ground. His wife pressed tightly against him, as they both braced themselves against the fury of Elliot. Within the bar, a figure known as Yishin gripped his sword cane tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His face fluctuated between shades of despair and determination, wrestling with an inner turmoil. He was uncertain whether he should intervene once more to rescue the couple, yet he understood that such an act would only invite greater calamity, especially with the navy present. Any further action would undoubtedly provoke more severe consequences. Was he truly left with no choice but to turn a blind eye? Yixing's heart brimmed with helplessness and conflict. At that moment, the sounds of violence abruptly ceased. Elliot staggered back, breathless, snatching a pistol from the hands of a cloaked accomplice. "You two wretches. It is truly nauseating. If you wish for death, I shall grant it," he sneered, aiming the firearm at the innocent couple. "This is a gift from Lord Elliot. You shall express your gratitude even in the depths of hell." Aboard the ship named Vortex, Ain bore witness to this scene. Her fists clenched, a surge of indignation swelling within her. This couple, so innocent, was to be slain in broad daylight. The celestial dragons could execute anyone at their whim. Was this the so-called justice of the navy? Yet, as a member of the navy, she was bound by her own principles and an unyielding code of conduct. Even if it clashed with justice, she had no choice but to make a decision. In such matters, she could only endure in silence, feigning ignorance, for this was the law of the world government. In the next moment, I noticed that Naruto had vanished, leaving only a chilling whisper behind. "Shave," she gasped, realizing Naruto intended to act. However, it was too late to intervene. A figure flashed before the couple. They perceived a glimmer of golden light, and Elliot was propelled like a cannonball, careening hundreds of meters before rolling several times on the ground, ultimately collapsing in a motionless heap. A distinct shoe print marred the fabric of his feathered coat. The crowd around them was struck dumb. Both Elliot's bodyguards and the common folk questioned their own senses. Had that just occurred? The Navy's rear admiral had actually kicked Elliot? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the figure clad in Navy attire stood unwavering, demanding attention. How could this be? Yixing's expression mirrored that of shock. He never imagined the Navy would dare to attack a celestial dragon. Had the Navy finally reached its limit, or had they become reckless? What was the meaning of this? Was that Navy officer an imposter? A pirate in disguise? If so, it would indicate a premeditated ambush aimed specifically at Elliot. Nonetheless, Yixing could discern the aura emanating from Naruto. It bore no trace of cruelty, only righteous indignation in response to the unfolding events, an emotion he shared entirely. Yet why did this Navy officer choose to act so boldly? Even he himself would not dare to strike a celestial dragon. There must be a compelling reason. Yixing understood that this Navy rear admiral had now entangled himself in grave trouble, and the situation had escalated to a perilous degree. A greater disaster could descend at any moment. Aine lay on the deck, her disbelief palpable. The arrogant Elliot had been struck down. Moreover, it was not only she who was shaken. Other Navy personnel aboard the Vortex crouched in fear, their heads in their hands. Attacking a celestial dragon was a heinous crime. Commander Naruto had acted with reckless impulsiveness, committing such an act. What if an admiral were to arrive? Would they also be deemed targets? Given the temperament of the celestial dragons, it was unlikely they would show mercy. What awaited them next? The surrounding residents were equally bewildered. Was the Navy not the lapdogs of the celestial dragons? Why had they turned against them? Was it infighting or something else? Regardless of the reason, the residents were gripped by heightened terror. All were pale as death, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even though the celestial dragon had been soundly beaten, they felt no joy, for any trouble that befell the celestial dragon would spell doom for all. This island was doomed. The cloaked figures hastily shielded Elliot, vowing to protect him at all costs. Have you lost your mind? How dare you attack Lord Elliot? This man is not a true Navy officer. He must be an imposter. His vessel is far too grand for the rank of rear admiral. It must be stolen. You, a criminal masquerading as a Navy officer, will face the wrath of an admiral soon. Prepare to meet your end. One of the cloaked men produced a special transponder snail, devoid of communication capabilities, solely for signaling the nearest admiral for assistance. Celestial dragons always carried these for their safety. Just as the cloaked man prepared to activate the transponder, shave, Naruto's form suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch that sent the man flying. The transponder slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, only to be crushed beneath Naruto's foot. His expression darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. All eyes were fixated on him, filled with terror as though they beheld a monster. In their minds, a singular thought echoed. This man has lost his sanity. Why would he dare to attack a celestial dragon? Yet, Naruto found the situation absurd. The true monstrosity was the celestial dragon, that self-proclaimed deity, Elliot. A grotesque embodiment of malice. Naruto had never encountered such a nauseating presence. Nevertheless, a newfound gravity settled upon him. This predicament must be resolved forthwith, or else. Chapter 100. Reflection. Naruto surveyed the dozen or so cloaked figures before him, each a personal bodyguard to the celestial dragon, interspersed with members of Cipher Pol, the elite of the world government. Some had stealthily moved towards their communicators, intent on calling for help. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he calculated how to stabilize the situation first. He propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the cloaked figures. His golden form erupted with dazzling brilliance, moving with astonishing speed, transforming into a series of afterimages as he weaved through the cloaked men. Before they could react, Naruto struck each one precisely at their vulnerable points. They staggered, collapsing to the ground like wheat cut down in harvest, consciousness lost. As he surveyed the fallen bodyguards, Naruto's expression grew somber. He understood that this decisive action would yield catastrophic consequences. Attacking a celestial dragon was an unforgivable offense. He was acutely aware of the severe ramifications. Yet, could he stand idly by? Watch as innocence perished before his eyes? Allow the tragedy of Sabo to repeat itself? The very island could vanish from the map as a result. What would the enraged celestial dragons do? The fear etched upon the residents' faces hinted at the answer. Their retaliation would be 100-fold more heinous than he could possibly imagine. Commander Naruto, you should not have acted. Ain rushed to his side. A group of Navy personnel following closely behind, worry etched across her features. Naruto maintained a stoic demeanor, offering no reply. What began as a perilous situation for that couple had now escalated into a crisis for the entire island. Ain sighed heavily, fully aware that Naruto's intention was purely to save lives, but the current situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. An attack on a celestial dragon? No one could safeguard Naruto now. Neither Sengoku nor Garp could intervene. Will I simply watch as the innocents suffer? Absolutely not. Naruto's brow furrowed, his gaze icy. If he were to remain passive simply because the adversary was a celestial dragon, then he would cease to be Naruto Uzumaki. A sense of admiration surged within Ain, which was precisely the reason she had always followed Naruto. That sense of justice had never been extinguished. Have you considered the consequences? Ain inquired softly. Yet regardless of Naruto's choices, she was prepared to follow him to the end. I will bear any consequences alone, Naruto declared, narrowing his eyes at the fallen figure clad in black, his tone resolute. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Commander Naruto? Navy Brigadier General? Are you the one who defeated the Shichibukai crocodile, the Vortex Naruto? Sensing the presence of a formidable adversary, Naruto's expression turned serious. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ain, adopting a combat stance. He recognized that this was the individual who had just intervened. The strength exhibited was significant, rivaling that of an admiral. Ain was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Naruto so vigilant. What astonished her further was that the person before them was a blind man, clad in wooden clogs, wielding a cane sword. Little brother, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely the one who rescued that couple. The blind man hastily gestured, attempting to clarify. Sensing Naruto's wariness, a wry smile crossed his face. His intention had merely been to save the unfortunate man and drive away the celestial dragons. Yet he had inadvertently provoked their wrath, leading to a potential massacre on the island. Naruto's action of incapacitating the celestial dragon had escalated the situation significantly. I am Naruto Uzumaki. While I hold disdain for the Shichibukai, it was not I who defeated Crocodile. Naruto shook his head. Is there a second Naruto Uzumaki in the Navy? The blind man asked, astonished. Naruto recounted the events, clarifying that it was Monkey D. Luffy who had vanquished Crocodile. He had only intervened to prevent a conflict between the rebel forces and the royal army, yet the world government had unjustly attributed all the credit to him. What infuriated him further was that Luffy had been falsely accused by the world government, charged with destruction in Alabasta, with a bounty of 100 million berries. It was utterly abnormal for a newly emerged pirate to command such a high bounty. The real reason was that Luffy had defeated Crocodile, who had previously been a Shichibukai, openly defying the world government. The exorbitant bounty was an attempt to stifle him in his infancy. The blind man expressed surprise at Naruto's words, his admiration for him growing deeper. This Navy officer was unlike any he had previously known. He possessed a unique understanding of justice. He couldn't have anticipated that the shocking events in Alabasta concealed such underlying truths. However, Brigadier General Naruto, you played quite a significant role in this matter. Without your intervention, the people of Alabasta would surely have suffered greatly, the blind man remarked. Naruto smiled faintly. It is nothing, merely the duty of the Navy. Yet, before you acted, Crocodile was still a Shichibukai, effectively an ally of the world government. The blind man shifted the conversation. You directly attacked a Shichibukai, and now you have struck a celestial dragon. Are you dissatisfied with both the Shichibukai system and the celestial dragons? He was eager to learn Naruto's perspective, for he himself found these matters intolerable. Though the world government had summoned pirates to form the Shichibukai, bolstering their own power, at what cost? It was the oppressed populace that suffered under the legal oppression of the Shichibukai. Criminals must be apprehended. Legal criminals? It was utterly ludicrous. To become a Shichibukai meant one could transform into a legal criminal, possessing the right to plunder legally. This was in direct contradiction to the Navy's principles. Naruto's brow knitted in displeasure, his voice laden with discontent. Such a system only conveyed a perilous message. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, the Navy could become complicit with pirates. Over time, who would respect the rules and laws? The Navy's authority would undoubtedly diminish. Indeed, Alabasta may never trust the Navy again. The blind man lamented, recognizing that many nations worldwide had endured similar oppression. The Shichibukai system should never have existed. It is a profound error, Naruto asserted solemnly. He had long contemplated this system. Without it, Crocodile would never have been able to act so brazenly in Alabasta, even becoming a national hero. Such a notorious pirate should have been expelled long ago. Becoming a Shichibukai did not signify redemption. It merely served as a shield for pirates like Crocodile, a talisman for their open conspiracies. As for the celestial dragons, Naruto's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening with cold intensity. The characters on the ship in the comic are indeed Isheng, not Ishiao. Ishiao was a translation for Fujitora, while Isheng was the name given by Oda. The essence of this work remains rooted in Oda's artistic narrative. Chapter 101. Boarding the ship, Naruto turned to Ein, furrowing his brow. Are all celestial dragons like this? Ein sighed and nodded, explaining, the celestial dragons near the Holy Land are even more unrestrained because the Navy's protective forces there are formidable. With a vice admiral stationed at all times, they have no reason to fear for their safety, nor does anyone dare to confront them. Naruto clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Rage coursed through his muscles, tightening to an extreme, his eyes seemingly ablaze. The existence of celestial dragons was a desecration of fairness and justice in this world. There should not exist a faction capable of unconditionally enslaving those beyond their reach, let alone slaughtering them at whim. The Navy should not protect such individuals. What justice could be found in that? The Navy ought to safeguard equality and uphold the law of justice. An indescribable aura emanated from Naruto, a manifestation of his conqueror's haki. The blind man was astonished by the intensity radiating from Naruto. He mused, if only he could see, he would surely wish to behold Naruto's countenance, which must be illuminated by the sun. Now that trouble has arisen, what do you intend to do? The blind man observed the fallen celestial dragon and his bodyguards. Though blind, the implication was unmistakable. We must first capture him and leave this island. We cannot allow further complications, Naruto assessed calmly. Although he had crushed the Den Mushi and incapacitated the black-clad figures, the celestial dragon's ship remained in the harbor, and news of the incident would inevitably reach the world government, prompting them to seek assistance. However, without specialized Den Mushi, the response would be significantly delayed. Wait. Brigadier General Naruto, do you intend to capture a celestial dragon? A nearby Navy officer interjected. This would create a monumental crisis. The world government was not to be trifled with. Acting against a celestial dragon was exceedingly reckless. They were already terrified by Naruto's earlier assault on the celestial dragon, and the notion of capturing one was almost unfathomable. Naruto sought to reassure them. I will bear any responsibility alone. Those who wish to remain here may do so. Find a legitimate merchant ship passing through and return to the East Blue in hiding. Do not mention that you know me or have seen me. Many Navy officers lowered their heads. Though they did not speak, their intentions were clear. They were reluctant to wade into this murky water. Lord Naruto, I shall follow you. Ein declared resolutely. So shall I. As for you, Brigadier General Naruto, I am still under the oppression of the celestial dragons, and I certainly will not join the Navy. I support you, Lord Naruto, and I choose to follow you. With Naruto present, we have nothing to fear. Besides Ein, many other Navy officers also stepped forward. Most had been following Naruto since their time in the East Blue, all soldiers personally trained by him. The trouble is mine. I shall also assist, the blind man added. Uncle, you need not join, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He understood that his actions were well-intentioned, yet when the time for accountability arrived, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Additionally, his life would be tainted by the charge of assaulting a celestial dragon. If he were to depart from Palu Island, perhaps he could remain hidden, but accompanying him would lead to significant troubles. Although I am blind, I can still be of assistance in critical moments. Should I be denied passage on the ship, I fear my remaining days would be fraught with unease. I earnestly implore you not to refuse. His tone was sincere, resembling more of a plea for aid than an invitation to face peril together. I understand. Then let us board. Naruto nodded slowly. The current situation was indeed dire, and having a companion like him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Consequently, Naruto personally assisted the celestial dragon. Elliot, onto the ship. No one else dared to approach this celestial dragon. Meanwhile, others busied themselves capturing the men in black, escorting them one by one aboard the ship. Vortex. Before leaving Palu Island, Naruto informed the naval personnel aboard that they could choose to depart, sparing themselves from the associated risks. As a result, a portion of the naval soldiers opted to leave. Ultimately, those who remained by Naruto's side amounted to less than a third of the original count. This outcome surprised Naruto. After all, the repercussions of assaulting a celestial dragon were exceedingly grave. The celestial dragons, as rulers of the world government, enjoyed unparalleled privileges and wielded absolute control over both the world government and the navy. An attack on them was undeniably a direct challenge to the authority of the world government. Should anyone dare to strike a celestial dragon, a fleet commanded by a vice admiral would personally pursue the assailant, for safeguarding the celestial dragons was the foremost duty of the world government. Any actions threatening their safety would be met with the full force of the navy. Besides direct military responses, the world government might also impose various sanctions on the assailant, such as a bounty or even instigate war to ensure their dominion remained unchallenged. This was tantamount to declaring war on the entire world. Let us depart. The vortex had been sailing for several days, and although the vice admiral had yet to appear, the sailors aboard were filled with trepidation, uncertain of what awaited them next. At that moment, Naruto received a shocking piece of news from a newspaper sold by a newsbird. The newsbird drifted across the seas, serving as a primary channel for information, with each newspaper priced at 100 berries. These papers often published secret news unknown even to the world government's intelligence agencies, alongside reports unfavorable to the world government. Of course, one could not believe every word in the newspapers, as they occasionally exaggerated facts for sensationalism, fabricating stories to attract attention. However, the news Naruto read left him rooted to the deck. Battle of Banero Island. Fire Fist Ace was actually defeated by Blackbeard. After defeating Ace, Blackbeard handed him over to the world government, a move that garnered the attention of the world government, officially making him a member of the Shichibukai. Snap! Naruto's hands trembled, nearly tearing the newspaper apart. Ace had been defeated, and he was now in the clutches of the world government. How could this be possible? How could Ace lose? Regret flooded Naruto's heart. Why had he not insisted further back then? If he had persuaded Ace to allow him to assist, this calamity would have surely been averted. But it was too late for any words now. Ace was already captured. Lord Naruto, something is approaching from that direction. It appears to be a cannonball. At that moment, Ain suddenly pointed towards a direction and shouted. She was filled with confusion. How could Naruto, usually so vigilant, have missed that cannonball? Chapter 102. The Yellow Monkey attacks days prior, within the Marshal's office at Navy headquarters. Naruto, you fool, how could you act so impulsively? Admiral Sengoku slammed his hands on the table, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed. In his naval career, he had never encountered such a dire situation. The Navy had assaulted a celestial dragon, even going so far as to capture one. In the room, Garp remained silent, his expression grave. Beside him, Borsellino had shed his usual nonchalance, resting his chin on his hands, pondering. The new recruits are truly astonishing. Last time they nearly demolished the headquarters, and this time they've gone directly after a celestial dragon. Garp, speak up. Sengoku pounded the table again, glaring at Garp. Garp stroked his chin, intrigued. Well, this kid truly has talent. I can only dare to think about such things. He had not anticipated that Naruto would act against a celestial dragon, a deed that even he, Garp, would only dare to think about. Garp's attitude only fueled Sengoku's fury. He stepped forward, seizing Garp by the collar, glaring at him. This is all your fault. You set a terrible example for him, leading to this outcome. When you last ventured to the East Blue, did you not encounter your grandson, Luffy? His ship now flies the pirate flag. Why did you not apprehend him? Naruto learned this from you. Sengoku was genuinely incensed this time. In the past, when incidents had not led to severe consequences, he had turned a blind eye. However, he could no longer tolerate this. Naruto was his protege, whom Garp had personally trained and nurtured, seen as a pivotal figure for the future of the Navy. Yet now, such a situation had arisen, and even Sengoku, as Marshal, found it difficult to amend the circumstances. I never imagined that fool would attack a celestial dragon. Garp's face was grave, the usual playfulness replaced by a stark awareness of the situation's severity. Garp, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Sengoku glared at Garp. You have always harbored discontent towards the celestial dragon system, and as a Navy hero, you even refuse to accept the position of Admiral. Do you understand the repercussions of this? And your grandson Luffy, you always knew he would never become a Navy man, right? Yet you continued to cultivate Naruto. What does that mean? Sengoku not only resurrected old matters, but also dragged Luffy into the conversation. Becoming an admiral entails serving as a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons, one of the Navy's highest powers, yet always responsible for their protection. Sengoku was well aware of Garp's thoughts. Due to his experiences at God Valley and elsewhere, Garp wished to avoid serving the Celestial Dragons, even stating that they were trash. At the same time, Garp did not want to be constrained by the title of Admiral. Humph. Garp turned his head away. Sengoku had seen through his thoughts, leaving him with no recourse, as Sengoku knew him all too well. Do you wish for a repeat of the dragon incident? Sengoku roared again. However, this time Garp was also angered. He retorted, grabbing Sengoku's collar in return. Naruto was not solely trained by me. You played a significant role. You were the one who instilled the most ideas in him. You informed him about the Celestial Dragons. And now you blame me? Garp glared at Sengoku. I have dedicated my entire life to the Navy. Where would I find the time to educate the next generation? Nearby, Borsellino watched the two quarrel, sighing in resignation as he rubbed his forehead. Such disputes had long ceased to surprise him. This matter is probably beyond our control. Borsellino finally spoke, gesturing towards the heavens. Mary Geos. Now that it pertains to the Celestial Dragons, orders will soon come from Mary Geos. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, releasing Garp's collar, and slumped into his chair. The new generation of successors he had painstakingly nurtured for the Navy had now violated one of the most crucial laws of the world government. When Sengoku learned of this news, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. The last time he had been so shocked was upon discovering Dragon's betrayal, but back then, he was not yet Marshal. Now, it was his turn to bear the consequences. At that moment, the phone on the desk began to ring. The sound echoed ominously as Sengoku answered, his expression grave. After hanging up, Sengoku turned to Borsellino, inquiring if it was news from Mary Geos. What did they say? Borsellino shifted his arm slightly, aware that it was time for him to take action. The trace of the Uzumaki ship had been discovered, and the life of Saint Elliot was the utmost priority. Naruto, execute him on the spot. Sengoku's face darkened. Admiral, I will be back shortly. Borsellino grinned, ready to teach that young lad a lesson. Aboard the Uzumaki ship, prompted by Ain's reminder, Naruto's gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching cannonball. To his astonishment, he soon realized that a figure was standing atop it. It was Admiral Borsellino. Slowly uttering the name, Naruto comprehended that the admiral pursuing him had indeed arrived. Little did he anticipate that his whereabouts would be exposed so swiftly, tracked down in just a few days. Recalling the time at Navy headquarters when Borsellino had departed by stepping onto a cannonball to eliminate the pirates of Sabaody Archipelago, Naruto understood the admiral's remarkable speed and strength. Now, far from Navy headquarters, Borsellino had managed to arrive in haste, evidently launched from a warship. This indicated that at least several warships were trailing behind him. The Yellow Monkey had come. The admiral was here. The admiral was here. The naval personnel aboard turned pale, panic-stricken, although they had resolved to follow Naruto. The oppressive aura emanating from one of the Navy's highest combat powers rendered their hearts uneasy. Is the admiral coming, Naruto? I will join you. Aizen stood up, his expression serious. No need, Mr. Aizen. You should remain seated. There is no necessity for you to share in the blame with me. Naruto shook his head. I can handle this. Besides, I am eager to test the extent of my current strength. Very well. Aizen nodded slowly, retreating back onto the deck. Moments later, the cannonball crashed into the water, a flash of yellow light illuminating the scene. Borsellino's tall figure then appeared on the deck. Naruto, it has been a while, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved. The surrounding Navy raised their weapons in tension, each one bracing for a confrontation. Faced with the array of firearms, Borsellino raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. How frightening. I merely came to say hello. Naruto gestured for calm, a small smile on his face. It has been a few years since we last met, Admiral Borsellino. I do not wish to engage you in combat, but circumstances compel me. Given the scale of your actions, Borsellino replied, his hands raised in resignation. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of seriousness. Now I must ask you, what of the Celestial Dragons? You haven't foolishly harmed them, have you? Borsellino's gaze pierced into Naruto's eyes. His primary mission was to ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragons. They are confined within the ship. They caused a ruckus for the first 2 days, but have since quieted down, Naruto replied with a dismissive pout. Upon hearing this, Borsalino felt a slight relief wash over him. As long as the celestial dragons were alive, the situation had not reached its worst. Then I shall take the celestial dragons with me, and you must accompany me to Navy headquarters as well. I can spare your subordinates, Borsalino stated, moving towards the ship's cabin. However, he was taken aback when Naruto positioned himself in front of him. Taking the celestial dragons? Have you sought my consent? Naruto crossed his arms defiantly, gazing up at Borsalino. You little rascal, Borsalino squinted, surprised that Naruto dared to challenge him. Admiral Borsalino, do you not agree that Commander Naruto is justified in his actions? Ain stepped forward, her military rank modest, yet she too was a student of Zifa, just like Borsalino. Ain, I do not concern myself with right or wrong. I merely follow orders from above, Borsalino declared, pointing skyward with unwavering conviction. Hearing this, Ain's heart sank. She recognized that while Borsalino often acted independently, he would never defy orders from the Holy Land. Borsalino then turned his gaze back to Naruto, narrowing his eyes. It seems I must force you to surrender and allow me to gauge your current strength. Ain, everyone step back. Naruto shouted suddenly. The surrounding navy complied, retreating hastily. Such a battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. Ain hesitated but ultimately chose to withdraw. Borsalino moved with a flash, initiating the first strike. His speed was astonishing, leaving a blur in his wake as he delivered a powerful kick. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Borsalino taunted. Naruto sensed the attack the moment it was launched and quickly attempted to evade. However, Borsalino's velocity was overwhelming, forcing Naruto to retaliate with his own kick. His leg enveloped in black haki to contend with the Logia fruit user. A thunderous explosion erupted as they collided, both Naruto and Borsalino recoiling from the impact. Yet, it was evident that Naruto had retreated further. It seems you have grown considerably of late. I must take this seriously. Borsalino's expression shifted to one of focus. Taking a deep breath, Naruto radiated a faint glow, entering sage mode. After 2 years of arduous training in the world of shinobi, he had mastered this form, capable even of unleashing haki power. An interesting move, but can you keep pace with my speed? Borsalino concentrated, conjuring a sphere of light, projecting beams that refracted around him. Yada no Kagami. Light trails appeared on the deck and mast, intertwining into a web of brilliance. In the next instant, Borsalino vanished, reappearing on the opposite side, unleashing a ray directly towards Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the attack, which detonated upon striking the deck, creating a gaping hole. Watching the damage to his beloved Uzumaki ship, Naruto felt a pang of regret. Chafe! Naruto shouted, swiftly appearing before Borsalino. However, before his fist could descend, Borsalino vanished again, seemingly toying with him. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, instantly creating numerous shadow clones that scattered, blocking all of Borsalino's escape routes. Now, Borsalino could no longer utilize those light trails for his instantaneous movements. Seeing this, Borsalino smirked coldly. He leaped into the air, floating as though he had no intention of relenting. Yasukani no Magatama. He roared, thrusting his hands forward. Countless beams of light erupted from his fingertips, cascading down like a meteor shower, each possessing the destructive force capable of penetrating steel. They intertwined midair, forming a lethal net that ensnared Naruto and his clones. Naruto's clones disintegrated under the barrage of light, and Borsalino mocked, still resorting to such peculiar tactics? In this vast ocean, many formidable beings exist, yet in Borsalino's eyes, the mightiest are still the fruits and haki. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, Naruto's figure abruptly materialized before him, spinning a peculiar orb in his hand. Sage art, spiral shuriken, he exclaimed, a refined upgrade of his spiral shuriken, infused with the essence of sage techniques. Borsalino instinctively recoiled, alerted by the premonition of his observation haki. Simultaneously, he unleashed a beam of light from his hand, attempting to thwart this unexpected assault. Yet, to his astonishment, the figure before him was merely a clone. Boom! The clone vanished, while the genuine attack surged from behind. A fist, wrapped in haki, descended upon him with the force of a meteor. Borsalino had no time to evade. He could only brace himself and turn to withstand the onslaught. A colossal force struck him, and he retaliated with a punch of his own, their haki colliding in a deafening clash. Both warriors plummeted to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around them. Borsalino's smile faded, realizing that Naruto was no longer the easily manageable youth he once knew. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Naruto's mouth, but he brushed it aside, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. "No wonder he is a Marine Admiral," he muttered, his tone imbued with respect. He understood that Borsalino's prowess extended beyond the strength of his devil fruit. His haki far surpassed his own. Unbeknownst to him, Borsalino was equally astonished. In just a few years apart, Naruto had grown to this formidable stature. What had appeared effortless on his part was, in truth, a display of his utmost effort. Yet, he had not managed to overpower Naruto. This task was proving to be quite formidable. Borsalino murmured to himself, preparing to unleash his full power to vanquish Naruto. Just then, a tremendous gravitational force descended from above, ensnaring Borsalino as if caught in a web of fate. Ishin has made his move. His gravity manipulation had launched a surprise attack at a critical moment. What is happening? Who is interfering? Borsalino sensed a powerful presence emerging, struggling to break free from the confinement. "Admiral Borsalino, surrender." Ishin's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, penetrating Borsalino's ears. However, Naruto offered Borsalino no chance. He propelled himself forward, akin to a cheetah, ready to deliver the final blow. Chapter 104. Within the confines of Okawa, Borsalino fell heavily like a meteor. Before he could rise, several Navy soldiers swiftly ensnared him with a net woven from sea prism stone. "My apologies, Admiral Kizaru." A soldier murmured with resignation as he quickly shackled Borsalino's wrists with sea prism cuffs, taking advantage of his exhaustion. "Uncle Borsalino, it is regrettable, but this is unavoidable," Naruto said, his brow furrowed with concern. During their past interactions at Navy headquarters, he had often crossed paths with Borsalino, and now he found himself standing on the opposing side. An outcome he had never wished for, especially not in such a surreptitious manner. "Naruto, is this truly necessary? If I fail to complete my mission, your situation will become far more precarious," Borsalino lamented, raising his shackled hands, rendered powerless by the cuffs. Upon hearing this, Ein's heart sank. As Borsalino noted, the ship carried celestial dragons, and the world government would not easily relent in their pursuit. "Admiral Borsalino, what is the specific task assigned to you by the world government?" Ein could not help but inquire. "Naturally, it is to ensure the safe escort of the celestial dragons. Ideally, I would eliminate Naruto in the process. But it seems I shall find that difficult now. I hadn't anticipated another formidable opponent lurking aboard your vessel," Borsalino replied with a bitter smile. His gaze shifted toward the cabin as Ishin emerged, no longer needing to conceal his presence. "Humph, a blind swordsman," Borsalino muttered in surprise. Despite his blindness, Ishin could still pinpoint Borsalino's location, indicating an impressive mastery of observation haki. "What do you intend to do next?" Borsalino asked, bemused. "Haha, naturally, I shall become a prisoner," he replied with a resigned grin. Naruto scrutinized Borsalino's demeanor, contemplating that the Admiral likely never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Initially, neither had fought with their full strength, both holding back. "Uncle Borsalino, you may take the celestial dragons," Naruto declared, shaking his head slowly in decision. Borsalino was taken aback. "You would simply hand over the celestial dragons to me? Have you come to your senses? Recognized your error? I merely wish for you to fulfill your duties without complication. However, the celestial dragons have committed numerous crimes. The Navy will not overlook them," Naruto thought, unwilling to involve more people. He understood that if this continued, even more formidable foes would inevitably appear, potentially endangering not only himself, but also Ein, Ishin, and even Grandpa Garp and Sengoku. As members of the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons are, by the world government's laws, above reproach, Borsalino said with a shake of his head, resigned. "Ha ha ha, you are all doomed now. Are you finally afraid? You should have realized the cost of kidnapping me back then. You dared defy my orders, and now you shall all perish." St. Eliot bellowed as he was brought aboard, still brimming with arrogance. The earlier cacophony of battle had led him to believe that the world government had sent a rescue team. His fury boiled over. He had been imprisoned for so long, and why had they only just arrived? "Kizaru, is that you? Why did you arrive so late?" As St. Eliot stepped onto the deck, he caught sight of Borsalino, only to be stunned to see him shackled in sea prism cuffs as well. "How could you also be captured?" he gasped, astonished that he had expected Kizaru to rescue him, only for this turn of events to unfold. "Well, the enemy was simply too powerful," Borsalino replied, attempting to shrug, only to remember his hands were bound, offering only a bitter smile. It's over. It's all over. St. Elliot collapsed to the ground, despair evident on his face. Just then, someone helped him up. It's you. St. Elliot turned to see who had come to his aid, only to nearly faint in shock. It was Naruto. Listen closely. I intend to let you return. You should know what to do. Moreover, should you commit any further transgressions, I will return without hesitation. At that time, your fate will be far worse than merely taking a punch, Naruto whispered menacingly in St. Elliot's ear. Simultaneously, he left a flying thunder god mark on St. Elliot. To him, it was akin to the whisper of a demon, instilling a sense of dread and unease within. Yes, I will not speak a word, St. Elliot stammered, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic expression. What transpired between us was merely a misunderstanding, right? I never laid a hand on you, did I? Naruto smirked. No. St. Elliot gritted out through clenched teeth. That is good. For the past few days, you were merely wishing to tour the warship, correct? Yes, precisely. St. Elliot nodded vigorously. All right, you may return now. Naruto released St. Elliot and instructed his men to remove the sea stone shackles from Admiral Borsellino, liberating the other bodyguards as well. At that moment, the warship behind them began to glide forward. Borsellino, accompanied by the celestial dragon, boarded the vessel, while the Uzumaki ship gradually receded into the distance. St. Elliot could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. That brat. You're finished. No matter where you flee, I will ensure the world government hunts you down. Do you think I, St. Elliot, am easily intimidated? I will never forget the humiliation I endured these days. It became evident that his earlier fear was merely a fade. He then turned to Borsellino, questioning, Yellow Ape, how could someone of your caliber lose to that brat? Naruto had already attained strength nearing that of an admiral, and there was an even more formidable presence aboard that ship. Borsellino shrugged, considering it fortunate that they had managed to bring St. Elliot back alive. What? To deal with that brat, we might need to deploy the Knights of God. St. Elliot muttered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, a chilling voice rang out from behind him. Who are you planning to deal with? St. Elliot spun around abruptly, only to see Naruto had stealthily appeared beside him, mere inches away. Protect Lord St. Elliot. How did he come back? The bodyguards exclaimed in panic, fully aware of Naruto's capabilities and unwilling to provoke him. Naruto, how did you do that? Borsellino was equally astonished, glancing around to find that the Uzumaki ship had vanished without a trace. With his own abilities, he could not have teleported to this spot. How could Naruto have accomplished such a feat? Was it the power of some devil fruit? Borsellino pondered, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Chapter 105. This kid is faster than light? Naruto, of course, was not about to reveal the secret of the flying thunder god technique easily. With a mischievous grin, he replied, I just forgot to ask you to relay a message to Grandpa Sengoku. I fear they will worry again. As he spoke, Naruto's gaze abruptly shifted to St. Elliot, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Repeat what you just said. The Navy personnel aboard the warship exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. They had never witnessed anyone daring to speak to a celestial dragon in such a manner. This kid truly had guts. St. Elliot's expression changed, forcing a strained smile. I meant to say, this journey has been quite pleasant. He now fully grasped that Naruto's previous threat was no jest. This seemingly carefree individual possessed the ability to appear at his side at any moment, indicating a strength far beyond the ordinary. That's good, Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Speaking softly, during the journey ahead, I shall visit you occasionally for a chat. Before his words faded, a golden flash streaked by, and Naruto's figure vanished from sight with astonishing speed. Borsellino, sensing the residual air currents, could not help but chuckle wryly. This kid is faster than light itself. At the Navy headquarters, upon arriving at the Sabati archipelago, Borsellino made a beeline for the headquarters, while St. Elliot hurried to the Holy Land. Along the way, St. Elliot appeared as if haunted, nervously glancing around and occasionally shrieking in his quarters, declaring, "You're back again," vowing never to repeat the same mistake. It seemed this fellow would not dare venture out for quite some time. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku had been waiting for a while, and the moment Borsellino returned, he was immediately scrutinized. Of course, another familiar figure was present, Kong. This old man, despite being retired, still lingered around, leaving Sengoku exasperated. Borsellino, what is the situation? What did your report mean? Sengoku pressed impatiently. Borsellino's report left him baffled. It stated that everything was a misunderstanding, and there had been no incident involving Naruto attacking the celestial dragons. Rather, Naruto had merely invited Saint Elliot aboard the warship for a tour, and then let him go. Yet Sengoku knew this could not be true. An attack on the celestial dragons was a grave matter. How could such a misunderstanding occur? Well, it's a long story. Borsellino settled onto the sofa, preparing to recount the events. What? You failed to subdue Naruto immediately and were ambushed instead? Sengoku exclaimed, taken aback. Borsellino was an admiral. After all, Sengoku now understood why Borsellino had not reported the truth. If this news got out, where would the Navy's reputation stand? His brow furrowed in frustration. Although the assailant who ambushed Borsellino also possessed admiral-level strength, a loss was a loss. The defeat of one of the Navy's 3 top-tier powers, the Yellow Ape, would greatly undermine the Navy's confidence and the world government's prestige. Haha, that little brat can match you? I would love to see how strong he is now. Kong laughed heartily, seemingly delighted that Borsellino had failed to capture Naruto. Sengoku felt his blood boil. Did this guy have no sense of loyalty to the Navy? However, Sengoku refrained from saying too much, considering that Kong's grandson had just been captured, and he worried that another loss would be too much for him to bear. I was captured, that much is true, but the report does not reflect this due to the celestial dragon's interference. Borsellino scratched his head in explanation. It turned out that Saint Elliot had intervened, preventing him from accurately reporting the incident, and instead claiming he had gone on a trip with Naruto, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. What? The celestial dragons meant it this way? Sengoku was taken aback, unsure why a celestial dragon would speak favorably of Naruto. Saint Elliot had been threatened, as Borsellino disclosed Naruto's tactics. The fact that Naruto could appear beside Saint Elliot made him wary that continuing the pursuit of Naruto might cost him his life. Ha ha ha, threatening a celestial dragon. This kid is bolder than I am. Kong laughed heartily, grabbing the last senbei in Sengoku's office and popping it into his mouth. Sengoku finally noticed the senbei, but now was not the time to lament over it. A thought sparked in his mind. If that were the case, perhaps there was still hope for Naruto? Assaulting a celestial dragon was a capital offense, but if Saint Elliot did not pursue the matter or even acknowledge that it occurred, Naruto might just escape unscathed. Sengoku did not wish for the Navy to lose such a talent, and he believed that while Naruto acted recklessly, he had not violated the justice he held dear. He was merely young and impulsive, having made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Alas, it still depends on the higher-ups. What do they think over at the Holy Land? Borsellino remarked slowly. A silence enveloped the office, broken only by the crunching sound of Kong munching on the senbei. Kong, I've had enough of you. Sengoku finally erupted in rage. Holy Land, Mariewa. In a spacious conference room, 5 individuals sat, wielding the highest authority within the world government. How do we plan to address the incident involving the celestial dragon? One of them inquired. It was supposed to be simple. But Saint Elliot does not believe he was attacked, which is quite troublesome, another responded. Perhaps he is wary of that Uzumaki Naruto's strength. I've heard he is nearing Admiral level and has a similarly powerful Admiral by his side. If we punish him for attacking a celestial dragon, it might bring disgrace upon the world government. Now is a critical moment as we lack manpower. Due to the situation with Ace, an all-out war is likely imminent. The 7 warlords cannot be relied upon. Each has their own agenda. If these 2 formidable forces ally with Whitebeard, it would spell disaster. The elders wore grave expressions. Although this matter seemed trivial, they must proceed with caution before the greater storm arrives. Does this mean we cannot trust Naruto Uzumaki? The bald man in a white robe and glasses, the financial warrior Izambarona's Shuru, spoke slowly. Not necessarily. After all, he was trained by Garp and Sengoku, and should remain loyal to the Navy. At least he has not publicly betrayed the Navy, unlike that dragon. In times like these, we should value such combat strength. Applying pressure to ensure his compliance. Send elite forces to assess Naruto Uzumaki's stance and gauge his strength. Indeed, if he proves disobedient or merely a figurehead, there is no need to keep him. Chapter 106, A Lifetime, starting with the 7 warlords Water 7. The Uzumaki ship lay quietly docked in the harbor, supplies being diligently replenished. This renowned maritime city sparked curiosity in Naruto. It is said that each year it faces a cataclysmic tsunami that engulfs the entire city in waves. The island's inhabitants are well prepared, even possessing specially designed sea trains to evacuate citizens. Alas, once the tsunami has passed, One must wait a year to witness the grandeur of nature again. At this moment, the residents were busy collecting the high-purity sea salt left behind by the receding tide, a precious bounty viewed as a gift from the sea deity Aquaragna. Yet, for Naruto, the most captivating aspect was the recent uproar over the Judicial Island incident. The Straw Hat Pirates had wreaked havoc there, daringly infiltrating the lion's den to rescue the trapped Nico Robin. After the battle, Judicial Island was reduced to ruins, and the Navy's report pointed fingers at the Straw Hats as the culprits. However, Naruto felt a nagging doubt. Those people, led by Luffy, did not seem like the type to raise an entire island. You actually let the Celestial Dragon go. I expected you would do something even more earth-shattering, remarked a lifelong ally. It is not the time yet. Naruto's gaze was resolute. To directly eliminate a Celestial Dragon would cause significant trouble for Sengoku and Garp. I do not wish to burden them with excessive pressure and responsibility. The malevolence of the Celestial Dragons was clear to him, especially that Elliot Saint. One could only wonder how many lives he has taken and how many have suffered under his tyranny. What do you plan to do next? The ally inquired, eager to discern Naruto's next move. Both the Celestial Dragon's exalted status and the warlord system should not persist in this vast ocean. Though Naruto harbored determination, he could not shake the unease. He was not entirely confident in his ability to challenge such a colossal entity as the Celestial Dragons. After all, this involved the Holy Land, a matter far beyond the Navy's command. The Celestial Dragons had dominated the world for 8 centuries. Perhaps it would be wiser to first target the 7 warlords. As a senior, the ally earnestly advised, fearing Naruto might act impulsively as he often did, leading to more severe consequences. You are right, uncle. I was thinking along the same lines. Those pirates with exorbitant bounties among the 7 warlords are surely not just engaged in mischief with Crocodile. Naruto nodded in agreement, his eyes resolute. Directly confronting the 7 warlords was evidently inappropriate, as they were still allies of the world government. However, if their crimes could be exposed to the public, the world government would undoubtedly distance themselves from them for the sake of their reputation. The incident involving Crocodile had already sparked doubts. Was it truly wise to ally with such scoundrels? Should further malfeasance by the 7 warlords come to light, the foundation of their system would inevitably be shaken. At that point, the world government would have to seriously consider abolishing it. I am willing to lend my strength against the 7 warlords, the ally declared with conviction. Uncle, the Celestial Dragons matters have already drawn you in. Do you wish to involve yourself with the 7 warlords as well? The previously silent Ain could no longer contain her concerns. I believe that Admiral Naruto's philosophy is correct. Following him might lessen the darkness in this world and reveal fewer horrors. This was the reason the ally now closely followed Naruto. Just then, Naruto abruptly turned into a secluded alley. Sir, there seems to be nothing unusual in that direction. Ain expressed her confusion, but followed closely. The ally furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and quietly tightened his grip on his sword staff. As Naruto reached the end of the alley, he suddenly spun around to find 3 figures had stealthily appeared behind them. Each donned distinct attire and masks, one with a furious crimson mask, another with an expressionless white mask adorned with dark stripes, and the last with a white mask featuring one black and one white eye, the right eye scarred, and wearing mechanical earmuffs. You have been tailing us since earlier. Who are you? Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing that these 3 possessed extraordinary strength, nearly on par with an average vice admiral. We are Cypher Pole 0. The man with the crimson mask declared solemnly. 0. Both Ain and the ally were taken aback. The elite contingent directly under the Celestial Dragons, intertwined with them. Observing their aura, it was evident they were far superior to the mediocre bodyguards previously seen around Elliot Saint. They were true masters. It is said that all who join 0 must master all 6 forms and pledge absolute loyalty to the Celestial Dragons. Even if commanded to take their own lives, they must not resist in the slightest. 0, huh? What do you truly intend? Naruto squinted, keenly detecting the chilling indifference emanating from them, as if they belonged to a realm devoid of human emotion. By order of the Holy Land, we have come to test whether you are as formidable as the reports suggest, and to ascertain your true stance towards the world government and the Navy. Should your strength prove insufficient to pique the world government's interest, then you shall be executed on the spot. They possess the power of life and death, viewing nobles of allied nations and naval officers as insignificant. Is that so? Naruto chuckled lightly, and before he finished speaking, he vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, He stood before one of the Zero members, his fingertips brimming with dense, armed haki, resembling a razor-sharp blade. Pointing spear. With a low shout. The member had yet to react when a powerful force sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, instantly incapacitating him. The other two Zero members were evidently taken aback, utterly astonished by Naruto's astonishing speed and his mastery of the 6 forms, which surpassed theirs. Instinctively, they began to retreat. Yet Naruto was even faster, launching a kick midair that struck one member squarely in the chest. That individual was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled by immense force. At this moment, only the man with the crimson mask remained, yet he did not think of fleeing. He was determined to complete his mission. However, he merely saw a blur before a searing pain struck his neck, plunging him into darkness and rendering him unconscious. Impressive as always, Admiral Naruto. The ally exclaimed in genuine admiration, loosening his grip on the sword hilt. He had intended to assist, but was astonished to see Naruto effortlessly repel the 3 Zero members single-handedly. Celestial Dragon's lackeys. Naruto glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground. His eyes filled with disdain, then strode purposefully out of the alley. As he stepped onto the bustling street, he heard someone shouting excitedly. Big news! Big news! The world government is set to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 107. Return Gaara to me. What? How is this possible? Naruto's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the man, snatching the newspaper from his grasp. Upon glancing at the contents, he was rendered speechless. The world government intends to publicly execute Ace. How could this be? His heart raced with disbelief. How could Ace face direct execution? Wasn't he supposed to be imprisoned and impelled down? Take Crocodile, for instance, who committed grave crimes against the state, yet was merely confined to impelled down. Ace's offenses were far less severe than Crocodile's. Why then? Was there no room for negotiation regarding his execution? The naval officer required payment for the newspaper, yet the man fidgeted humbly, seemingly ignored by the naval presence. At that moment, Ain approached and handed him 100 berries, allowing the man to depart begrudgingly. Ain had overheard the preceding conversation and gazed at Naruto with concern. She understood the bond between Naruto and Ace. With Ace's impending execution, Naruto's turmoil was palpable. In the waters around Splendidly archipelago, a ship was slowly departing. Captain, what is going on? With so many supernovas on the island, why are we leaving now? Perhaps there is an urgent matter at hand. In any case, we must heed the captain's orders. I hope we can return quickly. Splendidly is quite lively. Captain Drake stood on the deck, his gaze directed towards Water 7. A life card in his hand was drifting towards that location. Naruto Uzumaki. Drake murmured to himself. In the shinobi world, at Miyaboko Mountain, Naruto slammed his fist into the ground, supporting his weight with both hands. He had just learned of Ace's imminent execution, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. He never anticipated facing such a blow upon returning to this world. Why? Why couldn't he have stayed a bit longer there? If only the Flying Thunder God technique could traverse 2 worlds. Naruto-kun, are you alright? In the distance, Karui noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor and rushed over with concern. She could clearly sense his emotional turmoil, which was starkly different from his usual self. I am fine. Naruto slowly shook his head, striving to calm himself. Karui hesitated, perceiving Naruto's distress but unsure how to console him. She had never seen him like this and felt utterly helpless. At that moment, Gamakichi hurried over, exclaiming, Naruto, something has happened in Sunagakure, and it involves Gaara. Naruto's head shot up, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling an enraged beast. Gamakichi recoiled instinctively, taken aback by the intensity of Naruto's anger, which he had never witnessed before. This is news from Jiraiya. Sunagakure sent a distress signal. Gaara has been captured by an organization called Otsutsuki. Gamakichi relayed Jiraiya's intelligence, noting that Konoha had also dispatched reinforcements. With Jiraiya no longer at Miyaboko Mountain, he was now tirelessly gathering information. Upon hearing this, Naruto's anger and anxiety intensified. Gaara is also involved with Otsutsuki. The shinobi world is in turmoil. Bad news continued to pile up, and Naruto's expression darkened, a tempest of rage swelling within him. He abruptly turned to Karui, instructing, Karui, stay here and take care of yourself. I must go save Gaara. Before Karui could finish her sentence, Naruto had already vanished from sight. She lowered her head, feeling her own helplessness, realizing she could do nothing to aid him. Naruto and Gaara share a close bond. Gamakichi sighed in relief. having been startled by Naruto's earlier display. In the past 3 years, he had never seen Naruto so out of control. Clearly, Gaara held significant importance to him. Little did they know that the simultaneous capture of two vital individuals would provoke fury in anyone. Karui sighed softly, explaining, Naruto-kun and Gaara both harbor tailed beasts within them, and the world views them as monsters. Thus, they share a profound resonance, having endured loneliness since childhood. Akatsuki previously attacked Naruto, and now they have targeted Gaara. It is only natural for him to be enraged. Over 3 years of experience had allowed Karui to grow immensely. That makes sense, Gamakichi realized, understanding that their shared experiences and common enemies had forged a stronger bond between them. In Sunagakure, in the blink of an eye, Naruto found himself in the room specially prepared by Gaara for him. He had once gifted Gaara a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal, enabling him to instantaneously relocate to its side. Perhaps due to his frequent visits to Sunagakure, Gaara had thoughtfully reserved this room for him. Clearly, Gaara had not brought that kunai with him this time. Sage Mode. Open the Mind Realm. Naruto swiftly entered Sage Mode, now adept at harnessing natural energy, with the range of his Mind Realm astonishingly extending to 30 kilometers. As long as he knew the general location, he could quickly pinpoint Gaara's position. Within the Mind Realm, Naruto sensed chaos enveloping Sunagakure. A tumult of sorrow, anger, and helplessness intertwined, with numerous casualties resulting from the attack. Only 3 years had passed since Sunagakure had emerged from the shadow of the assassination of the previous Kazekage, and now they faced yet another calamity. Leaving the villagers in a state of trepidation, Naruto swiftly located Kankuro and Temari, who were engulfed in grief, his fury barely contained. Which direction did they take Gaara? Guided by Kankuro and Temari, Naruto sped onward, soon capturing a trace of Gaara's chakra. He arrived at the entrance of a cave, where a massive boulder blocked the entrance. Adorned with an imposing seal, Naruto could distinctly sense that Gaara's essence had vanished from this spot. Simultaneously, a strange aura pervaded the cave, instilling a sense of foreboding within Naruto. The chakra of the 9 tails within him seemed to resonate with something, stirring restlessly. This is a barrier. Naruto squinted, formulating a plan in his mind. He slowly raised his right hand, the armament haki within him surging like a tide, ultimately coalescing at the tip of his fist. Huh! Naruto roared, his iron fist descending upon the boulder like a meteor. In an instant, a visible shockwave radiated from his fist, spiraling outward. The surface of the boulder became riddled with cracks, which rapidly expanded, culminating in a deafening explosion as the boulder crumbled, transforming into countless fragments that scattered amidst a cloud of dust. The scene inside the cave was laid bare before Naruto's eyes. Return Gaara to me. 2 figures clad in black cloaks were visibly taken aback. Before them lay Gaara, motionless and unconscious. Yet what sent chills down Naruto's spine was the presence of another colossal entity within the cave. A massive humanoid creature, with 9 eyes gleaming ominously. Its body resembling withered wood, and 10 protruding columns on its back exuding an aura of malevolence. What in the world is that? Chapter 108. Art is haki. Why would anyone dare to intrude here? That Uzumaki Naruto arrives rather quickly. It seems even 5 barriers cannot deter him. Perfect, we can capture him alive. Be cautious. He is no ordinary Jinchuriki. Deep within the cave, several shadowy figures stood upon stone pillars. Their expressions varied as they engaged in lively discussion. At that moment, Naruto realized that the cave concealed these mysterious figures. A glance revealed familiar faces among them. One bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, while another appeared to be a fishman. Evidently manifestations created by a special communication jutsu. The 9 tails Jinchuriki, I've heard much about you. Let me see how formidable you truly are, Deidara smirked, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Be careful, this guy has defeated Itachi, Sasori coldly warned. Just what I wanted. An artist must continually seek stimulation and create more dazzling explosions, lest their sensitivity to the world dulls. Deidara clenched his fists, eager to manifest his artistry to the fullest. Can your explosions be considered art? Only that which endures through time can be deemed genuine beauty. As Scorpion's words lingered, a puppet quietly emerged behind him. Should a sand village inhabitant be present, they would instantly recognize it as the 3rd Kazekage, who had mysteriously vanished over a decade ago. Neither life nor death had left a trace. He had long fallen victim to Scorpion's treachery, transformed into this puppet. Deidara's expression turned to one of astonishment, and before he could finish his words, a deafening roar erupted ahead. What have you done to Gaara? Naruto charged in like a tempest, his voice carrying immense weight that momentarily disoriented Deidara, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before he could even attempt a jutsu, a tremendous force hurled him against the cave wall, plunging him into unconsciousness. Deidara. Scorpion gasped, having felt the overwhelming impact as well. However, having transformed himself into a puppet, he was not as disoriented. Yet, before he could ponder further, Naruto's iron fist descended like a meteor. The third Kazekage puppet stepped forward, only to be shattered in an instant by Naruto's punch. Naruto's assault did not wane. He bellowed. Raging wind. A fierce slicing wave cut through the air, aimed directly at Scorpion. The crimson shell of the puppet shattered, and Scorpion's true form hastily fled. Astonishment was etched on Scorpion's face. He never anticipated his puppet would be so easily vanquished before the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Desperation overtook Scorpion as he unleashed his secret technique, the 100 Puppets Performance. Forced into a corner, he unfurled a scroll and summoned hundreds of cloaked puppets, manipulating them with chakra strings, preparing for battle. Despite having used this technique to obliterate a nation, he felt no confidence facing Naruto. The intensity of Naruto's attacks was too formidable. His puppets crumbled at the slightest touch. He anticipated using this technique, but never expected to be pushed to such extremes so quickly. With so many puppets, how will you respond? Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Scorpion roared. His true core lay within the regenerative nucleus in his left chest, capable of shifting to other puppets during combat. For an ordinary ninja, this would allow him to be elusive and hard to catch. Yet, under Naruto's heart domain, this nucleus, which concentrated all of Scorpion's chakra, was exposed without refuge. I have already discerned your weakness. Before Scorpion could react, Naruto appeared before him like a specter. Through the perception granted by the heart domain, Naruto had pinpointed Scorpion's core. Though Scorpion's form was peculiar, neither fully human nor fully puppet, it mattered not to Naruto. Without waiting for Scorpion to recover, Naruto delivered a powerful blow to the regenerative nucleus, causing Scorpion to collapse like a severed kite, while the surrounding puppets fell lifeless, devoid of chakra control. They were defeated with astonishing swiftness. The power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed terrifying. Ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure were hastening to their aid. Even if they withdrew to the cave, the situation would only grow more dire. This mission must be abandoned. We must retreat at once. The illusions atop the stone pillars dissipated. With a loud crash, smoke billowed, and even the eerie specter vanished. Following this, the stone pillars shattered. I shall remember your faces. Do not let me catch you again. Naruto clenched his fists, fully aware that the two before him were mere pawns. Regrettably, the bigger fish had yet to reveal themselves. Gaara. Gaara. As the illusions and phantoms vanished, Naruto hurried to Gaara's side, whispering urgently. His concern eased slightly upon sensing Gaara's faint yet persistent life force. He appeared merely unconscious. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from within Gaara's body. Thank you, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then recognized a familiar presence. It was Shikaku. You truly saved me. I felt utterly helpless just now. Had you arrived, even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. Shikaku's tone carried a hint of trepidation. What happened? What did they do to you? Naruto asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I'm not sure. It felt as if I were being forcibly separated from my body. Shikaku's voice conveyed confusion. Just then, Naruto noticed Gaara's fingers twitch slightly. Gaara, wake up. Who is it? Who's calling me? Gaara sensed someone beckoning him from the haze. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found Naruto gazing at him with gentle eyes. Naruto? I'm so relieved you're okay. Naruto's tense nerves finally relaxed. Gaara was momentarily stunned, then gradually recalled the events that had transpired. Someone attacked the sand village, and he had pursued them, only to be captured. You came specifically to rescue me? A flicker of disbelief crossed Gaara's eyes. He had never received such special care. But you are not alone. Many comrades have come as well. Naruto smiled broadly, and before he could finish, a cacophony of footsteps echoed within the cave. Not only did the ninjas from Konoha rush in, but comrades from the sand village followed closely behind. Kakashi's team, Guy's team, and even the nearly poisoned Kankuro struggled to arrive. To Gaara's astonishment, even the retired Chio emerged among them. What is happening? Gaara's eyes widened in confusion. He could not comprehend why his solitary plight had summoned such an extensive rescue operation. They all came to save you. Naruto forced a smile. He had not anticipated how many cared for Gaara. From this day forth, Gaara would no longer be alone, and the atmosphere of the Sand Village would surely transform. Chapter 109. Jiraiya's Intelligence. The clue points to the Rain Village. Naruto abruptly turned, and the newcomers were none other than Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, who had arrived together. Upon seeing Naruto safe and sound, they all exhaled in relief, their gazes gradually shifting to Gaara. Naruto, we are a team. How could you act alone? Sakura's words held a hint of reproach, yet her eyes occasionally darted towards Sasuke, clearly pleased to fight alongside him. Kakashi had been reluctant to let Sasuke take risks, fearing he would become a target for Orochimaru, but Sasuke insisted on coming, believing that if Gaara were in danger, Naruto would surely act. And he could not stand idly by. To their surprise, Naruto had not only arrived first, but had already resolved the conflict. Who attempted to capture Gaara? Sasuke's expression grew serious, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. He was worried for Naruto. After all, Naruto was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It was the Akatsuki. I've incapacitated them. Once they awaken, we should be able to extract some information. Naruto's gaze fell upon the unconscious Deidara and Scorpion. The Akatsuki. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, whispering. That guy, his tone was complex, reflecting his intricate feelings toward Itachi. He had to uncover all the truths of that night before deciding how to handle the situation with Itachi. He is not here. Naruto shook his head, not sensing Itachi's presence. Kankuro, take those two back. Scorpion may have committed unforgivable crimes, Chiyo stated solemnly. Naturally, how dare he attack the Sand Village? Kankuro gritted his teeth, seething with rage. No, you see, Granny Chiyo's fingers trembled slightly as she pointed towards the fragments on the ground and the broken puppet limbs. That was the visage of the third Kazekage. Kankuro immediately recognized that familiar face among the pile of limbs, his expression shifting drastically. In the past, to locate the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure had dispersed its forces, resulting in a devastating attack on the village. Now, with Gaara captured, the village was rife with speculation, suggesting it would be unwise to attempt a rescue for fear of repeating past mistakes. Kankuro had come here bearing immense pressure. He had not anticipated discovering the truth of the third Kazekage's demise at this location. It was likely an assassination by Sasori, followed by his transformation into a puppet. Let us handle this. Their conspiracy extends far beyond merely targeting Gaara. Kakashi stepped forward. Sasori is likely the murderer of the third Kazekage. Kankuro exclaimed, his emotions surging. For this was a long-standing enigma for Tsunagakure. Trust us. We shall uncover the truth, added Guy, stepping in to support. Kankuro was about to say more when Granny Chiyo halted him. Given the current situation, it would be best not to mention any conditions. Let them take him. She spoke slowly, her tone laced with resignation. Kankuro then came to a realization. The Leaf Village had promptly come to assist, with Naruto even rescuing their Kazekage. They truly could not impose any further demands. Moreover, Sasori was Granny Chiyo's grandson. If she said so, they had no choice but to agree. Kankuro reluctantly nodded, saying, very well. Next, we must investigate the movements of the Akatsuki. They are undoubtedly scheming something far grander. Kakashi mused, casting a thoughtful glance towards the vanishing figure of the demonic statue. Deep within the forest, several shadows silently emerged, members of the Akatsuki. Deidara and Sasori have both been captured. We must find a way to rescue them. This task was indeed complex. They were vastly outnumbered and could only wait for the Leaf's departure to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, with Naruto Uzumaki guarding Gaara, the strength of that Jinchuriki had been witnessed by all, far surpassing that of ordinary Jinchuriki. Sending merely one or two individuals would be futile. It seemed they would have to leave one Jinchuriki behind and, when the moment was ripe, capture both the One Tail and the Nine Tails together. With that, the shadows dissipated one by one. At that moment, a masked man emerged from the forest, murmuring to himself, with Sasori and Deidara, they cannot even confront the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They cannot even last a few minutes. If we cannot deal with that one, our plan will surely be obstructed. Within the Leaf Village, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened intently to Shizun's report. Naruto Uzumaki single-handedly defeated 2 members of the Akatsuki. Furthermore, the Kazekage has safely returned to the village. Shizun read aloud from a telegram. Kakashi's team and Guy's team have both returned in scathe and will bring back the 2 Akatsuki members in 3 days. Tsunade nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. I see. Tsunade sensed hesitation in Shizune. What is it? Tsunade inquired, lifting her gaze. Although this mission was successful, Naruto acted independently without notifying anyone. The Akatsuki has been actively seeking tailed beasts. Isn't his behavior rather reckless? If they're essay next time, will the Akatsuki exploit this? Worry clouded Shizune's eyes. Not only Shizune, but the village elders also harbored concerns. Naruto should not be allowed to wander freely, otherwise he would become a target for the Akatsuki. The consequences of a Jinchuriki falling into the Akatsuki's hands would be catastrophic. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile as she remarked, both Naruto and Gaara are Jinchuriki. His eagerness is understandable. Moreover, Naruto possesses an incredible power that always brings hope. Shizune was taken aback. She had never seen Tsunade speak so highly of someone. Of course, he is my proud disciple. Just then, Jiraiya burst through the door with a jovial demeanor, oblivious to the gravity of the setting. Shizune could only shake her head internally. After all, this was the Hokage's office. Such informality was inappropriate. Yet, who could chastise Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade? You're back, Tsunade exclaimed with delight. Having not seen Jiraiya in quite some time. With such significant events unfolding, of course, I had to return. It has been 2 years. And the Akatsuki has finally begun to make moves, Jiraiya said, his expression serious. It seems you have gathered quite a bit of intelligence during this time. Tsunade acknowledged with a slow nod. Indeed, after extensive investigation, I have now pinpointed the likely location of the Akatsuki's base. It is possibly hidden within the Rain Village. Jiraiya declared confidently. Chapter 110, Haiden and Kakuzu, and the Two Tails. In Sunagakure, deep within the medical room, a broad treatment table lay silently in the center, upon which Gaara's battered body rested. The marks from his battle with the Akatsuki appeared even more gruesome under the dim light. His life was not in danger, but his vitality had significantly waned and required time for recuperation. Granny Chiyo retracted her probing hand, her tone steady. There is no need for gratitude, Granny Chiyo. I cannot help but come out of retirement for this matter, Kankuro began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing. He had nearly lost his life to Sasori's puppet in this incident. Had it not been for Sakura's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Well, considering it relates to Sasori, there is no need to thank this old woman. Granny Chiyo waved her hand with a sigh. Her reason for resurfacing was merely to see Sasori once more. Can we deduce the cause of Gaara's condition? Naruto inquired eagerly, his gaze intense. Granny Chiyo's expression shifted slightly, as if concealing a secret, but under Naruto's steadfast gaze, she eventually sighed and revealed the truth. Since you have asked, I shall tell you directly. Someone wishes to extract the tailed beast from within Gaara. In days past, it was Granny Chiyo who had sealed the tailed beast within Gaara. She was not only a master of puppetry but also well-versed in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, a consummate ninja. So, it is as I suspected, Naruto realized. Recalling how Shikaku had expressed gratitude during Gaara's rescue. Perhaps it was because he had narrowly escaped extraction that Shikaku felt relieved upon Naruto's timely arrival. However, Shikaku's life was bound to Gaara's. In other words, Gaara had nearly perished alongside Shikaku. Naruto, you seem familiar with them. Quickly tell us, who are those people? Gaara sprang up from the treatment table, his eyes sharp. Naruto, not holding back, directly divulged everything about the Akatsuki. Upon hearing that the Akatsuki aimed to extract the tailed beasts, both Gaara and Kankuro appeared stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. So, they will come looking for trouble again? Kankuro's expression darkened. The Akatsuki's power was not to be underestimated, and their members were shrouded in mystery, with no telling how many pairs of eyes were watching. It was truly a daunting task. Gaara cannot remain cooped up in the village indefinitely. Gaara, upon returning to the village, we must convene a meeting to formulate a strategy. Granny Chiyo stated firmly, her expression serious. Next time, I shall not be so easily defeated. This time, I will protect everyone. Gaara clenched his fists, determination glinting in his eyes. Gaara here. Naruto tossed him a kunai. Isn't this the one from my room? Gaara recognized it immediately. This kunai seemed to enable Naruto to teleport to his side, and he had treasured it in his room. You must carry it with you, in times of danger. I can appear by your side instantly, Naruto said earnestly. Kankuro, hearing this, was secretly astonished. He hadn't realized Naruto possessed such a technique. Flying Thunder God technique. A golden figure suddenly flashed through Granny Chiyo's mind. This ninjutsu originates from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who is revered as the fastest in the ninja world. However, his renown was eclipsed by another figure. When his name is uttered, foes tremble in fear. At this moment, Granny Chiyo suddenly comprehended the truth. So that's it, the golden hair, the Flying Thunder God technique. You are the son of that man. A wave of joy surged within her, for now. Konoha and Tsunagakure were allies. With such strength, it was indeed a blessing. Naruto, thank you, I understand now. I will carry this knowledge with me always. Gaara nodded solemnly, warmth blossoming in his heart. Naruto's kindness enveloped him like a comforting embrace, rendering him unwilling to return with the villagers of Konoha. Granny Chiyo, do you know the origin of that entity in the cave? Naruto gestured, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He sensed that the object he encountered in the cave was of great significance, possibly concealing an immense conspiracy. I do not know. I have never seen it before. Granny Chiyo mused, shaking her head. Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. If even a formidable figure like Granny Chiyo was unaware, investigating it would be exceedingly difficult. He stepped once more into the sealed space, where darkness enveloped him, and amidst the void, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered. Hey, brat, what brings you here again? As the words fell, the colossal form of the Nine Tails gradually emerged behind the crimson ceiling pattern, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. Naruto wasted no time and directly inquired about the strange occurrence in the cave, eager to know if the Nine Tails had any insight. After all, even Shikaku had nearly been extracted. The Nine Tails must have sensed something. I don't recognize that thing, but my instincts tell me it's quite bothersome. The Nine Tails' tone was laced with disdain, tinged with a hint of wariness. Not even you know? Naruto's heart sank. This entity was surely tied to the tailed beasts. Otherwise, how could the Nine Tails and Shikaku react this way? Perhaps it posed a threat to the other tailed beasts as well. If that were the case, the Akatsuki's target might extend beyond just himself and Gaara. Other tailed beasts could also be on their hunting list. Though I don't know what it is. You should tread carefully. That thing even makes me feel a bit oppressive, the Nine Tails warned, his voice low and serious. Even you feel oppressed? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this was the legendary Nine Tails, feared throughout the ninja world. What on earth could it be that even the Nine Tails regarded with trepidation? In the land of lightning, at the outskirts of Kimogakure, two members of the Yuki clan fled with the speed of a gale, pursued closely by two assailants clad in black Akatsuki robes. In an instant, they found themselves cornered, with all escape routes sealed. Your escape skills are impressive, one of the pursuers sneered. Alas, I'm the slowest in the Akatsuki. I can never catch her. The other lamented with a wry smile. Gazing at the encroaching duo, the Yuki clan member furrowed her brows. You are indeed members of the Akatsuki. Despite having heard whispers about the Akatsuki, a clandestine organization lurking in the shadows, she could not fathom why she had become a target. Faden, don't be careless. She is the Jinchuriki of the two tails. One misstep could lead to death, one of them cautioned. Kisame, save your warnings for yourself. I'd rather she put an end to me, Faden replied with a cryptic smile, retrieving a pendant and closing his eyes, as if performing some mysterious ritual. This action instantly heightened the tension for the Yuki clan member. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yet, she noticed no fluctuations of chakra from her adversary. More sacrificial nonsense? What a headache, Kisame sighed, shaking his head. Sacred God. The moment the words left her lips, an ominous aura seemed to pervade the air. Chapter 111. The Akatsuki's large-scale operation. Turmoil in the ninja world. I know this is troublesome, but the rules are the rules. What can I do? Faden cast a resigned glance at Kisame. Then hurry up. Kisame, seemingly unperturbed, appeared accustomed to Faden's ways. This scene left the Yuki clan member feeling utterly belittled. She swiftly formed hand seals, her gaze piercing. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with deafening explosions. Only then did Kisame and Faden realize that the walls around them were already lined with explosive tags, collapsing all avenues of escape. I intentionally lured you here. I swear by my title as the second strongest of Kimogakure, I shall take your lives. A cold smile crept across the Yuki clan member's lips. Upon hearing this, both Kisame and Faden displayed expressions of surprise. Huh, you want to kill us? That is quite unpleasant to hear. I want to tear you apart right now. Faden shouted furiously at the Yuki clan member. Faden, do not forget our objective, Kisame reminded calmly. Fine, fine. Although sparing a life goes against my sect's rules, I shall try to control myself, Faden grinned, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade were diligently at work, traversing various ninja villages, utilizing clandestine channels to unveil the true intentions of the Akatsuki. This matter could not be shouldered by a single ninja village. The Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts surely concealed a greater conspiracy. However, when Kumogakure received this urgent intel, they were astonished to discover that the Yuki clan member had vanished without a trace. Outside the village, signs of battle were starkly evident, blood staining the ground, mingled with remnants of the unique ninjutsu of the Yuki clan member. Undoubtedly, she had fallen into enemy hands. Kumogakure swiftly disseminated this news to other ninja villages, only to receive another grim report. Iwagakure had discovered that communication with the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Otsutsuki, had also been severed. Though Otsutsuki had long since left the village due to personality clashes with the Tsuchikage, there had always been someone in the village to maintain contact. Now, this lone lead was also lost. Otsutsuki had adeptly mastered the power of the Four Tails. Ordinary ninjas were no match for him. This was likely the handiwork of the Akatsuki. Upon receiving this news, Tsunade immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The Akatsuki had long been scheming in the shadows and had begun to reap rewards. Thus, Tsunade and Jiraiya promptly reached out to other ninja villages to prepare an alliance, vowing to collectively confront the increasingly rampant Akatsuki. In Otogakure, Orochimaru wore a sly smile. Hee. The situation grows ever more chaotic. A grand performance is about to unfold. Kabuto's report lifted his spirits. For some time now, he had been inundated with fresh and thrilling intelligence. Since Gaara's assassination attempt, communications between the major ninja villages had been incessant, and Orochimaru had discreetly intercepted a substantial amount of information. Lord Orochimaru, several villages are convening meetings, presumably to discuss strategies against the Akatsuki. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. For the past 2 years, they had remained dormant, and now, the time had finally come. This is an excellent opportunity for us. Orochimaru squinted, a cunning glint in his gaze. Opportunity? Kabuto paused briefly, then enlightenment dawned. Indeed, it is time to reclaim that perfect vessel. The vessel Orochimaru had long coveted was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Since Danzo's demise, Orochimaru had lost this pivotal ally, severely crippling his intelligence network within Konoha. Especially regarding Naruto, he possessed scant information, only aware that Naruto frequently vanished from the village, only to reappear, evidently owing to the flying thunder god technique. However, now, the various ninja villages were engulfed in chaos due to the Akatsuki organization, a situation that Orochimaru relished. While Tsunade and Jiraiya were preoccupied, the opportune moment for him to strike at Sasuke had arrived. Prepare Junmaro and Go, it is time for us to act. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with avarice and anticipation. In the land of iron, the ninja world had weathered countless wars, yet steadfastly maintained neutrality, earning the trust of the great nations. It posed no threat and was centrally located, naturally becoming the preferred venue for discussions between countries. At that moment, in a ramen shop, Jiraiya and Naruto sat across from each other, 2 bowls of steaming ramen placed before them. This ramen pales in comparison to that of Konoha. Naruto, you barely touched yours, Jiraiya remarked as he ate, his gaze occasionally darting towards the bustling proprietress. The vibrant woman in her 30s seemed to capture his attention more than the ramen itself. It's all right, Naruto replied, hastily finishing his bowl, a hint of distraction in his tone. Observing this, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He had just received an urgent message from Konan through a toad, expressing concern over Naruto's unusual state. In this critical moment, Jiraiya had deliberately invited Naruto out for ramen, hoping to find an opportunity to guide him. Konan's words proved accurate. Naruto's demeanor was indeed unsettling. Even in the presence of his beloved ramen, he appeared listless. Naruto, is there something troubling you? Jiraiya asked nonchalantly. Me? Nothing's wrong. Naruto instinctively shook his head. Yet, ever since his defeat against Kazuru, he had been feeling somewhat despondent. He was acutely aware of the considerable gap between his strength and that of an admiral. Kazuru had not even exerted himself fully, and Naruto found himself powerless. Had it not been for Uncle B's intervention at a crucial moment, he might not have subdued Kizaru. The fact that there were 3 such formidable adversaries within the Navy exacerbated Naruto's anxiety, especially with the news of Ace's impending execution. He did not wish for Ace's fate to mirror that of Sabo's. He could not bear to lose another brother. Naruto firmly believed that Ace was not a villain. Yet, as Ace was a pirate, aiding him would mean opposing the Navy, thus standing against Grandpa Sengoku and Grandpa Garp. This was the root of Naruto's internal turmoil. Naruto, whatever it is, feel free to share it with me. I will help you find a solution. Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with conviction and concern. Chapter 112. Meeting the Ninetales. Naruto met Jiraiya's gaze, finding within it a deep concern for his junior. He had seen such eyes in both Garp and Sengoku. Strength. I want to grow stronger. The power to protect everyone. Naruto confessed his innermost thoughts, setting aside the crises Ace faced in that other world. The Akatsuki organization alone presented a significant headache, especially that enigmatic statue, a being even the Ninetales feared. Should it reveal its true power, Naruto knew he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Thus, he resolved to become stronger. Strength, you say? Jiraiya released his hold, now understanding the source of Naruto's distress. It was indeed a yearning for power. However, Jiraiya felt perplexed. In a certain sense, Naruto's strength had already surpassed his own. Both Orochimaru and the Akatsuki regarded Naruto as a formidable threat, reluctant to confront him directly. Naruto's power was already considerable, and Jiraiya felt he had little left to impart. Yet, Naruto continued to exhibit an insatiable thirst for strength. Was it perhaps due to Gaara's recent attack that Naruto sensed his own inadequacy? However, Jiraiya believed Naruto had already done exceptionally well. Convincing Naruto to relinquish this desire seemed impossible. He could sense an unprecedented seriousness emanating from him. If you wish to grow even stronger, you must harness the power of the tailed beast as your Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had already imparted everything he knew to Naruto. Rasengan, summoning technique. Sage mode. He could no longer assist him. To draw strength from the tailed beast, Naruto recalled having once acquired immense power from the Ninetales. This had occurred in another world. At the Navy headquarters, during a rampage early in his training. It was only through the combined efforts of Grandpa Sengoku and Grandpa Garp that he had been subdued. Of course, this was because they did not wish to harm him but only to control him. Otherwise, there would have been no need for their joint intervention. Nonetheless, it highlighted the immense power of the tailed beasts. It was the quickest method, albeit perilous. You must control this power, rather than rely on it, Jiraiya cautioned. Relying on the Ninetales' strength might lead to temporary power, but could also result in losing oneself or being consumed by that very power. I want to give it a try, Naruto said slowly. At this juncture, for the sake of those he held dear, he had to become stronger, no matter the method. Then follow me, Jiraiya said as he rose. The two quickly arrived at a secluded clearing. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and summoned a creature from his mouth, transforming it into a toad. Is there really such a toad? Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape. The toad's upper body appeared normal, resembling an ordinary toad, but from its waist down was an enormous scroll, at least 2 to 3 meters long. Its legs, resembling those of a toad, seemed to allow it to float in the air without hindrance. This is Toad-hin, the scroll toad, sealed within me. Do not underestimate it. It is quite rare throughout Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya explained. Perverted sage, what is this bizarre quirk of yours? Naruto found it hard to fathom. This is something your father entrusted me with long ago. It is the key to unlocking the 8 trigram seal, Jiraiya replied, somewhat exasperated. The 8 trigram seal consisted of a dual seal formed by 2 4-symbol seals, capable of restoring the Ninetales chakra leaking from the seal back to Naruto's chakra. Long ago, Minato had intended for Naruto to gradually unlock the Ninetales seal, thereby gaining mastery over its power. This seal ensured that as Naruto learned to control the Ninetales chakra, he could progressively unlock the seal, avoiding the risk of being overwhelmed by excessive power. Jiraiya continued, recalling that fateful night. He had not initially planned for Naruto to attempt to harness the Ninetales' power so soon. However, Naruto had grown rapidly, and this was his last resort. Moreover, Jiraiya believed the time had come. Jiraiya, are you sure this kid can handle it? Toad-hin inquired. He is already qualified, Jiraiya replied, his expression solemn. Very well then. Toad-hin said no more. Let us commence the sealing ritual. Allow it to enter your body, Jiraiya instructed Naruto. Let this toad enter me? Naruto was taken aback. Moments ago, He had been incredulous at the thought of Jiraiya harboring a toad within him. Now, the same was to befall him. Of course, this is the key to unlocking the seal, Jiraiya assured him. All right, Naruto nodded. If that is the case, he is willing to do anything. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto completed the sealing ritual. He did not feel any difference within himself. It seemed that this was merely a seal, and the true form of the toad's spirit remained in Mount Myaboku. Now, it was time to enter his inner world and communicate with the Nine Tails. Jiraiya nodded, his expression serious, for what lay ahead was the true crux of the matter. All right, Naruto was quite familiar with this process. Remember, Naruto, do not push yourself. Release as much power as you can at your own pace, Jiraiya advised. Thank you, perverted sage, Naruto acknowledged, knowing this was a kind reminder. However, this time he aimed to surpass his limits. He needed a more formidable strength. Returning to the familiar place, Naruto beheld the enormous cage that bound the Nine Tails. The beast lay against the bars, its enormous eyes fixed upon Naruto. I need your power. Naruto stepped closer to the Nine Tails and spoke. Little brat, that's a simple matter. Just set me free, and I will take over your body. The Nine Tails chuckled mockingly. I am serious. You must feel the impending crisis now, Naruto said slowly. Crisis? When have I ever faced a crisis? The Nine Tails scoffed. The Akatsuki. Their goal is to capture the tailed beasts, and they have already begun. Several have been captured. Once they have taken the others, you will undoubtedly be their next target. You wouldn't want to be captured by those fiends, would you? Naruto stated emphatically. Threatening me? We are one. If I am extracted, you will perish as well, the Nine Tails retorted, unconvinced. Naruto had not expected to persuade the Nine Tails so easily. If you grant me your power, I will use it to combat the Akatsuki. After defeating them, I will find a way to release the tailed beasts, Naruto continued, revealing his true bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails finally raised its head, appearing to regard Naruto's words seriously. Through their long association, the Nine Tails understood Naruto's character. He was a man of his word, not one to deceive. The emergence of the Akatsuki had caused the Nine Tails to sense a threat, especially the ominous statue. Upon encountering that entity, an unsettling feeling had washed over it, a sentiment shared by Shikaku. This indicated that the statue likely signified doom for the tailed beasts. Very well, I shall grant you some power and see if you can withstand it. The Nine Tails concluded, and a torrent of red chakra surged forth from the cage, flooding into Naruto. He activated Sage Mode, drawing in the chakra with fervor. His body brimmed with newfound strength, yet it was still insufficient. Nine Tails, do not be stingy. This is far too little for me, Naruto exclaimed directly. The Nine Tails squinted and smiled broadly. Then let us fully unseal the binding. I shall bestow my power upon you. But how much you can endure is entirely up to you. Naruto gazed at the center of the cage, where a seal was affixed. Once that seal was broken, the full might of the Nine Tails would be unleashed. He approached cautiously, but at that moment, a figure materialized before him, blocking his path. It was his father, the fourth Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering his father in this realm. Kazekage Minato, when the seal was set, I vowed that upon your reaching the eighth tail, I would appear in your consciousness. Though I did not wish to see the Nine Tails, I must admit that I am quite eager to meet the son I have watched grow from afar, Minato said with a gentle smile. Fourth Hokage, come here. I will tear you to shreds. The Nine Tails roared upon seeing Minato, its fury evident. This was the very one who had sealed it away, robbing it of its freedom. And as such, it harbored deep resentment towards Minato. Since you wish to dismember me, I certainly cannot approach you. Can I, Naruto? Minato turned his back to the Nine Tails, casting a soft gaze upon Naruto. Have the courage to face me in a fair fight. The Nine Tails continued to bellow. Minato, with a wry smile, remarked, this creature is far too loud. Let us change our location. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto found himself in an entirely different, open space. There were no dark cages here, only a vast expanse of whiteness. However, it was evident that they remained within his consciousness. I'm sorry, Naruto, Minato began, preparing to apologize. Dad. Naruto approached, his voice tinged with emotion. Minato opened his arms for an embrace, but unexpectedly, Naruto delivered a powerful punch. Minato staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground from the force of the blow. Ouch! This kid really put his all into that. Why did you seal the Nine Tails within your own son? I have suffered greatly. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. He was torn between joy and anger, overwhelmed by the presence of a father he had never met, now standing within his consciousness and speaking to him. "How old are you now, Naruto?" Minato inquired after catching his breath. "Let me think. I should be around 15 or 16, Naruto replied, his mind somewhat muddled. The experiences of living in two different worlds had blurred his sense of time. Yet, in this world, he was indeed of that age. All these years, the memories left to you have been filled with hardship. I truly do not deserve to apologize," Minato said with a bitter smile. "Wah," Naruto sobbed, finally releasing the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. Ever since learning of Ace's execution, he had been in a low state. Now, he found an outlet for his emotions, and crying before his father felt far from shameful. Seeing Naruto's anguish, Minato felt a pang of sorrow. It's all right, no need for apologies. After all, being the son of the fourth Hokage comes with its own destiny. Naruto wiped his tears and lifted his head. The Uzumaki clan was always the most suitable choice. Moreover, being the son of the fourth Hokage means that this burden should not fall upon anyone else. My mother was also a Jinchuriki. In truth, the reason I sealed the nine tails within you was because I believed you could harness this power. After all, you are my son, Minato continued. Then I truly thank you, Naruto expressed, grappling with his feelings. Because of the nine tails, he had faced discrimination from the villagers. Yet, it was also because of the nine tails that he now had a source of power in this critical moment. Moreover, my insistence stems from the events of 16 years ago. That night, there were hidden machinations at play. Minato's tone grew grave. Was it that masked man? Dad, do you know his true identity? Naruto frowned. Upon hearing this, Minato shook his head. That masked man is quite capable, Naruto. He has uncovered much information, yet all I know is that he claims to be Uchiha Obito. That mysterious individual is powerful and will not easily concede. Thus, the esteemed Minato Namikaze offered a particular caution regarding Uchiha Madara. Naruto had never encountered this name before. It must belong to a member of the Uchiha clan. With a name, the investigation would surely become more manageable. That fateful night, the individual who discerned my every action must possess profound knowledge of both Konoha and myself, though it is also plausible that they are masquerading under another's identity, Minato added. This was the only lead he could provide. Naruto nodded. This was not the moment for such discussions. Father, I require the power of the nine tails to break the seal. Chapter 114. The golden figurine. It seems you have already made up your mind. Then, seize the opportunity. The corners of Minato's mouth curled into a satisfied smile, his eyes shimmering with trust. Even in the face of numerous uncertainties, he had once been lost himself. Yet, his son was different. Truly, he was Naruto. In the blink of an eye, the father and son stood once more before the immense prison. Nine Tails, your gaze remains as defiant as ever, Minato chuckled, scratching his head. The Nine Tails, initially sprawled lazily upon the ground, suddenly rose with a start, its eyes aflame with fury. You insufferable wretch, dare you challenge me to a duel? That day shall come, but today as protagonist is not I, Minato replied with a light-hearted chuckle, gracefully stepping back to clear the center stage. At that moment, Naruto silently approached the entrance of the cage. The Nine Tails' gaze subtly shifted, as if sensing an unusual presence. What do you intend to do? Its voice carried an almost imperceptible thread of anticipation. To make your chakra the source of my power, Naruto declared with unwavering conviction, extending his palm, which gathered a radiant chakra light. Without hesitation, he grasped at his abdomen, where the true seal lay, an intricate shackle crafted by Minato himself. A searing pain surged from his core, signaling the seal's disturbance. Concurrently, the prison seal began to emit cracking sounds. Roar. The Nine Tails, sensing the weakening of its confinement, unleashed a furious roar and struck with a claw, shattering the cage in an instant. Now, Naruto, with your will, conquer the Nine Tails chakra completely. Minato's voice resonated, filled with urgency and encouragement. Only chakra can restrain chakra. This is an unyielding law of the ninja world. If one wishes to seize the immense chakra from the Nine Tails, there is no other path to tread. Without exhibiting absolute strength, how could the Nine Tails willingly submit and relinquish its power? Humph. So this vessel dares to attempt to dominate me, does it? The Nine Tails smirked cruelly. Its massive jaws opened, gathering a blazing sphere of red chakra energy. In the next instant, this surging energy lunged at Naruto like a ferocious dragon, even reaching Minato's vicinity. Sage Art, Super Rasengan. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Naruto did not retreat. Instead, he conjured a massive Rasengan of his own, preparing for a direct clash. This was the culmination of his arduous training over 2 years in Miyaboku Mountain. The two waves of chakra collided violently, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Roar! The Ninetales howled in pain, retracting its claw, its eyes filled with venomous resentment. This power is intolerable, it thought. Shaken by the overwhelming force it had witnessed time and again. Yield and relinquish your power to me. Naruto's tone remained calm, yet resolute, exuding an undeniable firmness. After mastering Sage Mode, the vast chakra of the Ninetales no longer felt insurmountable to him. Moreover, he now possessed the formidable Haki as an additional advantage. Desire my power? Then first, taste the bitterness of this resentment. The Ninetales' eyes glinted with a strange light, as if it could peer into one's soul. Suddenly, Naruto was enveloped in darkness. An overwhelming cacophony of voices flooding his mind. I hate all of this. I seek vengeance. Why has it come to this? Save us. These voices were the deep-seated grievances accumulated within the Ninetales. It had endured long years of confinement, stripped of freedom, and this isolation had filled its heart with rage and bitterness. It was meant to roam freely, yet humanity's exploitation and fear had led it down this irrevocable path. This was the suffering borne by the Ninetales. Minato observed this all, filled with helplessness. In this shared space of consciousness, he too could feel the weight of that resentment. He understood the Ninetales' experiences, but felt powerless to alter them. Yet, he did not stand idly by. He had allowed Naruto to forge a connection with the Ninetales over the years, becoming familiar with one another. Naruto, you can do it. Minato silently encouraged his son, hoping he could endure this trial. Still, he prepared a final measure, just in case. However, at that critical moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Naruto. The conqueror's haki surged forth like a tide, instantly shattering the shackles of resentment implanted by the Ninetales within his heart. The Ninetales trembled violently, instinctively bowing before Naruto. Its crimson chakra extinguished in an instant. Ninetales, regardless of the sufferings you have endured, from this moment forth, I am your shackle, as well as your sanctuary. Naruto's voice rang out, filled with unwavering conviction. The Ninetales paused, taken aback, and then marveled. This is unexpected. You have managed to withstand my onslaught of resentment. Resentment? I bear no less than you, yet I shall never allow myself to drown in it, Naruto replied, shaking his head, his gaze resolute. In that moment, Naruto's thoughts drifted back to his time in the Windmill Village. Had he not shared joyous days with Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, what would he be today? At the very least, Naruto could assert that he would not possess such a formidable spirit. Feel free to take my power, but do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall fight to the bitter end, the Ninetales huffed, a hint of reluctance in its tone. Just then, a golden chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him entirely. The golden glow burned like flame, causing his hair to rise dramatically, forming 2 sharp horn-like protrusions. Simultaneously, 6 mysterious tomo patterns appeared at the collar of his attire, as if revealing a certain ineffable primal power. Haha, I never imagined you could be so obstinate. Minato laughed heartily, witnessing this unprecedented manifestation of the Ninetales. It had obediently relinquished its power, yet still stubbornly uttered words not to disappoint it. Truly amusing. The Ninetales shot Minato a fierce glare, but chose not to speak further. It understood that words were futile now. Its power had been seized by the boy before it. Naruto, on the other hand, examined his body in disbelief, realizing that in this state, his chakra had not only surged immensely, but both his strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap. Even his mental clarity had sharpened, as if he could hear the entire world. If I were to encounter Kizaru now, I would be confident in defeating him, Naruto mused, for his speed had reached a level sufficient to match or even surpass that of the naval admiral renowned for his swiftness. At this moment, the voice of Minato Namikaze resonated appropriately. Well, it is time for me to depart. I sensed the chakra gradually diminishing. As he spoke, he cast a deep, reassuring glance at Naruto, filled with pride and anticipation. Chapter 115. The 5 Kage Summit concludes your leaving, huh? Naruto momentarily fell into a daze, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within him. However, before departing, there was still a matter to attend to. Minato approached Naruto and gently placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen. The shattered seal instantaneously reformed, and the once collapsed prison stood resolutely once more, confining the Ninetales securely. Minato, How dare you seal me again? The Nine-Tails roared, its voice deafening. My apologies, but this is merely a precaution, Minato replied with an awkward smile, then turned to Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. The future of Konoha rests in your hands, Naruto. No sooner had he finished speaking than Minato's figure dissipated without a trace. Thank you, Dad. As Naruto felt the warmth on his shoulder gradually fade, he recognized it as his father's love, a profound sense of responsibility towards Konoha. Well, what can I say? My dad is the Hokage, Naruto thought helplessly. Don't worry, Nine-Tails, I won't do anything to you, Naruto reassured the creature confined within the prison. Humph. Taking advantage and still acting innocent. The Nine-Tails snorted, lying down once more and closing its eyes, seemingly unwilling to speak further. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the clearing. Naruto, you are truly astonishing, Jiraiya exclaimed from the side. He had just witnessed Naruto's complete mastery over the Nine-Tails chakra. A shocking scene he had never anticipated. Truly the child of destiny. Jiraiya was well aware of the sweat and effort Naruto had expended to achieve his goals. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed Naruto's arduous training, each step fraught with challenges. In rescuing Gaara, I encountered members of the Akatsuki, Naruto slowly began, recounting his experiences in the cavern and the giant statue that had a mysterious influence on the tailed beasts. Though Jiraiya had gathered some information from Tsunade, Naruto's first-hand account was undoubtedly more detailed, particularly regarding the phantoms of the Akatsuki members, which had not been mentioned in Tsunade's intel. I have also uncovered some clues about that enigmatic masked man, Jiraiya said solemnly, a hint of gravity in his tone. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up, recognizing this as the key to unraveling the mystery of the Night of the Tailed Beasts. That masked man has now joined the Akatsuki, Jiraiya continued, his brow furrowed. The Akatsuki? That masked man orchestrated the Night of the Nine-Tails. Could it be to seize the Nine-Tails? Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation, sensing the complexity of the situation. While he was uncertain about the origins of the Akatsuki, it was evident that their efforts to capture the tailed beasts had only recently begun. Moreover, the masked man's ambitions seemed to extend beyond merely the Nine-Tails, harboring intentions of vengeance against Konoha. However, there is another piece of information. Jiraiya's expression grew intricate. Itachi's involvement in the Akatsuki likely serves as a countermeasure against the masked man targeting Konoha. Ever since Danzo's schemes were exposed, Itachi's position had become increasingly ambiguous, leaving many questions unanswered. Jiraiya was filled with doubt regarding Itachi's true intentions. I encountered my dad in the realm of consciousness. Naruto hesitated before speaking. He mentioned that the masked man is likely Uchiha Obito. This was a past Naruto had been reluctant to mention, knowing it bore a sorrowful weight for Jiraiya as well. As expected, upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. Is that so? You met your dad, and he believes the masked man is Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya rubbed his nose, his heart a complex blend of emotions. He understood Minato's character well. He was a cautious individual who would not jump to conclusions without solid evidence. Uchiha Obito? Who is he? Naruto inquired with curiosity. He is a renowned ancestor of the Uchiha clan, who co-founded the first ninja village with the first Hokage. Konoha's name was even bestowed by him. Jiraiya began to recount the illustrious history of Uchiha Obito, his tone filled with respect. That's amazing. Why have I never heard of him before? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. The reasons are quite complex, and many matters have not been disclosed to you. Jiraiya scratched his head, explaining. In Konoha, the tradition of passing down history is not strongly emphasized. The younger generation of ninjas are trained primarily as warriors, spending their days in relentless training. An excess of knowledge could potentially weaken their fighting spirit and assassination capabilities. However, Uchiha Obito should have perished during the Valley of the End battle, Jiraiya pondered, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. A strange expression crossed his face as if grappling with an incomprehensible enigma. Perhaps he faked his death, or there may be other conspiracies behind it. Naruto contemplated briefly before stating, indeed, such a possibility exists, but further investigation is necessary. Once the meeting concludes, we shall discuss it in detail upon our return to the village. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The meeting in the Land of Iron swiftly concluded, with several ninja villages reaching a consensus to share information regarding the Akatsuki. Should any conspiracies be uncovered, they would promptly notify the other ninja villages and regard the Akatsuki as a common enemy. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya disclosed his plan to Naruto, to investigate the truth behind the Akatsuki in the Rain Village, hoping to trace the masked man's whereabouts. Now that the masked man had joined the Akatsuki, it was likely that the Rain Village harbored crucial intelligence about him. As the two conversed atop the steps of Konoha, Sasuke hurried over, having heard of Naruto's return. He fortuitously caught wind of their discussion, his expression instantly shifting to one of excitement. The Akatsuki? The masked man? Jiraiya-sama. Please let me join, Sasuke implored, his heart filled with urgency. Itachi was a member of the Akatsuki, and the masked man was intricately linked to the organization. Moreover, he had just learned of the Akatsuki's hiding place. For Sasuke, this meant he was on the verge of uncovering the truth from that fateful night, unraveling all the mysteries. And the key to it all lay within the Rain Village. No, it's too dangerous. Jiraiya shook his head repeatedly, clearly reluctant. He himself lacked full confidence. So how could he involve Sasuke in such peril? Jiraiya-sama, I promise I won't hold you back, Sasuke pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. He had not been idle for over 2 years, training diligently every day. His ninjutsu had significantly improved, and his mastery of haki and observation haki had also advanced rapidly. Particularly, the combination of his observation haki with the Sharingan had led to a remarkable surge in strength. Although Sasuke understood he was still not a match for Naruto, he was no longer a liability. You still aren't ready. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before shaking his head once more. He believed in Sasuke's strength and that he possessed the capability to stand on his own. However, the decision to investigate the Rain Village was his own, and he did not wish to embroil others in danger. Then I will have to show you my strength, Sasuke declared, taking a battle stance with unwavering determination. Chapter 116. The sky clears, the rain stops. Youngsters, truly impassioned, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, inwardly contemplating. He certainly would not engage Sasuke in battle. Yet the boy appeared resolute, unwilling to relent until he achieved his goal. Let Sasuke go. This is his inner struggle, and he must confront it himself. Naruto interjected at the right moment, his gaze revealing profound understanding of Sasuke. The days of fighting side by side had allowed Naruto to truly grasp Sasuke's character. Despite his often arrogant demeanor, he was, in fact, a stubborn fool. Once he set his mind on something, not even 8 horses could pull him back. Regardless of the reasons, it was undeniable that Itachi had personally decimated the Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke to bear the weight of solitude in this world. If Sasuke does not confront Itachi for clarity, he will never be at peace. His relentless training has been aimed at this very moment, has it not? Sasuke had previously refrained from seeking Itachi simply due to ignorance of his whereabouts. Now that he is aware of the Akatsuki's presence in the hidden Rain Village, even without following Jiraiya, Sasuke would undoubtedly take the risk alone, vowing to unveil all mysteries. This will inevitably place him in even greater peril. Take him along, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, contemplating Naruto's suggestion. I want to go too. I have a foreboding feeling, Naruto expressed, already intending to accompany Jiraiya. The eerie visage of the ominous figure haunted his mind, instilling a profound sense of unease. Coupled with the enigmatic masked man, the Knight of the Nine Tails, and the Uchiha massacre all bore his shadow, manipulating events from the darkness. This individual was certainly no ordinary foe. Trusting Jiraiya to confront such cunning schemers alone was a concern for Naruto, even though Jiraiya was aware that the Akatsuki's hideout lay in the hidden Rain Village. The true identity of their leader remained shrouded in mystery. What conspiracies lay behind their capture of the tailed beasts? Where were the Jinchuriki, who had been abducted? They had yet to gather sufficient information. Should Jiraiya be sent alone, unforeseen complications could arise. Moreover, there was an unresolved vendetta between Naruto and the Akatsuki that required reckoning. You wish to join as well? That is out of the question. Jiraiya quickly shook his head, resolute. You are precisely what the Akatsuki seeks. Would that not be walking into a trap? Jiraiya understood well that the Akatsuki had not targeted Naruto primarily because they had been unable to track him down. For over 2 years, Naruto had concealed himself in the Meibokuzen, evading their grasp. However, should Naruto voluntarily reveal himself in the hidden Rain Village, the Akatsuki would pounce like ravenous wolves, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. I possess the power of the Nine Tails now. I am no longer the same, Naruto declared, thumping his chest with confidence. The Akatsuki poses no threat to me. Rather than passively enduring attacks, I would prefer to take the initiative. His rigorous training had been for this very day. Sasuke, standing nearby, bore a look of astonishment. He recognized that Naruto's strength had become formidable, perhaps even surpassing Jiraiya's. And now, he wielded the power of the Nine Tails? This realization widened the chasm between him and Naruto. Yet, Sasuke felt no hint of jealousy. He understood that Naruto's accomplishments were the fruits of relentless sweat and effort, a glory he rightfully deserved. This further solidified Sasuke's resolve to train harder, determined not to fall too far behind. "You are correct," Jiraiya said, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Akatsuki was indeed no trivial adversary, and venturing forth alone would be somewhat reckless. Jiraiya was not overly concerned for his own safety, but he could not bear to fathom the consequences of failure. If he were to alert the enemy prematurely, the repercussions could be dire. In the eyes of most, the mission always took precedence above all else. Even the lives of comrades seemed inconsequential compared to the mission's success. Jiraiya had witnessed firsthand a ninja forsake a mission to save a comrade, only to be met with scorn from all, including the very person he had saved. Under immense pressure, that ninja chose to end his own life. Now, Jiraiya recognized that Naruto's strength was on par with his own, and in some respects, even surpassed it. The peculiar methods of reconnaissance and the unique martial arts he had acquired filled Jiraiya with admiration. If a confrontation were to occur, he feared he might struggle to keep up. Perhaps taking Naruto and Sasuke along would indeed facilitate the mission. Furthermore, Naruto was right. Passively enduring attacks was not a viable strategy. Accompanying you is not out of the question, but certain conditions must be established beforehand. Jiraiya slowly articulated a series of stipulations. He immediately made an agreement with Sasuke that, regardless of whether they faced Itachi or the mysterious masked man, they must remain composed and not deviate from the established plan in pursuit of the past truths. Safety and intelligence gathering were their primary objectives, and all conflicts must be avoided. Jiraiya held immense trust in Naruto. This child had matured significantly. "I agree," Sasuke replied, his expression grave yet resolute. "Very well. I shall first report to Tsunade, and then we shall meet at the village entrance." As Jiraiya concluded his statement, he turned to leave. "Wait a moment, perverted sage," Naruto called out, holding two kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. He handed one to both Sasuke and Jiraiya, ensuring that should danger arise, he could swiftly reach them for support or to extricate them from peril. "Thank you," Jiraiya said, a smile spreading across his face. "Naruto, I appreciate it." Sasuke also carefully accepted the kunai. For him, it was not merely a life-saving artifact, but a precious token bestowed by Naruto. He cherished this friendship and the bond they shared. "Karui, I'm home," Naruto announced as he pushed open the door, finding Karui within the house. He had successfully brought her back from my Bokuzen. Karui insisted she was capable of standing on her own, having significantly matured through 2 years of rigorous training. She even contemplated joining the medical ninja ranks to better herself and support Naruto in the future. Under Tsunade's guidance, the Hidden Leaf Village had welcomed numerous medical ninjas. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun. Are you hungry?" Karui greeted him with a gentle smile. "Not hungry yet, but I will be going out shortly," Naruto mentioned, alluding to his impending journey to the Hidden Rain Village. "Naruto-kun, I want to go with you. I can definitely be of help," Karui exclaimed eagerly. She was no longer the little girl in need of protection. "This mission is to the Akatsuki's base, where even our safety cannot be guaranteed," Naruto said awkwardly, scratching his head, reluctant to refuse Karui. Fortunately, upon hearing this, Karui immediately recognized the inherent dangers of the undertaking. "Then I won't go, but you must be careful, Naruto-kun," she said thoughtfully. Naruto sighed in relief, but just then, Sakura's anxious voice echoed from outside. "Naruto, Sakura? What is she doing here?" Karui exclaimed, having recognized Sakura's voice. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura was her closest companion, always eager to shop together. "Is something wrong?" Naruto approached the entrance and opened the door. "Naruto, are you and Sasuke going to investigate the Akatsuki?" Sakura asked, her expression tense. "How did you know?" Naruto was startled, bewildered by her knowledge. "I happened to see Sasuke at the village entrance. He was preparing to leave with his luggage, so I asked him," Sakura replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Whether it was a chance encounter or a deliberate search for Sasuke remained uncertain. Yet her expression quickly morphed into one of urgency. "Naruto, whenever Sasuke is involved with anything related to Itachi, he becomes very peculiar. You must help him. Rest assured, I will ensure his safe return," Naruto affirmed solemnly. Though he couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to bid farewell to Karui while Sasuke stood alone at the village entrance. That Naruto. In the past, I was thoughtless and headstrong, saying many hurtful things. I am sorry. Sakura suddenly bowed deeply to Naruto. The current Sakura was no longer the 12-year-old girl she once was. She had matured significantly, realizing that some of her past actions were misguided. Although this apology felt somewhat abrupt, she felt compelled to express it sincerely. Please forgive me. Sakura kept her head bowed. She had been searching for the opportune moment, yet she did not anticipate that immediately after requesting Naruto to look after Sasuke, she would apologize, appearing somewhat as if she were seeking sympathy. Sakura, I haven't had the chance to thank you for taking care of Karen yet, so we are even now. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. The Naruto of today had matured significantly, his psychological age nearly double that of Sakura's. However, Sakura still could not rise to her feet. Get up, Sakura. Naruto-kun is very gentle. Karen stepped forward and gently helped Sakura to her feet. Thank you both, Sakura said, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. On a bench in Konoha, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat side by side, though Tsunade's expression was tinged with anxiety. You intend to take Naruto and Sasuke with you? She glared at Jiraiya in mild anger. The higher-ups in the village had previously expressed to Tsunade their desire to keep Naruto in the village, preventing him from leaving on his own accord to avoid the risk of him becoming a target for the Akatsuki. Yet Tsunade had refused. How could she possibly restrict Naruto's movements? That would be akin to imprisonment. To her astonishment, Jiraiya was now suggesting he would take Naruto and Sasuke to investigate the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. Moreover, Orochimaru had been lurking in the shadows, perhaps eyeing Sasuke's body with intentions of using him as a vessel. I understand your concerns, but first, let me explain. Jiraiya quickly adopted Naruto's reasoning while also expressing his own worries. If they did not take these two with them, they might take matters into their own hands, which would be even more perilous. Furthermore, Naruto and Sasuke's current strength was formidable. Is it true? Has Naruto grown to such an extent that he can wield the power of the Nine Tails? Tsunade's anger slightly dissipated, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Indeed. That boy has been working tirelessly, Jiraiya said with a look of satisfaction. Then I will await your good news, Tsunade nodded slightly. All right. It is time for me to depart. Jiraiya stood up, preparing to leave. You must return alive. If you die, Tsunade's voice caught in her throat as she gently turned away. Haha, will you shed tears for me? That would make me very happy. Though I doubt it will compare to when I was dumped, Jiraiya laughed heartily. You fool. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Then let us gamble with your favorite pastime, shall we? What? Tsunade looked up in confusion. Bet that I will die, since your luck in gambling has always been poor. As a condition, when I return. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face took on a peculiar look. Haha, just kidding. Men grow stronger after being dumped. This can serve as both a joke and material for my writing. Jiraiya grinned, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. The earlier atmosphere was instantly shattered. What are you pretending for? You don't even have a girlfriend, and you're talking about being dumped. Tsunade could not help but chuckle. Haha, true enough. Jiraiya agreed with a smile. This man, Jiraiya, had no sense of shame, his bravado as thick as a fortress wall. If needed, have the toad send word to me. And I will arrive immediately, Tsunade added. You must not leave the village lightly. There are still a multitude of matters awaiting your attention. Jiraiya shook his head earnestly. After all, how could the esteemed Hokage personally execute such trivial tasks? There are plenty of candidates for Hokage, Tsunade replied dismissively. If the village frequently changes leaders, it could incite turmoil. No one is more suited to be Hokage than you. Jiraiya spoke sincerely, which was also the reason he had recommended Tsunade in the first place. That is not certain. Kakashi is quite capable, and perhaps Naruto will have his chance in the future. Tsunade had already taken note of the younger generation in the village, many of whom were suitable candidates. Kakashi aside, that little Naruto has grown so rapidly. It feels like watching my own grandson grow up, Jiraiya said with deep emotion. Having never been a father, but having trained Minato. All right, it's getting late. I must set out, he declared. Without waiting for Tsunade's response, Jiraiya turned to leave, casting a casual wave and a thumbs up, gradually disappearing into the twilight. At the village entrance, the sunlight dappled the ground. Pervy Sage, you're so slow. Were you off ogling some beauties again? We thought you had already slipped away and were planning to venture into the Rain Village on our own. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the tardy Jiraiya with exasperation. What nonsense. Saying goodbye to friends takes time. Now, let me share some intelligence about the Rain Village. Jiraiya began to speak at length. According to his investigations, the Rain Village was shrouded in rain throughout the year. It was a place with extremely strict entry and exit regulations. Even if one obtained permission to enter, they would be under close surveillance. Even the annual Ch-Nin exams held there required an exceedingly cumbersome process. It was essentially a secluded place, with the internal affairs of the village rarely leaking outside. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged puzzled glances. They do this to conceal a shameful history, Jiraiya said solemnly. Shameful? Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion. With a soft sigh, Jiraiya began to explain. It turned out that the Rain Village had been engulfed in conflict, dividing into two factions, one of which was led by the Otsutsuki. His tone grew serious, as his intelligence network had reached a dead end. The Rain Village was like a fortress, devoid of information. He had no choice but to decide to investigate personally. Curiosity piqued, Naruto inquired, and what about the other faction? Who leads them? Hanzo, a formidable warlord. Jiraiya's gaze deepened, as if he were recalling past events. In the Second Shinobi World War, amidst the chaos, Hanzo emerged, commanding respect in the ninja world. With the summoning technique, he unleashed salamanders upon Konoha, causing devastating casualties, with only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru managing to hold their ground. Hanzo greatly admired the courage and strength of the three, bestowing upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, which has since been passed down through the ages. At that time, although we defeated the Rain Village, we could never surpass the towering mountain that was Hanzo. Jiraiya scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Sasuke questioned, if he is so powerful, he should have a secure position in the internal conflict, right? Not necessarily. Hanzo has grown old, and his opponents are the unpredictable Akatsuki. Jiraiya shook his head, refraining from making hasty conclusions. Everything will be revealed the moment we step into the Rain Village. Outside the Rain Village, the gray clouds hung low, and a fine drizzle enveloped the hidden village in a veil of mist. At the edge of the dense forest, a giant toad quietly opened its mouth, and three figures slid out: Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sasuke. The raindrops lightly kissed their hair tips. The Rain Village was now within reach. Haha, my infiltration plan is simply perfect, Jiraiya said with great confidence. However, we have already been spotted, Naruto said, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Spotted? How is that possible? We didn't see a single ninja along the way. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. You may not notice, but in this rain, there are subtle chakra fluctuations. It is artificially created rain. Naruto observed the water droplets in his palm, slowly revealing the truth. Jiraiya was taken aback, then reached out to feel, indeed capturing those nearly imperceptible chakra signatures. He was astonished. Was this the marvel of the mind's domain? Now that we have been discovered, what should we do? Sasuke inquired, frowning. Jiraiya found himself in a quandary. The original plan was to infiltrate silently, yet they had unexpectedly revealed their presence so soon. By conventional standards, they should retreat immediately. Since we have already been discovered, let us charge right in. In the future, returning will become increasingly difficult, Naruto stated without hesitation. After all, he still possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, which would allow him to escape with both individuals at a crucial moment. All right, let us charge in. We need to capture a few live ones to inquire about the situation, Jiraiya decisively declared. Since their cover had already been blown, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. At the heart of the rain-hidden village stood a towering edifice, its majestic form rising into the clouds, exuding an air of authority and mystery amidst the rain. Within the tower, Pain, the Deva Path, suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze slicing through the layers of rain like an invisible blade, accurately locking onto a particular location within the village. Is there a disturbance? Conan keenly sensed his unease. My Rain Tiger Free technique was blocked by three individuals of considerable strength. One of them has a familiar presence. They are the host of the Nine Tails. Pain's voice was low and solemn. The Nine Tails host? How could they have traced us here? Have they discovered that this is the Akatsuki's stronghold? Conan's eyes turned icy in an instant. Yet for us, this is a prime opportunity to reclaim the Nine Tails. I will retract the Rain Tiger Free technique. You must immediately use ninjutsu to locate the intruders. They must not escape easily. Before his words could fade, Pain's hands swiftly formed seals, causing the surrounding raindrops to miraculously cease. Conan move. Understood. Conan responded, her hands forming seals as her skin suddenly cracked, transforming into a flurry of paper scraps. The paper clones danced gracefully in the air, swiftly morphing into countless butterflies that fluttered toward every corner of the rain-hidden village. Deep within the village, Hanzo had fallen, and the rain-hidden village was now under the control of a mysterious figure known as Pain. He concealed the truth, clearly unwilling for outsiders to meddle in this place. Jiraiya pondered, his brow furrowed. They had just captured two unfortunate souls, and through some interrogation, had unearthed a bit of intelligence. In the eyes of these two, Pain was akin to a deity. He had quelled the internal strife of the rain-hidden village, ended the warfare, and restored peace to the land. Presently, he was held in high esteem by the villagers, save for Hanzo's loyal followers, who had been expelled but occasionally returned, attempting to assassinate Pain. However, these two knew nothing of how Pain had defeated Hanzo. In fact, they had never even heard of the Akatsuki. Regarding various rumors about Pain himself, they remained tight-lipped. If they refuse to speak, we shall employ certain measures. Sasuke coldly withdrew a kunai. Do not act recklessly. There are chakra fluctuations approaching, and in great numbers. They must be clones. Naruto furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He sensed countless presences, nearly enveloping the entire rain-hidden village. We must retreat swiftly. We cannot expose ourselves too soon. Jiraiya made a decisive order for withdrawal. Even with Naruto's formidable sensory abilities, they quickly realized that escaping was futile. Several paper butterflies silently approached, drifting lazily not far away. Since we've been detected, why not reveal ourselves, and let me see who you are? Jiraiya boldly stood his ground, his expression calm. No sooner had he spoken than the paper scraps seemed to respond to a call, converging into a girl with a bun hairstyle. She wore a light blue paper flower atop her head, and her light orange eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her delicate features, accentuated with lavender eyeshadow, added an air of mystery, while a piercing adorned her lower lip, lending her an air of defiance. Clad in a black Akatsuki cloak paired with form-fitting lavender pants, she exuded a striking presence. It's you. Your ninjutsu has grown ever more refined. You can now transform into paper, and you have become even more enchanting, Conan. Jiraiya recognized her and smiled broadly. Lord Jiraiya, you know that person? Sasuke had already assumed a combat stance, his gaze sharp. To be honest, she could be considered my disciple, Jiraiya replied, his expression slightly awkward. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Jiraiya's disciple appearing here, in the heart of the Akatsuki's base, is utterly confounding. Moreover, she was adorned in the Akatsuki's distinctive black cloak. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly perplexing. Chapter 119. The emergence of Pain's animal path. This matter is rather lengthy and cannot be explained in a moment. Jiraiya sighed with a bitter smile, feeling a surge of astonishment at reuniting with Conan here. Pain, who exactly are you? Jiraiya gazed at Conan, anticipating her response. This does not concern you, teacher. Conan replied coldly, her wings unfurling behind her as she initiated the dance of the paper. Her body fragmented into countless pieces, freely navigating the air without launching an attack. Perverted sage, there are several presences rapidly approaching. She must have informed her companions, Naruto keenly observed. Jiraiya nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. You once loved origami. You were the gentlest among them. Where are the other two? He continued to question, but Conan remained silent, providing no answer. Pain, which one are you? Nagato or Yahiko? Teacher, you should not have come here. Today, you may have to remain in the rain-hidden village forever, Conan sighed softly. Naruto sensed her coldness and murderous intent. While there was a hint of nostalgic warmth, she had not denied Jiraiya as her teacher, yet her heart was long submerged in indifference. Her murderous aura was serious. I had no intention of coming here. It was your connection to the Akatsuki that compelled my presence. I initially thought you had perished, only to discover Jiraiya's brow furrowed, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Reflecting on the past, those whom he had personally trained had now become the Akatsuki's minions, secretly scheming. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within Jiraiya. Have you ever regretted saving us? Had you followed Orochimaru's suggestion to eradicate us in our cradle, perhaps everything would have been simpler. But alas, it is too late. We have sworn to follow his ideology to the death. Conan's words pierced like ice. They had once been orphans of war, fortunate enough to be rescued by Jiraiya and others. At that time, Orochimaru had coldly suggested eliminating them to prevent future troubles. However, Jiraiya chose to save them, dedicating 3 years to imparting ninjutsu and the way of the ninja. What you speak of is essentially Pain's ideology. I assent it. So, what is Pain's true identity? A familiar figure began to materialize in Jiraiya's mind. He knew the nature of his 3 disciples. Only one could possess such a disposition. Teacher, you do not understand the suffering we have endured. Conan's tone was resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. This is a choice we have made after deep contemplation. Just then, another voice emerged, and a figure clad in the black Otsutsuki cloak entered their view. This individual had long orange hair and a delicate face, with 6 black rods embedded in his body, animal path. His appearance caused Jiraiya's eyes to widen in shock. Even though your appearance has changed drastically, I will not mistake those eyes. Pain, it is indeed you, Nagato. Jiraiya's gaze fixated on the individual's eyes, revealing his incredulous astonishment. Those eyes, they do appear somewhat eerie. What could they be? Naruto furrowed his brow, also captivated by this sudden presence. Within those eyes, a web of lines intertwined, emanating a chilling aura. Those are the Rinnegan. Jiraiya spoke solemnly, his tone laden with gravity. The Rinnegan? Sasuke gasped, his face a mask of shock. He had heard tales of its rarity, said to possess the power over life and death. Having only heard of the Rinnegan in legends, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Now, this formidable ocular technique was laid bare before him. Such a powerful eye technique exists. Naruto clenched his fists, his vigilance intensifying. The Otsutsuki's strength was indeed unfathomable. Nagato, where's Yahiko? Jiraiya glanced around, yet he could not find the figure of his other disciple. There once was such a person, but he had long since departed from this world. The individual known as Nagato responded with an expressionless demeanor, observing Nagato's cold disposition. Jiraiya felt a jolt within his heart. How have you changed so drastically? Once, you vowed to bear any pain to protect your comrades. Now, you can so casually speak of their demise. The war has cost me dearly. A grain of rice has fostered my growth, Nagato continued, his tone laced with a chilling resignation. Naruto and Sasuke silently observed from the side, refraining from interjecting. They understood that Jiraiya was attempting to extract information, while the other party seemed deliberately stalling for time. I have transcended humanity and become a god. Teacher, it is only natural that you cannot comprehend my thoughts. Nagato maintained an unyielding calm, as if everything lay within his control. I see, you have slain the demigod Hanzo, and now you proclaim yourself a god. But what is your true objective? Jiraiya finally posed the pivotal question, his gaze fixed intently on Nagato, seeking a glimmer of truth in his eyes. Nagato's gaze swept over Jiraiya, then Sasuke, before finally settling on Naruto, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Since the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has come this far, it matters not to share my intentions with you. I shall put an end to this chaotic shinobi world. He spoke with undeniable conviction, asserting that this was a feat only a god could achieve. However, Jiraiya shook his head. He did not believe in such a permanent solution, at least not one achievable by Nagato. If your goal is indeed peace, then why do you seek to collect the tailed beasts? Jiraiya's gaze shifted towards Conan, seeking answers from her, but her expression remained impassive, clearly having fully embraced Nagato's ideology. We plan to utilize the power of the tailed beasts to create an entirely new forbidden technique. Nagato narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. In a mere instant, it could annihilate a great nation. It shall become the strongest, most terrifying forbidden weapon in history. His voice resonated with an oppressive intensity. Not only Jiraiya but also Naruto and Sasuke were profoundly shaken by Nagato's words. A forbidden technique capable of destroying a nation. The chakra required for such power was unfathomable. This was the true purpose behind their collection of tailed beasts. Sasuke realized with clarity, contemplating the implications. Regardless of whether such a forbidden technique truly existed, its execution would undoubtedly depend on the immense chakra of the tailed beasts. A technique capable of obliterating a nation should not rightfully exist in the world. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice resolute. His thoughts drifted back to another world, that desert kingdom of Alabasta. There too lay hidden a weapon said to have the power to annihilate nations, the Pluton. Yet, such a terrifying weapon was ultimately concealed, proving that it could not usher in peace, but instead provoke greater calamity. Thus, its creator chose to shroud it in secrecy. The greater the power, the more unpredictable the consequences. Nagato, you are mistaken. Such a course will only escalate conflicts further. It can never bring an end to war. Jiraiya's voice resonated throughout, filled with unwavering tenacity. Chapter 120. Jiraiya in Sage Mode. In those war-torn nations, should they be given this forbidden technique, they would undoubtedly wield it without hesitation. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, caught off guard by Nagato's abrupt assertion. Naruto and Sasuke shared his bewilderment, struggling to keep pace with Nagato's line of thought. Once this weapon is unleashed, billions of lives will be extinguished in an instant, and everyone will truly comprehend what real fear is. It is this very fear that can eradicate war. Nagato calmly articulated his theory, evidently having internalized it. To exchange fear for peace? Those who wield forbidden techniques will only become more frenzied due to greed, even deluding themselves into believing they are gods. Naruto unabashedly expressed his disdain for Nagato's ideology. Images of the celestial dragons flashed in his mind. Those individuals who governed another world, trampling all beneath their feet, believing themselves to be descendants of deities. Their arrogance mirrored that of Nagato in the present moment. I am a god. With my presence, this world shall mature. Devoid of greed and desire, Nagato contended, shaking his head in an attempt to persuade them. You are rather naive, are you not? For every saint, there exists a thief. For every peak, a chasm. Where there are vast disparities, blood will inevitably flow. Fear only breeds further malevolence. Not all will easily submit to tyranny. Naruto replied coolly, his words seemingly igniting a flicker of anger within Nagato, who clearly disliked being labeled as naive. What's more, Naruto's words nearly undermined Nagato's convictions. It is getting late. You should be on your way. However, Jinchuriki, you may take a few more breaths and witness their demise. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. In an instant, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared beside Nagato. Huh? Summoning humans? How is that possible? Jiraiya muttered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these two individuals possessed the Rinnegan as well. Years ago, Jiraiya had been inspired to teach them ninjutsu upon witnessing Nagato's Rinnegan. Now, three pairs had suddenly manifested, which seemed rather excessive. Perverted sage. Do you think this Nagato might not be the one you once knew? Naruto asked, frowning. It has been over a decade. I can hardly recall what Nagato looked like. Yet, my instincts tell me he is indeed that Nagato. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. After all, their recent dialogue had left Jiraiya utterly convinced that such words could only be spoken by Nagato. Summoning technique. Hellhound. Nagato invoked the summoning again, and a multi-headed dog with wings appeared on the battlefield. If someone knowledgeable about the 6 paths of pain were present, they would recognize this creature as belonging to the animal path. Do not underestimate them. If our opponent is Nagato, we must give it our all from the very beginning. Jiraiya declared, unwilling to back down, and hastily performed the summoning technique to call forth Gamaken. This toad bore black markings on its face, carried a shield resembling a pot lid on its back, and wielded a spear bristling with spikes, exuding a formidable presence. Jiraiya wasted no time, leaping atop Gamaken's head. I need to enter Sage Mode. Buy me some time, he instructed Gamaken. What? Exclaimed Gamaken in astonishment. Indeed, I shall summon the 2 great sages to assist in battle. Jiraiya smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. It appeared this would be a fierce battle. Gamaken assumed a ready stance, bracing for the confrontation. Be cautious, Jiraiya reminded Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, the multi-headed dog charged forward. Gamaken swung its spear, ready to engage. I will take that one. Sasuke swiftly locked onto his target, charging towards the human path of pain. Then you are my opponent. Naruto set his sights on the hungry ghost path of pain, his form flickering as he closed the distance. Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto had entered Sage Mode, each hand grasping a brilliant Rasengan, which he struck fiercely towards Pain's hungry ghost path. This was merely a probe from Naruto, yet to his astonishment, Pain's hungry ghost path extended its hands, generating a powerful suction that effortlessly devoured both of Naruto's Rasengans. What sorcery is this? Naruto furrowed his brow, alarmed internally. He was acutely aware of the Rasengan's might, and to see it so easily neutralized by Pain's hungry ghost path heightened his vigilance, prompting him to retreat hastily. However, Pain's hungry ghost path did not rush to pursue. It merely regarded Naruto coldly, the tension in the air palpable. At that moment, Naruto sensed that Jiraiya was in peril. The multi-headed dog, under attack, could split into new entities, multiplying in number. Furthermore, The figure resembling Nagato had vanished from sight. Yet, Naruto soon realized that this individual had simply employed a certain ninjutsu. His mind quickly pinpointed the true location of the adversary. Meanwhile, Sasuke's battle was rather unique. Pain's human path did not engage him directly, instead evading with agility. More astonishingly, Pain's human path seemed to have an all-seeing perspective. No matter how Sasuke attacked, he was keenly aware of it. A swift resolution was imperative, Naruto mused, his body glowing with golden radiance as he entered the Nine-Tails mode. His speed and strength surged instantaneously. In a flash, Naruto's form blurred, leaving only an afterimage in place, while he instantaneously appeared behind Pain's hungry ghost path, delivering a devastating blow. Pain's hungry ghost path, caught off guard, extended a hand to intercept Naruto's strike, only to be sent flying several meters away, slowly regaining its stance. So, you can absorb chakra, Naruto squinted, aware of the subtle drain on his chakra the moment they made contact. No wonder you could so easily dismantle my Rasengan. Is this the ability of the Rinnegan? If so, it is exceedingly formidable. The rarity of the Rinnegan is thus evident. Even more astonishing to Naruto was the fact that, despite his incredible speed, akin to teleportation, Pain's hungry ghost path still managed to perceive him. Yet, at that moment, such details mattered little. But this power is insurmountable. As Naruto's words fell, he reappeared before Pain's hungry ghost path, his fist enveloped in armament haki, striking fiercely at its head. Chapter 121. Pain Deva Path. Pain's hungry ghost path hurriedly crossed its arms, attempting to withstand Naruto's ferocious strike. However, that fist was as unstoppable as a boulder amidst a tempest. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing shattered the air, followed by a heavy thud. The skull of Pain's hungry ghost path twisted and deformed under Naruto's iron fist, collapsing lifelessly to the ground like a shattered puppet. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. He keenly sensed that no trace of life or emotional fluctuation emanated from Pain's hungry ghost path. It was not a living being, but a puppet. Although he had suspected as much, witnessing the puppet's destruction firsthand left Naruto unable to perceive any sign of life. He understood that a genuine living entity would never remain so unresponsive after such a grievous blow. This revelation illuminated Naruto's understanding of why Pain's paths could detect even the minutest movements behind them. It turned out that their vision was shared, undoubtedly a power bestowed by the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, Naruto's gaze shifted towards Sasuke and Jiraiya's confrontation. Sasuke's opponent had been skillfully evading, seemingly in no rush to attack, creating an illusion of feeble offensive capability. Yet, it was clear he dared not engage Sasuke directly, indicating a significant trepidation. Conversely, Jiraiya's situation was markedly different. He had summoned Fukasaku back, as Fukasaku's role against the multi-headed dog had proven ineffective, potentially inciting further fragmentation. At this moment, Jiraiya had successfully entered Sage Mode. Two toads, Fukasaku and Shima, perched upon his shoulders, seemingly amplifying the efficacy of Sage Mode dramatically. Jiraiya's appearance also underwent subtle changes, his facial features beginning to resemble those of a toad. Particularly, his prominent eyes and broad mouth enhanced his imposing visage. Naruto instantly recognized the two toads. He vividly recalled the lady who favored using insects for her noodles. However, just as Naruto was momentarily distracted, Jiraiya's opponent suddenly vanished, as if blending into the surrounding air, leaving no trace. Yet, utilizing the power of his mind's eye, Naruto sensed that the foe had concealed itself within another summoning beast, quietly lurking upon a distant wall. Just as the lecherous sage was about to speak, Shima anticipated the ambush. She opened her mouth wide, her tongue darting forth like a serpent, seemingly capable of precisely detecting life force, lunging towards the chameleon on the wall. In an instant, the chameleon was ensnared by her tongue, yanked down, and crashed heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Pain's animal path emerged from its body, narrowly evading Jiraiya's ninjutsu assault. This must come to an end. Naruto's figure flickered, appearing beside Pain's animal path, delivering a powerful punch that tore a gaping hole in its chest. Pain's animal path collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood gushing forth. Yet it was evidently unnatural, not human blood. Simultaneously, Sasuke finally dispatched Pain's human path. This opponent had limited combat capability, consistently avoiding direct confrontation with Sasuke. Mastering Haki and the 6 styles, Sasuke far exceeded Pain's human path in both speed and strength. Jiraiya approached the corpse of Pain's animal path, solemnly stating, Nagato, you have misused your powers. You should have wielded this formidable strength to protect others. Though brief, I once believed you to be the child of destiny. Farewell. A faint sorrow enveloped Jiraiya's visage, his thoughts drifting back to the moment of the prophecy foretold by the Sage of the Toads. The sage had prophesied that his disciple would either bring peace or destruction to the ninja world. Nagato's display of the Rinnegan had once led Jiraiya to firmly believe he was the one destined to usher in peace. Yet now, that conviction had evaporated. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the young Uzumaki Naruto beside him, a name reminiscent of the protagonist in his own novel. Perhaps he is the true child of destiny. This individual may not truly be Nagato. Naruto's brow knitted in contemplation. Indeed, such a possibility exists. Jiraiya's tone resolute. He must thoroughly thwart Nagato and the Akatsuki's schemes. Such forbidden techniques capable of obliterating a nation should not exist in this world. For these weapons of mass destruction, once unleashed, would yield disasters and casualties beyond measure. Oddly, where has that paper woman vanished? At that moment, Sasuke realized that Konan had already disappeared without a trace from the battlefield. The instant the battle commenced, she had slipped away. Naruto shook his head, replying nonchalantly. Sasuke was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated Naruto's keen perception of the enemy's movements amidst such chaos. Which direction did she head? Jiraiya asked urgently. That way. Naruto pointed in a direction. Pursue. Jiraiya decisively commanded, leading the charge. Naruto followed closely behind, having sensed several formidable presences rapidly approaching. Just as they navigated the streets, a figure suddenly lunged from the side, charging towards Jiraiya. Humph, I sensed your presence long ago. Naruto scoffed, his form flickering as he swiftly kicked the adversary away. The individual rolled on the ground before regaining balance, revealing attire akin to that of the previous foes. Another wielder of the Rinnegan, Naruto's gaze sharpened, immediately noticing the individual's distinctly unique eyes. As with previous foes, these eyes also manifested the form of the Rinnegan. Is this yet another puppet? Your visage, are you Yahiko? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. He could never mistake Yahiko, but why had the opponent's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan? Truly, a master, yet Yahiko had long since departed. Before him stood Pain. Coldly, Pain's Deva Path replied. Pain, how do you possess the Rinnegan? Jiraiya demanded furiously, his voice laced with confusion and shock. Lord Jiraiya, what on earth is happening? Sasuke too felt incredulous. The Rinnegan is so rare. Why does it now seem to manifest in such abundance before them? They likely are not living beings, but rather controlled puppets. Naruto slowly articulated his reasoning. Puppets? Then the individual from earlier was not Nagato at all. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly realized the truth. He recognized that he might have been mistaken all along. Whether it was Konan or Yahiko, he could identify them at a glance. But this so-called Nagato bore little resemblance to the Nagato of his memories. It was merely that pair of Rinnegan that had led him to mistakenly believe it was Nagato himself. Recalling the words spoken by Nagato earlier, a heaviness settled in Jiraiya's heart. Yahiko might truly no longer walk the earth. His remains may well be under the control of some malevolent force. What on earth is happening? Is it related to the powers of the Rinnegan? Or is Nagato orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? At that moment, Sasuke's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. He exclaimed, Wait, this cannot be a jest. How have they returned to life? The three individuals who had just fallen were now reappearing before Pain's Deva Path, alongside two additional mysterious figures clad in black, cloaks adorned with red clouds. Now, the enemy numbered 6. Chapter 122. We are the 6 paths. Pain is God. They should have been dead. Jiraiya was certain. Those 3 had been severely injured. Especially the one he had mistakenly identified as Nagato, who had a gaping hole in his chest. Yet, miraculously, these 3 appeared unscathed, and they were certainly not mere shadow clones. Jiraiya keenly observed that the black cloak of Nagato was tattered, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Suddenly, a buried memory surged forth, and Jiraiya realized with clarity. He recalled having fought fiercely against that Nagato on the mountain path. Furthermore, he distinctly remembered that the individual belonged to the Wind Manipulation clan, bearing a scar on his forehead left by Jiraiya himself in years past. Not only that, but the others, including Yahiko and the other ninjas dressed in black cloaks, were all faces he had encountered during his travels. Who are you truly? Jiraiya roared, his gaze piercing as he stared down the Deva Path of Pain. We are the 6 paths. Pain is God. Before the Deva path could finish speaking, the sixth surged forth like a tide. I will take on Yahiko and try to restrain a few others. If the situation becomes dire, you must lead Sasuke to safety. Jiraiya discerned the situation with clarity. The most formidable adversary was undoubtedly the Deva path of pain, the puppet formed from Yahiko's body. However, given that there were 6, he could only strive to draw their fire, making himself the target. Sasuke, you take on that opponent from earlier, I'll handle the rest. Naruto asserted firmly to Sasuke. Sasuke hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded. Understood. He was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Naruto and Jiraiya, and in this moment, he could only exert his utmost effort to avoid being a burden. Moreover, although this pain before him seemed unremarkable, he might still harbor some hidden skill. In the blink of an eye, Naruto entered his Nine-Tails mode, exclaiming, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Instantly, dozens of his clones surged forth, racing towards the remaining members of the 6 paths of pain. Meanwhile, Naruto's true form set its sights directly on the animal path of pain. As Naruto charged, the animal path hastily performed summoning jutsu, conjuring a massive stone statue in the shape of a panda to block his path. This was a defensive summoning technique capable of withstanding most ninjutsu attacks. Naruto struck with a punch, his fist enveloped in a powerful aura, enhanced by the Nine-Tails mode, making it extraordinarily potent. The panda statue shattered like fragile porcelain, a massive crack spreading throughout its form until it collapsed into a heap of rubble. The animal path behind the statue was also sent flying, rendered silent. Naruto did not pursue, knowing he had destroyed the puppet's body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before another pain, the Hell Path. The Hell Path struggled against Naruto's clones, overwhelmed and in disarray. Naruto seized the opportunity. What surprised him further was that when he targeted the Hell Path, the other pain members seemed agitated, rushing to its aid. Curious, why is this pain so crucial? Naruto pondered. Though its combat strength was lacking, it held significant importance within the team. With this clue, the answer became evident. The Hell Path of Pain was undoubtedly the support role within the group. It could have been the one that healed the other puppets moments ago. Realizing this, Naruto acted without hesitation. Rasengan, he uttered, concentrating power at his fingertips, and in an instant, he pierced the neck of the Hell Path, severing its head and completely extinguishing its life force. Yet, a thread of caution lingered within Naruto, for the enemy possessed the ability to resurrect. Just then, a fist suddenly flew towards him, seemingly attempting to thwart his action. Too late. Gale Step. Naruto coldly snorted, his toes tracing a sharp arc in the air, unleashing a shockwave that sent the fist careening away. Though the fist remained undamaged, the chakra enveloping it was unmistakable. Having failed to connect, the fist returned to the hand of the Azura Path of Pain. Naruto's mind raced, recalling a news report he had seen in the Land of Water. A cyborg? How intriguing. He remembered. During his time in the Land of Water, he had seen a news report about Luffy's crew, which featured a cyborg. An odd fellow. However, Naruto was certain that the cyborg must be a good person to be part of Luffy's team. Yet, the Azura Path of Pain before him filled him with disgust. Almost instantaneously, as the fist returned, Naruto had already dashed in front of the Azura Path. At that moment, the Azura Path's form underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, menacing saw-like appendages extending from its back. Today, no matter how many heads you possess, you shall not escape unscathed, Naruto coldly declared, his fists raining down upon the Azura Path like cannon fire. Even the modified body of the Azura Path could not withstand this relentless barrage. It was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, its body rupturing, flesh and machinery intertwined, as if torn apart by a colossal beast. Just as Naruto turned to face the other enemies, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. It was the warning of his observation haki. With a surge of thought, his form vanished in an instant. The next moment, a high-energy laser tore through the air, striking where he had stood moments before, leaving a bottomless pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. Had it connected, the consequences would have been dire. Naruto glanced back to see the head of the Azura Path splitting open, revealing an internal metallic skull. What should have been the brain was instead housing a laser cannon. After firing that shot, its head drooped lifelessly, devoid of life, clearly having made a last-ditch effort before losing control. On the battlefield, Sasuke not only defeated Pain's human path once more, but also engaged in a fierce battle with Pain's hungry ghost path, while Naruto's clones assisted him. Sasuke astutely recognized the unique ability of Hungry Ghost Path to absorb chakra. He immediately unleashed his armament haki, causing Hungry Ghost Path to swiftly fall into a disadvantage, ultimately collapsing to the ground. At that moment, apart from Jiraiya's opponent, all the other pain bodies lay defeated, showing no signs of resurrection. Clearly, this was closely tied to the fall of that auxiliary pain. Oh no, Yahiko's chakra has grown even stronger, Jiraiya exclaimed suddenly. He had been evenly matched against Pain's Deva Path, but the situation had unexpectedly shifted. A chilling aura emanated from Deva Path. Chapter 123, Heavenly Star. A terrifying chakra radiated from Pain's Deva Path. A highly concentrated black sphere formed between his hands, composed entirely of chakra. The sphere floated into the air and generated a tremendous gravitational pull, attracting the surrounding earth, stones, and walls. A significant portion of Amigakure was devastated. Oh no, I've been careless. Jiraiya found himself unable to escape this pull, as it drew him directly into the black sphere, encased by rocks. It was not just Jiraiya. Sasuke and the other pain bodies were also sucked in. Even the ground beneath Naruto's feet began to loosen and was swept away. Meanwhile, in another part of Amigakure, there's no need to go this far. Your body has already. Konan shouted worriedly. Beside her sat a person in a wheelchair. His body withered and nearly devoid of muscle, his face pallid, resembling a mummy. This was the true Nagato. He had long since lost his ability to move. His legs burned by Hanzo's jutsu, compounded by the immense toll of using the Rinnegan. He could only move while seated in the wheelchair. Konan, do not disturb me. I need to concentrate. Nagato was focusing intently. His opponents were not merely Jiraiya and Sasuke, but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He could not afford to be careless. Minutes later, blood seeped from the corner of Nagato's mouth as he gasped for air. Konan looked out the window and saw a massive black sphere in the sky. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? Even Amigakure. Konan couldn't help but remark. This was trivial compared to the legendary moon created by the Sage of Six Paths. Nonetheless, Nagato had successfully captured the Nine Tails. Nagato spoke haltingly. I did not expect the other pain bodies to be eliminated so swiftly, apart from Deva Path. The black rods within them have been destroyed, and I have lost control over the other pains. The key issue is the strength of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in battle. Though we were aware of Naruto Uzumaki's formidable power, only by facing him could one truly comprehend the extent of his terror. That's good, Konan nodded. But suddenly, Nagato's expression changed. The immense black sphere erupted from within. Naruto and the others emerged from it. Thanks to you, Naruto. Jiraiya sighed in relief. Inside the black sphere, Jiraiya had been completely immobilized and unable to use any jutsu. Nearly believing he was doomed, Sasuke faced a similar predicament. He attempted to use his armament haki to break free from his confinement, but soon realized that his haki could only slightly push against the chakra's barrier. However, the black sphere was too vast for him to escape. Ultimately, it was Naruto, harnessing the power of chakra within him, who broke through the confinement. Never mind that. Let us deal with this guy first. After landing, Naruto charged toward Deva Path. Deva Path was no match for Naruto's Nine Tails mode and was quickly knocked to the ground. Naruto extracted the black rod from his body, realizing that Nagato had used it to control these puppets. Jiraiya stood before Yahiko's body, his expression complex. Clearly, he hoped that Yahiko, like Konan and Nagato, had not truly perished. After all, he was his disciple. However, if Yahiko were still alive, he would now be an enemy. Jiraiya had made his choice. Lord Jiraiya, do you know him? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. He is also my disciple, as are Nagato and Konan, Jiraiya's side. So they actually turned against you? Sasuke was taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it was not unusual for a disciple to confront their master. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This is a long story. Naruto, can you sense where Konan is? She is likely with Nagato. In that direction, Naruto could not only sense Konan's chakra, but also the chakra controlling pain. The two sources of chakra were now together. Let us find Nagato first. I'll tell you about them on the way, Jiraiya said solemnly. Under Naruto's lead, the three moved stealthily through Amigakure, remaining cautious of other Amigakure ninjas. The earlier commotion had been too loud. The ninjas believed they were under attack and had gone into a state of alert. However, their Lord Pain had yet to appear. Cautiously, Naruto and the others evaded these ninjas, advancing toward a specific direction. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took the opportunity to recount the story of his connection with Nagato and the others. This tale began during the Second Great Ninja War, when Konoha and Amigakure were at war. After facing Hanzo, Jiraiya and his team survived and were on their way back to the village when they encountered 3 orphaned children on the brink of starvation, who earnestly begged them for food. Even amidst battle, we were on Amigakure's territory, so I decided to stay back and help them, as a form of compensation. Jiraiya sighed softly. Were the ones who killed their parents Konoha ninjas? Sasuke's gaze turned serious. Not necessarily. Many ninjas from various villages were present, including from IWA. However, Nagato's parents were indeed killed by Konoha ninjas. As part of the war, I merely wished to atone in some way, Jiraiya explained, recounting his reasons for teaching them ninjutsu. First and foremost, I wanted the 3 of them to have some means of self-defense. Most orphans in war perish tragically, as they are left without support or the ability to protect themselves. Another reason was that I discovered Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, such a powerful ability. I hoped he would use it for the right purposes, to avoid treading the wrong path in the future. Jiraiya not only taught Nagato ninjutsu, but also imparted the principles of being human. Yet, he had not anticipated that Nagato would ultimately become what he was now. Back then, he had still been someone who considered his companions. Perverted sage, you truly are a kind-hearted person. Naruto felt a stirring in his heart. If it had been anyone else who discovered an orphan of war possessing the Rinnegan, they would likely have thought only of exploitation, either to bring them back to the village to train as a ninja or to eliminate them to prevent future threats. Jiraiya, however, had chosen to assist Nagato. About 3 years later, I left, but I never expected to hear news that they had all died. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 124. Nagato's unfathomable secrets. When the news first reached Jiraiya, it struck him like a thunderbolt, flooding his heart with sorrow akin to a relentless tide. Who would have imagined that Nagato and Konan had not perished, but rather, it was Yahiko who had met his demise. They remained shrouded in secrecy, their true identities concealed, and had even allied themselves with the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya harbored suspicions that Nagato might be the very leader of Akatsuki, for he possessed the requisite power. Moreover, Nagato was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback as the image of Karen flashed through his mind. Since the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and formidable chakra had become the stuff of nightmares. The survivors, akin to startled birds, hid away in fear, terrified that their bloodline would be discovered, leading to their demise or exploitation. Karen was a poignant example of this plight. Had Nagato endured similar tribulations? Wait, there's someone ahead. Sasuke suddenly interjected. Naruto and Jiraiya halted immediately. Before them, a contingent of Rain Village ninjas hurried past, heading directly for the battlefield they had just vacated. Does Nagato have bodyguards? Jiraiya pondered, his brow furrowed with concern. If Nagato was well guarded, their approach would become exceedingly challenging. No, it's just him and Konan. I doubt anyone in the Rain Village knows their true identities, Naruto replied, recalling the interrogation of the captives. Those ninjas had only faint memories of pain, but knew little of Nagato and Akatsuki. That's a relief. Let us move quickly, Jiraiya urged, anxious that Nagato and Konan might slip away, leading to unforeseen complications. He understood that this might be his sole opportunity to uncover the truth. Under Naruto's guidance, they swiftly navigated through the village, ultimately arriving at the edge of a dense forest. Are you certain this is the place? Sasuke questioned, furrowing his brow as he scanned their surroundings, which revealed nothing but trees. Trust me, this is it, Naruto affirmed, his tone resolute. Approaching a seemingly ordinary tree, he tore at its rough bark, which peeled away with the ease of parchment. This was a complex jutsu devised by Konan. As the bark fell away, a cleverly concealed dwelling came into view. With the influx of light, the interior became visible. There stood Konan, and seated on a stone chair was none other than Nagato. Nagato, how have you become like this? Jiraiya was taken aback by Nagato's emaciated form, resembling a mere wisp of a shadow. With a face so pale it was almost translucent. What shocked him further was the scattering of black rods around Nagato, identical to those used to control the 6 paths of pain, confirming Nagato as the mastermind behind everything. Yet even so, that face, so familiar, so well-known. Konan instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Nagato, her gaze unwavering, as if prepared to sacrifice her life for his safety. Konan, Step back, Nagato commanded. His voice hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His eyes swept over the group, finally resting on Naruto. Peace is not far from us, he proclaimed. His tone imbued with not only conviction, but a subtle hint of hope. Nagato, so it is true. You have been orchestrating everything from the shadows. Jiraiya sighed deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Subdue him first, then interrogate. Sasuke took a combat stance. However, in the blink of an eye, their bodies froze. Jiraiya and Naruto experiencing the same dire fate. You have no comprehension of the Rinnegan's power. At this proximity, my chakra can render you immobile. Surrender your strength. Nagato gazed intently at Naruto, the power he referenced clearly aimed at the Nine Tails. Before he could finish, several black rods shot forth from the stone chair beneath Nagato, revealing a concealed mechanism. Oh no! Jiraiya struggled against the immobilizing force, only to find his chakra frozen, his sage mode dispelled, leaving him powerless. Sasuke fought to resist, relying solely on his innate strength, yet under the overwhelming chakra suppression, could only watch helplessly as the black rods approached. Suddenly, with a forceful impact, the black rods were deflected. Naruto had broken free from Nagato's grasp, kicking the rods away with fierce determination. You! Nagato exclaimed in disbelief. Your jutsu has no effect on me, Naruto stated calmly. Impossible. Nagato's eyes widened as he concentrated, attempting to regain control over Naruto. Yet, Naruto moved with ease, inching closer to Nagato, now within mere meters. Konan, witnessing this, clenched her fists in anxiety. She hadn't anticipated that things would spiral out of control so quickly. Naruto was resisting Nagato's chakra suppression with astounding strength. The prowess of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was indeed remarkable. Even though the six paths of pain had been defeated one by one, Konan remained unfazed, fully aware of Nagato's capabilities. Yet now, even Nagato was unable to contend with this Jinchuriki. Let us not rush, let us converse. There are matters I wish to clarify, Naruto suggested, adopting a demeanor conducive to dialogue. What would you like to discuss? Nagato furrowed his brow slightly. He understood the jeopardy of their proximity. If Naruto chose to strike, he could easily threaten Konan. However, Naruto refrained from acting upon such thoughts. Perhaps he genuinely wanted to talk. Jiraiya and Sasuke soon felt the immobilizing chakra dissipate, both exhaling in relief. The current situation appeared to favor them. If they could extract valuable information from Nagato, it would be a significant advantage. Is the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, along with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, connected to you? Naruto's first inquiry struck at the very heart of the matters that concerned both him and Sasuke. It has nothing to do with me, nor am I interested. Nagato shook his head. Sasuke, incensed by this, nearly charged forward, convinced that Nagato was lying. After all, Itachi was undeniably a member of Akatsuki. How could Nagato claim disinterest? Furthermore, on the night of the Nine Tails attack, it was clear that someone sought to seize the Nine Tails' power, aligning perfectly with Akatsuki's objectives. Nagato's denial seemed implausible. Sensing Sasuke's rising fury, Jiraiya swiftly intervened. Calm down. I believe these matters are unrelated to Nagato, he stated firmly. Chapter 125. Conquering the World. Why? Sasuke's expression reflected confusion. Was it possible that Jiraiya's bond with them as a mentor led him to trust Nagato? That cannot be. Jiraiya had shown no mercy when confronting the six paths of pain. During those tumultuous times, Nagato and his cohort were merely struggling to survive. They could not have orchestrated such a conspiracy. Jiraiya was resolute. He had taken Nagato and his peers under his wing shortly after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Once they had attained the ability to protect themselves, he chose to depart. It had not been long since the Nine Tails incident, and Jiraiya had frequently received updates regarding Nagato and his companions. They could not have plotted such a scheme right under his nose. With Jiraiya's conviction, Sasuke eventually calmed down, deciding to trust his mentor. Is the purpose behind establishing Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts? Naruto continued his inquiries. No, the architect behind Akatsuki was not I, but Yahiko. I merely execute his vision to save this world, Nagato replied, shaking his head. Naruto found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. He did not recognize Yahiko. Could it be that Nagato's ideology was, in fact, rooted in Yahiko's philosophy? What had transpired between them during my absence? Why have you transformed into this version of yourself? Jiraiya was acutely aware that Yahiko would never conceive a forbidden technique capable of obliterating nations. There had to be some event that led Nagato to his current state. Pain fosters growth. Surely, you must have endured something significant. At this moment, Naruto recalled a remark made during their prior conversation with Pain. Well, since you are so eager to know, allow me to share our pain. Nagato nodded in acknowledgement. Nagato, if this impasse continues, Conan interjected, her urgency evident. She understood that this was not the moment for storytelling. They faced 3 adversaries, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was an exceptionally formidable foe. The focus should not be on retrieving the Nine-Tails, but rather on devising an escape plan. Wait, Conan. I wish for him to understand what I would do were I in his position, Nagato countered, halting her. Conan lowered her gaze, refraining from further comment. Her expression tinged with sorrow, clearly reluctant to revisit the past. My life has been marked by 2 profound sorrows, Nagato began to narrate. The first being the death of my parents. During the Second Shinobi World War, Amigakure tragically became a battlefield. My parents and I sought refuge in our home. Yet, 2 ninjas, in search of sustenance, entered our dwelling. Fearing discovery and subsequent execution, my parents attempted to flee. However, I inadvertently toppled a vase. The noise attracting the attention of the ninjas. My father rushed forward, trying to buy us time to escape. Yet, they were ninjas, and my parents were mere civilians. Easily overpowered and slain. As they approached me, I activated the Rinnegan for the first time and killed them. I distinctly remember they were from Konohagakure. That searing pain remains etched in my memory, Nagato spoke softly. Although Naruto and Sasuke had previously heard about this from Jiraiya, hearing Nagato recount it stirred discomfort within them. Generally, ninjas refrain from harming ordinary people. This was undoubtedly a case of collateral damage. However, a life was extinguished, and the resulting anguish was irreparable. I am truly sorry. Jiraiya sighed. Initially, he had not known that Nagato's parents had been killed by Konoha ninjas. It was only through 3 years of companionship that Nagato revealed his heart. Though he no longer harbored fear towards Konoha, Jiraiya felt a lingering sense of remorse. Nagato cast a glance at Jiraiya but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he continued his narrative. Following that traumatic event, Nagato left his home, wandering and begging for sustenance, accompanied solely by a dog. The devastation wrought by war was so immense that no one was willing to spare him even a morsel of food. Soon, he collapsed by the roadside. It was a rainy day, the cold rain piercing to the bone, yet for Amigakure, it was merely a typical occurrence. It was then that he encountered Conan and Yahiko. Nagato would never forget that day. It marked the moment he found the most important companions of his life. Subsequently, as war orphans, they resorted to thievery to survive. Nagato and Conan would distract their targets while Yahiko executed the theft. From that moment forth, Nagato followed Yahiko. To Nagato's astonishment, Yahiko harbored grand ambitions. He dreamed of conquering the world. As he spoke these words, a hint of pride illuminated Nagato's face. Conquering the world? Sasuke exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. It sounded like the fanciful musings of a dreamer. Yahiko believed that by conquering the world and standing atop it, he could eradicate war and restore peace. Nagato nodded in understanding. Naruto and Jiraiya grasped the implications. It was no wonder Nagato claimed to inherit Yahiko's ideals. However, it was evident that further events had transpired. They refrained from interrupting Nagato, allowing him to continue. Next, they witnessed a brutal confrontation between Hanzo of Amigakure and the ninjas of Konoha. The battle was fierce, culminating in Konoha's forces dwindling to merely 3 individuals, who would later be known as the legendary 3 ninjas. That was the first time I laid eyes on my mentor, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Nagato and his companions had long been acquainted with him, even witnessing the battle against Hanzo. So, Yahiko later sought us out, Jiraiya remarked, unable to contain himself. Indeed, Yahiko approached you, believing that to change the world, one must possess strength and mastery of ninjutsu. Nagato affirmed. Only then could we transform the land of rain and the world at large. Jiraiya appeared momentarily lost in thought, then managed a rueful smile, realizing he had underestimated his disciples. Initially perceiving them as ordinary children, he had not anticipated such grand aspirations or their audacity to approach him. This was a gamble that risked their very lives. If they had encountered a ruthless ninja on enemy territory, they would have likely been disposed of without hesitation. Ultimately, Yahiko succeeded in his gamble, and Jiraiya took them in. The 4 began to coexist. However, Jiraiya was reluctant to impart ninjutsu to them. wishing for them to become self-sufficient rather than embroil themselves in the horrors of war. Jiraiya understood the brutality of conflict, and the trio had already endured its tribulations. Continuing to live as ninjas and participating in battles would be far too cruel for them. What ultimately swayed my decision was your collective demeanor, especially that of Yahiko. When speaking of Yahiko, a shadow of sorrow crossed Jiraiya's countenance. The initial catalyst for Jiraiya's willingness to teach them ninjutsu had been Yahiko, who had expressed a desire to alter the fate of the land of rain and protect everyone, pleading with Jiraiya multiple times to impart his knowledge. Yahiko was a child of great ambition and remarkable maturity, a promising prospect worthy of cultivation, which solidified Jiraiya's resolve to train the three of you. Master Jiraiya, are you implying that there is no connection between Nagato's Rinnegan and this? Konan interjected, unable to contain herself, as her perspective had aligned with Nagato's. If it were merely due to the Rinnegan, there would be no need for the perverted sage to instruct you, would there? That would only serve to create enemies for the village of Konoha, and he had no ulterior motives in utilizing you. Do you not comprehend the true nature of the perverted sage? As Sasuke observed Jiraiya's misunderstanding, he stepped forward to speak. After listening to Nagato's extensive narrative, Sasuke began to grasp the unfolding events. It cannot be said that there is no connection. Rather, it is merely a coincidence that solidified my resolve, Jiraiya remarked. Scratching his head, Nagato fell silent. Having long believed that Jiraiya's decision to genuinely teach the three of them ninjutsu and his patient guidance stemmed from the awakening of his Rinnegan. This was later corroborated when Jiraiya mentioned that he might be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, the child of destiny endowed with the power to save the world and bring about peace. In retrospect, it seems this was merely a projection of his aspirations onto Nagato. Had Nagato misjudged Jiraiya all along? Even without the Rinnegan, Jiraiya would have imparted ninjutsu to them. And then, Naruto inquired, noticing Nagato's lack of reaction. Nagato lifted his gaze and continued. Over the course of the following 3 years, the teacher began instructing us in various ninjutsu and imparting his philosophies. Jiraiya's philosophy emphasized the experience of pain, yet the necessity to prevent its perpetuation. One must release hatred and foster mutual understanding to create a beautiful world, growth through suffering. However, Jiraiya made it clear that this was his answer, while Nagato's answer was one he needed to seek for himself. After Jiraiya's departure, Yahiko established the Akatsuki organization, which rapidly expanded in size. As the horrors of war intensified, an increasing number of individuals grew disillusioned with violence. Yahiko's belief was to resolve issues without resorting to power and force, garnering widespread support. In a remarkably short time, they became formidable. Yet, the existence of the Akatsuki became a thorn in Hanzo's side. During this period, battles still raged among Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konohagakure, with Amigakure situated at a strategically vital crossroads. As Nagato recounted this, a flicker of anger crossed his face, and nearby Konan shared a similar discomfort. Naruto and the others discreetly nodded, realizing Nagato was alluding to the Third Shinobi World War. At this juncture, Hanzo contacted us, seeking to leverage our strength in negotiations with the three great nations, presenting a proposal for peace. Nagato paused briefly before continuing. This indeed aligns with Hanzo's character. He is a man willing to sacrifice his life for peace. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Hanzo often proclaimed that he would not hesitate to give his life for the sake of peace. However, Jiraiya had never anticipated that such words would incite Nagato's fury, causing chakra to uncontrollably emanate from him. Hanzo is a hypocrite. He has forsaken his beliefs for power. His pretense of contacting us was merely a trap aimed at undermining the Akatsuki's threat to his rule. Previously, Yahiko held him in high regard. Nagato seethed quietly. Naruto and the others could feel the intensity of his rage. It was shocking to learn that Hanzo was such a person. Jiraiya was equally astounded. Hanzo had spared them and bestowed upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, granting them fame across the land. Yet, Jiraiya never imagined that Hanzo would ultimately betray his principles for power. For Hanzo, discussing peace was acceptable as long as it did not threaten his authority. When power was at stake, it became paramount. Naruto remarked with a hint of disdain, noting that he had encountered many who spoke of righteousness yet abandoned their principles when personal interests were involved, willing to engage in the most sordid dealings, such as the infamous Colonel Mouse of the East Blue. Nagato looked at Naruto in surprise, not expecting such profound insight from someone so young, which reminded him of Yahiko. At the same age, Yahiko exhibited a similar level of maturity. Under Yahiko's leadership, they gradually built their strength, growing ever more formidable, with their ranks swelling. Yet, they had fallen into a trap that fateful day. By the time we arrived at the negotiation site, we found not only Hanzo, but also a man from Konoha named Danzo, who sought to eradicate us all. Danzo, in his quest for the position of Hokage, chose to ally with Hanzo, the two of them conspiring together, ultimately leading to Yahiko's demise. The subsequent words from Nagato struck Naruto and the others like a thunderclap. Chapter 127. War is the continuation of profit. Danzo and Hanzo joined forces. They killed Yahiko. Jiraiya was utterly astonished, having never heard of such events. Although he had learned some information following Danzo's death, such as Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru, he had never imagined that Danzo and Hanzo were linked, probably seeking Hanzo's support in his bid for Hokage. Nagato's parents had been slain by the people of Konoha, and now Yahiko had also fallen victim to Danzo. Jiraiya could sense the depth of Nagato's hatred for Konoha. If he were to acquire great power in the future, the destruction of Konoha would not be out of the question. Sasuke, too, appeared dazed, feeling the weight of Nagato's profound resentment. The harrowing experiences that befell Nagato mirrored his own in a striking manner. It was no wonder that Nagato had become who he was today. Had he not had companions like Naruto and Sakura by his side, with Kakashi-sensei's continued guidance, what might he have become? Perhaps he would have been akin to Nagato. Yet, Naruto frowned, sensing a troubling connection. Hanzo. This man is linked to the mysterious masked figure who once manipulated the Nine Tails. Could it be that Hanzo's actions this time were motivated by more than just a desire to become Hokage? Nagato resumed his tale. Under the assault from the Konoha ninjas led by Danzo and Hanzo, they quickly found themselves in a dire situation. Hanzo even took Konan hostage, demanding that Nagato kill Yahiko to spare both her and Nagato. As Yahiko was the leader of the Akatsuki, he chose to sacrifice himself for Konan's survival. Yet Hanzo did not uphold his end of the bargain and continued his attack. Ultimately, I summoned the Outer Path Golem, rescuing Konan and repelling Hanzo, but at the cost of my ability to walk. Yahiko's death was my second profound wound. I finally recognized that the answers I had sought before were utterly worthless. Nagato's tone shifted to a flat monotone, as if the grief over Yahiko's death had drained him of the strength to feel anger. Jiraiya's disdain for Hanzo reached new heights. The esteemed elder of the ninja world he once revered was no longer in existence. Simultaneously, Jiraiya comprehended why the people of Amigakure held pain in such high regard, believing him to have brought about peace. They had come to recognize Hanzo's true nature. Ironically, the Akatsuki's ideals resonated more deeply with the hearts of the people. Of course, the ninjas of Amigakure were still unaware of the Akatsuki. They only recognized pain. Is the Outer Path Golem that monstrous entity? Naruto inquired, describing the characteristics of the Outer Path Golem. Indeed, only the Rinnegan can summon such entities. Nagato nodded before continuing his discourse. After Yahiko's demise, I succeeded him as the leader of the Akatsuki. However, my companions fell one after another in battle. Those of you who bask in the peace of the Fire Nation cannot possibly comprehend this. The remuneration from the missions entrusted by the village hidden in the leaves ultimately transforms into funding for war, betraying the hopes of many. You are well aware that your nation indirectly funds warfare, yet you still proclaim it to be for the sake of peace. Without the sacrifices and turmoil of us smaller nations, how could your great powers ever know peace? Your peace is merely violence inflicted upon us. In this cursed world, true peace is unattainable. As my mentor Jiraiya once said, all notions of it are unrealistic. Only the emergence of weapons that threaten your great nations can usher in a semblance of peace. This is the true reason behind Nagato's capture of the tailed beasts and the creation of forbidden techniques. Jiraiya was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized that while they may appear similar, their fundamental positions differed starkly. In Nagato's eyes, he is a supporter of the Fire Nation, while he and his comrades are the oppressed citizens of a small nation. Great powers can incite war with a mere flick of their fingers, and since they themselves do not feel threatened, they act without restraint. Jiraiya even pondered that Nagato might perceive himself as hypocritical. The suffering endured by the Leaf Village in war pales in comparison to that of a small nation like Amigakure, yet here he was discussing the concept of understanding. It was no wonder Nagato found it impossible to accept. Naruto Uzumaki, my tale has reached its conclusion. If you were in my position, what would you do? Nagato gazed at Naruto, while Sasuke and Jiraiya turned their attention to him, eager to learn his response. Perhaps you are indeed correct. I can empathize with your actions. The pain you have endured is something no one else can forgive but you. Since you have chosen this path, it is your choice, and no one can condemn you for it. Upon hearing Nagato's story, Naruto could appreciate his suffering. The man before him had experienced hardships no less than his own. They were both orphans, both burdened by unfortunate childhoods. Naruto's fortune lay in having spent a significant time in another world filled with cherished memories. Then, are you willing to relinquish the power of the Nine Tails? Allow me to bring true peace to the world, Nagato said, narrowing his eyes. Naruto, Sasuke began, wishing to caution him against falling into Nagato's logical trap. Sympathy is one thing. Surrendering the power of the Nine Tails is another. Even though Nagato shares a tragic past and possesses the same Uzumaki blood as Naruto, it does not mean he is correct. Trust in Naruto. He possesses the right answer. Jiraiya intervened, halting Sasuke's words. Hearing this, Sasuke chose to remain silent, placing his faith in Naruto. True peace? If your forbidden techniques result in the destruction of a nation and the deaths of millions, how can that be considered peace? Naruto shook his head. This is merely a grain of rice in the world. After enduring such pain, people will grow. Thus, wars will cease. This was Nagato's philosophy. He had grown from suffering. Naruto shouted vehemently, "No, you are mistaken. Your thoughts are far too unrealistic. Next, people will fight on an even larger scale to seize such forbidden techniques. To protect these techniques, even more lives will be lost. Or, people will seek to develop even more powerful forbidden arts. War will never cease." As he spoke, Naruto's mind echoed with thoughts of Crocodile. Crocodile schemed for years in pursuit of the One Piece, even playing the role of a hero. If their world possessed such forbidden techniques, conspirators would be abundant. Nagato was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his ideas would be deemed unrealistic by Naruto. Moreover, he found himself unable to refute this claim. Naruto had made it abundantly clear that his plan was destined for failure. Is your so-called world peace to be achieved by having everyone perish beneath your forbidden techniques? Such terrifying arts can only bring greater suffering. A grain of rice will burden more people, Naruto asserted, each word pronounced with conviction. An indescribable aura surged from within him. Nagato felt a tremor, a sense of oppression. Yet, he mustered all his strength to shout, "Even if what you say is true, my plan may be flawed, but as long as we exist in this cursed world, true peace cannot exist. No, as long as someone can stand up and reshape the world, there will be no more chaos. We must protect the weak. Like those in Amigakure, shield the war orphans from oppression, and possess the power to uphold justice, guiding towards a responsible future." The overpowering aura surrounding Naruto intensified. As he concluded, his words struck Nagato's heart like a hammer, causing him to momentarily falter. Naruto's figure before him grew hazy, merging with the memory of another, Yahiko. Once, Yahiko had been equally confident and harbored such dreams, once proclaiming, "If this world is to remain in constant war, then I shall become its god." Yahiko had witnessed the endless suffering inflicted upon the people by those in power, believing only a deity could halt the conflict. Nagato recognized that his ideology stemmed from Yahiko. After Yahiko's death, Nagato aspired to become a god. Yet, without Yahiko's guidance, he lost his way, uncertain of his next steps. Thus, he adopted Yahiko's original dream and method, conquering the world to make it feel pain. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato finally spoke again. "Can you bring peace to Amigakure?" His gaze resembled that of a plea. He could not grasp what justice meant to Naruto. In this cursed world, justice seemed non-existent. But if Naruto could indeed bring peace, it was worth hoping for. "I will. The reason I have trained to this point is to protect the weak. Once I become Hokage, it won't be just Amigakure. I will ensure no other place suffers from war." Naruto almost instinctively declared this, revealing his true motivation for becoming a ninja. Initially, he had little interest in the Hokage position, harboring no fondness for the third Hokage. However, after witnessing the third sacrifice for the village and encountering his father, Naruto began to view the role differently. Sasuke was astonished. He had not anticipated Naruto's grand ambitions. In contrast, his own desires were merely rooted in vengeance. Hatred had been the driving force of his previous life and the sole reason for his existence. Compared to Naruto, he felt woefully inadequate. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with pride. Naruto had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Jiraiya envisioned a day when he could truly become a great ninja possessing genuine ninja abilities. His hands were stained with blood. While he spoke of the belief that an era of mutual understanding would eventually dawn, Jiraiya found himself ensnared in an inescapable spiral. He was, in fact, one of the chains of hatred. Thus, he felt compelled to seek compensation from Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. However, Jiraiya now realized that Naruto had transcended this cycle. After all, he was destined to bring peace to the world of ninjas. I believe in you. You are the fated child who will usher in peace for the ninja realm. Nagato said, his body suddenly relaxing. The black rods behind him fell to the ground one by one. Nagato, you! Konan exclaimed in shock. Nagato had surprisingly relinquished his battle stance. I give up. He is indeed correct. A look of relief crossed Nagato's face. Nagato, this boy is far too young, Konan murmured, biting her lip. Yahiko had also been of this age when he became a leader, and despite imitating Yahiko for all these years, she had never succeeded. Nagato chuckled wryly, as if transported back 20 years to when he followed Yahiko. Yahiko had only been around 15 or 16 when he passed away. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you intend to do with us? Nagato turned to Jiraiya. What will you do with Naruto? Jiraiya had never contemplated that Nagato would willingly surrender. Had Nagato continued to resist, Jiraiya would have shown no hesitation in eradicating the threat. Yet now, with Nagato's surrender, Jiraiya felt a sense of bewilderment towards his former pupil. Nagato, have you encountered a mysterious man in a mask? Naruto inquired. I've seen a few masked individuals, Nagato hesitated. But what about them? One claimed to be Uchiha Obito, Nagato replied slowly. Back when Yahiko was alive, they had encountered someone who asserted he was Uchiha Obito, attempting to coerce Nagato in Obito's name. He even told Nagato that his eyes were transplanted from Uchiha Obito. The other had been plotting from long ago. Now, the time had come for Nagato to serve him. Uchiha Obito. The mere mention of the name ignited fury in Naruto's brow. Numerous clues pointed towards the enigmatic masked man being Uchiha Obito. Naruto promptly voiced his suspicions. Danzo and the mysterious masked man had dealings. It was highly likely that Danzo's appearance before Nagato and the others was linked to the masked man, aimed at eliminating Yahiko to control Nagato. Why would the mysterious masked man do this? Sasuke asked, perplexed. The reason is simple. It's for the eyes. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, Naruto stated softly. The Rinnegan can summon the Outer Path's Gedomazo. That being would have a unique effect on the tailed beasts, which may be the masked man's true objective. Could it be that Yahiko's death was due to this eye? It was all my fault. Nagato stared intently at his hands, trembling involuntarily. He had always believed that Yahiko's demise was merely the result of Hanzo's ambition, never considering that it was tied to himself. If that were the case, what good was this eye? Nagato's hand suddenly reached for his own eye. Nagato! Konan gasped in shock. Did Nagato intend to gouge out his own eye? Before Konan could act, a figure appeared before Nagato, seizing his hand. Stop! Are you really going to evade this? Naruto questioned coldly. Evade? I am merely attempting to atone for my mistakes, Nagato replied, slightly dazed. Atone? By sacrificing your own eye and becoming a useless person in your next life? Is that what you call atonement? Naruto released Nagato's hand. Nagato stood momentarily stunned, his hand drooping limply. What should I do then? It's simple. Use your current identity to remedy the situation, Naruto said slowly. My current identity? As the leader of the Akatsuki? Nagato suddenly grasped. All right. You tell me what to do, and I will follow your orders. Nagato's gaze was resolute. Upon seeing that look in Nagato's eyes, Konan felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. There was a time when Nagato had held that same gaze, back when he followed Yahiko. In Nagato's eyes, there was no hint of hesitation. He understood that following Yahiko had never been a mistake. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato had only known pain and confusion. Can you contact Itachi and the masked man? I want to meet them, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. No problem. I can reach out to them immediately, Nagato nodded. Subsequently, Nagato utilized special means to contact Itachi and the masked man, informing them that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had attacked and was currently engaged in battle. He urged them to return swiftly for support. Meanwhile, Konan collected the bodies of the 6 paths of pain, reactivating them all, using chakra to restore their previous injuries. For them, Pain's Deva Path was not merely a puppet. He was an important ally. Naruto, Jiraiya, and the others hid and took a moment to rest. Sasuke wore a grave expression, awaiting the moment of his reunion with Itachi. He needed to hear the truth directly from Itachi's lips. Thank you, Naruto. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Naruto's insistence on coming, he would have faced great danger alone. After all, Jiraiya had not anticipated encountering Konan and Nagato here. Setting aside the fearsome Rinnegan, just the 6 paths of pain were formidable, each possessing unique abilities. Moreover, being ambushed could easily lead to his downfall. Of course, the true reason for Jiraiya's gratitude was that Naruto had refrained from killing Nagato and Konan, instead allowing Nagato to choose to assist them. In Jiraiya's heart, there remained a bond for his pupil. Perverted sage, this is what I should do, after all. I am still your disciple, Naruto said with a smile, wiping his nose. Although he had grown powerful by the time he met Jiraiya, he had learned much from him. The Rasengan, summoning techniques, sage mode. Soon, once he encountered the masked man and Itachi, many secrets would be unveiled. Jiraiya was about to discuss their next steps with Naruto when he noticed that Naruto had already fallen asleep against the wall. You're exhausted. Just rest well, Jiraiya said, covering Naruto with a blanket. After enduring so many battles, it was only natural for him to fall asleep now. Jiraiya nearly forgot that Naruto was only in his teens. Upon awakening, Naruto blinked in surprise. The architecture before him was not that of Amigakure. The colors were far more vibrant. Is this an inn in Water 7? Naruto realized he had returned to where Luffy and the others were. Ace. Those 2 words instantly filled his mind. Soon, Naruto spotted a newspaper beside him. Upon reading its contents, he let out a sigh of relief. According to the news, there were still 8 days until Ace's public execution. No matter what, he could not allow Ace to die like this. Exiting the room, Naruto sought out Ain. Can you find out where Ace is being held? A pirate of Ace's caliber is likely in Impelled Down, Ain replied without hesitation. That is the world's foremost prison, located in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line. Its security is exceptionally tight, renowned for its impregnable walls. Inside Impelled Down are only the most dangerous criminals. Do you know how to enter Impelled Down? Naruto furrowed his brow. He had heard of the infamous prison but was unfamiliar with the specifics. After all, he had never contemplated the day he would wish to know how to gain entry into Impelled Down. There are typically a few methods to access it, such as passing through the gates of justice or traversing the vast windless zone, Ain explained. Impelled Down, the Navy headquarters, and Eni's lobby are interconnected by a colossal, transformed whirlpool. Only through the gates of justice can one ride the correct current to reach their destination. Otherwise, one risks being engulfed by the whirlpool. This serves as a rapid transit route for the Navy, ensuring mutual support among the 3 institutions. On one side of Impelled Down lies the Whirlpool Sea, while the other is the Windless Zone, ensuring that prisoners within Impelled Down can never hope to escape. Attempting to cross the extensive Windless Zone would be tantamount to seeking death, as ships would lose all power there. Additionally, the Windless Zone is teeming with sea kings. Of course, some individuals have utilized the powers of devil fruits to infiltrate Impelled Down, Ain added. Hearing this, Naruto frowned. Entering through the Windless Zone was clearly impractical. The only viable method was through the gates of justice. My lord, you wouldn't be contemplating. Ain had already begun to suspect Naruto's intentions. If I were to undertake such an action, what would you choose? Naruto spoke solemnly. Ain's brow furrowed, displaying her anger as she stepped closer to him. Locking her gaze onto Naruto, she was nearly of the same height as him. My lord, when you confronted the celestial dragons, I did not leave your side. Ain's eyebrows knitted together, giving her a somewhat endearing appearance. I apologize, I should not have said that, but rest assured, I will not involve you, or rather, I do not intend to implicate you. Naruto realized he had misspoken. He should not have questioned Ain about this matter. She had already made her choice. You need not apologize, Ain replied, her smile returning. She understood that Naruto did not wish to drag them into any trouble. However, if they were truly concerned about being implicated, they would have left long ago. By the way, where is Izo? Naruto inquired. Mr. Izo should be at the tavern. He left early this morning, claiming he wanted to try his luck, Ain responded. I have matters to discuss with him. I wish to spar a little and test my current strength. A smile played at the corners of Naruto's mouth. Chapter 130. No delay in playing cards in a secluded grove in Water 7. Naruto and Izo appeared. The traces on the ground indicated that a battle had recently taken place. Thank you, Mr. Izo. I couldn't find anyone else to test my current combat abilities. Naruto expressed his gratitude. He was quite pleased with his current fighting prowess and had sought out Izo primarily to assess his capabilities in this world. After all, in the world of ninjas, there was no comparison for Haki. However, things were different here. The results of the test had left him satisfied. Presently, Izo's observation Haki could not fully evade Naruto's movements. In his Ninetales mode, Izo often had to confront him directly. Now, when facing an opponent of Admiral level strength, Naruto need not fear being toyed with. No, this has truly allowed me to witness something remarkable. I did not expect there to be another force within you. This is utterly fascinating, Izo remarked, having sensed the alternative power Naruto was utilizing to enhance his speed and strength. It left Izo in awe and affirmed that he had not chosen the wrong ally. The man before him perhaps possessed the power to change the world. Very well, Mr. Izo, I shall not delay you any longer in your card games, Naruto said with a slight smile. After Izo departed, Naruto's expression grew cold. Having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, he said indifferently. No one responded, nor was there any sign of movement. Must I force you out? Naruto turned his gaze toward a specific direction. The individual hidden within the grove could no longer remain concealed. My apologies, I merely followed this trail to find someone. A distinctly marked man replied, sporting tattoos on his chin and chest, with a black mask covering his face. A sword hung from his left side, suggesting he was left-handed. As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper. You are the fallen Navy Rear Admiral Drake, a pirate with a bounty of 222 million berries. Upon seeing the unmistakable markings, Naruto recalled who stood before him. Among the numerous wanted posters, Drake was quite prominent. His identity was unique, having once served in the Navy and even attained the rank of colonel. However, for reasons unknown, Drake had departed from the Navy to become a pirate. Naruto was surprised that Drake dared to confront him. Indeed, in Water 7, pirates were ubiquitous. This was the shipbuilding capital, where many pirates came to repair their vessels. The Navy lacked the manpower to secure the entire island. Yet, very few dared to approach directly. Naruto's eyes fell upon the item Drake held. A piece of paper slowly moving toward him. Is that my life card? Naruto gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Drake possessed his life card, which he had only entrusted to a select few individuals. Some within the Navy had it, alongside Luffy and Ace. How had this pirate obtained it? Indeed. I am here to convey a message, Drake replied gravely. A message? Naruto looked puzzled. A pirate wishes to deliver a message to the Navy? I am the captain of the Blade Squad, and I have been ordered to recruit you as a member of the Blade Squad. Drake explained what the Blade Squad was. It is a covert special unit of the Navy headquarters, with Drake himself as the captain. They are not required to follow any orders and operate as a guerrilla force, capable of engaging the four emperors without upper-level permission. Upon joining the Blade Squad, Drake had already submitted his resignation to the Navy headquarters, returning his Navy number. The Navy and the world government would not be held accountable for the actions of Blade Squad members, who could be expelled from the Navy at any moment, even to the extent of erasing their existence. Members must also use encrypted communication to contact one another. Such an organization exists within the Navy? Naruto was astonished, having never heard of it before. Moreover, Drake was the captain of this squad, yet his current identity was that of a pirate. This was likely no ordinary Navy undercover agent. He must have a special mission. If he were to become a member of this squad, he could indeed engage the four emperors. Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Currently, the balance of power between the Navy and the pirates had reached a delicate equilibrium. Typically, the Navy would not take the initiative to confront the four emperors to avoid disrupting this balance. Indeed, however, should a significant disturbance arise, the Navy will disavow any connection. Drake confirmed with a nod. And what of the seven warlords? Naruto inquired further. Of course, they too can be targeted, Drake replied, slightly bemused. This newcomer is quite bold, aiming to confront both the seven warlords and the four emperors. Does he not realize that the four emperors and the seven warlords are regarded as the two other formidable forces on the seas aside from the Navy? It seems that the whirlpool Naruto has stirred within the Navy is indeed a challenging character. Thus, he found himself welcomed into this faction. Very well. I accept the command to join the Blade. Naruto believed that this organization might be quite suitable for him. By the way, I have another piece of news to share. Your promotion order will likely be issued soon. You are now a Rear Admiral, codenamed Golden Fox. Drake remembers this matter well. Naval generals are often assigned animal-themed code names, a tradition within the Navy. Golden Fox, indeed, is a fitting name Naruto nodded in agreement. It suits him well. It is surprising that he was unaware of this news, while Drake had known beforehand. This also serves as evidence of Drake's identity. I will contact you for any future operations. I shall take my leave for now. Given Drake's unique status, it is inappropriate for him to linger here for too long. All right, Naruto nodded. Once he departed, Naruto felt quite astonished. He had assaulted a celestial dragon and driven away the Marines. Yet he had not been placed on a wanted list, and his naval status remained intact. This undoubtedly caused significant trouble for Sengoku and Garp. And Naruto felt a twinge of regret for this. It is likely that Saint Eliot has become more cautious, refraining from punishing him. Moreover, if the incident of the celestial dragon being attacked were made public, it would tarnish their prestige. Thus the world government chose to conceal the information. Now, however, he had become a member of the Blade, who issued the command from behind this. In Mariehua, within the world government's conference room, the 5 elders convened. The fact that the Vortex Naruto had defeated the Marine Admiral is astonishing. What is his intention? Does he not plan to serve the world government? Chapter 131. Will there be a war with the world government? Such uncontrollable variables should not remain within the Navy. They will inevitably become a menace. He must be recalled immediately and dealt with. But under what charges? We cannot accuse him of attacking the celestial dragon. Let us detain him first and figure out the charges later. The 5 elders quickly deliberated on how to handle Naruto, deciding to recall him first. If we act hastily, Vortex Naruto may not take any action. They promptly contacted Naval Headquarters, instructing them to reach out to Naruto and order his return. However, Sengoku informed the 5 elders that they had just awarded Naruto for his contributions in escorting the celestial dragons, promoting him to Rear Admiral, code name Golden Fox. They had not anticipated that Naruto would submit his resignation so soon, making it impossible to command him. Procedures are currently underway to notify the entire Navy, revoking Naruto's naval status. It appears that Vortex Naruto is aware of the consequences of refusing the celestial dragons. He has chosen to exit the Navy voluntarily. Therefore, this dangerous factor must be eliminated. But who shall be sent? Clearly, the celestial dragon is no match for him. Vortex Naruto's strength far exceeds that of a typical Rear Admiral. Thus, they must deploy a greater combat force. With Ace's execution imminent, who should be dispatched to capture him? The 5 elders fell silent. They currently do not have any personnel to spare. They could only wait until after Ace's execution to address this. Indeed, this individual cannot be allowed to escape. Days later, somewhere in the Grand Line, Ein stood on the deck, gazing ahead. Their destination this time is Naval Headquarters, undoubtedly at Naruto's command. However, Naruto did not specify what they were to do. Nonetheless, Ein felt no confusion. She noticed that Naruto's emotions underwent significant fluctuations from time to time. When she first heard that Ace was to be executed, Naruto was exceedingly anxious. Yet after a night had passed, he returned to normal, even exuding confidence. To be honest, Ein admired this ability to adjust. She had never witnessed it in anyone else. Even Zephyr-sensei did not possess such composure. Just then, a news bird landed on the railing before Ein. She immediately took out 200 berries and placed them in the bird's pouch. Subsequently, she extracted a newspaper. The news bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ein unfolded the newspaper and was instantly struck by the shocking headline. No way. Luffy-kun actually did such a thing. I must inform Lord Naruto at once. Ein rushed into Naruto's room, the newspaper in hand. Upon entering, she found Naruto doing push-ups, balancing on one hand with several weights on his back. What is the matter? Naruto asked, noticing Ein's flustered demeanor, flipping over to stand upright. The newspaper. With a swift motion, Ein placed the newspaper on the table. Naruto picked it up and his expression shifted slightly, unable to suppress a gasp. The celestial dragon incident at Sabaody Archipelago. One of the supernovas, Monkey D. Luffy, has struck a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. Luffy hit a celestial dragon. Now, Naruto felt that this was even more nerve-wracking than when he had previously assaulted a celestial dragon. He quickly looked down. Beneath the headline was a detailed account of the incident. Firstly, it reported that at Sabaody Archipelago, 11 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were unprecedentedly targeted. They were referred to as the Worst Generation, with their names listed, including Drake. According to the news, these individuals began wreaking havoc as soon as they landed. Among them, Monkey D. Luffy assaulted a celestial dragon at a slave auction house. Furthermore, other supernovas engaged in fierce battles among themselves. Ultimately, due to the assault on the Celestial Dragon. Admiral Kizaru was summoned to capture them. However, all the supernovas managed to escape, leaving Kizaru with only 500 ordinary pirates. This incident is deemed a disgrace for the world government. Luffy actually struck a Celestial Dragon, and at a slave auction house. Naruto's brows knitted together. He understood Luffy's character well. He would never attack a Celestial Dragon merely for notoriety, given that it occurred at a slave auction house. It was clear that Luffy had witnessed something intolerable, prompting his actions against the Celestial Dragon. Are Luffy and the others all right? Ain expressed some concern. After all, she had known Luffy for quite some time. The newspaper did not mention any details, but since he had not been captured by Admiral Kizaru, nor were there reports of casualties, they should be fine, Naruto mused. If someone were killed or captured, the Navy would certainly publicize that victory. What Naruto did not expect was that Luffy could stir up such chaos. First, he had defeated a warlord in Alabasta, delivering a significant blow to the world government's reputation. Although later, under the world government's cover-up, this achievement was attributed to himself and Smoker, it was clear that from this moment onward, Luffy had been marked as a dangerous individual, standing against the world government. Following that was the Enies Lobby incident, where he wreaked havoc, defeating Admiral Lucci, and declaring war on the world government. He rescued his comrade Robin from Enies Lobby, turning the place into ruins, which further humiliated the world government. The so-called Bastion of Justice, Enies Lobby, was breached by pirates. Next came the Sabaody Archipelago incident, where he assaulted a Celestial Dragon. Regardless of the rationale, Luffy has now become the #1 dangerous individual. He will undoubtedly receive special attention from the world government. Luffy-kun is so audacious. He actually dared to strike a Celestial Dragon. Ain exhaled in relief. Yet, recalling that her superior had also engaged in similar actions, she could only chuckle ruefully. These two brothers are truly alike. There is no need to overly worry about Luffy. However, the news below is quite concerning. Naruto pointed to the content at the bottom of the newspaper. Ain had not taken the time to glance at it earlier, but now, following Naruto's gesture, she discovered it contained news regarding the world government. Currently, the world government was convening the 7 warlords to preemptively counter potential attacks. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates were also stirring, with a significant number of pirate ships departing from Whitebeard's territory, although their exact destination remained unknown. However, their movements suggested a singular objective, the Marine headquarters. Would the Whitebeard pirates engage in battle with the world government for Ace? Naruto was not well acquainted with Whitebeard, having spent most of his life in the East Blue. He only knew that Whitebeard was one of the 4 emperors. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps Mr. Yixing possesses more insight, Ain remarked. Chapter 132. That guy ha. Astonishing. I never expected that the adopted brother of Rear Admiral Naruto would behave in such a manner. Upon learning the newspaper's content, Yixing could not help but chuckle. During their time on the ship, he had heard numerous rumors about Naruto, particularly the revelation that Naruto had formed a brotherly bond with a pirate, which left Yixing utterly astonished. This shifted his perception of Naruto significantly. Yixing had witnessed some marines stray from the path of justice and had encountered many righteous pirates. Mr. Yixing, what do you think Whitebeard will do? Naruto inquired. Yixing furrowed his brows slightly, falling into contemplation. This war has emerged quite suddenly. I cannot comprehend why the Marines would publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, he mused, resting his chin on his hand. If the Marines intended to kill Ace, they could have simply done so directly or imprisoned him and impelled down, where he would vanish from the world forever, a far more torturous fate. Yet, the Marines opted for a public execution? That is tantamount to slapping Whitebeard in the face. A blatant provocation. However, Whitebeard would not swallow this insult. He will undoubtedly respond. The Marines must be preparing accordingly. If Ace were executed and his subordinate captains could not protect him, Whitebeard's reputation would be utterly tarnished, leading other pirates to question whether he had grown weak. At that point, countless pirates would swarm to seize Whitebeard's territory and the islands under his protection, all seeking to become the new 4 emperors. Unfortunately, the innocent inhabitants of those islands would once again be plunged into chaos. Yixing emphasized that this was merely his own judgment. The Marine headquarters is indeed making such preparations. Ain added, currently, the Marine channels were exceedingly busy, having mobilized a significant portion of their forces to the Marine headquarters. Reports suggested their total strength could reach up to 100,000 personnel. However, Ain found it peculiar that they had not been summoned, especially since they were already in Water 7, a relatively close distance. This impending battle seems unavoidable. However, Mr. Yixing, you mentioned that Whitebeard protects certain islands? Naruto keenly noted Yixing's choice of words, particularly the term protect. Since when did maritime peace require the guardianship of pirates? Yixing then began to elucidate. Though the Whitebeard pirates are renowned as one of the four emperors and considered the most fearsome pirate crew, they do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter or pillage. They certainly do not harm civilians. Whitebeard has aided numerous nations and islands afflicted by famine, providing them with sustenance and shielding them from other pirates. Notably, he has supported Fishman Island. Prior to his intervention, Fishman Island was plagued by human traffickers and pirates, with countless fishmen and merfolk captured and sold. Since Whitebeard extended his territory to encompass Fishman Island and publicly declared this decision, the island has enjoyed his protection. Consequently, the capture of merfolk has become exceedingly difficult, with prices soaring. While Whitebeard is a pirate, many of his actions command respect, Yixing articulated slowly. Naruto now comprehended Yixing's earlier remarks. Should anything happen to Whitebeard, the islands under his protection would descend into turmoil. Pirates would stop at nothing to vie for territory and the title of Emperor. Naruto increasingly understood why Ace had chosen to align himself with Whitebeard. Whitebeard appeared to be a rather charismatic figure, piquing Naruto's interest. Whitebeard's territory lies in the New World. If they wish to reach Marine headquarters to rescue someone, they must pass through Fishman Island, Naruto pondered aloud. Whitebeard cannot enter via Reverse Mountain or the Calm Belt. Only pirates must traverse through Fishman Island. However, legitimate individuals can secure the world government's approval to traverse between Mariehua and the first half of the Grand Line. The procedure is somewhat intricate. One must leave their ship on one side of the sea and procure a similar vessel to depart. The Marines have a simpler method, utilizing bubble technology to access a dedicated passageway. That seems plausible, Aang nodded. Very well, I shall take my chances and see if I can encounter Whitebeard on Fishman Island. Naruto said, a smile curving his lips. You, a Marine, intend to meet Whitebeard? Yixing exclaimed in astonishment. Unbeknownst to both Yixing and Aang, Naruto had already joined the Blade Squad and had submitted his resignation to Marine headquarters. His title as a Marine could be revoked at any moment. Naruto felt that such an order could be issued at any time, especially since he had directly rebuffed Zero's overtures. I merely wish to see what kind of person Ace refers to as old man. I have no intention of capturing him immediately. Naruto shook his head. Capture? Yixing and Ain's eyes widened. If Naruto were to appear before Whitebeard, it would be a miracle if he were not crushed. Now, Naruto even claimed he had no intention of apprehending Whitebeard at once. What immense courage and confidence it must take to utter such words. Let us change course and head for Splendidly Archipelago first. Naruto commanded. To access Fishman Island, one must first undergo coding here. However, Naruto also needed to seek out a professional coder. He was exceedingly familiar with Splendidly Archipelago, having spent several years at Marine headquarters, which was situated nearby. He had ventured into the lawless areas before, but following the Celestial Dragon incident, the lawless regions of Splendidly Archipelago had become remarkably tranquil. Naruto observed no pirates daring to cause trouble, especially after a Marine Admiral had recently visited. Naruto and Aang disembarked and casually inquired with a few locals. They learned of a highly skilled coding artisan nearby. The success of the coding procedure was crucial, as nearly 70% of ships failed to reach Fishman Island, their bubbles rupturing mid-journey, leading to the crew's demise at the ocean's depths. However, while the artisan's skills were exceptional, he had a notorious penchant for gambling, often losing everything and being left with nothing. Do all talented individuals have an affinity for gambling? Naruto mused, recalling another notorious figure, the legendary Fat Sheep, now the Hokage of Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Yet, it seemed that after assuming the role of Hokage, Tsunade had not returned to gambling. Of course, this was not due to her overcoming the habit, but rather because her daily life was consumed by the affairs of Konoha, leaving her little time or opportunity for gambling. She had an abundance of matters to attend to each day. Mr. Yixing did not possess an excessive fondness for gambling. He merely indulged in it on occasion. Aang tilted her head thoughtfully. No, I was merely reminded of another individual. That fellow. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 133, The Dark King, Rayleigh. Naruto certainly did not anticipate encountering a familiar face here. Not far ahead of him stood a fishman, largely wrapped in bandages. Nevertheless, Naruto recognized him at once. for the individual's appearance was undeniably striking. With 6 arms and a rather amiable demeanor, his head resembled a 5-pointed star, adorned with the emblem of the Sun Pirates. He was a former crew member of the New Pirates, notorious for causing chaos in Cocoa Village and a subordinate of the notorious Dragon. Naruto recalled that this individual was named Hachi. After Naruto had dismantled the Dragon Pirates, they had been imprisoned in the East Blue. However, during that time, the one known as Hachi had successfully escaped from a naval ship and vanished into the sea. Naruto never imagined encountering Hachi in this location. The fishman was entirely bandaged. It was uncertain what kind of battle he had endured. Simultaneously, Hachi also noticed Naruto's golden hair, which shone brightly. "Ah, it's him." Hachi screamed in terror and immediately fled towards a nearby bar. He had dreamt multiple times of that terrifying individual and never expected to encounter him today in Splendidly Archipelago. A pirate attempting to flee. Naruto moved swiftly, appearing before Hachi. Such a nefarious pirate would not escape his grasp. Hachi knelt on the ground, seemingly devoid of any thoughts of resistance, fully aware that he was no match for Naruto. Naruto grasped Hachi by the neck, intending to take him away, as the naval headquarters was nearby, making it easy to deliver him there. After all, Naruto was still a naval officer and had not received any orders revoking his status. However, at that moment, Naruto sensed a formidable aura emanating from within the bar. Through his haki, he discerned that the presence was on par with that of an admiral and radiated hostility. "Release Hachi." A white-haired old man, wearing glasses, pushed open the door to the bar. His attire appeared quite shabby, and he stood there with his hands in his pockets. Yet an aura of strength surrounded him. "What if I refuse?" Naruto coldly replied, showing no intention of letting go. "Well, Hachi is my savior. I cannot simply stand by and watch him be captured. Can we not resolve this peacefully?" Rayleigh scratched his head, adopting a look of helplessness. "This individual has committed unforgivable crimes and must face justice," Naruto retorted with a cold snort, indifferent to Hachi's status as Rayleigh's savior. "Then there is no alternative." As Rayleigh's words fell, he had already appeared before Naruto in the blink of an eye, his haki-imbued fist aimed at Naruto. In response, Naruto instantly entered Sage mode, unwilling to yield, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces collided, sending both Naruto and Rayleigh flying back for a distance, each secretly astonished. Naruto marveled internally. Indeed, this old man possesses strength rivaling that of an admiral. How is it that such a powerful individual resides in Splendidly Archipelago? Who on earth is he? Likewise, Rayleigh was equally astonished, for Naruto appeared remarkably young, yet had cultivated his haki to such a degree. Having traversed the seas for decades, Rayleigh had never encountered a youth of such remarkable talent. Yet, talent alone was insufficient. It required years of diligent training. "Navy, what is your name?" Rayleigh inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. What about you, old man?" Naruto squinted, recognizing that this individual was no ordinary person. Upon hearing Naruto's name, Rayleigh's hostility abruptly dissipated. "Uzumaki Naruto? I have heard of you from Luffy and the others." "Luffy? You know Luffy?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Rayleigh no longer harbored any intent to confront him. "My name is Rayleigh. This matter is rather lengthy. Shall we discuss it inside the bar?" he suggested amicably, eager to clarify any misunderstandings. Rayleigh? Naruto had never heard that name before. The reason was simple. Rayleigh had been living in obscurity for over 20 years. It was not just Naruto who was unaware. Even Aang beside him did not react. Aang was concerned about another matter. "Lord Naruto, be cautious. It could be a trap," she warned, fully aware that anyone capable of matching Naruto in combat was far from ordinary. "This gentleman bears no malice. Let us simply go inside for a moment." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. However, the name of the bar sounded peculiar, being called the Shakedown Bar. "Ah, how delightful. It's quite rare to see a Navy officer here." The barmaid, a tall and slender woman with short black hair, held a cigarette in her mouth while wearing a shirt adorned with spider patterns. Upon noticing Naruto and Ain's entrance, she greeted them warmly. "This is Uzumaki Naruto," Rayleigh introduced. "Is that so? I never expected to meet Luffy's brother so soon. It certainly piques my curiosity." Shaki smiled slightly. Hachi, with his head down, timidly entered behind them, clearly still fearful of Naruto, and sat in the far corner. "How did you come to know Luffy? Please, do tell," Naruto inquired as he took a seat. "Well, that's a long story," Rayleigh began, recounting his gambling debts that forced him to sell himself to the auction house, his subsequent encounters with Luffy, and their battles together. He also informed Naruto of Hachi's apology to Nami, which had been accepted, and that Hachi had since left piracy to become the owner of a takoyaki shop. Hence his departure from Sunny. If that's the case, then there's no need to apprehend him. Naruto nodded slowly. Wonderful. I thought I was doomed. Hachi sighed in relief. Rayleigh then explained how he came to know Naruto's name, revealing that it was during Hachi's apology to Nami that she mentioned Naruto as aide to Koko Village, prompting Luffy to express his longing to see Naruto again. Is that so? What has become of Luffy and the others? Naruto was eager to learn of their whereabouts. They have gone missing. Rayleigh's expression suddenly turned grave. Missing? What does that mean? Naruto was taken aback. To be precise, they were sent flying by the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. Only he knows the whereabouts of Luffy and the others. Chapter 134, Fishman Island. Rayleigh detailed the battle scene that transpired. However, as he continued, Naruto felt something amiss. According to Rayleigh's account, Luffy and the others were supposedly cornered. If it were not for the warlord's intervention, they would likely have been captured by now. It seemed more like a means to assist Luffy and his crew in escaping the battlefield. Where Luffy and the others had gone, it appeared only Kuma could reveal. Rayleigh, do you know of any formidable coding craftsmen in this vicinity? Naruto hadn't forgotten the purpose of his outing. Rayleigh chuckled, and not just he, but Shaki and Hachi also smiled. The individual you seek should indeed be me. For there is no one more skilled in the art of coding than I in this vicinity, Rayleigh proclaimed with confidence. That is splendid. I implore you to assist me in coding the vessel, and I shall offer you the highest remuneration. Naruto nodded in response. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. Since you have spared little aid, I shall coat your ship free of charge, using only the finest materials to ensure your safe passage to Fishman Island. Rayleigh said with a cheerful smile. In that case, I shall not be modest. Naruto nodded again. In less than a day, Rayleigh had completed the coding of the Naruto ship, and he meticulously instructed Naruto on the route to Fishman Island, emphasizing the necessity of navigating the underwater currents. Rayleigh even bid Naruto farewell as he departed. Upon returning to the bamboo bar, Shaki teased him, I never expected you to assist the Navy. Shaki was well aware that aiding Little Eight was merely a pretext. She sensed a kindred spirit in that young man, recognizing familiar shadows within him. Rayleigh chuckled. The Naruto ship had been traversing the dark depths of the ocean for an extended period. Surrounding them were the occasional passing sea kings and various underwater reefs, all of which posed significant threats to the vessel's integrity. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was the oppressive darkness that enveloped them, severely limiting visibility. Most of the Navy personnel on board felt a growing sense of unease. Not everyone could maintain their composure in the face of such immense pressure. However, Naruto was certainly not among the anxious. He stood on the deck, peering through the bubbles to observe the exterior, occasionally gasping in awe. In such perilous waters, it was astonishing that so many were willing to venture forth, undeterred by the threat of death, to cross this threshold into the new world. Such is the allure of the ocean. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. We've arrived, Naruto exclaimed in wonder. This light emanated from the sun tree Eve, an extraordinarily rare giant tree that absorbs sunlight at its peak and transmits it to its roots, illuminating the depths of the ocean with a brilliance reminiscent of sunlight. It was this very tree that illuminated the depths leading to Fishman Island. The arrival of the Navy vessel stirred considerable unrest. The once bustling port quickly fell silent, as none had anticipated the presence of the Navy. Most of the individuals in the port were pirates and human traffickers, many of whom harbored ill intentions toward the inhabitants of Fishman Island, preparing to plunder mermaids or engage in the trade of fishmen. Naruto disembarked alone, leaving Sakura and Ain aboard for their safety, as the sheer number of pirates surrounding them was daunting, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. It was imperative to ensure the safety of the Naruto ship. Naruto set off alone in search of the Whitebeard pirates. Fishman Island covers a vast expanse, boasting a population of 500,000. Locating the Whitebeard pirates here would prove to be a formidable challenge. However, with his Sage Mode activated, Naruto's sensory range had significantly expanded, making it relatively easy to locate individuals, unless, of course, Whitebeard and his crew had not come to this place. Otherwise, he would certainly find them. As he tapped into his sensory abilities, Naruto was immediately inundated with a myriad of emotions from all around: vigilance, anger, hostility. To his astonishment, the majority of the emotions were decidedly negative, particularly from the fishmen and merfolk around the port. This was indicative of their attitude toward outsiders. Naruto had learned about the history of Fishman Island and understood the origins of such sentiments. Ever since humans discovered Fishman Island, it had become a target for plunder. 2 centuries ago, the fishmen were even classified as mere fish, subject to unrestricted capture and slaughter. It was not until they became a part of the world government that their circumstances began to improve somewhat. Yet, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, their plight had worsened, with a surge in the number of pirates traversing these waters. Moreover, not only pirates, but even the Navy would capture merfolk and fishmen to cater to the peculiar whims of the celestial dragons. It was only after Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory that conditions began to ameliorate. Nevertheless, the long-standing animosities with humans continued to foster deep-seated resentment among the fishmen, leading to the emergence of radical elements like the new Fishman pirates, who sought vengeance against human civilians. Naruto could empathize with their hatred. Yet he had yet to witness any incidents of pirates capturing fishmen. It was not that these pirates had undergone a transformation, but rather that they feared Whitebeard's formidable reputation. It was remarkable that such a multitude of pirates could coexist in a state of relative peace, arguably more stable than many nations under the world government's banner. This struck Naruto as somewhat absurd, considering those nations enjoyed the protection of the Navy. At that moment, Naruto spotted a skull flag planted in the square. It was the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates, a grinning skull with an upward crescent moon above its mouth, resembling a mustache. The flag was brazenly displayed in this place. As Naruto approached for a closer inspection, he was taken aback. Fishman Island was, after all, a member of the world government. Yet it seemed to rely on pirates for protection. This signified a profound truth. The flags of the world government and Navy could no longer ensure safety. They were compelled to seek assistance from others. But could the Navy truly be incapable of safeguarding Fishman Island? That was inconceivable. Fishman Island lay directly beneath Mariewa. If the Navy had the will to protect it, this place could indeed be secure. The only plausible explanation was that the Navy had never genuinely protected this realm. Often, they acted as complicit enablers. This reminded Naruto of the celestial dragon he had encountered on Sabaody Archipelago, who had treated a fishman as a mere mout. How could the world government simultaneously capture fishmen while pretending to safeguard Fishman Island? Just then, Naruto sensed a disturbance behind him, the sound of something slicing through the air.